Luo Qingyan never imagined that the person she had grown up with, her childhood friend, would ultimately betray her by bringing another woman back to their home. On the day of their grand wedding, the man had promised her that no other woman would ever come between them. Yet now, with a new concubine by his side, Luo Qingyan resolved not to remain with him any longer. After all, he had tarnished their bond. She had thought that freeing herself from this man would enable her to soar to new heights. However, fate had other plans, as she caught the eye of the war prince. There was no escaping. On the very day she sought a divorce, she was instead betrothed to him. Her former fiancé mocked her, proclaiming, "Luo Qingyan, I warned you that following this man would lead to no future. Though he is a royal uncle, he is unworthy, and you will find no happiness with him." Luo Qingyan retorted, "Unworthy? Who spread such rumors? Ever since I have been with this man, my nights have been filled with passion." Jun Anchen interjected, "Yet he remains childless. Yen, if you stay with me, I can provide you with children and all that you desire." Luo Qingyan replied, "I beg your pardon, but that won't be necessary, for I have unwittingly conceived quadruplets." Chapter 1. The prince returns with a woman. Princess, something terrible has happened. The prince has returned, and he brought a woman with him, one who is heavily pregnant. From what I saw, he seemed quite intimate with her. Upon hearing this, a woman slowly turned her head, revealing an indescribable beauty that could only be termed as breathtaking. Her skin was as white as snow, and beneath her delicately arched brows were large, sparkling eyes, accentuated by a rosy mole on her cheek, with lips that were naturally tinted red. The woman regarded the flustered messenger and gently inquired, "Huaner, what troubles you? Speak slowly. There is no need to panic. What did you say about the prince?" Her voice was soft and melodious, instilling a sense of calm. Although Huaner had long been accustomed to her mistress's beauty, she found herself momentarily entranced. Huaner, what are you thinking?" The call from her princess snapped Huaner back to reality. Yet, she hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the troubling news. If she told her mistress, it might be too much for her to bear. After a moment's deliberation, she steeled herself and spoke. Regardless, her princess would inevitably learn of this matter. It was better to inform her sooner, so that she might prepare herself. Thus, Huaner took a deep breath and addressed Luo Qingyan directly. "Princess, the prince is outside with a heavily pregnant woman. Would you like to see for yourself?" At that moment, Luo Qingyan had not yet allowed her thoughts to wander to darker places. Nodding, she quickly tidied herself before stepping outside. The scene that greeted her was blinding. The husband she had longed for over 3 years gazed tenderly at the woman in his arms, who clung to him and looked up at him with longing eyes. Luo Qingyan momentarily faltered at the sight. Yet, she needed confirmation to ascertain the truth. She approached the man and, with difficulty, asked, "Jun Anchen, what is the meaning of this? Who is this woman, and what is your relationship with her?" Upon hearing her voice, Jun Anchen promptly pushed the woman aside and rushed to Luo Qingyan, grasping her hand. He hastily began to explain, Yen, please, let me clarify. This is Xiaoji. During my campaign, I was gravely injured, and she was the one who saved me. She remained by my side throughout, and having won a hard-fought victory, I brought her back to honor her as a concubine. What say you?" At his words, Luo Qingyan felt her legs tremble. She instinctively stepped back, shaking off his grip, and was overwhelmed by nausea, her expression twisted in distress. Observing her reaction, Jun Anchen stepped forward, worry etched across his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but as he witnessed her turmoil, he found himself at a loss for words. After a long moment, Luo Qingyan finally regained her composure. As she looked into the eyes of the man she had loved for over a decade, confusion enveloped her. When had he changed? He had not always been this way. Why had he allowed himself to decay in the shadows unbeknownst to her? Jun Anchen, having waited for a response that did not come, could no longer contain himself. "Princess, what is your opinion on this matter? If you have any objections, please voice them." The pregnant woman beside him pouted and directed her gaze at Jun Anchen. "Prince, why does the sister react this way? Does she not like Xiaoji, or the child I carry?" She tugged at Jun Anchen's sleeve and spoke plaintively, "Prince, if she dislikes me, I will leave with the child. I do not wish to cause discord between you." Upon hearing her words, Jun Anchen was deeply moved. He turned to Luo Qingyan with fervor. Yen, look how understanding Xiaoji is. She is willing to leave to spare you discomfort. However, given her condition, I cannot allow her to fend for herself." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Yen, Regardless of your feelings, I have made my decision regarding the concubine. I will visit the palace shortly to seek my father's decree to elevate her status. Your objections will hold no weight. Luo Qingyan could not help but laugh at his declaration. Jun Anchen, startled by her reaction, became flustered. Yan, I know this contradicts my earlier promises to you, but I am truly left with no choice. She carries my child. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this once? Luo Qingyan, with utmost seriousness, nodded at him. Rest assured, my prince. I hold no objections. If you wish for her to be a concubine, I can arrange for her entry into the household right away. At her words, Jun Anchen felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. He hesitated, casting a glance at Luo Qingyan before stepping forward to embrace her as he had done in the past. However, Luo Qingyan deftly evaded him, denying him the opportunity. Chapter 2. Why the Sudden Change. Jun Anchen gazed at his empty hand, momentarily taken aback, lingering in a state of bewilderment. After a prolonged silence, he found himself unable to comprehend the turmoil within him. An uncomfortable sensation gripped his heart. Nevertheless, he eventually reached out to grasp Luo Qingyan's hand, assuring her, Yan, rest assured, the position of princess will always belong to you, and only you. We have been married for over a year, yet we remain childless. The outside world has been rife with speculation about you. Do not worry. Once the child within Xiaoji is born, it will be recorded in your name, and you will be its mother. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingyan nearly burst into laughter. The reason for their prolonged marriage without children was clear. There had been no actual intimacy between her and the man before her. Not long after their wedding, he had departed for battle, returning only once every 6 months. His return this time was due to an injury. Now, Luo Qingyan felt a strange sense of relief that no intimacy had transpired between them. Otherwise, the thought of bearing a child would have made it difficult for her to leave when she desired. As it stood, she felt unburdened and decided that once she resolved her matters here, she would depart from this place. At that moment, she sensed the man continuously rubbing her hand. In the past, such an action would have filled her with joy, prompting her to reciprocate. Yet now, all she felt was revulsion. Nothing else stirred within her. Overwhelmed, she struggled to free herself from the man's grip. Jun Anchen, sensing her distress, eventually released her hand. As soon as he did, Luo Qingyan swiftly reached for her handkerchief, delicately wiping her palm. Upon witnessing this, Jun Anchen's gaze dimmed. Yan, he began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a loud shout. Your Highness, it's bad. Miss Ji is unwell. She has been crying out in pain. Would you like to check on her? At these words, Jun Anchen paused, visibly tense. What are you all doing? Call for the physician. What use is it to come to me when she is unwell? Hurry, take the token and summon the doctor from the Imperial Hospital. In that moment, an uncharacteristic pallor washed over his face as a wave of anxiety overtook him. He instinctively glanced at Luo Qingyan, his voice anxious. Yan, please don't overthink it. I am not worried about her. I am merely concerned for the child she carries. After all, that child is ours, and I must show a bit more care, don't you think? Luo Qingyan felt utterly repulsed, though she managed to conceal her feelings. She nodded in response to him. Yes, you are right. Then, Your Highness, you should hurry to see her. Do not wait for something to happen. You will surely feel heartbroken. As Luo Qingyan spoke, Jun Anchen sensed an undercurrent of sarcasm in her tone. He glanced at her, prepared to say more, but she had already turned and walked away. With no other option and genuine concern for the situation, Jun Anchen turned to investigate. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with a cacophony of shouting. I told you to fetch the prince. Why haven't you brought him back? What good are you to me? I will find a way to sell you all off. The servants, upon hearing this, immediately knelt in fright. Miss Ji, spare us. We will go fetch the prince at once. Please do not be angry. At that moment, Jun Anchen furrowed his brow and stepped inside. Xiaoji, you are unwell, yet you are raising such a ruckus. Do you not realize that this behavior could adversely affect the child you carry? Zhang Jiaji's expression stiffened upon hearing his words. She looked at him and then lunged forward. Startled, Jun Anchen instinctively stepped forward to catch her in his arms. Your Highness, Xiaoji did not mean to. I feared that upon returning, I would be cast aside by the princess, so I became agitated, which must have startled the child. Jun Anchen's frown deepened. Xiaoji, this is unacceptable. She is my princess. Regardless of how long I have been away, I must see her. You cannot allow jealousy to provoke such distress, which may harm your child. You must protect the life within you and not succumb to envy. You are now with child. You should find contentment in that. Hearing this, Zhang Jiaji was momentarily speechless, eventually nodding in resignation. Your Highness, I understand. I am sorry. It was all my fault, and I have caused you trouble. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan returned to her quarters, maintaining her composure, while her maid remained visibly agitated. Princess, why is the prince behaving this way? You two used to share such a strong bond. Why has he suddenly turned against you? Are you truly going to let another woman take him from you? What will you do then? I will not let that wicked woman get away with this. It is all her fault. If it weren't for her, the prince would not treat you this way. Luo Qingyan regarded her maid's fervent demeanor and chuckled. Huaner, do not be so concerned. Men are not as significant as they seem. If he has chosen this path, it merely indicates that we are not fated to be. Why should I mourn for someone with whom I share no destiny? Chapter 3. Are you upset? When Huaner heard this remark, she realized that her mistress, the princess, must have some plans in mind. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, My lady, do you have any intentions regarding this matter? Whatever your plans may be, please do not abandon me. I wish to remain by your side, always. Luo Qingyan looked at the visibly anxious Huaner and smiled, nodding in reassurance. Do not fret, dear Huaner. I assure you, I would never forsake you. Wherever I go, you shall accompany me, so there is no need for concern. Huaner understood that her mistress was a woman of her word, and if she said so, there must be a plan. However, it was not her place to inquire further. Her primary duty was to serve the princess well, while her mistress would certainly have her own designs. After a moment's hesitation, she addressed Luo Qingyan again. My lady, are you hungry? Allow me to prepare some of your favorite dishes, those you usually refrain from indulging in. Today, you may enjoy a bit more. Would that please you? Luo Qingyan, who had little interest beyond her love for food, felt her spirits lift at the thought of a hearty meal. Once she had satisfied her hunger, she would address the matters at hand. When Jun Anshan arrived, Luo Qingyan was just about to eat. Huaner had been exceptionally diligent, preparing a lavish spread of all her favorites. The sight of such a feast filled Luo Qingyan with excitement, almost eager to begin feasting. However, just as she was about to dig in, a voice sounded from outside. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Qingyan looked up. When she saw the figure entering, her brow furrowed slightly, and she questioned, Prince, why are you not with your beloved G-girl at this hour? Have you come for some specific purpose? If there is something you wish to discuss, you need not come in person. You could simply send a servant. Hearing her tone, Jun Anshan's expression darkened. Yan, you have changed. Why do you speak with such sarcasm? I know I have erred, but what has happened cannot be undone. Can you not find a way to coexist peacefully with Xiaoji? Both of you are important to me, and I wish for harmony between you. Please do not make this difficult for me. Xiaoji saved my life, and out of gratitude, I cannot dismiss her. But rest assured, there will be no one else. It will only be the two of you. At that moment, Luo Qingyan wished fervently for him to leave. His presence loomed large, making it difficult for her to enjoy her meal. Thus, without hesitation, she replied, Prince, I will agree to your requests, but if there is nothing pressing, it would be best for you to return to her side. After all, she is carrying your child and surely needs your support. Your companionship would be more beneficial to her, and I would not mind. Jun Anshan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Yet, an odd sensation lingered within him, one he could not quite articulate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to leave. However, just before departing, he hesitated and looked back at Luo Qingyan, a hint of anxiety in his gaze. Yan, do you truly not mind? Is it not unsettling for you that I am visiting another woman? At that moment, Luo Qingyan realized what was amiss. In the past, even a fleeting glance towards another woman would have ignited jealousy within her. Yet now, she was seemingly encouraging him to pursue others. Was this her way of expressing indifference? Surely, the woman she had once been would not have acted in such a manner. Ultimately, Jun Anshan chose not to leave. Instead, he settled beside Luo Qingyan, who grimaced at his presence. She truly disliked having him near her. Thus, she could not refrain from voicing her displeasure. Prince, if there is nothing urgent, might I request that you do not linger here? Your actions have left me unsettled, and I need time to process. I hope you can grant me some personal space. Upon hearing her words, Jun Anshan sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. He turned sharply to face her and exclaimed, "Luo Qingyan, I have been gentle and accommodating since my return, but you have yet to forgive me. As a prince, I should not have to seek your approval to take a concubine. Even if you disagree, I will proceed to the palace tomorrow to seek my father's consent, and he will surely agree." Luo Qingyan could not suppress a derisive laugh. "So, Prince, are you finally unable to maintain your act? I thought you were quite adept at playing the role, having done so for several days. Why the sudden change now?" In truth, Jun Anchen regretted his outburst the moment it escaped his lips. He had never raised his voice to Luo Qingyan before, and remorse gnawed at him. Yet, he refused to apologize. Luo Qingyan, witnessing his demeanor, felt a surge of anger. However, she quickly composed herself. There was no need to be upset over someone unworthy. What mattered most was pursuing her own happiness. She could easily dismiss men like him. In the end, Jun Anchen stormed out, slamming the door behind him. A clear indication of his fury. Chapter 4. It was my own fault watching Jun Anchen leave in a fit of anger. Luo Qingyan's expression shifted. After so many years of close companionship, how could she remain unaffected? In truth, she had gradually developed feelings for him amidst his affections. However, those feelings had not yet fully ignited, and now Jun Anchen had extinguished the flickering flame. "Huaner, what shall we do next? Or would you prefer to take the lead?" Luo Qingyan shook her head. "There is no need for haste, Huaner. We shall wait patiently and observe how matters unfold between them. The time for my own intentions is not yet ripe." In the days that followed, Jun Anchen did not visit Luo Qingyan at Qingyan Pavilion, spending his time instead at Zhang Jiaji's Liuxuan, keeping her company. "My lady, the prince has gone too far. Why must he neglect you now that woman is here? It is truly unacceptable. He should at least come to check on you." Luo Qingyan shook her head and then turned to Huaner, speaking with conviction.
Huaner,
"Refrain from such remarks in the future. I do not require his company, nor do I desire it. He may choose to accompany whomever he pleases. As long as he does not come near me, I find that agreeable. At present, I have no wish to see him. His mere presence repulses me." At this moment, Zhang Jiaji was nestled in Jun Anchen's embrace, lifting her head to gaze at him. "Your Highness, you have been with Xiaoji during this time. Does the princess consent to this? Otherwise, perhaps you should spend the evening with her instead. Xiaoji has no pressing matters. As long as you visit her more often, it suffices. After all, the child within me will miss you. Tonight, please accompany the princess. Xiaoji must also go to apologize for having monopolized your time." Upon hearing Zhang Jiaji's words, Jun Anchen felt an increased sense of satisfaction with her demeanor. He glanced at the person before him, a hint of worry crossing his features as he spoke. "If only the princess were as understanding and perceptive as you. She truly need not meddle in my affairs. I am capable of discerning my own limits. It will have no adverse effects. Yet, she insists on overseeing too much." Zhang Jiaji, being Jun Anchen's muse, was undoubtedly the most significant person at this moment. She reached out to massage his shoulders, offering a comforting smile. "Your Highness, rest assured. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may come to Xiaoji. I will certainly attend to your needs. Without comparison, there is no harm." Jun Anchen genuinely felt that Zhang Jiaji, with her understanding and gentle nature, was indeed the one suited for him. Yet, such thoughts remained confined to his heart. Zhang Jiaji led the way to Luo Qingyan's Qingyan Pavilion. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from within. The cheerful atmosphere unsettled her, for she believed that at this moment, Luo Qingyan should not be reveling in such merriment. A man had been taken from her. Her demeanor should reflect sorrow and weariness. However, she beheld the radiant countenance of the woman before her, filled with mirth, and found it disconcerting. How could it be that this person displayed no trace of sadness? Zhang Jiaji felt momentarily at a loss for words, standing there in a daze for quite some time. It was Luo Qingyan who finally broke the silence. "If you have no business here, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to." Startled by this statement, Zhang Jiaji raised her head, a hint of curiosity in her voice. "Does the princess have important affairs to handle? Can I be of assistance? If so, I would gladly accompany you." Luo Qingyan cast a subtle glance at the woman before her, perplexed as to why she insisted on following them. Yet at this moment, she chose not to refuse, merely observing her with a gaze that made Zhang Jiaji feel a sense of unease. "Princess, why do you look at me in such a manner?" "I merely wish to see what you are up to. I shall not disturb you. If you disapprove, I will not accompany you. Luo Qingyan was intrigued to discern the ulterior motives of the woman before her. Her intention to step outside was simply to escape the heat within and enjoy a breath of fresh air. However, if this woman insisted on remaining close, she felt averse to the idea. Ultimately, she acquiesced and allowed her to accompany her outside. As they approached the pond, Luo Qingyan intended to procure some fish food to feed the fish. Yet before she could react, a loud splash echoed around her. Startled, she turned towards the pond, only to see the very person who had been by her side suddenly thrashing in the water. In that instant, she felt something rush towards her from behind, followed by another splash. It was Jun Anchen, whose expression was grim. He swam swiftly towards Zhang Jiaji, pulling her into his arms. As soon as she was rescued, Zhang Jiaji expelled a mouthful of water and buried her face in Jun Anchen's chest, her voice sweetly pleading. Your Highness, this is not my sister's fault. I slipped and fell. Please do not blame her. Had Zhang Jiaji not uttered those words, Jun Anchen might have remained silent. However, the moment she spoke, it felt as though she had unwittingly implicated Luo Qingyan. His countenance darkened upon hearing her statement. Your Highness, did you push her into the pond? Zhang Jiaji, still in Jun Anchen's embrace, chimed in sweetly, Your Highness, it was not my sister's fault. She may have inadvertently nudged me, but I ultimately jumped in myself. This remark easily cast the blame onto Luo Qingyan. Jun Anchen's anger surged forth. He could not contain his fury, yet a flicker of joy accompanied it. The fact that Luo Qingyan had reacted with ire towards Zhang Jiaji suggested that she still harbored feelings for him. The thought emboldened him further. He believed that since Luo Qingyan cared for him, she would overlook his actions, and he could simply placate her later. With a face ablaze with fury, he turned to Luo Qingyan and exclaimed, I never imagined you to possess such a venomous heart, resorting to violence against a concubine. Do not think for a moment that this will deter me from taking her as a concubine. I assure you it will not. I will enter the palace and seek my father's approval, thus legitimizing her status. Luo Qingyan felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this declaration. After years of emotional investment, it was painfully difficult to sever ties. Yet, regardless of her reluctance, she knew she must let him go. She could only watch as Jun Anchen carried Zhang Jiaji away, not even sparing her a glance as he departed. At that moment, Huaner grasped her hand, sensing the chill that enveloped it. Your Highness, how do you feel? Are you unwell? Shall I escort you back to rest? Luo Qingyan shook her head and said, No need, let us continue to feed the fish. What is meant to happen cannot be altered, so it is better to let nature take its course. On the other side, Jun Anchen had been waiting for Luo Qingyan to react, yet his anger intensified when he noticed her lack of response. He placed her on the bed and intended to leave. However, Zhang Jiaji would not allow him such an opportunity. She quickly reached out to grasp him, looking up with a pitiful expression and said, Elder brother Chen, I feel unwell. Will you not stay and keep me company?
Jun Anchen, seeing her hvor fuglte miner,
found it hard to refuse and decided to remain. Jiaji, the princess is currently unable to accept this matter, but rest assured. Tomorrow I will personally enter the palace to request a decree on your behalf. At that time, it will be a legitimate affair, and the princess will surely have no objections, so do not worry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji was overjoyed. Your Highness, you are so kind to me. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Jun Anchen pinched her cheek and smiled. I do not seek repayment. All I desire is for you to accompany me well. Now, if you have no further matters, I must take my leave to attend to other affairs. Rest well, and I shall return to see you once I have resolved them. He hurriedly exited, and as he departed, Zhang Jiazi immediately called to those beside her. Go. See if the prince is gone to that wretched woman's palace. Zhang Jiaji's suspicion was correct. Jun Anchen indeed went to Luo Qingyan's chambers, but he stormed out in a fit of rage shortly thereafter. Luo Qingyan had no intention of meeting him, instructing her servants to close the doors. Upon his arrival, the consensus was that Luo Qingyan was unwell and did not wish to see him. Jun Anchen was furious, barely able to contain his anger. Fine, if she is unwell, then she shall not come out for the time being. No one is to let her out without my command. Anyone who dares will suffer the consequences. This statement effectively served to confine Luo Qingyan. Huaner, upon hearing this, was utterly distressed. Yet, Luo Qingyan remained calm, continuing her daily routine without any sign of discontent. The one in a state of panic was Huaner. Your Highness, how can you not be afraid? Before that woman arrived, the prince would never treat you this way. Now he has confined you. Do you not intend to do anything about it? Luo Qingyan looked at the anxious Huaner and suddenly smiled. Isn't that so? If I intervene, he will not take a concubine. Huaner shook her head in immediate denial. Our prince is determined to take a concubine. It is impossible for him to change his mind simply because of your interference. Your Highness, I feel sorrow for you. You were once so affectionate. Yet now it has all changed because of that woman. I cannot bear to see you in pain, but I do not know how to comfort you. Luo Qingyan shook her head at her worried maid. Huaner, there is something I wish to tell you. From the day I wed him, I made it clear that no third party is allowed to intrude between us. Should there be a third party, I will depart. Huaner realized the implication of these words immediately. Without hesitation, she embraced Luo Qingyan's arm and exclaimed, Your Highness, I do not care. Wherever you go, I wish to accompany you. You cannot abandon me. Chapter 6. Request for a marriage decree. Luo Qingyan laughed at Huaner's fervent reaction. Huaner, is that not a given? Wherever I go, I will certainly take you with me. It may not be as comfortable as it is now, and we might not return to the Luo residence. As I do not wish to worry my parents and brothers, we will find a place where no one knows us and live well. What do you think? Huaner did not hesitate and nodded eagerly. Your Highness, I do not care about the life we lead. What matters is that I can always be by your side. Whatever you ask of me, I will willingly do. Hearing this warmed Luo Qingyan's heart. She looked at Huaner and said, Huaner, let us wait a little longer. It is almost time. Soon we can leave this place and live our own lives. Huaner grasped Luo Qingyan's hand and said, Your Highness, I know you are heartbroken. Shall we make one last effort regarding the prince? Before she could finish, a loud commotion erupted from outside. Your Highness, it is terrible. The prince has encountered trouble. The person rushing in was breathless, clearly exhausted. Luo Qingyan immediately inquired, What has happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Speak plainly. I will handle the situation. After a moment of catching his breath, the servant replied urgently, Your Highness, the prince has been detained in the palace by the emperor. Please help bring him back. Luo Qingyan was taken aback and raised her eyebrows. Why on earth would the prince suddenly be detained in the palace? What has he done to anger the emperor? The servant hesitated, unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, he finally said, Your Highness, the prince was momentarily bewitched. This morning, he went to the palace to petition the emperor to grant Miss Zhang the title of secondary consort. However, the emperor refused, which led to this predicament. Your Highness, please enter the palace to assist the prince. Otherwise, he may not return today. Luo Qingyan's expression turned cold. After a brief pause, she instructed Huaner, prepare the palace attire. We are going to the palace now. Huaner frowned, her expression filled with dissatisfaction. She did not want her mistress to enter the palace, having once admired the prince for his kindness towards them. However, now that he was in trouble, she was reluctant to let her mistress assist him. Yet, the matter was of great importance, and as a mere maid, she could not decide. Ultimately, she retrieved the palace attire and helped Luo Qingyan get ready. In the palace on the other side, the emperor gazed at the prince kneeling before him, his handsome brows slightly raised. He then addressed the individual before him, inquiring, Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Even if regret follows, will you still choose this path?
Yun Anken nodded.
Though he was perplexed by his father's words. At this moment, he was resolute. No matter the circumstances, he must bring Zhang Jiaji into his household. Father, Xiaoji is already mine. Regardless of the outcome, I cannot betray her. She deserves a rightful place by my side. Despite his declaration, the emperor remained unconvinced, for he had made a promise to another. Thus, he could not impulsively agree to this arrangement, lest he betray that individual. I must consult with Xiaoyan on this matter. If she sees no issue, I shall grant your marriage. At that moment, Jun Anchen felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the emperor's words. Father, can't we arrange the marriage now? You know how deeply Yen feels for me. If she comes here, it may complicate matters beyond simple resolution. Despite his pleas, the emperor remained unmoved. No, this is non-negotiable. We must wait for Luo Qingyan to arrive. When Luo Qingyan finally reached the palace, more than an hour had passed, and Jun Anchen had been kneeling outside all this time. Upon seeing her approach, a wave of discomfort washed over him. He was uncertain why he wished to shield her from witnessing his vulnerable state. Before he could gather his thoughts, Luo Qingyan was already at his side. "My lord, what have you done to warrant kneeling here? Is there anything I can assist you with?" After a moment's hesitation, Jun Anchen spoke to her. "Yen, could you possibly intercede with the emperor on my behalf? Please persuade him to consent to my marriage with Xiaoji." Luo Qingyan regarded him thoughtfully before asking, "Are you certain you want me to speak to the emperor about this?" Jun Anchen felt an inexplicable urge to avert his gaze from her. He sensed something significant was about to transpire, yet the nature of it eluded him. Ultimately, he earnestly nodded. "Yen, I know you are understanding. Please go in and speak with my father. He has always held you in high regard and will surely heed your words." Luo Qingyan nodded, then gracefully moved past him into the palace. Jun Anchen, watching her retreating figure, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Chapter 7. Request for marriage at last. He could not restrain himself and called out Yen. Upon hearing his voice, she paused and turned to look back, her expression one of confusion. Jun Anchen then declared, "Yen, I promise you, I will not take any other concubines or ladies. It will only be the two of you. Once today's matters are settled, you shall coexist harmoniously." He was surprised by his own words, feeling an urgent need to express this assurance. However, to his astonishment, Luo Qingyan, who usually responded to him, remained silent this time. He could only watch helplessly as she walked away without a moment's pause. Once inside, Luo Qingyan approached the emperor seated on his throne. She gracefully performed her greetings before articulating her purpose. "Father, perhaps you could grant the prince's request. We can address other matters later." The emperor, taken aback by her statement, looked at her with urgency. "Xiaoyan, have you truly made up your mind regarding this?" Luo Qingyan nodded. "Your Majesty, I am grateful for your care over the years. Please present the edict. I wish to depart." Upon hearing this, the emperor's instinct was to retain her. However, before he could voice his thoughts, she interjected, "Your Majesty, there is no need for further discussion. My decision is firm and unchangeable." The emperor eventually acquiesced, granting her request. "You must personally speak to the Empress Dowager. You know she dotes on you, and would not wish to see you in this state." Luo Qingyan recalled another important matter, unsure if the emperor would agree. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to try, as a means of repaying Jun Anchen's past kindness. "Your Majesty, would you consider granting Prince Chen's request, allowing him to fulfill his wishes?" The emperor shook his head. "Child, are you truly certain about this? Reflect on it. I can afford you time. You may not have fully considered the implications. Should you ultimately decide on this course, you may seek the Empress Dowager's assistance, though she may not agree. You may inquire." Luo Qingyan nodded and took her leave, heading toward the Empress Dowager's palace. Upon her sudden arrival, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear Yen, what brings you here today? Shouldn't you be at home with Prince Chen? He has only just returned, and you two were inseparable. How is it that you are here so soon? Does he truly allow you to visit the palace?" The Empress Dowager's teasing tone prompted Luo Qingyan to lose control of her emotions, and she burst into tears, resembling a lost child seeking her mother. She collapsed into the Empress Dowager's embrace, weeping. Startled by her reaction, the Empress Dowager quickly pulled her away. Concern etched on her face. "Yen, what has happened? Why are you suddenly crying? Has Prince Jun Anchen mistreated you? I will summon him to the palace. He cannot bully you." Realizing her outburst, Luo Qingyan glanced at the Empress Dowager and attempted to regain her composure. "Grandmother, it is nothing. I simply wish to discuss something with you and hope for your agreement." Seeing her tear-streaked face, the Empress Dowager could not bear to refuse her. Thus, she assured her with unwavering certainty. Yen, could you please clarify the matter at hand? If it is within my capability, I shall certainly acquiesce." Luo Qingyan nodded and then gazed at the Empress Dowager before her. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. "Your Majesty, I have come today with two requests, one that requires your consent and another that seeks your assistance." The Empress Dowager nodded and gently ruffled Luo Qingyan's hair. "Do not hesitate.
Speak your mind."
Given my affection for you, do you truly believe I would reprimand you?" Luo Qingyan shook her head, for that thought had not crossed her mind. Her reluctance stemmed from not knowing how to broach the subject. Observing Luo Qingyan's inner turmoil, the Empress Dowager refrained from interrupting, patiently waiting for her to find her voice. After an indeterminate amount of time, Luo Qingyan finally composed herself and addressed the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, I recently sought an audience with His Majesty and obtained a decree, the one my mother had petitioned for on my behalf. The Empress Dowager was aware of this decree and its contents, so when she heard Luo Qingyan mention it, her eyes widened in astonishment.
Nå, Jan.
That is a decree of divorce. Why would you need it when you are not seeking to part ways? Stunned by her own thoughts, the Empress Dowager suddenly asked, "You cannot mean to tell me you are contemplating divorce. What has transpired? Why would you entertain such notions? Did Prince Chen do something? You two have always been so harmonious." Yan, please enlighten me on the circumstances. Chapter 8. You were not like this before. The Empress Dowager was genuinely distressed. Yet Luo Qingyan remained silent. "If you do not speak, I shall summon Prince Chen to the palace. I must understand what has caused you such sorrow." Observing the Empress Dowager's agitation, Luo Qingyan endeavored to steady her emotions before speaking again. "Your Majesty, there is no need to summon him. He is currently in the palace, kneeling before the entrance of the Emperor's study. Your Majesty, Prince Chen has taken a liking to another woman and has brought her to the residence. When I married him, I made it clear that I could not accept him taking a concubine. He had promised me he would not, yet he has broken that vow. He has brought this woman home and requested my assistance in arranging for her to become his concubine. I have nearly completed the arrangements, and the date has been set. When he welcomes her, I intend to leave." The Empress Dowager was taken aback by this revelation, as it was a reason she had not anticipated, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. "Yan, could there be a misunderstanding? Since Prince Chen made a promise to you, he surely would not act in such a manner." Luo Qingyan wished it were a misunderstanding, but it was not. She could see that Jun Anchen truly harbored feelings for that woman. The way he looked at her was reminiscent of the early days of their relationship. Yan.
Do not despair.
I shall call for him at once, and he will come to apologize and send that woman away. Please do not cry." However, Luo Qingyan was not crying because of Jun Anchen's infidelity. She was struggling to comprehend how years of affection could suddenly dissipate. This was a reality she found difficult to accept. She looked at the Empress Dowager and said, "Your Majesty, there is no need to summon him. Could you grant permission for their union? He cannot remain in this position indefinitely. It is unfair to him." The Empress Dowager grasped Luo Qingyan's hand and asked once more, Yan, are you truly willing? If I grant this union, it will be irrevocable." Luo Qingyan nodded without hesitation, her conviction evident. "Your Majesty, please proceed. You have watched me grow. You ought to know that once I make a decision, it is unchangeable." Ultimately, the Empress Dowager granted the decree for marriage, and Luo Qingyan quickly took her leave. "Your Majesty, I apologize. It seems that perhaps Prince Chen and I are simply not fated to be." After exiting, she hurried to the entrance of the Emperor's study to find Jun Anchen. However, upon seeing her approach, he displayed no signs of joy. Instead, he derided her. "What brings you here? Are you attempting to thwart my decision? I assure you, I have resolved this matter, and no amount of opposition will sway me. Though my father does not yet agree, as long as I remain here, I do not believe he will object. I never expected you to be this kind of person. So envious." Hearing those words, Luo Qingyan felt a pang in her heart, a sensation she did not anticipate. Once she regained her composure, she gazed at the kneeling man before her. "Jun Anchen, do you truly see me in such a light?" It was disheartening to realize that years of devotion had been misplaced. "Rest assured, this matter will soon be resolved, and you shall no longer be burdened by me." Jun Anchen did not grasp the implications of her words and became agitated at her statement. "If that is the case, then all the better. I have already stated that I only desire you two. Once I resolve the marriage decree, I will ensure you have the wedding night you deserve. I know you have been troubled since I was called away on our wedding day. Do not worry, I will make it up to you." At that moment, Luo Qingyan felt a wave of revulsion towards him. How could he utter such words so casually? His remarks only solidified her resolve to leave. She threw the object she held towards him. Jun Anchen, caught off guard, failed to react in time. The item struck him and slid down his body. His expression darkened. "Luo Qingyan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? You were never like this before. Are you suddenly jealous? I just assured you that even with a concubine, you remain my most important person. Why the sudden outburst?" Luo Qingyan had grown weary of conversing with the individual before her. At that moment, her foremost desire was to resolve the matter swiftly. Consequently, She refrained from uttering another word and turned away abruptly. Junanshan, bound by other obligations, found himself unable to pursue her. He cast a glance at the object that had just fallen to the ground and, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight. Eventually, he reached out to retrieve it. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by its contents. He had not anticipated that it would be something he had longed for. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him, leaving him at a loss for words, overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. Chapter 9. The sensation within the hot spring was indeed peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, he gradually rose to his feet. The servant beside him, witnessing that the prince was finally willing to stand, eagerly addressed Junanshan, suggesting they fetch the princess and escort her back to the estate. However, Junanshan, still feeling awkward from the recent events, shook his head in immediate response. Little did he realize that this simple gesture would cost him dearly. There is no need to fetch her. Her recent demeanor has left me quite unsettled. Besides, she is without hands and feet. Will she not return on her own? Upon hearing this, the servant was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. On the other side, Luo Qingyan, although familiar with the palace, was not well acquainted with its various locales. Feeling a sense of unease, she sought a place to gather her thoughts, lest she succumb to her distress. To her surprise, despite having walked from the Empress Dowager's chamber, she found herself in a locale reminiscent of a paradise. What astonished her further were the numerous plum blossoms flourishing there. As she entered this enchanting realm, she found herself rooted to the spot, utterly captivated by its beauty. If someone had forewarned her about the wonders within, she would not have acted so impulsively. As she ventured deeper, she unexpectedly encountered a palace with closed doors. Curiosity piqued, she approached and opened the door, revealing an astonishing sight, a natural hot spring within. The moment she stepped inside, she felt the distinct warmth of the water, contrasting sharply with the chill outside. What was even more unsettling was the sight of a man reclining in the pool, eyes closed, utterly still. Though embarrassed, Luo Qingyan could not ignore the possibility that he might be in distress. Summoning her courage, she stepped closer and gently touched his nose, hoping to ascertain his condition. However, as her hand approached, it was suddenly grasped firmly by him, causing her to wince in pain from his grip. In that instant, as the man opened his eyes and beheld her, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Junanshan regarded the unexpected appearance of this young woman with curiosity and inquired, "Aren't you the little princess from Junanshan's household? What brings you here? Did no one inform you that this place is forbidden?" Luo Qingyan, taken aback by his recognition, felt a swell of confusion. She was certain she had never met him before. "Who are you? Why are you in this place?" "I was not informed of its forbidden status, so I was unaware. If I have intruded, please forgive me." Junanshan shook his head in response. "No matter. However, I must advise you to leave this place at once. I cannot guarantee what may happen if you remain." His demeanor shifted, and he struggled to convey the urgency of his warning. "Hurry and depart. I mean you no harm, but if you linger, I cannot promise what I might do." At that moment, Luo Qingyan witnessed his eyes turn a blood-red hue, the veins on his hands protruding ominously. His emotional state appeared unsettlingly volatile, a scenario she had never encountered before. Unsure of how to respond, she gradually retreated, watching as he plunged beneath the water's surface. His expression conveyed immense pain. Despite her instincts urging her to flee, Luo Qingyan hesitated, concerned about the man's well-being. She remained, waiting to see if he would resurface. If not, she would seek assistance. After what felt like an eternity, just as she began to believe he would not emerge, she heard a stir. The man finally resurfaced, and upon seeing Luo Qingyan still present, he appeared momentarily stunned.
Why have you not left?
"Is there something amiss? I recall that Junanshan dotes on you, often wishing to keep you by his side. Why have you lingered here so long without him coming to find you?" As Luo Qingyan observed this man's familiarity with her affairs, her curiosity deepened. He seemed to possess an unsettlingly intimate knowledge of her life. Unable to contain herself, she asked,
"Who are you, and how do you know so much about me?"
At that moment, a shadow crossed her face, revealing her distress. Junanshan, perceiving her anxiety, reassured her. "Fear not. I am not a villain. I have merely returned to the capital.
You may not recognize me."
Chapter 10. Leave this place immediately, he urged, his tone growing more insistent. "Exit through the door to your right, quickly." Luo Qingyan was startled by the sudden voice that echoed around her, momentarily at a loss for words. Once she regained her composure, she couldn't help but glance up at the man before her. However, he was submerged in the hot spring, making it difficult for her to discern his features clearly. "Shall I take my leave? You seem to be all right?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Who are you? And what brings you to this place? Your complexion appears rather off. Do you require assistance in summoning a physician?" Jun Yeding shook his head. "No need. What I require most is for you to vacate this place. There is no necessity for you to concern yourself with anything else. Just leave." These words did not sit well with Qingyan, and as she departed, her delicate features were scrunched in displeasure. Her expression betrayed her dissatisfaction, yet she felt she had no choice but to comply and walk away. What a peculiar individual, she mused, reflecting on her kindness in checking on him, only to be met with such dismissiveness. It seems one should refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Upon returning to the Wangfu, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere as she stepped through the gates. The air felt charged, and she was unsure of what had transpired in her absence. The servants, upon seeing her, lowered their heads and remained silent. "Wanner, do you sense something amiss within the Wangfu? Has something occurred during our absence? Their gazes feel strangely unsettling," she remarked. Wanner nodded in agreement. "Your intuition serves you well, Wang Fei. I too feel that something is not quite right." Just then, the steward rushed over, clearly flustered. "Wang Fei, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, the Wangya would have gone out searching for you." Luo Qingyan felt a chuckle bubbling within her at the thought. How could Jun Anchen, with a beautiful woman by his side, possibly be concerned about her? Observing the steward's urgency, she addressed him. "Zhang Gonggong, does the Wangya seek my presence for something important? If not, I must attend to other matters." The steward's expression turned anxious. "No, Wang Fei. You must come with me to see the Wangya. He is waiting for you." Reluctantly, she decided to follow him and ascertain the situation. "Very well. I shall accompany you to see what it entails." As she approached, she found Jun Anchen seething with anger, comforted by his charming companion, Zhang Jiaji, who was adjusting his attire. Luo Qingyan raised an eyebrow at the sight. "Zhang Gonggong, your Wangya appears to be in perfectly good health. Did you summon me here merely to witness this tender scene with another woman?" The steward had not anticipated Zhang Jiaji's presence, and the awkwardness of the moment was palpable. Just as Luo Qingyan contemplated leaving, she caught Zhang Jiaji's eye, who, facing Jun Anchen, noticed her first. "Sister, you've arrived. Wangya, she is back, just as you were inquiring." Upon hearing this, Jun Anchen turned sharply, and upon spotting Luo Qingyan, he abruptly pushed Zhang Jiaji away and stood. "Where have you been? Why did you not return sooner? In the future, please inform us of your whereabouts, lest we waste time searching for you." Luo Qingyan stared at him, bewildered by the sudden shift in his demeanor. She could not grasp how one could change so drastically in such a short span. With a cold laugh, she chose silence, preparing to turn away. Yet Jun Anchen was not inclined to let her depart so easily. He stepped forward, grasping her arm. "Do not leave. Tell me how you acquired that item today. Did you make a promise to the Empress Dowager? Otherwise, she would not have consented." Luo Qingyan gazed into his expectant eyes and shook her head. "No. The Empress Dowager is quite understanding. Upon hearing my words, she recognized your resolve and accepted that you would not waver. Consequently, she acquiesced. You may now proceed with arranging matters regarding your concubine." Upon hearing her words, an inexplicable sense of discontent washed over him. Though the matter had been resolved, he found himself feeling increasingly disheartened. "Yan, are you truly content with this arrangement? If you harbor any grievances, please express them. Your current demeanor suggests a fear of losing something." Chapter 11. Two people will bring you happiness. Upon hearing his words, Yan shook her head. "Wangya, you are overthinking. This is your affair. It bears no relation to anyone else. Your happiness is what matters most, is it not?" Her statement intensified the guilt within Jun Anchen. Yan, I feel responsible for allowing the one I once cherished to end up in such a position. That is why I intended to bring her to the Wangfu for proper care. Rest assured, our bond will always take precedence over hers. Listening to him, Luo Qingyan felt an indifference settle within her. The man before her no longer held the same significance in her heart. Yet, to fully move on would require time. "Wangya, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Watching her retreat, Jun Anchen felt an uncomfortable pang in his heart. In the past, Luo Qingyan would have rushed to him, affectionately seeking his attention. Now, however, she seemed distant. As she prepared to exit, he suddenly dashed forward, reaching for her hand. At that moment, Luo Qingyan moved with remarkable swiftness. Just as her hand reached out, she retracted it in an instant, leaving Jun Anqin with no opportunity to grasp it. Your Highness, something is amiss. Miss Ji has suddenly collapsed, and as she fell, she cried out for you to come and see.
At least juncture, Yun Anqin hesitated.
Casting a glance at Luo Qingyan, as if he wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Luo Qingyan, being an astute individual, immediately addressed the matter. Your Highness, if you have pressing concerns, you ought to attend to them. I shall take my leave for now. Jun Anqin's expression shifted, and he turned his gaze back to the others, intending to voice his thoughts. However, Luo Qingyan had already made up her mind and turned away, departing before him. After a moment of indecision, Jun Anqin ultimately followed the servant ahead. Upon arrival, he found Zhang Jiaji lying motionless on the bed, his heart filled with concern. Though a closer inspection would reveal that she had not truly fainted, her eyelashes fluttered subtly. What is the matter? Did I not instruct you to summon the physician? Has he yet arrived? What are you all doing? In truth, no one had sought the physician, as Zhang Jiaji had refused. She was merely feigning unconsciousness. If the physician were to arrive, he would quickly discern her ruse, leaving her with no means of recovery. Thus, she had called back those who intended to fetch the physician. At that moment, she slowly regained consciousness and looked at the man beside her, speaking urgently, Your Highness, do not call for the physician. You know I detest taking medicine. If you summon him, I will certainly have to drink potions. The reason he has not come is that I instructed them not to call him. I am quite well. I merely grew anxious upon hearing your return, which caused this episode. There is no need for concern. Despite her reassurances, Jun Anqin remained troubled. Jir, you cannot act so recklessly simply because you dislike medicine. I will summon the physician at once. As he prepared to depart, Zhang Jiaji reached out to stop him. No, Your Highness, I assure you I am truly fine. You need not worry. Rather, I wonder if you have been able to secure the imperial decree for our marriage. At the mention of this, Jun Anqin hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the decree bestowed upon him by Luo Qingyan. After a lengthy moment of indecision, as the person before him grew impatient, he finally spoke. The decree has been arranged. You need not worry. The Empress Dowager herself has issued it. In a few days, we shall prepare properly for a grand ceremony. Upon hearing that it was the Empress Dowager's decree, Zhang Jiaji became visibly excited. Your Highness, does this mean the Empress Dowager approves of our union? I had thought she would be the most opposed to our marriage, yet she is willing to grant it. This truly fills me with joy. Jun Anqin himself found this hard to believe, fully aware of his grandmother's fondness for Luo Qingyan. Nevertheless, when he had reviewed the decree meticulously, he found no discrepancies. He could not fathom how Luo Qingyan had persuaded his grandmother to consent. Jir, do not concern yourself with this matter. The decree has been issued. Simply prepare for our union. You shall be by my side, and I promise to ensure your happiness. You and Luo Qingyan are of utmost importance to me. I assure you, my household shall consist solely of the two of you, with no other women to intrude. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji smiled and nodded. Very well, Your Highness. I shall faithfully serve you alongside the future consort, and we will surely bring you joy. As she spoke, she playfully leaned against Jun Anqin, causing him to feel a stirring sensation, yet he restrained himself, mindful of her recent fainting episode. In Chapter 12, as plans for departure were underway, Jun Anqin found himself torn. He could not act impulsively toward someone who had just collapsed. At that moment, he gently held her, saying, Jir, please refrain from pressing against me. If you continue in this manner, I may not be able to control myself. Zhang Jiaji, upon hearing this, pressed closer. Your Highness, you may do as you wish. I truly feel much better now. Perhaps it is because I saw you that I recovered so swiftly. You are indeed my miraculous remedy. Jun Anqin could not ignore the flattery in her words, and he found himself enjoying them. Therefore, he embraced her a little tighter and leaned down to kiss her. Today, I shall refrain from any advances, considering your condition. However, I must warn you, you should not tempt me. Before he could finish, Zhang Jiaji closed the distance between them, silencing him with her lips. At that moment, Jun Anqin could no longer hold back, overwhelmed with desire, and he swiftly pressed her down. Their surroundings soon filled with sounds that would cause any listener to blush. The servants stationed outside exchanged startled glances upon hearing the commotion. One young maid, unable to contain herself, murmured, "How could the prince be so inconsiderate? Miss She has just fainted. How can he act so recklessly? What if he causes her further harm? I must intervene. I cannot let her be treated so." As she spoke, the young maid prepared to rush inside, but fortunately, an older matron grasped her arm to restrain her. "Donger, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize that if you enter like this now, you may not come out alive?" Upon hearing these words, Donger was momentarily taken aback, primarily because she was utterly unaware of any wrongdoing on her part. As the personal maid of Miss Ji, her thoughts were always centered on her mistress's well-being, and in that moment, she could not bear to see her lady suffer.
Mama.
"Why are you stopping me? Did you not hear Miss Ji's cries from within? Listen to her voice. It sounds truly agonizing. She must be in great distress. Let us hurry and rescue her. Otherwise, she might be in serious trouble." Observing Dong's innocent demeanor, Mama could not help but shake her head, pulling her aside to impart some wisdom. After all, Donger was no longer a child. If her lady were to become pregnant, she would need someone to serve the prince closely. With her delicate, heart-shaped face, she was quite lovely, and if the time came for her to be presented, it would undoubtedly be Donger. Mama believed it was high time to enlighten her on such matters. Thus, once Mama had led her aside, she began her instruction.
Donger.
"The sounds you hear are quite normal. Miss She is merely expressing her pleasure. She is not in pain, and you need not intervene." Donga's eyes widened in disbelief at Mama's words. She then urgently exclaimed, "Mama, why would you say such a thing?" Before she could finish her sentence, Mama interrupted. "Donger, my experience in this matter far exceeds yours. Heed my words, for they are never mistaken. Upon our return, I shall provide you with a little book that will clarify everything for you." Although Donger felt anxious, she understood that there was little she could do in that moment but await the promised explanation from Mama. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Qingyan held no dissatisfaction regarding Junanchen's stay with Zhang Jiaji. In fact, she wished he would remain there. After all, managing one person was not an easy task. The priority was to resolve the matter swiftly, otherwise, she would have to deal with Junanchen for an extended period. Consequently, she turned to Huaner and said, "Huaner, how are those tasks I assigned you coming along? You must work quickly. We cannot afford to be slow. We need to finalize everything promptly, or it may delay my departure." As soon as Luo Qingyan finished speaking, Huaner assured her with a nod, "Your Highness, do not worry. I assure you that I will arrange everything meticulously, and on that day, we shall be able to leave without concern." Luo Qingyan had shared her entire plan with Huaner, who initially struggled to accept it. However, she later recognized that her lady's happiness was of paramount importance. "Your Highness, rest assured. I am currently in the process of discreetly moving everything out of the estate, ensuring that no one will notice." Huaner smiled cheerfully as she spoke. "Your Highness, there are still some odds and ends to exchange for silver. Once the opportunity arises, I will attend to that immediately." Luo Qingyan nodded in response.
Huaner.
"There is truly no need to rush. After all, we still have some time before our departure. You may take your time to handle those matters." Although she said so, Huaner felt compelled to resolve everything swiftly to alleviate her worries. "Your Highness, it won't take long. In a few days, I will have converted everything into silver, and we can leave this place to live well." Luo Qingyan shared this sentiment, pondering that if the days ahead were devoid of the persistent troubles posed by the person before her, she might find greater peace. At that moment, Luo Qingyan glanced at the individual before her, nearly tempted to strip off her own clothing to inspect the red marks on her skin. Zhang Jiaji tugged at her garment, exposing the marks, and addressed Luo Qingyan, "Your Highness, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on me?" Unable to suppress a laugh at Zhang Jiaji's feigned innocence, Luo Qingyan replied, "Nothing of great concern, but it seems you have some rather noticeable marks on your neck. Likely from being bitten. It appears quite inflamed. You should have it checked. You wouldn't want to contract something contagious, after all." Zhang Jiaji's expression darkened upon hearing this. Flustered, she retorted, "Your Highness, what nonsense are you spouting? Those marks are from the prince. I realize you lack experience, so it is understandable if you misinterpret the situation. It is normal for you to be unaware, especially since the prince has not yet shared a chamber with you." Luo Qingyan expressed her disinterest in the matter.
Zhang.
Have you finished boasting? If so, kindly adjust your clothing and leave. I have no interest in your affairs, so refrain from disturbing my mood. Just then, the person before her suddenly collapsed to the side, crying out, Your Highness, I am sorry. This was entirely my fault. I should not have tried to attract the princess' attention out of affection. It was my error. I beg for your mercy. For I truly care for the prince and will not engage in any unnecessary actions again. Please do not treat me this way. I am terrified. Luo Qingyan instinctively stepped forward, curious about what was unfolding. However, at that very moment, the individual, seemingly deranged, leapt into the nearby pond with a splash, struggling to resurface. Initially bewildered by the scene, Luo Qingyan's confusion dissipated when she saw the man who rushed in from behind. Junanshan had been watching from a distance, and now he dashed forward, pushing Luo Qingyan aside to intervene. He pushed a little too forcefully, causing Luo Qingyan to lose her balance and tumble to the ground, her head striking a nearby stone. At that moment, witnessing the person who had jumped into the pond without hesitation, her gaze turned icy. She had not anticipated that Junanshan would treat her in such a manner. Struggling to prop herself up, she found it impossible. A piercing headache rendered her unable to rise. Huaner had been watching anxiously from the side, and upon seeing Luo Qingyan in such distress, she rushed over, eager to assist her. Princess, how do you feel? Are you alright? Please get up. I will take you to see the doctor immediately. Hold on. Luo Qingyan was now devoid of consciousness, and Huaner, upon realizing this, grew frantic. Summoning all her strength, she managed to lift Luo Qingyan and turned to the onlookers, exclaiming, What are you all standing there for? Hurry and help. If something happens to the princess, you will all bear the consequences. Her words sparked urgency among the gathered individuals, who dashed to Luo Qingyan's side, intent on bringing her back to the palace. Meanwhile, Junanshan, who had been retrieving someone from the water, now held her in his arms, soothing her gently. Upon rising and seeing a crowd surrounding Luo Qingyan, confusion turned to anger. What are you all doing standing around? With such a situation at hand, why aren't you fetching the doctor? If anything were to happen to Zir, I will not let you off easily. At that moment, Junanshan noticed something amiss as he beheld Luo Qingyan being cradled by another. However, he dismissed any concern for her bleeding forehead, firmly believing that Luo Qingyan was merely feigning illness to evade responsibility. The thought infuriated him, prompting him to shout at her. Luo Qingyan, can you cease the charade? Do you comprehend the gravity of this incident? Zir's health has always been fragile, and you pushed her into the pond. Are you trying to harm her? Perhaps it was the intensity of his voice that stirred Luo Qingyan from her stupor as she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her regain consciousness only solidified Junanshan's conviction that she was acting. After all, how could she wake just as he spoke? In that moment, he disregarded her injury entirely, convinced of her deceit. Luo Qingyan, having overheard his accusation, suddenly let out a cold laugh. Yes, I am pretending. What punishment do you wish to impose, Your Highness? Feel free. His anger escalated as she refused to acknowledge her wrongdoing, a fiery wrath boiling within him. He turned to his attendants, commanding, Take the princess and confine her. She has erred gravely. Let her reflect on her actions in solitude until Zir is deemed well enough for her release. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan laughed once more. Steadying herself with Huani's support, Junanshan continued to speak. Princess, do you harbor any discontent with my decision? He awaited her to offer him an out, regretting his earlier words. In the past, she would have smiled and provided him a way to retract his statement, leading to a reconciliation. However, this time, it seemed she had no intention of granting him that grace. Gazing at him, she replied, Your Highness, you are entirely justified in your actions. I accept the punishment and shall remain in the palace, not stepping outside for even a moment. Junanshan's expression darkened upon hearing her acceptance. Very well. If you prefer confinement, then you shall remain there. Luo Qingyan regarded him steadily. Your Highness, you are currently lacking in rationality, and thus I shall refrain from further discussion. When you regain your composure, you may come to me, and we will clarify all matters. Moreover, Zir's fall into the pond has no bearing on me. If you doubt my word, you may inquire of her once she awakens. Having feigned unconsciousness until now, Zhang Jiaji could no longer maintain the act upon hearing Luo Qingyan's words, slowly opening her eyes amidst Junanshan's expectant gaze. As she awoke, fear washed over her. her hands grasping at invisible objects while she murmured incoherently. Because Jun Anqing was close, he could hear her muttering, "Your Highness, it is not the princess's fault. I lost my balance and fell. Please do not blame her." Had she not spoken in such a manner, he might have doubted Luo Qingyan's involvement. However, her terrified demeanor only deepened his suspicion, leading him to believe firmly that Luo Qingyan had indeed pushed Zhang Jiaji into the pond. Disappointment flooded his gaze as he looked at her. "Princess, I have warned you that the arrival of a concubine would not affect you. Why can you not accept her presence? Given your actions, do not be surprised at my resolve." He then commanded, "Take the princess to the dark chamber for a prolonged lesson." Luo Qingyan's eyes widened at the mention of the dark chamber, a place she had only heard about but never visited, known to be terrifying. Yet, upon hearing his intent, she suddenly laughed out loud, her mirth infuriating Jun Anqing even further. "Why are you all still standing there? Hasten to escort her away and arrange for the princess a more secluded space, where she may reflect upon her misdeeds." This situation arose solely from her own errors. After uttering these words, Jun Anqing immediately turned his gaze toward Luo Qingyan, awaiting her admission of guilt. Should she concede her fault, he might consider sparing her from confinement in the dark chamber. However, at that moment, Luo Qingyan had no intention of acknowledging her wrongs. As she noticed individuals approaching to take her away, she followed them without hesitation. Observing her reaction, Jun Anqing was filled with indignation, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Just then, the royal physician arrived, prompting Jun Anqing to hurriedly escort Zhang Jiaji toward her quarters, fearing what might transpire if they were delayed. At this moment, Luo Qingyan surveyed her surroundings and frowned. Having never endured such hardship in her life, she resolved to endure this predicament for the sake of a better future. She glanced at those before her and spoke. "What are you all standing there for? Are you not going to make arrangements? Did not your lord instruct you to do so? If you linger here, are you unwilling to assist me?" Upon hearing her words, the attendants froze for a moment before they finally grasped her meaning. They shook their heads vigorously, indicating that they had no such intention. "No, your highness, you have misunderstood. We merely wish for you to wait a moment. The place you are to be confined has yet to be prepared. Once it is ready, you may enter, if that is acceptable." "Indeed, your highness. We have yet to gather everything for you. Please bear with us a little longer, and once we are prepared, you may enter," they implored. Luo Qingyan had no objections to their statements and nodded in agreement. "Very well, since you all have spoken thus, let it be as you say. I shall wait nearby. Do not delay, lest your lord's ire befall you." The attendants understood that if their lord were to become enraged, they would bear the brunt of his wrath. Thus they hastened their pace significantly. Soon, Luo Qingyan was brought to the chamber, where she was to be confined. Upon comparing her surroundings to the other dark chambers she had passed, she felt an incongruity. Those other rooms were shrouded in darkness, furnished only with straw, presumably meant for the unfortunate souls imprisoned within. The thought of spending the night in such a place was disquieting. However, what transpired next took her by surprise. She seized one of the attendants and inquired, "Does your lord know of this? You must not allow him to discover it and place blame upon you." The attendant immediately shook his head in response. "Your highness, rest assured, during your confinement here, you shall be quite comfortable. We will ensure that all other matters are attended to. Your lord seldom visits this place, and should he ever come, we are prepared. We will keep watch at the door and swiftly relocate you if necessary. Is this arrangement satisfactory? If you find anything amiss, do let us know, and we shall rectify it promptly." Luo Qingyan was taken aback by the unexpected kindness she encountered. Curiously, she turned to the attendant and asked, "Do you recognize me? It seems unlikely that you would go to such lengths to assist me otherwise, especially at such great risk." The attendant, who introduced himself as Xiao Luzi, chuckled at her remark. "Your highness, you are indeed correct. I have long cherished a deep gratitude towards you for your past kindness. Do you recall the boy you saved 7 years ago while you were on your way to offer incense? You were quite young then and called for help for him. At that moment, I vowed to repay you for your life-saving grace." Luo Qingyan's memory flickered to life as she recalled that incident. She had been but a child, unaware of the gravity of the situation when she spotted a person lying on the road. She had implored her mother to assist him, unable to bear the thought of leaving him to perish.
"So it was you," she remarked.
"I am relieved to see that you are well. By the way, Xiao Luzi, I recall that there was another boy with you at the time. What has become of him?" Xiao Luzi hesitated. For the fate of that boy was not a matter he could discuss. As Luo Qingyan awaited his response, the silence stretched on, prompting her to say, "If you cannot speak of it, then it is no matter. I shall not press you." Xiao Luzi nodded, a smile gracing his features. "Your Highness, while I cannot reveal his current whereabouts, I assure you he is safe. You aided both of us, and now it is our turn to assist you."
With that,
Xiao Luzi entered the dark chamber and swiftly organized the contents, turning back to Luo Qingyan. "Your Highness, everything is now in order. You may reside here comfortably for the days to come. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, please inform me, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to make your lord aware that you have been wronged." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan lifted her gaze, intrigued. "Do you truly believe me? Even your lord does not trust me, yet you do." "I did not push that individual." Xiao Luzi met her inquisitive look with unwavering conviction. "Your Highness, I have complete faith in your character. I know you well. It is evident that someone has sought to frame you, for there is no way you could be so misunderstood." Luo Qingyan cast a glance at the path before her, momentarily at a loss for words to describe her current emotions. The person she had spent so long with, who should have trusted her, now turned away, while this individual, whom she could hardly consider more than a second acquaintance, placed unwavering faith in her. "Xiao Luzi, thank you for believing in me." Chapter 16. How dare she disdain him at this moment? Jun Anchen was with Zhang Jiazi, who had shown signs of distress upon hearing his intention to leave. She grasped his hand tightly, unwilling to let him depart. "Your Highness, please do not go. If you leave, I shall be heartbroken. Stay here with me, will you? If you do not, my chest will ache once more." Although Jun Anchen had no intention of staying, he found himself unable to refuse her request. After all, the woman before him was the one he had long cherished. Her plea was one he could not ignore. "Jir, you should rest. I will remain by your side, and shall not leave." In the palace, the Empress Dowager leaned back, addressing the matron beside her. "Do you believe that the Prince of Chun and Yan truly can no longer be together? They once had feelings for one another. So, how has it come to this? I had hoped for grandchildren from them, yet it seems their story may end here. I find it difficult to accept." The matron, upon hearing this, turned her gaze to the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, if you believe their current situation is regrettable, perhaps you should attempt to reconcile them. Invite them to the palace for an interaction to rekindle their feelings. This may help improve their relationship." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager nodded thoughtfully.
indeed.
"I know you can resolve such troubling matters effortlessly. What should we do to facilitate their reunion?" After a moment of contemplation, the matron devised a plan. "When they arrive, we shall." She leaned in to whisper a lengthy proposal, leaving the Empress Dowager momentarily bewildered. After a considerable pause, the Empress Dowager finally processed the plan, though she harbored doubts. "Are you certain this will be effective? What if they succeed but blame us in the end?" The matron shook her head. "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. The Princess of Chun will surely relent. Her current defiance stems from her capriciousness. Once this matter is settled, she will undoubtedly become softer towards the prince." Reassured by the matron's words, the Empress Dowager resolved, "Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." The matron beamed. "Your Majesty, I shall prepare everything to ensure your satisfaction." Soon, word spread throughout the palace that the Empress Dowager was hosting a lotus festival and inviting talented young women to participate, with rewards promised. Such an event would attract many, including Luo Qingyan, who had been confined to a dark room. Jun Anchen urged her to prepare for their entrance into the palace, thus concluding her confinement. Having spent barely 2 days inside, Luo Qingyan emerged to find 2 individuals awaiting her. Upon seeing them, she furrowed her brow in displeasure. Zhang Jiazi, who had anticipated a longer confinement for Luo Qingyan, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing her unscathed release. "Sister, how remarkable! You emerged from the dark room completely unscathed. It is a relief that none harmed you." Jun Anchen instinctively turned to Luo Qingyan, surprised by her pristine condition. Given that the dark room was a notorious place of hardship, generally, those who entered emerged bearing the marks of their ordeal. Yet here was Luo Qingyan standing before him, entirely unblemished. "Yan, how do you feel? Are you unwell? Has anyone mistreated you during your time inside?" Luo Qingyan, hearing his inquiries, chose to ignore him. She merely glanced at him before attempting to walk away. Jun Anchin, uncomfortable with her dismissive attitude, stepped forward and reached out to embrace her, a gesture he had often employed when she felt wronged. However, to his astonishment, Luo Qingyan swiftly brushed his hand away, her expression revealing a flicker of disdain. It was evident that she found his touch unwelcome. Chapter 17. The most pretentious woman. Jun Anchin sensed Luo Qingyan's aversion, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, tightening his grip around her despite Zhang Jiaji's protests. The struggle within his embrace was palpable. Luo Qingyan clearly resisted his hold. After a prolonged struggle, Luo Qingyan eventually ceased her efforts. She looked up at the man who held her captive and asked, Jun Anchin, what is it that you truly desire? Jun Anchin shook his head, saying nothing, as he picked up Luo Qingyan and prepared to leave. At that moment, Zhang Jiaji was beside him, unwilling to let Jun Anchin depart with Luo Qingyan. With a cunning glance, she feigned fainting, allowing the sound of her fall to reach the ears of those nearby. Startled, Jun Anchin turned to investigate, momentarily frozen upon seeing Zhang Jiaji collapsed on the ground. Caught in indecision, he found himself unable to act. Eventually, it was Luo Qingyan who struggled to push him away. My lord, it appears your Miss Jiaji has once again fainted. Shun Ti rushed to assist her. Lest something unfortunate occur, and I am still present, I would prefer not to bear the brunt of her complaints later. Upon hearing this, Jun Anchin's expression turned grim. He felt helpless to argue, nor could he ignore the situation before him. Reluctantly, he allowed Luo Qingyan to leave and stepped forward to lift Zhang Jiaji into his arms. Turning back, he called out to Luo Qingyan, Qingyan, wait for me. I shall seek you out shortly. Please be patient. I must attend to this matter first. Luo Qingyan, however, dismissed his words entirely. She deemed them untrustworthy and addressed him coolly, there is no need. Please take good care of your concubine. I am quite well and intend to rest. I would prefer you not to disturb me. Disappointment washed over Jun Anchin, yet he could say no more. He simply nodded and carried Zhang Jiaji away. The royal physician was indeed residing at the Prince of Chen's residence, as his concubine, named Didi, was prone to fainting if not closely monitored. Thus, the physician had to remain on standby. Physician who, please come quickly and examine the concubine. We must ascertain why she has suddenly lost consciousness. It was so abrupt that I hardly had time to react before she fell. Physician who conducted a thorough examination, scrutinizing every possible aspect of her condition. After a considerable time, he turned to Jun Anchin, shaking his head. My lord, the concubine appears to be in good health. I cannot discern any issues. She seems perfectly well to me. Jun Anchin paused, momentarily taken aback by this revelation. A strange look crossed his face as an uncertain thought crossed his mind. He turned back to the physician, asking once more, physician who, could you please recheck her condition or perhaps examine another area? If she truly is well, then why did she faint? And she remains unresponsive even now. Is she truly fine? Physician who nodded with conviction. My lord, I have meticulously examined the concubine, and there is genuinely no problem. If you doubt my findings, you may summon another physician to conduct a further examination. At that moment, Zhang Jiaji, who had been feigning unconsciousness, could no longer maintain her ruse. Fearing that prolonged pretense would lead to exposure, slowly, she opened her eyes and addressed those nearby. My lord, what has happened to me? I feel quite disoriented and peculiar, with a throbbing headache. Is there something I've missed? I thought we were merely fetching my sister. Why do I have no memory of what followed? Jun Anchin scrutinized her face, searching for any signs of deceit. Yet her demeanor was flawless, and he found no evidence to suggest otherwise. Reluctantly, he abandoned his quest for the truth, concluding that if Zhang Jiaji was indeed acting, he would have been able to discern it. Thus, he accepted the situation as real, albeit perplexed by the physician's inability to identify the cause. It is nothing serious. You may have simply felt unwell and fainted, he reassured her. The lotus banquet within the palace was soon to commence, and ladies from various households were preparing to attend this grand affair, ensuring a lively atmosphere. My lady, do we need to prepare anything else? Your attire appears rather plain, suggested a servant. Luo Qingyan shook her head decisively. No, I believe the simplicity is quite sufficient. There is no need for any ostentatious embellishments. This understated elegance is quite commendable. The servant nodded in agreement. Very well, my lady. We shall proceed as per your wishes. Now that we are ready, please take a moment to see if there is anything you wish to adjust. Chapter 18. If the princess does not arrive soon, she need not come at all. Luo Qingyan held no particular opinions on her attire. She preferred it to be simple. This is perfectly fine, Xiaohuan. Let us prepare to enter the palace. Xiaohuan hesitated, as if she had something to say, but the words eluded her. After a moment, Luo Qingyan smiled and prompted, Xiaohuan, if you have something to discuss, please speak freely. Your hesitance leaves me guessing without direction. Encouraged by Luo Qingyan's words, Xiaohuan finally confessed, my lady. I am concerned that the prince is still with Miss Jiaji for breakfast.
We could take our time.
Luo Qingyan chuckled at this revelation. Is that what you were worried about? Honestly, it matters little to me. Let us set off on our own. Their tardiness is their concern, not ours. We are more than capable of moving forward without waiting. Xiaohuan blinked in surprise before a smile spread across her face. So, my lady, we can depart now without waiting for them? That would save us considerable time. Luo Qingyan nodded in affirmation.
Indeed.
Let us ensure we have everything we need before we go. If not, we can depart now. At this moment, Huaner was exceedingly joyful, bounding outside in a flash. Her demeanor suggested she was preparing to gather the necessary items. It was unclear what Huaner would choose to bring. Nonetheless, at this juncture, Luo Qingyan had entirely entrusted all matters to Huaner for arrangement. After a while, Huaner finally returned. Your Highness, we are ready to set off. All necessary arrangements have been made. Upon our arrival at the palace, we can await the prince there, she announced. Luo Qingyan had no intention of waiting for anyone, so upon hearing Huanu's words, she expressed no dissent and promptly followed her into the sedan chair. The sedan chair swayed gently, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the palace. Inside, many were already waiting. When Luo Qingyan descended from the chair, she instantly attracted a multitude of gazes. By this point, she had grown accustomed to such attention, and when she noticed the stares directed at her, she felt no particular emotion.
Meanwhile,
Jun Anchen had been eagerly awaiting Zhang Jiaji to finish her meal so they could enter the palace. They had been waiting outside for quite some time, but Luo Qingyan had yet to appear. At this moment, Jun Anchen's patience was wearing thin. He glanced at those around him and inquired, what is going on? Why hasn't the princess arrived yet? Someone hurry and check. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Upon hearing this, the servants nodded and rushed outside, urgency settling upon them. Given the recent tensions between the prince and princess, they feared that any mishap could lead to their collective reprimand. As they reached Luo Qingyan's quarters, they found it completely empty. The group exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the absence of the princess. What is happening? Why is the princess not in her chambers? Should we not go inside to investigate? They hurriedly entered, hoping to discover some trace of her presence. To their dismay, they found no one within. They were at a loss for how to explain this to the prince upon their return. Jun Anchen, growing increasingly impatient, called out to those who had just arrived. What is going on? Where is the princess? Why has she not come yet? What is she doing? If she does not arrive soon, tell her not to bother coming at all. The two servants exchanged glances and, after a brief hesitation, spoke up, Your Highness, the princess is no longer in her chambers. She may have already entered the palace. Jun Anchen's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she leave without waiting for me? I find this hard to believe. Frantic, he dashed towards Luo Qingyan's residence to ascertain whether she truly was absent. After searching both inside and out for an extended period, he regrettably confirmed the servant's claims. Initially skeptical, he now had no choice but to accept the reality of her departure. At that moment, a servant stationed at Luo Qingyan's door was summoned. Upon witnessing Jun Anchen's expression, he was momentarily speechless. Your Highness, did you call for me? Jun Anchen regarded him sternly. Of course I have a matter to discuss. When did the princess leave? Did she give you any instructions? Where has she gone? Relieved to finally have a chance to respond, the servant replied. The princess mentioned she had urgent matters to attend to in the palace and left some time ago. Did she not inform you? Upon hearing this, Jun Anchen's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled his previous actions and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Just before, he had been feeding Zhang Jiaji, and now he feared that Luo Qingyan might have left upon witnessing that scene, unable to bear the sight. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly burst into laughter, startling those around him. Zhang Jiaji, witnessing this outburst, stood frozen, hesitant to approach him, fearing his reaction. She called out from a distance, Your Highness, What is wrong? Why do you look so different? Have you realized something? Should we still enter the palace? Jun Anshin nodded, affirming their plans to enter, but then suddenly declared, however, I have decided not to bring you with me this time. You are unwell. It would be best for you to remain in the estate and rest. Zhang Jiaji was taken aback, unable to comprehend his abrupt change in decision. Your Highness, I am prepared and ready. Why would you suddenly say I cannot accompany you? If you do not take me, I will be quite upset, and if I become too agitated, her words veiled a blatant threat. Yet, perhaps due to his indulgence towards her, Jun Anshin did not perceive it as such. He looked at her and ultimately relented. Very well, if you wish to accompany me, then you may. But once inside the palace, you must obey my commands, refrain from wandering, and avoid speaking out of turn. Do you understand? Eager to enter the palace, Zhang Jiaji readily agreed, leaving other concerns to be addressed later. Observing the waning daylight, Jun Anshin recognized that time was of the essence and called out to those nearby. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our departure. Should we delay any further, we shall risk missing Her Majesty's banquet, which would be a grave disrespect. Such an oversight must not occur. In the end, Jun Anshin and his companions hurriedly made their way and, just in time, arrived at the banquet. As soon as Zhang Jiaji spotted Luo Qingyan, she rushed towards her. At that moment, Luo Qingyan happened to be beside the Empress Dowager, whom Zhang Jiaji had never encountered before, leaving her unaware of the distinguished individual beside her. Without even a greeting, she reached out to take Luo Qingyan's hand. But before she could grasp it, Luo Qingyan deftly withdrew, denying her the opportunity. The abrupt rejection left Zhang Jiaji flustered, her expression darkening visibly to those around her. Despite her swift retraction, the Empress Dowager and the attending lady-in-waiting observed the incident with keen clarity. Unable to contain her displeasure, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow and turned to Luo Qingyan, inquiring, Dearest, who is this person? Why did she approach me so brazenly? Do you know her? Luo Qingyan nodded, explaining, Your Majesty, this is the concubine from the Chun Wang family. Surely, you do not recognize her? The Empress Dowager, incredulous, shook her head firmly. How could I possibly know such a disreputable person? Moreover, what status does she hold as a concubine when no formalities have been observed? What could Chun Wang have been thinking, bringing such a woman into the palace? The Empress Dowager was distinctly displeased with Zhang Jiaji's conduct, particularly her audacity in approaching without introduction. Zhang Jiaji seemed oblivious to the unfavorable impression she had made upon her entrance. Sensing the cold reception, she looked up at Jun Anshin, her eyes filled with a pitiful plea. My lord, perhaps I should not have accompanied you into the palace. It appears the court's people do not favor me. Should I return to the Wang residence? Jun Anshin, taking her hand, addressed those surrounding Luo Qingyan, declaring, Your Majesty, please do not be unkind. Jiaji is with me. I ask for your understanding. The moment Zhang Jiaji heard those words, she nearly stumbled in shock. She had not realized that the figure beside Luo Qingyan was, in fact, the Empress Dowager. Upon their first meeting, she sensed an extraordinary presence, but had not fathomed it to be the Empress Dowager herself. Now, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 20. Has the previous response changed? At this moment, she could only seek assistance from Jun Anshin. Noticing her desperate gaze, he nodded reassuringly and patted her shoulder. Do not worry, it is your first visit to the palace, and minor missteps are forgivable. The Empress Dowager will not hold it against you, will she? He looked expectantly at the Empress Dowager, hoping for her acquiescence. However, she remained unresponsive, clearly dismissive of the matter at hand. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, prompting Luo Qingyan to step forward, grasping the Empress Dowager's wrist. Your Majesty, this individual is one you personally designated as a concubine for Chun Wang. Although formalities have yet to be completed, the matter stands as it is. Please do not remain angry. I acknowledge my previous error, and I beseech you to refrain from displeasure. Typically, the Empress Dowager treated Luo Qingyan with great kindness, yet now she adopted a rare sternness. Dearest, have you given serious thought to our previous discussion? Has your answer changed? Faced with the Empress Dowager's earnest gaze, Luo Qingyan, despite her desire not to disappoint, shook her head resolutely. Your Majesty, my decision is firm and unalterable. I have long since resolved this matter, and regardless of circumstances, it shall not be swayed. The Empress Dowager exchanged a knowing glance with her lady-in-waiting, understanding their shared sentiment. Nodding decisively, The Empress Dowager indicated for her attendant to depart. With a smile, she then addressed the assembled guests. Today brings me great joy, as I gather with you all. The Lotus Banquet is hereby officially commenced. However, I do find my words somewhat mundane. If you would be so inclined, I encourage you to take the initiative and present performances. Those who excel shall be generously rewarded. Upon hearing this, the audience stirred with excitement. Zhang Jiaji stepped forward, seemingly eager to participate, but Jun Anchen quickly restrained her, saying, Jiaji, what are you doing? You are in no condition to perform. I suggest you find a place to sit and enjoy the show instead. Though reluctant, Zhang Jiaji recognized the wisdom in his words and retreated to observe from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Jun Anchen approached Luo Qingyan, glancing at her with concern. Are you still upset? Why did you enter the palace without waiting for me? Did you see something? Luo Qingyan regarded him with indifference, merely shaking her head without elaboration. Zhang Jiaji had anticipated that her entrance into the palace would herald her triumph, yet she was met with the cold reception of the court. Seated nearby, she could clearly hear the whispers around her. Who is that woman? Why does Chen Wang seem so protective of her? Yet, I have never heard of any concubines being taken into the Chen Wang residence. Moreover, she was a woman with a pronounced belly. Could it be that this woman was the one the Prince of Chen had brought back from his escapades? Upon hearing this remark, those nearby exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement. It seemed quite plausible. After all, shortly after the prince's return, he had indeed brought a woman with him. Was it possible that she was the one? It appeared that when the prince had returned, this woman was already showing signs of pregnancy. It was said that the prince had indeed returned with a woman, and it was likely she was the one. The princess of Chen exhibited remarkable composure. After such a lengthy absence, she had returned with a heavily pregnant woman and accepted it without question. One could only wonder what the princess was truly thinking. Zhang Jiaji, upon hearing the comments directed at her, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She yearned to convey that this situation could not be solely attributed to her. It was a mutual agreement between the two of them. Why were these individuals casting all blame upon her? She had been attempting to locate Jun Anchen, but despite her efforts, she had yet to find him. At that moment, she felt a surge of anxiety. Jun Anchen, for his part, remained steadfastly by Luo Qingyan's side, unwilling to leave her. In the presence of the Empress Dowager, the daughters of the officials took turns showcasing their talents, striving to leave a favorable impression.
Chenia,
What do you think of these young ladies? Do any of them catch your fancy? If so, I can make arrangements for you, the Empress Dowager inquired. Upon hearing this, Jun Anchen's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively glanced at Luo Qingyan. Your Majesty, please do not jest. Chen'er is already content with Yan Yan and Jir. There is no need for more. Moreover, Your Majesty, have you not noticed how Yan Yan is glaring at you in indignation? The Empress Dowager, amused, turned her gaze to Luo Qingyan, arching an eyebrow. Yan Yan, is what the prince says true? Are you truly glaring at me? At this moment, Luo Qingyan looked at the Empress Dowager and shook her head helplessly. Your Majesty, how could I possibly glare at you? I merely glanced your way. The prince must have misunderstood. The attendant beside the Empress Dowager approached, carrying a dish. Luo Qingyan, without hesitation, accepted it when it was offered. Yan Yan, this dish was specially prepared for you by the Empress Dowager. Please try it and see if you like it. I found it quite enjoyable, and I thought you both should sample it. If it does not suit your taste, I shall refrain from having it prepared in the future. Luo Qingyan met the Empress Dowager's eager gaze and, without a moment's pause, drank from the bowl.
Jun Anchen, witnessing her action, followed suit.
However, as soon as he swallowed, he felt something amiss. He could not quite pinpoint why, but the moment he consumed it, discomfort washed over him. Luo Qingyan experienced the same sensation. Once she drank, she sensed that something was wrong. Your Majesty, what is this? Why does it feel so warm? The Empress Dowager chuckled at her inquiry. Warm is precisely how it should feel. Yan Yan. It must be the heat from within you being expelled. Are you feeling particularly unwell? If so, you should rest for a while. There is nothing pressing here. You may repose in my chambers while the attendant prepares your accommodations. At this juncture, Luo Qingyan grew increasingly uneasy. Why did the Empress Dowager seem so familiar with this situation? It was as if she had anticipated that they would need to rest in her quarters. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt her head growing heavy, and confusion enveloped her. She struggled to think clearly. Feeling unsteady, she cautiously checked her pulse and, to her alarm, realized what was happening. She had been drugged. It was evident that the concoction the Empress Dowager had given her contained something illicit, otherwise, she would not be in such a state. The Empress Dowager might have forgotten that, despite her lack of favor at home, her maternal grandfather was a physician. She had spent time there, cultivating a particular interest in medicine. In a short span, she had absorbed much of her grandfather's medical knowledge. Coupled with her own studies, she had likely acquired skills comparable to those of the palace's physicians. Thus, with a mere pulse check, she grasped her predicament. Finding an antidote would not be easy. Her immediate priority was to locate a source of water in which to soak for relief. The attendant, having reached Luo Qingyan's side, steadied her and prepared to escort her to the Empress Dowager's quarters. At that moment, Luo Qingyan understood that she must comply with the attendant for now, hoping to devise a plan to escape the situation once they reached the Empress Dowager's chambers. Attendant, you're just in time. It seems that both the prince and princess are unwell, likely having ingested something improper. Please lead them to rest and see if they feel better after a while. The attendant nodded, extending her hand to Luo Qingyan and guiding her forward. After a brief distance, they arrived at the Empress Dowager's chambers. Jun Anchen struggled, his face flushed, visibly suffering. His distress drew the attention of those around them, who exchanged puzzled glances at the unfolding scene. Your Majesty, what is the matter with the prince? He seems quite unwell. Should we summon a physician? Upon hearing the suggestion of calling a physician, the Empress Dowager sprang to her feet in alarm. No need. The prince is merely in need of rest. Let the attendant take him to recuperate. At that moment, Zhang Jiaji, having overheard, rushed over with urgency. The Empress Dowager signaled to those nearby, her concern palpable. The individuals surrounding the Empress Dowager are astute observers. Although the Empress Dowager has not uttered a word at this moment, her gaze conveys her intentions clearly to those present. Before Zhang Jiaji could reach Jun Anchen's side, he was forcibly escorted outside. Despite her desperate struggles, her current frailty, compounded by her condition as a mother, rendered her powerless, and she was swiftly subdued. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way? Just wait, if you do not release me now, our lord will surely not let you go. Yet, even as Zhang Jiaji proclaimed these words, those restraining her showed no intention of relinquishing their hold. Ultimately, she was confined, utterly bewildered about this place where she found herself, realizing that escape was futile. At this moment, despair enveloped her, primarily because she could not fathom why she had been brought here against her will and imprisoned. Chapter 22. Rescued nevertheless. She was certain that this predicament was somehow connected to the Empress Dowager. She sensed that it was a deliberate act against her. Meanwhile, Jun Anchen had followed Luo Qingyan into the Empress Dowager's quarters. Luo Qingyan, struggling to maintain her consciousness, had been digging her nails into her palms until they bled. Yet, she believed that enduring a minor injury to her hand was a small price to pay compared to losing her honor. Prince Jun, Princess Jun, if you are unwell, please rest here. We shall take our leave for now. Should you require water or anything else, just call, and we shall be waiting outside. Upon hearing that they would remain outside, Luo Qingyan felt a surge of anxiety. If they lingered outside, her chances of escaping would diminish significantly. She understood that this was a crucial moment. Whether she could flee depended on her actions now. With determination, Luo Qingyan pinched herself, and in that instant, clarity returned to her. However, this lucidity was fleeting, and she retained awareness of her circumstances. She knew she must devise a plan to escape while she was still clear-headed, and once free, she needed a safe haven to avoid further threats. Thus, she turned her attention to the matron before her, hoping to find a way to slip past her grasp. Luo Qingyan began to comprehend the Empress Dowager's intention to force her into an intimate relationship with Prince Jun, thereby extinguishing any thoughts of separation from her. She was baffled by the Empress Dowager's outrageous scheme. Her immediate desire was to leave this place. Otherwise, she feared dire consequences. The matron observed Luo Qingyan, who was inching closer, searching for an opportunity to dart away. At that moment, Luo Qingyan fought to control her emotions, wary of inadvertently revealing her intentions. Jun Anchen, feeling immense distress, struggled against his restraints, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. He fixed his gaze on Luo Qingyan, ready to charge toward her. Seizing the moment, Luo Qingyan dashed outside as he lunged toward her. Princess, don't run. Where do you think you're going?
Stop.
You can't go that way. Luo Qingyan had already determined her escape route, and as she fled, she hurried toward that destination. Those pursuing her halted upon witnessing her enter a restricted area, a place forbidden to them. It was a domain within the palace where none who entered could expect to survive until dawn. The matron, witnessing this scene, was struck with fear and momentarily paralyzed by uncertainty. What happened? Why didn't you stop her? Look at the situation. If anything happens to the princess, we will have no explanation for the Empress Dowager. The matron's expression turned grave, and after a moment of hesitation, she instructed her subordinates. Quickly, summon more people and inform the Empress Dowager. We must see if we can find the princess within. If we locate her, we must bring her back.
Yunangan.
Confined inside, face dire consequences if the situation remained unresolved. The matron, witnessing his plight, felt a pang of sympathy. Bring that woman we can find here. Let the prince find some relief. Otherwise, he will not endure this. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan, having entered the forbidden area, was unable to relax as she ventured deeper, hoping to find water. Upon encountering Jun Yeting, she was taken aback. It was incomprehensible that in such a short time apart, she had found herself in such a predicament. He rushed to her side and steadied her. Feeling the coolness radiating from him, Luo Qingyan found comfort, leaning against him without hesitation, her head nestling into his embrace. Jun Yeting was startled by her actions. Looking at her, he inquired, "What is wrong? What happened to you? Stop clinging to me. It makes me uncomfortable. If you continue, I cannot promise I won't act inappropriately." Despite his words, Luo Qingyan clung to him. With no other option, Jun Yeting gathered her in his arms and took her to his quarters. As she struggled to leap onto him, he found himself powerless to resist her, ultimately resorting to binding her with rope. Luo Qingyan fought against her restraints as Jun Yeting summoned the physician. "Physician, please come quickly and assess her condition." The physician, upon seeing the bound figure on the bed, was initially taken aback. "Prince, is this not the princess? How did she end up here?" Jun Yeting cast a glance at the physician before responding. "This matter requires no concern from you. Simply focus on your own responsibilities. Immediately assist her in uncovering the truth of the situation." Chapter 24, A Poison of Heat. At this moment, the imperial physician nodded and promptly began to examine Luo Qingyan. "War Prince, if I am not mistaken, the Princess of Chun is exhibiting symptoms of a heat poison. This condition, I regret to inform you, is rather challenging to resolve. Currently, we have yet to discover an effective remedy for this heat poison. We can only alleviate her suffering. Therefore, if you wish to expedite a resolution, the best course of action would be to send her to the side of the Prince of Chun and seek his assistance. Other options appear to be unviable." Upon hearing this, Jun Yeting was taken aback for a moment before directing his gaze toward the physician. His expression darkened. He then inquired, "Is there truly no other method? She must be helped swiftly, or else her discomfort will only intensify." Observing the war prince's demeanor, the physician deduced that he was reluctant to send her back to the Prince of Chun. Thus, he replied, "Actually, there is another approach, immersing her in cold water. However, this method can be quite cumbersome. It is up to you to decide how to proceed. These are the only two options available. Should you choose the cold water immersion, it will take longer, and there is a risk that she might fall ill afterward." Jun Yeting nodded in response to the physician's words. "Very well. Since you have advised this, I shall know how to proceed. Is there anything else I need to be aware of?" The physician shook his head. "No, that is all. There is nothing else to note." Jun Yeting nodded again and addressed the physician. "You are no longer needed here. I believe you have nothing further to convey. You may leave now, but remember, this matter must remain confidential. It must not be spoken of to anyone, understand?" The physician nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Your Highness. I will follow your instructions diligently. You need not worry." At that moment, Jun Yeting felt a surge of urgency. Once the physician departed, he swiftly lifted Luo Qingyan into his arms. As soon as she was embraced, she clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go despite his struggles. With no alternative, he carried her toward the pool, the same one Luo Qingyan had seen previously, a natural formation with both hot and cold water. He glanced at her as he walked, gradually entering the water. Initially, she continued to cling to him, but after some time submerged, her consciousness began to return, indicating a slight improvement in her condition. Jun Yeting remained at her side, ensuring she did not slip beneath the water. Eventually, Luo Qingyan fully regained her senses. Upon awakening and observing her surroundings, she was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. What is happening? Why am I here? You haven't done anything to me, have you? Jun Yetian raised an eyebrow at her words. What could I possibly do to you? Surely you jest. If I had done anything untoward, you would not be standing here speaking with me. Luo Qingyan contemplated his response, glancing around at her surroundings. Realizing she had misjudged him, she hesitated before finally apologizing. I am sorry. I misunderstood the situation. May I ask which prince you are? I will certainly express my gratitude in person. Hearing her words, Jun Yetian shook his head. I require no gratitude from you. Simply focus on your recovery. There is no need for you to seek me out. As a married woman, it would be unseemly for you to visit a man without cause. The idle gossip would surely be burdensome for you. Moreover, this matter was a trivial effort on my part. There is no need for you to dwell on it. This issue was of utmost importance to Luo Qingyan, as it concerned her honor. Thus, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Though I do not know which prince you are, you have aided me immensely. I am at a loss for how to repay you. At that moment, Luo Qingyan, still damp from the water, felt her garments cling to her form, accentuating her graceful figure, a fact she remained oblivious to. Jun Yetian, however, noticed this immediately, and his gaze darkened. He had initially intended to allow her to realize it herself, but after a considerable time without her noticing, he felt compelled to intervene. Pointing to her attire, he said, "Your clothes are wet. You should rise. There is a chamber inside where you can tidy yourself. Unfortunately, there are no garments available, but I shall step out to procure some for you." As he departed, Luo Qingyan felt a rush of warmth spread across her face, an embarrassment she could not suppress. Chapter 25. All this is for your own good. She hastily emerged from the pool and rushed into the inner chamber. Upon entering, she sensed that this place had not been inhabited for quite some time. Although it was devoid of dust, it bore an air of emptiness, suggesting a long period of abandonment. Meanwhile, Jun Yetian had also regained his composure. He glanced at the woman lying beside him, and for reasons unknown, his expression shifted to one of discomfort. He recalled the events of the day, understanding the situation and the medicinal concoction Luo Qingyan had taken. Initially, he believed their circumstances would naturally progress, yet he now realized that Luo Qingyan might be in peril. At this moment, all he could think about was finding Luo Qingyan swiftly. Jun Anchen was already preparing to rush outside. However, the woman lying beside him unexpectedly awakened. Zhang Jiaji was startled when she saw Jun Anchen preparing to leave and immediately grasped his arm, inquiring, "Your Highness, where are you planning to go at this hour? Given my current state, what should I do? My garments have all been torn to shreds, and I feel some discomfort regarding the child. I am uncertain if it is due to your previous actions." Zhang Jiazi hesitated to continue her sentence. Upon hearing her words, Luo Anchen could not help but furrow his brows. "You may simply inform the maidservants in the Empress Dowager's palace about this matter. They will make the necessary arrangements for you. I have pressing matters to attend to, so please do not detain me any longer. We can discuss your concerns upon my return." He brusquely pushed her away and hurriedly exited. As he stepped outside, he called out to the matron, "What is going on? You seem to be mobilizing the entire palace. Are you searching for someone?" The matron was taken aback at the sight of him. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by fear, as she had yet to locate the crown princess, and now the crown prince had recovered. She feared his wrath upon her return. While lost in her thoughts, Jun Anchen approached her with urgency. "What is the matter? Where is Yan Yan? Why is she not by my side? Where have you taken her?" The matron, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, struggled to articulate a response. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, "Your Highness, this is all my fault. I failed to restrain the princess when she rushed into the forbidden area. We have been searching for her for quite some time, but have yet to find her. I truly do not know where she is at this moment. I have enlisted many to assist in the search, but we have not uncovered any leads. I am at a loss as to what we should do now." Upon hearing her words, Jun Anchen's expression shifted dramatically. He scrutinized her before demanding, "Explain the situation to me clearly. What exactly has transpired?" He stepped closer, fixing his gaze upon her. The matron, under his intense scrutiny, struggled to find her words, gripped by fear that the crown prince might react violently due to this predicament. This was her utmost dread, for she did not perceive him as a merciful individual. After a moment, She implored, "Your Highness, I acknowledge that this is entirely my fault, but you must remain calm. Our foremost priority is to locate the princess. Other matters can be postponed." Her reasoning was indeed sound. Finding the missing person was of utmost importance. Otherwise, he would be left in uncertainty. "Let us commence the search immediately. It has been too long since this incident occurred, and I am genuinely worried about Luo Qingyan's well-being. I fear she may have been drugged, leading to irreversible consequences. What are you all still doing here? Hurry and search," he commanded. "If we fail to locate her, I shall not spare any of you." Hearing this, the others felt a surge of anxiety and quickly rushed outside, eager to find her. Yet, they were unable to access the crucial areas, making their search futile. Thus, they could only scour the periphery, hoping to uncover any trace of her. Meanwhile, Jun Anshan sought out the Empress Dowager, perplexed by her sudden actions. Upon his arrival, she immediately recognized his purpose. "My dear Chen Wang, I am aware of your intentions," she stated. "However, I cannot divulge the reasons behind my actions at this moment. You must understand that I am acting in your best interest, and I am compelled to proceed in this manner. You must trust that I would never harm you." Despite her reassurances, Jun Anshan struggled to believe that the gentle Empress Dowager could orchestrate such events. "You scoundrel! How is it that you possess the handkerchief belonging to our princess?" he demanded. "Why can you not share your true intentions with me? Where has Yan Yan gone? We have been unable to locate her, and I am certain you would not wish for any harm to befall her." Despite his inquiries, the Empress Dowager shook her head. "No, this matter is non-negotiable. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot disclose anything to you. You should not linger here. Your focus should be on the search." On the other side, Jun Yiting had procured a set of palace-made garb. He handed the clothing to Luo Qingyan, urging, "Change into this attire and leave this place. It is not safe for you to remain here. Although I do not comprehend why you were affected by that poison, this palace is certainly not a secure environment for you. Once you are ready, I shall escort you out." Luo Qingyan nodded, her emotions difficult to articulate. Yet she felt immense gratitude towards him. "Thank you. I will prepare right away and be out shortly." Jun Yiting acknowledged her words and patiently awaited her readiness. Once she was prepared, he promptly took her hand and led her outside. They navigated through numerous guards, successfully evading detection until they finally reached the palace gates. At that moment, Luo Qingyan was overwhelmed with gratitude towards him. "Your Highness, I cannot express how thankful I am for your assistance." However, Luo Qingyan found herself at a loss for words. The other party had already extended their assistance, yet she still harbored requests. Jun Yiting observed her hesitance and chuckled, prompting her to speak.
What is it?
"Do express yourself. If you remain silent, how could I possibly discern your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qingyan mustered the courage to address him. "Your Highness, my maid remains within the palace. Might I trouble you to inform me if you wish to enter the palace?" Initially, Jun Yiting had no intention of returning to the palace, but upon hearing her plea, he felt compelled to assist her. He leaned closer to Luo Qingyan, lowering his voice to whisper in her ear, "If I were to assist Miss Luo in this matter, how do you intend to express your gratitude?" Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingyan could not help but respond, "Whatever your Highness desires in return, as long as it is within my power, I am willing to oblige."
Jun Yiting regarded herhoudsfully.
"The nature of this matter hinges upon your sincerity. It cannot be that I dictate your actions." He observed her expression, noting her uncertainty. Unable to suppress a smile, he declared, "Very well, let us proceed in this manner. For now, I have no immediate requests of you, so we shall defer your expression of gratitude until a more opportune moment arises." Luo Qingyan nodded in agreement. "Certainly, Your Highness. I shall await your instructions, and you may find me at the residence of the Prince of Chen." Jun Yiting acknowledged her with a nod and allowed her to depart. Once outside, Luo Qingyan exhaled deeply, feeling as though she had been reborn. Initially, she had felt suffocated within the palace, but now she eagerly rushed outside. Upon returning to the mansion, she dashed to her chamber, gasping for breath. It took her a considerable time to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Jun Yiting returned to the palace and began searching for Luo Qingyan's maid. After some time, he finally located Huan who appeared frantic, searching everywhere. "My lady, where have you been? I have been unable to find you." Huan was in a state of desperation, having scoured every possible location without success. Overwhelmed, She had gathered information suggesting that her mistress had been poisoned upon leaving the palace. Uncertain of the specifics of the poison, her only wish was for her lady to be safe. Thus, she was determined to locate her. Suddenly, Jun Yeding appeared before her, stating, "Your lady is currently in the mansion. She asked me to convey this to you." Huan skeptical, regarded him with disbelief, convinced he was jesting. She did not recognize him and intended to ignore him, continuing her search. However, Jun Yeding swiftly revealed an item from his possession. Upon seeing it, Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. "This handkerchief belongs to Our Lady. You scoundrel! Where did you acquire it? Return it at once." Although she demanded the handkerchief back,
Jun Yeding remained resolute.
"This handkerchief was given to me by your mistress, thus it rightfully belongs to me. You cannot expect to reclaim it."
Huan, incredulous, protested.
Certain that her lady would never part with such a significant item. Driven by instinct, she attempted to snatch it back, but being considerably smaller than him, she found herself at a disadvantage. With no other options, she glared at him. "If what you say is true, and Our Lady is indeed in the mansion, then this handkerchief must be a token she entrusted to you to deliver to me, correct? You ought to return it, so I can take it back."
Jun Yeding, unwavering,
replied, "There is no room for negotiation. Your priority now is to locate your mistress. I have no further words for you. I must take my leave."
Huan,
wanting to chase after him, felt powerless as she watched him depart. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to return, as the fact that he possessed her lady's handkerchief suggested a strong likelihood of truth in his words. Hastily, she made her way to the mansion, rushing to Luo Qingyan's chamber. Upon finding her unharmed and resting on the bed, she felt a lingering unease.
Gently, Huan nudged Luo Qingyan awake.
Disoriented, Luo Qingyan blinked at her maid, confused as to why she had been stirred from her slumber.
"Huan, what is the meaning of this?"
"I was sleeping soundly. Why did you wake me?" Huan, with unwavering determination, responded, "My lady, please rise. I wish to assess your condition. Are you injured? Have you truly been poisoned? I shall summon the physician at once." Luo Qingyan firmly interjected, "There is no need for alarm, Huan. I am perfectly fine. The physician has already examined me, and the effects of the poison have subsided. There is no cause for concern." Although the individual before her had spoken in such a manner at that moment, Huan was still exceedingly anxious. She grasped Luo Qingyan's hand, urging her to rise from the bed, and scrutinized her for a considerable duration to ascertain that Luo Qingyan was indeed unharmed before she felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Huan thought of that scoundrel and felt a surge of anger. However, she remained uncertain whether the handkerchief in question truly belonged to their lady. Thus, her immediate instinct was to search for Luo Qingyan's handkerchief. "My lady, have you misplaced your handkerchief? Why is it that I cannot find it?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan was somewhat perplexed. She turned her gaze to Huan and inquired with curiosity, "Did I not send someone to inform you of my presence here and to deliver the handkerchief as a token? Have you not received it?" At that moment, Huan understood that the individual was indeed attempting to covet their lady's handkerchief. No wonder that person refused to return it when she had demanded it back. "My lady, there is indeed such a person. Yet he is undoubtedly a rogue. Should I encounter him again, I shall not let him escape unscathed. How infuriating it is that he has taken your handkerchief and is unwilling to return it." Luo Qingyan, observing Huan in her current state of agitation, could not help but chuckle. "Worry not, Huan. Next time we meet him, I shall reclaim it. Do not let your anger overwhelm you. You must understand that my safe return this time is thanks to him. Were it not for his assistance, you might not have seen me today." Huan was taken aback by this revelation. "My lady, how could you have suddenly fallen ill? Did you consume something at the banquet? Otherwise, such an occurrence would be inconceivable." Luo Qingyan began to grasp the situation's gravity. Huan, unable to contain herself, spoke again. "My lady, have you not always been by the Empress Dowager's side? Why would anyone dare to act against you? We must investigate the motives of those who would harm you. Otherwise, my lady, your suffering would be in vain." Hearing this, Luo Qingyan gave a wry smile and replied, "Huan, that poison was administered by the Empress Dowager. We cannot act against her. So we must regard this as an unfortunate accident, a means to express my gratitude for her care over the years. Let us bury this matter in silence and refrain from mentioning it again." Huan felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. Yet she recognized her inability to change the situation. Thus, she nodded in agreement. My lady, rest assured, I shall keep this matter to myself. But I still have my doubts. Chapter 28. Visitors from the Luo mansion. Although Huaner had not articulated her confusion, Luo Qingyan quickly discerned the nature of her thoughts from her expression. Instantly, she shook her head, then, as if struck by a realization, nodded.
Huana, witnessing Lise,
Was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what their lady was trying to convey. My lady, your gestures of nodding and shaking your head confuse me. I truly do not understand your meaning. Luo Qingyan smiled at Huaner and explained, I believe I now understand the Empress Dowager's intentions. She likely wishes to ensure I do not separate from Prince Chen, thinking that if anything were to happen between us, I would inevitably choose to remain. Upon hearing this, Huaner grasped why the Empress Dowager acted in such a manner. My lady, why would the Empress Dowager, who has already consented to your separation, still treat you in this way? She is truly crossing the line. Meanwhile, Jun Anshan received news from the palace that Luo Qingyan had returned safely, which brought him immense relief. Well, since my lady is unharmed, I feel at ease. Let us return to see her and ascertain her condition. Upon his arrival, Huaner stood guard at the entrance of her chamber, refusing to permit him entry. Jun Anshan regarded her, exclaiming, Huaner, how dare you obstruct me? Do you not realize I am your master? You cannot prevent me from entering to check on my lady's condition. I need to see if she is unwell and whether a physician is required. If so, we must fetch one immediately. They will not come without a summons. Despite his insistence, Huaner remained resolute, unwilling to allow him inside, for her lady had expressed a desire to rest without interruption. My lord, our lady is currently unwell and wishes to rest. There is no need to summon a physician. She merely requires some time to recuperate.
you need not worry.
Perhaps you could return after she awakens to speak with her? Faced with such reasoning, Jun Anshan felt it inappropriate to refuse, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. Very well. If that is your wish, I shall depart for now. However, should she awaken, you must inform me at once, understood?
Huana nodded in agreement.
My lord, you need not worry. We shall ensure to notify you as soon as our lady awakens. Hearing this, Zhang Jiazi, who had been by Jun Anshan's side, suddenly embraced him. My lord, your sister simply wishes to rest. Please do not disturb her. You must be weary as well. Allow me to escort you back to rest, and perhaps provide you with a massage. What say you? Jun Anshan hesitated at her suggestion, but ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. My shoulder has been bothering me. Your assistance would be most welcome. At this moment, Zhang Jiaji was elated, for Jun Anshan's behavior clearly indicated his affection for her. Otherwise, he would not have followed her so readily upon her call. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan, upon awakening, was informed by Huaner that Jun Anshan had come looking for her. Upon hearing this, she could not help but frown, her face reflecting displeasure. It seemed that the matter of divorce needed to be addressed promptly, otherwise, she felt she would be unable to endure it any longer. She no longer wished to entangle herself with this man, Jun Anshan. Just as Luo Qingyan was about to send Huaner to convey a message, her maid, Huaner, rushed in with urgency. She exclaimed, Princess, princess. Someone from the Luo residence has arrived, and it is the old matriarch. We do not know her intentions, but she seems quite formidable. You must be cautious when you meet her. The old matriarch has brought the eldest lady with her, so she is surely here to confront you. Do not worry. If she dares to bully you, I will not hold back. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan immediately grasped her arm. She was overwhelmed with emotion, almost wishing to rush out and confront them. Thus, she had to restrain herself, fearing that in her agitation, she might impulsively charge out. Huaner, do not be hasty. Let them in to see what they intend. Allow them to enter, she instructed. Huaner, understanding her mother's wishes, nodded in agreement. Princess, I will let them in at once to see what business they have, Huaner responded. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan nodded, have them wait outside for a moment. I need to tidy myself, otherwise I would feel quite embarrassed to meet them in this state. The people around her shook their heads in response. Not at all. Our princess is naturally beautiful. You look splendid in any manner. Chapter 29. Why must you treat me this way? Luo Qingyan was not accustomed to flattery, and thus, when complimented, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She shot a glare at the person before her and, feeling somewhat bashful, retorted, with such words. Why are you not hastening to arrange matters? Do you expect me to accompany you out? Upon hearing this, Quanner felt a bit embarrassed. Understood, princess. I shall go out immediately. Meanwhile, the old matriarch and her party outside were growing increasingly impatient, having waited for quite some time. Grandmother, what is taking so long? Why hasn't that wretched Luo Qingyan emerged yet? Is she deliberately keeping us waiting? Grandmother, when she does come out, do not grant her any courtesy. This is becoming intolerable. Not only has she neglected the Luo residence, but she also dawdles when we come to visit in person. The old matriarch nodded in agreement. You need not worry. I will certainly give her a stern warning. She must not think that because Prince Qin dotes on her, she is above reproach. I will make sure she knows her place. At that moment, Luo Jiaojiao grasped the old matriarch's hand and coyly implored, Grandmother, please remember my request. Ensure she agrees to let me enter the prince's residence so that I may assist in bearing children for the prince. After all, that wretched Luo Qingyan has been married to him for over a year, yet she has not shown any signs of pregnancy. This is detrimental to our family, and we must resolve this situation swiftly. The best solution is for us to agree that I enter the prince's residence, allowing me to bear him children. Surely, he will be more inclined to assist our family for the sake of the child. They seemed oblivious to the actual circumstances. After all, Jun Anchen had departed for battle the day after Luo Qingyan's wedding and had only returned this year. It was hardly surprising she had no children, given that the couple had not even shared intimate moments. If she were to conceive under such circumstances, that would indeed be peculiar. The old matriarch nodded. You need not express this concern. I am already aware. Rest assured, I will clarify this matter with her when she arrives. I will not allow her to resist as she did last time. It was her refusal that prevented you from entering the residence previously. This time, she must consent. After spending a considerable time grooming herself, Luo Qingyan finally emerged. As soon as the old matriarch laid eyes on her, she rose and approached, berating Luo Qingyan. What is the meaning of this? You knew we were here. Why did you hide inside for so long? Are you unwilling to see us? Luo Qingyan smiled and shook her head at the old matriarch's inquiry. Esteemed matriarch, I had matters to attend to. Do I owe you an explanation? Do you not realize your behavior is quite excessive? Upon seeing me, you have no right to refuse to pay your respects. After saying this, Luo Qingyan strode forward and took her place at the main seat. At this moment, Luo Jiaojiao, witnessing Luo Qingyan's audacity, was seething with anger. She immediately shouted, Luo Qingyan, who gave you the audacity to speak to our grandmother in such a manner? Who do you think you are? Do you expect her to kneel before you? Luo Qingyan looked up at the defiant figure before her and suddenly broke into laughter. What? Am I mistaken? The one who ought to bow is you. You are merely the daughter of a minor official. Upon seeing me, should you not show proper respect? Luo Jiaojiao believed that Luo Qingyan would not dare take action against her. Therefore, she arrogantly responded, Why should I bow to you? In our home, it was you who bowed to me. Do you truly think I would do as you say now? Luo Qingyan was determined to turn the impossible into reality. She signaled to the two servants nearby, who quickly understood her intent and approached to restrain Luo Jiaojiao. Startled, Luo Jiaojiao exclaimed, What are you doing? Why are you suddenly holding me down? Let me go at once, or I will not be polite. Despite her struggles and shouts, the two men would not release her without Luo Qingyan's command. Princess, what should we do next? Luo Qingyan cast a glance at Luo Jiaojiao before addressing the individuals before her. Since she is unfamiliar with the proper etiquette, you shall teach her the appropriate way to bow and encourage her to study diligently. At that moment, Luo Jiaojiao was taken by surprise and found herself suddenly compelled to kneel on the ground. Completely pinned down, she was unable to muster the strength to struggle. Raising an eyebrow, Luo Qingyan looked at her with a hint of mockery. What now, Miss Luo? Are you still feeling bold? At that moment, Luo Jiaojiao could hardly maintain her bravado. Pinned down as she was, she could barely move. She could only shout in response, Luo Qingyan, what do you intend to do? Why treat me this way? Do not forget, I am your elder sister. Are you not afraid of incurring the disdain of others? Luo Qingyan couldn't help but chuckle at that remark, for this situation held no sway over her. You claim you do not wish to bow. Allow me to instruct you now on how it is done. Have you grasped it yet? As Luo Jiaojiao prepared to retort, she felt someone tugging at her. She turned to see the matriarch of the Luo family gesturing at her, prompting her to cease her protests. Observing her capitulation, Luo Qingyan smiled. Very well, Miss Luo. Now kindly perform a proper bow for me. I wish to see your sincerity at this moment. After a brief hesitation, Luo Jiaojiao met the matriarch's gaze. And with no other options, she gritted her teeth and faced Luo Qingyan, offering a respectful bow. Esteemed princess, I pay my respects. Luo Qingyan was quite pleased with this display. All right, you may rise. I trust you have come for a reason today. It is unlikely you would visit without purpose. Upon seeing the awkward expressions on their faces, Luo Qingyan deduced the nature of their visit. However, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on Luo Jiaojiao, awaiting them to speak first. Luo Jiaojiao found it difficult to broach the subject directly, being a young maiden. She could not bring herself to express her desire to become a concubine, so she turned to the matriarch, hoping she would speak up. After a moment of hesitation, the matriarch finally addressed Luo Qingyan. Yan Yan, your grandmother has come with an important matter to discuss. As you know, Prince Chun is the emperor's favored child, and it is crucial for the royal family to expand its lineage. Given your current situation, you cannot accomplish this alone. Before the matriarch could finish her thought, Luo Qingyan nodded, smiling. Grandmother, you speak the truth. What do you propose? Seeing Luo Qingyan's willingness, the matriarch exchanged a surprised glance with Luo Jiaojiao, both astonished by her acquiescence. Yan Yan, does this imply your agreement? Regarding your choice, what do you think of your sister? If you find her suitable, we can make the necessary arrangements.
Luo Qingyan nodded, expressing no dissent.
She regarded the individuals before her and affirmed her stance with conviction. That is acceptable, grandmother. However, such decisions cannot be made solely by me. It must be the prince himself who assesses the situation and makes the final call. If you have no other matters to discuss, please wait a moment while I summon him. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiaojiao was overwhelmed with excitement. She eagerly nodded and exclaimed, Princess, rest assured. We have no other matters and can wait here. Are you able to arrange this for us? How long will it be before the prince arrives? Luo Qingyan could not provide a guarantee. They would simply have to wait. We shall see when the prince arrives. Meanwhile, Jun Anchen was elated when he heard that Luo Qingyan's people were calling for him. He promptly stood up, intending to leave. However, Zhang Jiaji was reluctant to let him go. The moment he rose, she reached out and grasped his arm. My lord, I am still unwell. Could you not stay with me a while longer? I do not wish to be alone, and I find it unbearable without you by my side. Jun Anchen frowned at her words, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He had been by her side consistently, yet she remained unsatisfied.
Now,
even his desire to check on Luo Qingyan was met with her refusal. Thus, he regarded her with a displeased expression.
Tia,
This is not a matter of my choosing to leave. The affairs with the princess are of great importance. I must see what is transpiring. If all is well, I will return shortly. If you feel unwell, call for a physician to attend to you. Hearing this, Zhang Jiaji understood that there was no changing his mind. He was determined to leave. Desperation surged within her, and she realized she could no longer feign illness to keep him. All she could do was retreat a step. My lord, I will wait for you here. Please return quickly. Do not keep me waiting too long. The princess is in good health, I assure you. I envy her vitality. Had I not acted as I did, might I not also enjoy such health? Upon hearing her words, Jun Anchen's expression shifted dramatically. He opened his mouth, prepared to respond, but his eyes were filled with guilt. In that moment, he reflected on how Zhang Jiaji's current frail state was a consequence of his actions, and his gaze toward her was infused with a deep sense of pity.
Tia,
This king is aware that this matter has caused you some distress. However, rest assured, it will not be long before you can splendidly enter the prince's residence as a concubine. How do you feel about this? Chapter 31. You were not like this before. At this moment, Zhang Jiaji could not deny her status as a princess, for expressing dissatisfaction would be treasonous. Certainly, she would be drowned in the spittle of others. Thus, she could only shake her head, gazing at Jun Anchen, and spoke, Your Highness, I am indeed delighted to become your concubine. Upon hearing this, Jun Anchen finally seemed satisfied. Very well, then remain here. I shall return shortly. Zhang Jiaji was unable to keep him there, so she merely watched as he departed. As soon as Jun Anchen left, she immediately turned to her companion. Go to the princess at once, and inquire what she seeks from the prince. She would not normally send someone to summon him. Something must be amiss. Otherwise, it is quite inconceivable, for she usually appears indifferent to whether the prince visits her quarters. The sudden call indicates there is indeed something important at hand. Hurry and find out. The individual before her remained motionless at her command, igniting Zhang Jiaji's ire. Did I not instruct you to investigate? Why are you still standing there? Go quickly. Suddenly, the maid knelt before her, looking up at Zhang Jiaji. Miss Xi, I have gathered information. It appears someone from the princess's family has arrived, accompanied by a beautiful young lady. They were discussing that this young lady is the eldest daughter of the Luo family, an 18-year-old yet to be wed. They have come to our residence, likely with the intention of making her a concubine for a prince. Furthermore, it is said that the old matriarch of the Luo family is quite confident that the princess will consent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji exhaled in relief. There was no need for concern. The princess deeply valued the prince, and such a proposal would surely be refused. At that moment, Zhang Jiaji was filled with confidence. Little did she anticipate that the forthcoming news would soon drive her to the brink of despair. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Luo Qingyan was also tense. Upon arriving with great haste, Jun Anchen received the news that Luo Qingyan was preparing to select a concubine for him. His expression darkened significantly. He looked at her and asked, Yan Yan, are you serious? Do you recall how you rejected the last proposal? This time, it must be the same. Luo Qingyan met his gaze and shook her head with a smile. Your Highness, I genuinely wish to prepare this for you. Consider my elder sister. She harbors affection for you. If you two were to unite, it would surely be a harmonious match. At this moment, her demeanor was earnest, and her eyes reflected no hint of jest. This sincerity caused Jun Anchen great distress. After a moment of hesitation, he questioned, Yan Yan, what is the meaning of this? Why have you changed? You would never have agreed to such a thing before. Did you not declare your desire to keep me all to yourself? Luo Qingyan, observing the disbelief etched on his face, could not help but smile. Initially, she felt a pang of discomfort, but it quickly subsided. After all, this man before her had already tarnished his virtue. What his character became mattered little to her now. Your Highness, I have come to realize through this time apart that my previous thoughts were misguided, a revelation brought forth by you. Thus, I willingly assist you in this matter. Despite her intentions being rooted in goodwill, Jun Anchen felt a sense of unease. It seemed as though the woman before him was growing increasingly distant, slipping into a realm beyond his reach. He struggled to accept this. Consequently, he grasped her hand firmly and asked, Yan Yan, is this act of yours a form of retribution against me? Do you resent my perceived betrayal? I have explained myself. I acted out of necessity. Did you not once promise to understand my predicament? Why then do you display such behavior now? It is truly unsettling. Luo Qingyan regarded him, and suddenly, she burst into laughter. Your Highness, you are overthinking this.
Y albo no ulterior motivas.
Are you fond of my sister? She is indeed quite charming. And you may say she bears some resemblance to me. As she spoke, Luo Qingyan gestured for her sister to approach. Sister, come quickly and let the prince see you.
Who knows, he might take a liking to you.
At that moment, Luo Jiaojiao, feeling anxious, extended her hand towards Luo Qingyan, who gently pulled her to stand before Jun Anchen. The prince's expression darkened as it dawned on him that Luo Qingyan's demeanor today was serious. She was not jesting. Yan Yan, how have you transformed into this? This is not the person you should be. Can you truly bear to hand me over to another? Chapter 32. Regardless of gender, he must be replaced by a male. Just as Luo Qingyan was about to speak, Luo Jiaojiao, standing beside her, subtly showcased her figure, which was undeniably alluring, captivating the gaze of any man. Yet, at this moment, Jun Anchen's eyes were not on her. Despite her attempts to draw his attention, he remained oblivious. Jun Anchen held onto Luo Qingyan's hand tightly, his voice filled with frustration. Luo Qingyan, what are you truly attempting to accomplish? Do you genuinely not mind if I take another concubine? You were once so possessive. Why this newfound generosity? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan erupted into laughter. Your Highness, I have not only become generous today, it is merely that in the past, I was reluctant to part with what I had, thus I became somewhat stingy. However, I have suddenly come to realize that one cannot be so miserly in life, for such behavior will hinder one from achieving great things. Your Highness, why not consider this? If you find it difficult to get along with my elder sister, I can arrange for other young ladies to enter your service. What do you think? At this moment, Jun Anchen was nearly seething with rage, yet he could not bring himself to utter a word to Luo Qingyan. Yan. There is no need for further discussion on this matter. No matter how you argue, I shall not consent. I have already made it clear to you that in this lifetime, I desire only the companionship of you two women. Why do you insist on making arrangements for me? Jun Yeqing was intently gazing at Luo Qingyan, hoping to discern a hint of regret in her eyes. However, at that moment, Luo Qingyan showed no sign of remorse. Luo Jiaojiao felt that such matters must be pursued by herself. If she did not take action, she could very well face failure. Thus, she boldly leaned forward, believing herself to be quite charming. Your Highness, I truly admire and adore you. Could you not show some leniency for my sister's sake and allow me to serve you in your household? I assure you, I will attend to you dutifully. Your Highness, perhaps you should reconsider. While my elder sister may not be a peerless beauty, she is renowned for her attractiveness. If you were to accept her into your household, it would greatly benefit you. Jun Anchen was filled with rage, struggling to find an outlet for his frustration. He had never anticipated that Luo Qingyan would entertain the notion of assisting in taking a concubine. Previously, no matter what others suggested, she would never have agreed. Yet, now she had taken the initiative to arrange such matters. At a loss for words to describe his feelings, Jun Anchen watched as Luo Jiaojiao continued to flaunt her figure. She turned to him and implored, Your Highness, I truly only wish to be with you. Are you truly unwilling to let me stay? Unable to contain himself any longer, Jun Anchen abruptly overturned everything on the table, sending it crashing to the floor. Get out! All of you, leave at once. If you do not depart, do not blame me for being unkind. I will have you both imprisoned. I warn you, there is no room for negotiation. I will not entertain the idea of taking you as a concubine. When I married my princess, I promised her I would never take a concubine. Hearing this, Luo Jiaojiao burst into laughter. But, Your Highness, if you do not take a concubine, what is the purpose of having another woman in your household? Are they merely for decoration? Jun Anchen was momentarily at a loss for words. He looked at her with exasperation and exclaimed, This matter is of my concern. What does it have to do with you? I will tell you this. Do not speak further on this topic. I already have a princess and a secondary consort. I do not require another. Moreover, do you believe you are worthy to stand by my side? Do you truly think you are fit? Luo Jiaojiao was momentarily speechless by his retort. At that moment, she could only look to Luo Qingyan, hoping she might speak a few kind words on her behalf. Since Luo Qingyan no longer regarded Jun Anchen as the object of her affections, she realized that he was not as admirable as she once thought, perhaps due to the rose-tinted glasses of her previous infatuation. Now, fully invested in Luo Jiaojiao's affair, she approached Jun Anchen and grasped his arm. Your Highness, I believe you must find this sudden turn of events difficult to accept. However, this is something you will inevitably face. Consider allowing my elder sister to return home today. Once you have reflected upon it, she may return. What do you think? After meeting Luo Qingyan's earnest gaze, Jun Anchen hesitated, ultimately nodding in agreement with her suggestion. He glanced at Luo Jiaojiao and spoke. As the princess has stated, this matter requires my careful consideration. Miss Luo, if there are no other pressing matters, please take your leave. I have other matters to discuss with the princess. With that, the two women had no choice but to depart, recognizing that they must respect the prince's wishes. Once they had excused themselves, Jun Anchen seized Luo Qingyan's arm and, with urgency, inquired, Yan, what do you mean by your actions today? Are you truly preparing to arrange for me to be with others? Have you considered my feelings? Observing his agitation, Luo Qingyan gently held him and replied, Your Highness, I believe my actions are not in error. The Empress Dowager is eager for you to expand your family. If I cannot assist you, someone else must. Do you not agree? Furthermore, the rituals for taking a secondary consort should be organized promptly, lest we find ourselves in a situation where a child is born without recognition. Jun Anchen gazed at Luo Qingyan, opening his mouth as if to respond. But she had turned her attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, her mind was preoccupied with the arrangements for the secondary consort ceremony. Yan, why do I feel as though you have changed? You are not the same as before, and I sense you are slowly drifting away from me. I cannot comprehend why I feel this way, but it is undeniable. You are physically present, yet the feeling of distance grows stronger. Luo Qingyan met his gaze and reassured him, Your Highness, you are merely overthinking this. Am I not here with you? Do not overthink it. In due time, the Emperor's birthday banquet will arrive. Once this celebration concludes, Arrangements for the concubine will follow. Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure everything is organized to your satisfaction. The sound of objects crashing to the ground pierced the air sharply. Zhang Jiaji, in a fit of rage, unleashed her fury upon the maidservant before her, hurling everything within reach to the floor. Regardless of the attempts of those around her to intervene, she continued her destructive spree, shattering anything her eyes fell upon.
Why?
Oh, why? Did that wretched Luo Qingyan agree to such a travesty? Was she truly intent on relinquishing the prince's affections? This was an arrangement I could never accept. The prince had promised me that it would only be the two of us. Why then was he considering taking another? Wasn't our union sufficient? At that moment, Xiaojun, who stood beside her, spoke up. My lady, the nature of men is to pursue beauty. Once they have one, they desire another. It is an insatiable cycle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji turned to Xiaojun, exclaiming, Do not speak such nonsense. The prince would never act against his word. I trust him completely. If he were to do so, I would be lost. Xiaojun, attempting to offer counsel, replied, If such a situation were to arise, my lady, the only solution would be to relinquish control over the prince. Regardless of how many others he takes, as long as your position remains secure, that is all that matters. Surely, you know how to navigate this. Zhang Jiaji shook her head, perplexed. Xiaojun, why do you speak of securing my position? What do you mean? I find your words somewhat unclear. Seeing her confusion, Xiaojun clarified, It is quite simple. Currently, the princess has no children, while you are with child. Once your baby is born, he will surely be the young master. In any case, the one who benefits will be you. Realizing the implication, Zhang Jiaji nodded with a smile. Xiaojun, I had not considered this. But what if my child is not a son? Would that not diminish my status? Xiaojun nodded earnestly. My lady, it all depends on your willingness. If you are willing, even if the child is not a son, we shall ensure he is treated as one. Zhang Jiaji understood, hesitating for a moment before resolutely agreeing. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I expect to give birth in approximately 2 months, so arrangements must be made in advance. If we wait until the child arrives, it may be too late. Xiaojun assured her, Do not worry, my lady. 2 months is ample time for me to make the necessary arrangements. We shall hope that you deliver a son, for then our worries will be alleviated. As Zhang Jiaji pondered this, she spoke softly to her unborn child. Dear child, you must strive to be a son, so that you are not forsaken. Xiaojun nodded in agreement. Indeed, my lady, we can only pray that your child is a son. I shall also seek out women from the countryside who are due around the same time. If they are willing to give us their children, we can offer them a substantial sum, Zhang Jiaji declared. Meanwhile, Jun Anshin, seeking solace after a distressing encounter with Luo Qingyan, entered the room and overheard their conversation about the gender of the child. Not fully grasping the context, he approached and inquired, What is this discussion of sons and daughters? What matter are you deliberating? Zhang Jiaji was startled by his unexpected presence, as he usually had someone announce his arrival. Taken aback, she quickly recovered and replied, Oh, my lord, it is nothing of consequence. Did you overhear us? We were simply discussing trivial matters. Jun Anshin was puzzled by her alarm over such innocuous remarks.
Tia.
Were you discussing something scandalous? Why do you appear so frightened? Xiaojun was rendered speechless, but Zhang Jiaji managed to speak, urgently grasping his arm. My lord, our conversation was certainly not scandalous, yet I cannot shake the feeling that the princess summoned you for something dubious. Upon hearing this, Jun Anshin was infuriated. Rest assured, there is nothing amiss. She is merely jesting. Regardless of her words, I have pledged to you both that it will only be the two of you. I desire no others. Although Jun Anshin had expressed his sentiments, Zhang Jiazi found it difficult to trust a man's words. Particularly in this era, when every man she encountered seemed to have multiple wives and concubines, without exception. She suspected that the man before her would not remain steadfast for long. After all, she had heard tales of how he had once promised his first consort a lifetime of loyalty before ultimately changing his mind to take her as well. She believed that it would not be long before Jun Anshin would take a third wife, and thus, she felt compelled to secure her own interests while he had not yet amassed many women. At that moment, Zhang Jiaji gazed at him and reached out to embrace Jun Anshin, saying, My lord, since you have spoken so, I shall trust you once more. I hope you will not disappoint me. Jun Anshin nodded and looked at her with assurance, replying, Jir, rest assured about this matter. Since I have made such a promise, it is undoubtedly guaranteed. Though Zhang Jiaji harbored doubts about his words, she nonetheless nodded, for regardless of her skepticism, Jun Anqin was her man. And she felt obliged to heed him. The emperor's birthday celebration soon approached, and this time, he desired something different. Arranging for a hunt at the royal hunting grounds, a privilege not typically afforded to others. Upon hearing she could attend, Zhang Jiaji was overwhelmed with excitement. However, Jun Anqin then informed her that he could not take her along. This news left her infuriated. She could not comprehend why she was being excluded. As his secondary consort, a member of the Chun Wangfu, she believed she was entitled to join, especially when it was stated that everyone could go. The sudden change in circumstances left her feeling quite disheartened, and she lamented the missed opportunity. "My lord, I truly wish to accompany you. Is there truly no other way? Could you not find a solution that allows me to join?" After observing her earnest expression, Jun Anqin hesitated before responding, "I shall inquire further on your behalf. If it is possible to arrange for you to join, I will ensure it happens. Otherwise, you must remain at the Wangfu." Fortunately, after much effort, he devised an alternative plan. "Jir, remember this. When the time comes, follow them inside, and then come find me. Do not wander off. This place is quite complex, and I fear you may lose your way. If anything were to happen, it could be perilous. Our safety is paramount." Zhang Jiaji nodded at his words and replied, "Fear not, my lord. Once I am inside, I will seek you out immediately and will not stray. You can trust me. Are we not nearly ready to depart? I shall prepare my belongings now to join you," she added. Jun Anqin nodded. "Yes, gather only what you need. There is plenty available there. Just bring some clothing." Zhang Jiaji eagerly began packing her things. On the other hand, Luo Qingyan had little interest in the event, having attended frequently in the past. Yet, at this moment, she had no choice but to participate, as others yearned for the opportunity she could not decline. Having finished her preparations, she awaited departure. When Jun Anqin arrived and saw her ready, he inquired, "Qingyan, are you all set? If so, we can embark." Luo Qingyan nodded, "I am prepared. If we are to leave, it is up to you. I have no objections and can depart at any time." Upon their arrival at the hunting grounds, the emperor had already arrived. As Luo Qingyan approached to greet him, she spotted a familiar figure, making her eyes widen in surprise. She felt compelled to inquire about this person's identity, having still not learned their name after all this time. After a moment of hesitation, she addressed him. "I pay my respects to the emperor and empress." The emperor, upon seeing Luo Qingyan, waved her over and remarked, "Ah, the princess consort of Chun Wang has arrived. I thought, given the previous incident, you would be reluctant to enter the palace." Luo Qingyan smiled and shook her head. "How could that be? As long as you are in the palace, I shall certainly come to visit." She added, "I have prepared a birthday gift for you, father. I hope you will like it." The emperor chuckled upon hearing this. "With such thoughtfulness, I am sure I shall appreciate it. What a pity, truly a pity." Before he could finish, he let out a sigh. Jun Anqin, standing beside Luo Qingyan, looked on in confusion and asked, "Father, what is it that you regret? I sense there is something you are not disclosing." The emperor shook his head. "There is nothing you need to know about this matter. Go greet your royal uncle. He has returned some time ago, and you have yet to pay your respects." Upon hearing this, Jun Anqin looked up with sudden excitement. "Uncle, you have returned. Were you not to be gone for much longer?" At that moment, Jun Yeding seemed indifferent to Jun Anqin's presence, his attention fixated on Luo Qingyan. After a pause, he remarked, "Is this your consort? She appears quite commendable." Jun Anqin, still unaware of the implications in his uncle's words, proudly extended his hand toward Luo Qingyan. "Yan Yan, come over and pay your respects to the emperor uncle. You must not have met him yet. Hurry up and approach." At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Qingyan felt compelled to comply. Reluctantly, she made her way forward. As she lifted her gaze, it met the enigmatic eyes of the person before her. Luo Qingyan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly greeted him. "Greetings, Emperor Uncle." Jun Yeding fixed his gaze on Luo Qingyan for an extended period before he finally spoke in a nonchalant tone. Quite good, my dear niece-in-law. Here's a gift for our first meeting. You shall surely appreciate it." As Luo Qingyan looked at the object he presented, a red item, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hesitated to reach out, not knowing its true nature. She feared it might be something inappropriate. However, Jun Anchen seemed oblivious to her uncertainty and promptly took the item from Jun Yeting's hand. Upon opening it before the gathered assembly, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The object was a luminous pearl, a tribute from the western regions to honor Jun Yeting, a treasure known to all yet unattainable. Each pearl glimmered with clarity, appearing exquisitely beautiful. Some were intentionally small, while others were larger, suitable for illumination. The smaller ones could serve as adornments for headpieces, radiating a soft glow at night, evoking thoughts of their enchanting beauty. The onlookers stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that the War King would gift such a priceless item to Luo Qingyan, an object they could only dream of possessing. One among them could not contain their curiosity. War King, will you not keep this for yourself? Why bestow it upon her? Such treasures should be reserved for your future queen. Giving it away now may leave you without one. Jun Yeting glanced at the Inquisitor and replied with a measured firmness. These pearls are mine. It is my prerogative to gift them as I see fit. Do you have an objection? The crowd fell silent, daunted by the intimidating intensity of Jun Yeting's gaze, and dared not speak further for fear of offending him. Jun Anchen, observing the exchange, found himself at a loss for words. He felt unworthy of accepting such a valuable gift, yet refusing it seemed equally challenging. His gaze turned to Luo Qingyan, seeking her decision. She looked up at Jun Yeting, and he raised an eyebrow at her. Caught off guard by his expression, Luo Qingyan hesitated, uncertain whether to accept the gift. Before she could voice a refusal, Jun Yeting interjected, "Take it. It is quite fitting for you." After a moment's deliberation, she extended her hand to receive it. Witnessing her acceptance, Jun Yeting's lips curled into a smile. "See, beautiful treasures must be matched with beautiful individuals. I have made no mistake. Miss Luo appears to appreciate it." Feeling a mix of embarrassment and politeness, Luo Qingyan nodded. "Such a splendid item. Of course I like it. Thank you, War King. I truly cherish it." As she expressed her delight, Jun Yeting smiled in return. "If you find joy in it, then it has indeed found its worth." Jun Anchen sensed a peculiar rapport developing between Jun Yeting and Luo Qingyan, but dismissed any notions of impropriety. He believed it improbable that his future wife, who rarely ventured out, could possibly know the War King. "Emperor Uncle, I did not expect you to possess such an eye for beauty. Might I ask how much this is worth? I would gladly offer it to you, seeing as your future queen values it so," he suggested. However, Jun Yeting merely shook his head. "There is no need. Since I have given it, it now belongs to her. You need not offer anything in return." The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, prompting Luo Qingyan to interject. "Please, let us not discuss this further. I am sincerely grateful to the War King for this gift. I truly love it and am thrilled to possess it. My gratitude is boundless." The Emperor, present and listening, remarked, "This item is indeed the War King's. He may arrange it as he wishes. It concerns no one else." White Yujiao. What is this place? Where am I? Narration. White Yujiao surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, utterly bewildered by the situation. Narration. Ding dong. The male supporting character strategy system has been successfully bound. 001. Master, welcome to my world. I am System 001. Narration. The sudden voice startled White Yujiao. Narration. She glanced around, but saw no one. White Yujiao. Who is speaking? 001. It is I, White Yujiao. Who are you, and where are you? 001. Master, I am System 001, residing within you. Narration. Upon hearing this, White Yujiao instinctively touched her head. 001. Do not be afraid, Master. I possess no physical form, only consciousness, so there is no need for concern. Narration. This revelation sent White Yujiao into a frenzy, nearly jumping from her spot. White Yujiao, you're a consciousness. It's not lodged in my head, is it? 001. Indeed. White Yujiao, why have you bound yourself to me? 001. Circumstances necessitated it, Master. You were the only one available. White Yujiao, where is this? 001. We are currently traversing the space-time tunnel towards your first task. Narration. White Yujiao looked around, but only saw an expanse of white, obscuring her vision. White Yujiao, what kind of system is this? Can I unbind it? 001. Why would you wish to unbind? Are you dissatisfied? Narration. White Yujiao rolled her eyes at this inquiry. White Yujiao, why should I complete a task? It has nothing to do with me. I want to go home. 001. Do not forget, Master, you have already perished in your original world. Narration. Upon hearing 001's words, Bai Yujiao couldn't help but recall her past. Narration. She had been pushed into the water and drowned by a scoundrel in the 21st century. Narration. The mere thought of that scoundrel filled her with a seething hatred. Bai Yujiao. Since I am dead, these tasks serve no purpose. I shall not partake. Narration. 001 never anticipated that this time he would have such a stubborn master. 001. Master, completing tasks brings rewards. Narration. 001 eagerly implored, but Bai Yujiao remained indifferent. Narration. Observing her demeanor, 001 became increasingly anxious, pondering how the tasks could possibly be completed in this manner. 001. Master, upon completing the tasks, you can return to your original world. Narration. At these words from Xiaoqi, Bai Yujiao's head snapped up. Narration. Seeing her reaction, 001 felt a glimmer of hope and spoke with renewed vigor. 001. Master, as long as you are willing to undertake the tasks. Bai Yujiao. What if I agree to do the tasks? 001. If you are willing, I can help you return to exact revenge on that scoundrel. Bai Yujiao. That sounds quite appealing. 001. You think so? Bai Yujiao. I hope you keep your promise. 001. Rest assured, upon completing the tasks, I will send you back. Narration. The mere thought of avenging herself against the scoundrel excited Bai Yujiao. Narration. Once she returns, she will reclaim everything from that scoundrel. Narration. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to complete the tasks first. Bai Yujiao. I agree to undertake the tasks. Narration. Upon hearing Bai Yujiao's declaration, 001's tone became filled with excitement. 001. Really, Master? Bai Yujiao. What kind of system is this? 001. Master. This is the male supporting character strategy system. Bai Yujiao. Does that mean I must strategize to win over the male supporting characters? 001. Precisely, that is the intent. Bai Yujiao. Why am I not strategizing against the male lead, but instead the supporting characters? 001. Master. In every world, you are the female supporting character. Narration. Bai Yujiao's mood soured upon hearing this. Bai Yujiao. Why must I be the female supporting character? 001. Your task is to eliminate the female lead and facilitate the rise of the female supporting character. Narration. This task sounds rather exhilarating. Bai Yujiao. So, it implies that I must become the female lead. 001. Indeed, Master. That is the essence of it. Narration. Transforming herself into the female lead while relegating the female lead to the role of the supporting character. Bai Yujiao. Very well, I accept this task. 001. Excellent, Master. I shall immediately open the gateway to the first world for you. Narration. As soon as 001's words fell, a brilliant white light surged forth from a distance. Narration. The light slowly approached Bai Yujiao. Narration. Seeing the encroaching light, Bai Yujiao felt a surge of urgency. Bai Yujiao. 001. How will I know if the task is complete? 001. Master, do not worry. As long as you fulfill the tasks in each world. 001. When the affection value of your target reaches 100%, the task for that world will be deemed complete. Narration. Bai Yujiao nodded, somewhat understanding, yet still perplexed. Narration. Just as she was about to say something, a powerful white light enveloped her. Narration. Upon awakening, Bai Yujiao found herself bewildered by her surroundings. Narration. Before her stood a man and a woman, both gazing at her intently. Bai Yujiao. 001. What is happening now? 001. Master, please hold on. I will transmit the original owner's memories to you shortly. Narration. Ding. Memory transmission successful. Please receive. Narration. As she received the memories, Bai Yujiao quickly comprehended the scene before her. Narration. The man and woman were the original male and female leads. Narration. The original female lead had just returned to the country and was now flaunting her presence before the original owner. Narration. The original owner had been in a relationship with the male lead, serving as a mere substitute. Wang Ru. Sister, I have returned. Narration. Bai Yujiao rolled her eyes at her. Emozian. Yes, Ruru is back. We are breaking up. Bai Yujiao. Break up if you wish. Do you think I care? Narration. Mo Zian was momentarily taken aback by her response. Narration. He had expected Bai Yujiao to react with tears and tantrums, but her calm demeanor unsettled him. Mo Zian, don't worry, after the breakup, I will provide you with a settlement. Bai Yujiao, really? Where is it? Narration. Mo Zian had not anticipated she would genuinely ask for a settlement. He had merely been jesting. Wang Ru, Zian, hurry and give it to her. Narration. Bai Yujiao extended her hand, standing before Mo Zian. Bai Yujiao, hand it over. Chapter 34. Do not underestimate me. Knight Ting had made such a statement. And others had no objections. After all, this item truly belonged to him. With his declaration, any dissent from others became irrelevant. At that moment, Luo Qingyan gazed at the item that had been presented to her and eventually reached out to accept it. She had quite an affinity for this item. Envisioning its potential as a piece of jewelry once returned home, the emperor surveyed the crowd and smiled, addressing them. Now, we shall commence our hunting tournament. The foremost task is to venture into the forest ahead and seek out prey. Today, I shall grant you a wish. Whoever brings back the most game may present a request to me. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd erupted with excitement. The opportunity to make a wish to the emperor was of immense significance to them. Thus, they were all eager to rush out and commence the hunt. Those who could ride horses were welcome to join, but the female participants should prioritize their safety. At that moment, Jun Anshan approached Luo Qingyan and spoke to her. Yan, how about I take you hunting? I shall procure a fox fur for you to make a scarf. Given that he was her nominal husband, she felt it inappropriate to refuse, ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well, since you have offered, I shall accompany you to see. However, can you ride? I have never seen you on horseback. If you cannot, let me handle it. Although Jun Anshan was not particularly skilled, he could not allow others to think less of him in that moment. He glanced at those around him and addressed them confidently.
Do not underestimate me.
I assure you I am capable of this. Come with me. I will ensure you find something satisfactory. Hearing this, Zhang Jiaji interjected, looking at Jun Anshan with a pitiful expression. Wang Yi, if you take my sister hunting, what will happen to me? Will you not take me along?
Yunang.
Witnessing her forlorn demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. He glanced at her and replied, wait here, I will take you after we circle around inside. One by one. This way, I can better attend to both of you. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jiaji was not pleased. Rather, at that moment, her sole desire was to be the first one taken inside. She did not wish to be the one left behind. Thus, she immediately called out to Jun Anshan. Your Highness, I beseech you, why not take me in first to have a look? It is my first time here, and I am truly eager to see what lies within. Would that be permissible, Your Highness? Hui Yuzhou observed the anticipation in her eyes and hesitated momentarily, almost conceding. However, those around them regarded Zhang Jiaji's behavior with disdain, promptly engaging in discussion. This concubine is utterly shameless. The opportunity to be here is already a privilege granted to her. How dare she think of asking the prince to abandon his legitimate wife for her? Does she even know her place? She is but a mere concubine. How brazenly ridiculous. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhang Jiaji's complexion turned pale. In that instant, she found it challenging to articulate her feelings. Rage consumed her. Jun Anshan, having overheard the comment, found himself unable to change the course of events, as he dared not suggest bringing Zhang Jiaji along. Thus, he replied, do not fret. I shall come back for you shortly. You are in no condition to be troubled, given your current state. Just wait here patiently, and I will return. Zhang Jiaji, dissatisfied with this response, grasped Jun Anshan's hand, expressing her reluctance. Your Highness, I cannot bear the thought of being apart. Please return quickly. Observing their tender exchange, Luo Qingyan interjected, suggesting they venture off on their own, as her presence was inconsequential. Yet, as soon as she voiced her opinion, Jun Anshan countered. No, I must accompany you. We cannot predict what dangers may lurk in these mountains. It is imperative that I remain by your side. Despite her reservations about accompanying him, Luo Qingyan ultimately acquiesced. Very well, if you insist, I shall comply. Our priority now is to enter. Let us make haste and not linger any longer. Nodding in agreement, Jun Anshan helped Luo Qingyan mount a horse, and they ventured deeper into the woods. Throughout their journey, he spoke fervently of the hunting event. Eventually, Luo Qingyan interjected, Your Highness, I am already aware of what you speak. There is no need for further discussion. Our focus should be on swiftly capturing our prey and returning promptly. Noticing her apparent disinterest in his company, Jun Onchen felt at a loss for words. He continued to advance, scanning the surroundings for suitable quarry. After a lengthy search, they finally stumbled upon a target, but just as they prepared to strike, Zhang Jiazi unexpectedly appeared before them. Startled, Luo Qingyan couldn't help but laugh.
Yunang.
Upon seeing her, felt a rush of urgency. He turned to Zhang Jiazi, chuckling, "It seems your little concubine cannot bear to be away from you, for even a moment. Perhaps you should attend to her. I shall manage on my own." Taken aback by this remark, Jun Onchen struggled to respond no. That is not. But he was interrupted by Zhang Jiazi, who called out, "Sister, this matter does not concern the prince. I grew weary waiting outside. So I thought I would join you. If my presence is unwelcome, I shall take my leave and not disturb your time together." Luo Qingyan raised an eyebrow. "Amused alone? Your Highness certainly would not allow you to venture out unaccompanied, would he? Am I correct, Your Highness?" For some inexplicable reason, Jun Onchen felt a peculiar unease at Luo Qingyan's words. It seemed as though he was subtly hinting at something, prompting him to hesitate for a moment before finally speaking. "My lady, please refrain from such statements. I did not mean it in that way. You must have misunderstood." Given her current condition with a prominent belly, it was indeed inappropriate to allow her to wander off alone. He felt compelled to accompany her. "Perhaps we should dismount and continue on foot to hunt." Upon hearing this suggestion, Luo Qingyan displayed an expression of realization. At that moment she said little, merely casting a glance at Jun Onchen before smiling. She gracefully dismounted and strolled ahead, leaving Jun Onchen to walk alongside Zhang Jiazi. Looking at her, he inquired, "Jier, do you have any notion of the dangers that lurk here? Your sudden intrusion could lead to peril. What would you do if danger were to arise? Especially since you are unaware of our exact location. Fortunately, you found us in the end. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Zhang Jiazi gazed at him and then suddenly dashed towards Jun Onchen, exclaiming, "My lord, I had no intention of intruding, but the people outside treated me poorly, leaving me no choice but to enter." Observing her pitiful demeanor, Jun Onchen felt a pang of sympathy. Ultimately, he could only nod in resignation. "Very well. Since you have entered, I cannot force you out. This place is not particularly safe, so you may accompany us. I wonder why you would willingly endure such hardship, especially in your condition. Surely, you must feel fatigued." Zhang Jiazi shook her head earnestly, nearly squeezing herself into Jun Onchen's embrace. Looking up at him, she replied, "It is an honor to be in your company, my lord. The mere thought of being with you alleviates any discomfort I might feel, for I know you'll protect me." After uttering these words, she nodded at him, her expression brimming with joy. Chapter 35. Do not let it harm you. In the end, Jun Onchen could only nod in agreement, allowing her to accompany them. "Let us proceed forward and see if we can find any game to pursue. If not, we shall search elsewhere." Just then, as they walked along, a large black bear suddenly charged from nearby. Logically, such ferocious creatures should not inhabit this royal hunting ground, where all prey had been meticulously selected before being brought here.
Yet,
The unexpected appearance of the bear was utterly astonishing. Initially, Jun Onchen remained oblivious, but it was Luo Qingyan who first spotted the bear. Realizing she could not confront it alone, she immediately cautioned, "My lord, do not move. Please do not move. There is a massive black bear behind you." However, to her dismay, Zhang Jiazi, who had been clinging to Jun Onchen, seemed oblivious to the danger. After hearing Luo Qingyan's warning, she impulsively made several sudden movements, seemingly unaware of the peril. The bear, upon noticing them, appeared to stir with aggression. "Do not move. Absolutely do not move. If you do, your lives could be at stake. Do not blame me for failing to warn you," Luo Qingyan shouted, already preparing to flee. The situation was perilously dangerous, and if they could not defend themselves, their only option would be to escape. Jun Onchen sensed the gravity of the situation. Turning around, he was taken aback to see the enormous bear looming behind them. Normally, he was unflappable, but the sight of the bear startled him. His instinctive reaction was to push Zhang Jiazi back, urging her to hide and avoid the bear's gaze. The consequences of being spotted were unfathomable. In a swift motion, he pushed her away from danger. Zhang Jiazi, now aware of the threat, regretted her earlier impulsiveness. She should have heeded the warning and refrained from recklessness. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Looking at Jun Onchen, she asked in a panic, "My lord, what should we do?" We cannot possibly contend with such a large bear. Should we run? We must act quickly. As she prepared to flee, she noticed that those around her seemed frozen in fear, heightening her anxiety. My lord, why are we still standing here? Should we not flee? What will we do if something happens? For the first time, Jun Anchen found Zhang Jiaji's lack of awareness frustrating. Typically, her naivete evoked his protective instincts. Yet in this moment, he found her lack of caution disconcerting. Why are you so foolish? Do you not comprehend the situation? The most vital thing is to remain still. If you move, the bear will surely pounce on you. Be cautious. It is imperative that you do not move, or I will be unable to protect you. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jiaji finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Terrified, she froze in place, afraid to make a sound, her heart racing with dread at the thought of the bear attacking. If it were to pounce, she feared for her very life. What do we do now? We cannot run, yet that creature is eyeing us menacingly. Will we ultimately escape? In that moment, Jun Anchen was consumed with thoughts, desperately wishing for a solution to save them from the looming threat, fearing that they might soon succumb to the bear's wrath. At this moment, Jun Anchen noticed a hole not far from them. If they could run a bit faster, they might be able to dash inside. However, this hole appeared rather small. From his estimation, it could only accommodate one person. Luo Qingyan also spotted the hole, and her first instinct was to rush towards it to hide. There was nothing more precious than life. Just as she made a move, someone suddenly seized her. Luo Qingyan quickly turned her head to see who had grabbed her, and upon realizing it was Jun Anchen, her expression momentarily darkened. Unable to restrain herself, she turned back to him and urgently asked, "What is going on? Why did you suddenly pull me? Has something happened?"
Jun Anchen looked at Luo Qingyan.
His eyes filled with guilt. "Yan, could you let Jir take that spot? You know her situation is more perilous than yours. She is expecting a child, and if anything were to happen, it would endanger both her and the baby. Therefore, the most crucial thing now is to ensure her safety. Could she hide there first while we figure out another solution?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan was momentarily stunned, and after a while, she reacted with an unexpected smile.
All right.
"Since you've put it that way, I cannot refuse your suggestion. If you want her to hide first, I have no objections, provided she can make it there." Jun Anchen's face brightened at her words, and he immediately smiled back at her. "Thank you, Yan. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do next. Rest assured. The danger is still a distance away. Let us prepare ourselves. When I shout to run, you must sprint as fast as you can. Understood?" At that moment, Zhang Jiaji, clutching her belly, turned pale with fright. She felt utterly drained and incapable of running. For a moment, she was at a loss for what to do. After a while, Jun Anchen snapped to attention.
"Now.
Run quickly, Jir, dash into that hole. Once you're inside, you'll be safe. Our next steps can wait. The most important thing is you and your baby. Hurry." Zhang Jiaji wanted to run, but her legs felt like jelly, rendering her unable to move. Seeing the approaching bear, Jun Anchen was alarmed when she remained still. Instinctively, he rushed toward her, embracing her and pulling her along. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan felt a pang of discomfort in her chest upon witnessing this, but it was a fleeting moment. She quickly composed herself and desperately ran forward, making more noise than before. On the other hand, Jun Anchen and Zhang Jiazi had already squeezed into the hole, leaving them relatively safe. The most endangered person now was Luo Qingyan. She pushed herself to run, hoping to escape unscathed. However, she was not accustomed to running, and soon she found herself breathless. With no choice, she stopped to gauge the distance between herself and the bear, only to be startled to see it closing in. Despite her calm exterior, her heart raced with fear. Luo Qingyan had no idea how long she had been running, but upon spotting a figure ahead, it felt like a glimmer of hope. Jun Yiding glanced in her direction, initially unaware of her distress, but soon he recognized the large creature trailing her. What is going on? Why is there such a massive black bear? This doesn't seem right. Hurry and prepare to rescue her. Jun Anchen was genuinely anxious, fearing for Luo Qingyan's safety. "Your Highness, we cannot shoot arrows now. The princess is running ahead, and we risk hitting her by mistake." Realizing the urgency, Jun Yiding grasped an arrow and, just as he was about to release it, shouted, Yan, get down." Miraculously, Luo Qingyan seemed to sense his warning and crouched down. Seizing the moment, Jun Yiding released the arrow, striking the bear in the eye. The bear let out a fierce roar, clawing at its wound in agony. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jun Yiding swiftly pulled Luo Qingyan to his side, shielding her with his body. He assessed the bear's furious demeanor and called to his companions, "Prepare yourselves. This bear's behavior is alarming. It may charge at us. With our numbers, we should be able to handle it. If not, you must run, but be aware. Escape might be difficult unless we find a safe spot. We must try our best. We cannot afford to perish here." Upon hearing his command, his men became anxious, realizing the gravity of their situation. "Your Highness, step back a bit. We don't want you to get hurt. We can handle this. Just keep an eye on the princess. She must have been injured when she fell." Acknowledging this, Jun Yiding nodded and swiftly moved to assist. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan struggled to regain her composure, breathing heavily. Jun Yiding handed her some water, urging, "Drink. It will help you feel better. Seeing you like this is distressing." At that moment, Luo Qingyan cared little for propriety. All she desired was to survive. Nothing was more vital than staying alive. Chapter 36. Startled, she accepted the water and drank deeply, for the first time realizing how sweet it could be. After quenching her thirst, she finally felt a little better. At that moment, she glanced at the person before her and spoke. "Your Highness, thank you. You have saved me once again. I am truly grateful." At this moment, Jun Yiding looked at her and suddenly inquired, "Since you express such gratitude, pray tell, how do you intend to repay me?" Initially, Luo Qingyan had only meant to express her thanks verbally, but now confronted with his question, she found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Your Highness, allow me to ponder how best to repay you once we return. Right now, the most pressing matter is to deal with the bear before us. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in grave danger." At that moment, the large bear stood nearby, poised to pounce as it observed them. Any sudden movement from their side would surely provoke it. Fortunately, the black bear was not overly aggressive yet, otherwise, they might have had no chance of escape. "Your Highness, given the circumstances, should we take the initiative? It appears unresponsive. We cannot afford to remain in a standoff indefinitely." After a brief moment of contemplation, Jun Yiding nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall take a proactive approach. You all encircle the bear from the side. This way, we can subdue it more swiftly." Upon hearing this, the nearby individuals sprang into action with remarkable speed. Approximately 10 of them surrounded the bear, which seemed to sense their intentions and suddenly let out a mournful roar that echoed ominously.
"Now."
Jun Yiding shouted to his companions, "Do not hesitate. If you wait any longer, it may be too late." At this moment, Luo Qingyan felt a surge of fear, for the bear was indeed a terrifying sight. She feared that if they delayed even slightly, the bear might charge at them. Thankfully, as she watched, the others rushed forward and managed to overpower the bear. Luo Qingyan let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. Jun Yiding had been observing her closely, and as he saw her relax, he too felt a sense of ease. "Madam, might you enlighten me on how you attracted the attention of this formidable bear? Were you not with Prince Jin? How did you come to find yourself here?" Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingyan's expression darkened as she recalled the recent actions of Jun Anshin. Realizing her discomfort, Jun Yiding understood that something must have transpired. Otherwise, her demeanor would not reflect such distress. However, seeing her reluctance to divulge the details, he refrained from pressing further.
"Well,
As long as you are unharmed, let us prepare to leave this place. I fear that if we linger, something else may emerge, and we would be ill-equipped to handle it." Luo Qingyan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jun Anshin had been hiding for quite some time. Eventually, his conscience compelled him to assess the situation. However, just as he prepared to emerge, he was restrained by those nearby. "Your Highness, where do you think you are going? There is nothing you can do once you step outside. It would be wiser to remain concealed until it is safe to seek assistance. Rest assured, your sister is clever. She will surely evade danger and keep her distance from the bear." Despite this reasoning, Jun Anshin hesitated but ultimately resolved to venture out and ascertain the situation. "Do not hold me back. Remain here while I investigate the circumstances." Regardless, upon exiting, he found no one. He followed the path Luo Qingyan had taken, searching for a considerable time, without success. Anxiety gripped him. "Your Highness, please do not leave. I am truly frightened without you. I cannot bear to be alone. I implore you to stay with me." Zhang Jiaji suddenly squatted down, clutching her abdomen, and cried out, "It hurts." Your Highness, I am in great pain. Is it because I was frightened earlier? At that moment, Jun Anshin turned to her, uncertain whether she was feigning distress or if her predicament was genuine. Your Highness, come quickly and see. It seems something is wrong. I am terrified. Jun Anshin was taken aback. He had intended to continue searching, but now felt compelled to stay by her side. Observing her condition, he sensed something was amiss. He rushed to her side to investigate the matter. Zhang Jiaji appeared to be in considerable pain, her face paling as she clutched her abdomen. This reaction startled Jun Anshin, as the situation was wholly unexpected. He was at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Jir, how do you feel? What should I do? Should I carry you? Or would it be better for you to lie down? What is happening? In truth, Zhang Jiaji was merely pretending. Her aim was to prevent Jun Anshin from seeking Luo Qingyan. After a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up, intending to resolve her situation swiftly before checking on Luo Qingyan. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan had begun her journey back with Jun Yeting, feeling unwell and unable to comprehend the source of her discomfort. She simply felt a heaviness within her. At that moment, she felt her vision suddenly blur, and she quickly realized that everything around her was fading away as she slowly collapsed. Beside her, Jun Yiting was taken aback by her condition, immediately rushing to her side and enveloping her in his arms. Luo Qingyan, what is wrong? Why did you suddenly faint? The onlookers, witnessing the scene, grew anxious as well. Lord of War, perhaps we should take her out. The crown princess seems unwell. We must return her to ensure the physician can examine her. Jun Yihan, observing Luo Qingyan's state, was equally alarmed. He understood that the most pressing matter at hand was to escort her to the physician for a proper diagnosis. Upon regaining consciousness, Luo Qingyan found herself in an unfamiliar setting, one she was certain she had never visited before. Confused about how she ended up in this strange place, she began to scrutinize her surroundings. After lying there for a while, she confirmed that this was indeed a place she had never encountered. The guards outside, hearing sounds from within, hurriedly entered. Upon seeing them, Luo Qingyan anxiously inquired, "What is this place? Why has this princess been brought here?" In that moment, she was overwhelmed with panic. She distinctly remembered being in the woods. How could she possibly find herself in such an inexplicable location? Noticing her distress, a maid quickly approached her. "Your Highness, you are in the Lord of War's residence. You fainted, and our lord brought you here.
How do you feel now?
Are you feeling any better? Do you need more rest, or should we call the physician to examine you?" Upon hearing that she was at the Lord of War's residence, Luo Qingyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After moving her body and realizing she felt fine, she relaxed. No need for the physician. I feel perfectly well now. However, despite her insistence, the maid informed Jun Yiting, who insisted on summoning the physician. The moment she laid eyes on the physician, Luo Qingyan couldn't suppress a frown. She had an aversion to medical visits, as they inevitably led to taking bitter medicine. She despised the taste of those concoctions, which always made her feel nauseous, and she dreaded the thought of having to vomit them up, knowing that doing so would render them ineffective. Now, faced with the physician, she wished she could escape, but she understood that was not an option. The physician was already present and ready to proceed. Furthermore, the gaze of the man before her felt somewhat intimidating. She sensed that refusing treatment would not be tolerated. Thus, she resigned herself to endure whatever discomfort lay ahead, as long as it did not involve violence. After a thorough examination, the physician addressed those present. "Your Highness is currently in good health. She merely experienced a fright. With proper rest, she will recover without issue. It is advisable to take care not to frighten her again, as excessive anxiety could lead to further complications." Luo Qingyan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the physician's words. This incident had indeed frightened her, as it was her first encounter with such a situation. Yet, Jun Yiting was not inclined to offer kind words. He glared at her, his voice rising in frustration. "Do you not understand how perilous the mountains are? Why did you venture into them alone? Do you realize the danger posed by wild beasts? You should have brought someone with you. If my men had arrived even a moment later, you could have faced dire consequences."
Jun Yitinges enger lifts Luo Qingyan startled.
She had never seen him this furious. She clutched the blanket tightly, instinctively retreating further beneath it. It was no wonder that his reputation as a man was notorious. His wrath was terrifying, making her shrink back in fear. The elderly physician nearby could no longer bear to watch. He turned to Jun Yiting and exclaimed, "Lord of War, do you have any objections? Did you not hear my recommendations? You must not frighten the young lady. He continued, look at her. She is but a delicate girl. You cannot treat her with such severity. You must temper your expressions and avoid causing her further distress. Realizing the impact of his demeanor, Jun Yiting observed Luo Qingyan's pale face, her hands tightly gripping the blanket. It was evident that she was frightened. He had not anticipated that his actions could have such an effect on her. Feeling a pang of guilt, he approached her slowly, despite her instinctive retreat. He needed to reassure her that, despite his scolding, he would not harm her. As he drew nearer, he gently touched her head, but Luo Qingyan flinched, startled. I have not harmed you. Why such a reaction? Do you believe I would strike you? At the outset, Luo Qingyan indeed harbored such thoughts. However, upon observing the expression of the individual before her, she felt too embarrassed to articulate her sentiments directly. Thus, she could only vehemently shake her head in denial. No, I did not mean that. I simply found the prince imposing and formidable, not someone an ordinary person could provoke, which is why I was momentarily taken aback. I assure you, my intentions were innocent. Your Highness, truly, I harbor no ulterior motives. Despite her attempts at clarification, Jun Yiting remained unconvinced. He sensed that the petite woman before him had undoubtedly been intimidated by his demeanor. Although he did not intend to instill fear, his nature was such that change was elusive. After a moment of hesitation, he began to offer her some words of comfort. Luo Qingyan, this incident is indeed my fault. I should not have startled you. However, this is simply my true self. If you find me frightening, I suggest you refrain from provoking me in the future. Should you encounter me again, I hope you can maintain your distance. That way, you shall not be frightened. I assure you, I did not mean to scare you. Luo Qingyan was indeed startled by the fierce countenance of the man before her, as it was her first encounter with such a fearsome expression. Nevertheless, upon hearing his words, her instinctive reaction was to shake her head in protest. Your Highness, I did not mean it that way. I merely was caught off guard. Please do not be upset. I am immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, I might have faced dire consequences. I truly appreciate your assistance. Upon hearing her words, Jun Yiting's expression grew serious. He regarded Luo Qingyan with an earnest demeanor and inquired, Luo Qingyan, I have a matter of great importance to discuss with you. Please explain why you ventured alone into such perilous territory. Were you aware of the dangers? Where is Prince Anshan? When Luo Qingyan heard this question, she was reluctant to respond, primarily because she did not wish to mention Jun Anshan, despite having long since given up on him. The memory of how he chose to protect another woman while abandoning her still stirred unrest within her. Thus, she glanced at the man before her and shook her head. Could you refrain from inquiring about this, Your Highness? I do not wish to discuss it. Jun Yiting, observing her reluctance, spoke resolutely. Even if you choose not to divulge, I can uncover the truth. If you are unwilling to speak, I shall send someone to investigate. I am quite eager to understand what transpired. At that moment, Luo Qingyan felt an urgent sense of panic at the thought of him pursuing an investigation. She attempted to rise from the bed, but was immediately beset by discomfort. Her head spinning, rendering her unable to comprehend the situation. She simply felt exceedingly unwell. Before she could stand, she collapsed, and fortunately, Jun Yiting was there to catch her. Startled, Luo Qingyan found herself in his embrace, and as she regained her senses, the awkwardness of the situation enveloped her. She could not help but gaze up at him. When their eyes met, she felt her heart race inexplicably, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to proceed. They exchanged silent glances. And had it not been for an unexpected intrusion, they might have remained in that moment indefinitely. Chapter 38. Where is the princess consort? Princess consort. I heard you were frightened. What happened? The maid, Huaner, exclaimed upon entering. Had I known, I would not have waited outside but accompanied you inside. If danger had arisen, I could have protected you. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan snapped back to reality and hastily leapt from Jun Yiting's arms. He, too, reacted swiftly, releasing her. Huaner, having barged in unexpectedly, had witnessed everything, and she was convinced that the fierce prince harbored feelings for her lady. The look in his eyes certainly conveyed something different, though she could not articulate exactly what. Feeling a tinge of awkwardness, Jun Yiting wasted no time and addressed Luo Qingyan, Princess Consort. Please take care of yourself. I have other matters to attend to, and must take my leave. As he turned to depart, Luo Qingyan called out, Your Highness, may I leave now? I suddenly remembered I have matters to address. Observing her discomfort and determination to leave, June Yeting's expression darkened. Given your current condition, it is best that you remain here and rest. Once you feel better and are ready to depart, you may do so. I have already instructed someone to prepare medicine for you. After you have taken it and regained your strength, I will not hinder your departure. At that moment, Luo Qingyan glanced at him, initially inclined to refuse as she felt embarrassed to stay. However, when she met his gaze, she found herself unable to reject his request. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall abide by your highness's wishes and rest here until I have taken the medicine. Seeing her compliance brought June Yeting some relief. He nodded and turned to leave. Huaner, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up once June Yeting had exited. Princess consort. That look in the prince's eyes was truly intimidating. I was almost too afraid to speak. I cannot fathom how you possess such courage to converse with him. Luo Qingyan, reflecting on the situation, felt it was not as daunting as it appeared. Initially, she had indeed felt fear, particularly when he displayed a stern demeanor. However, after the recent events, she began to perceive that June Yeting might simply struggle with expressing himself, resorting to his formidable presence instead.
Rest assured, Huaner.
The war prince is a man of a cold exterior but a warm heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved me so many times. By the way, Huaner, how did you know I was here? Upon hearing her mistress's inquiry, Huaner seized the opportunity to boast a little. My lady, it was someone from the war prince's residence who came to find me and told me about your situation, which is why I hurried over. At this moment, Luo Qingyan was primarily concerned about the competition, eager to discover who would ultimately fulfill the emperor's spoken wish. Unfortunately, her own physical discomfort prevented her from attending the event in person. My lady, I heard that during the event, our lord rushed out holding a woman, Huaner exclaimed. However, the woman was so tightly wrapped that no one could tell she wasn't you, leading to speculation about what had transpired. Moreover, it was quite a coincidence that you had just left at that moment, prompting everyone to suspect that the person in the prince's embrace was indeed you. My lady, the prince has gone too far. How could he so openly dote on another woman? I find it hard to accept. Although Huaner expressed her outrage, Luo Qingyan appeared indifferent. Listening to Huaner recount the events felt like hearing a mere jest. She was emotionally detached. Huaner, why are you so agitated? This matter no longer affects me, so there's no need for such excitement. He may do as he pleases. Huaner felt pity for Luo Qingyan, but seeing her mistress seemingly at peace with the situation, she chose to say nothing further. Meanwhile, June Onchen, after carrying someone outside, began calling for the imperial physician. He desperately wanted the physician to assess Zhang Jiaji's condition. Physician, quickly, come see her. What could be the cause of her sudden abdominal pain? Upon hearing the call for a physician, Zhang Jiaji was frightened. She was not truly unwell and feared the physician would discover her pretense. Thus, she called out to June Onchen, My lord, there is no need to summon the physician. I believe I am fine now. Despite her insistence, June Onchen still beckoned for the physician. When the physician arrived, onlookers realized that the woman in June Onchen's arms was not his princess, but rather his concubine. Wait, is that not the prince's concubine he's holding? Where is the princess? Wasn't she with him? Chapter 39, Can you stay and accompany me? Hearing the discussion, June Onchen was momentarily stunned, realizing he had forgotten a crucial detail in his anxiety. He should have sent someone to find Luo Qingyan immediately after the incident. Time had passed, and he had no idea of her current situation. If not for the inquiries from those around him, he might not have registered the urgency. At this moment, the emperor descended from above, accompanied by the Empress Dowager, who was also anxious. Upon reaching June Onchen, she immediately asked, Chinner, what happened? Where is Yan Yan? Why are you all out here? Has she not emerged? June Onchen found himself at a loss for words. He did not know how to explain the situation. Could he tell the Empress Dowager that he had forgotten Luo Qingyan? Such an admission was out of the question. However, the Empress Dowager's gaze compelled him to respond, and he could only grimace and say, Your Majesty, this is all my fault. We encountered a bear inside, and in the chaos, Yan Yan could not escape in time. By the time I thought to pursue her, I saw the bear had caught up. As he spoke, he struggled to continue, painfully aware that he was to blame. Yet the damage was done, and he could only hope to make amends. The Empress Dowager's face paled upon hearing this, and she stumbled backward in shock. Fortunately, the emperor was there to catch her. Mother, please do not worry. I will send people in to search. We will surely find her. Yen Yen is clever. She will find a way to hide. She will be fine. Please take a breath. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager took a deep breath, turning her gaze back to Junanchan. If I had known,
I would not have assisted you that day.
I never imagined you could treat her this way. If anything happens to her. The Empress Dowager's voice trailed off, and she fainted. Mother, wake up. Physician, quick, come and help. The Empress, observing her son, shook her head. Chinner, do you truly understand the gravity of your actions? You of all people know how important the princess is. Why then did you allow her to face danger without protection? At this moment, Junanchan was filled with regret. But regret was futile. He could only shake his head in despair. Mother, I never intended for this to happen. But Jiaji is pregnant with my child, and I feared for their safety. The Empress finally noticed Zhang Jiazi, who was in Junanchan's arms, and looked at her noticeable belly, unsure of what to say. After a moment, she realized the significance of the situation, especially as it was the first child of Jun Yeqing. She felt it necessary to be cautious and summoned the physician to assess the situation. Meanwhile, the emperor ordered his men to search for Luo Qingyan. Find her. We must see her alive or dead. As the search party entered, anxiety grew within Junanchan when no good news emerged. What is taking so long? Why have we not found her? Could something have happened? The individual before him was eager to return and report back, thus at that moment. He hardly paid any attention to the inquiries directed at him. He could only shake his head in response. I apologize, Your Highness. We have truly exerted ourselves. We have practically scoured the entire mountain, yet we have not glimpsed the presence of the princess. We are left wondering about her current state. Could she have already emerged and returned? Otherwise, why have we not found her after all this time? Junanchan shared the same thoughts, as he was reluctant to entertain any negative possibilities. Indeed, I concur with your assessment. It is highly plausible that she has managed to escape. There is no cause for alarm. She may very well have returned to the Wangfu. I shall return now to ascertain whether she has indeed arrived back. At that moment, Junanchan was deeply anxious, fearing that something might have happened to Luo Qingyan. He regretted his earlier actions, wishing he had acted differently. Alas, it was too late for regrets. The foremost priority was to locate her and determine if she had sustained any injuries. Only then could he find solace. Hence, Junanchan placed Zhang Jiaji upon the bed and prepared to depart, intent on checking if Luo Qingyan had returned to the Wangfu. After all, numerous people had searched without success, leading him to believe that the most likely scenario was that Luo Qingyan had already left and made her way back. Zhang Jiaji, noticing Junanchan's intention to leave, became agitated. She immediately grasped his hand, her face a mask of urgency. Your Highness, how can you leave me in this state? Will you not stay and accompany me? This was the first time Junanchan had not indulged Zhang Jiaji. He swiftly released her hand and, with evident concern, replied, Zhir, you are not in any immediate danger. I have pressing matters to attend to. Remain here and rest until you have fully recovered. Given your current condition, it is unwise for you to wander about. With that, he turned and hastily exited. As he departed, he could hear Zhang Jiaji's furious cries echoing behind him. In the past, such a display would have compelled him to rush back and comfort her, but now, he continued onward without a thought of consolation. After a prolonged outburst, Zhang Jiaji, realizing that Junanchan would not return, vented her frustration by kicking at anything within reach. Get out! All of you leave. If you do not bring the prince back to me, I shall not spare you. The individuals present exchanged uneasy glances upon hearing her outburst, especially since they had witnessed Junanchan's departure. With no clear direction on where to search, they hesitated to speak further, remaining silent in their apprehension. Meanwhile, Junanchan hurriedly arrived at the Wangfu, rushing toward Luo Qingyan's quarters. He fervently hoped to find her there, but disappointment awaited him as he entered an empty chamber. The realization that Luo Qingyan was not there sent him into a frenzy. She hasn't returned to the Wangfu. Could she still be at the hunting grounds? If that is the case, we are in serious trouble. He was at a loss for her whereabouts. Guangonggong, are you certain the princess has not returned? Could it be that you missed her arrival? Guangonggong shook his head firmly. Your Highness, I assure you, that is impossible. I have been here all day, keeping watch for her return. How could I overlook it? Junanchan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Very well, I shall gather our men to search. If the princess returns, you must inform me at once. With that, Jun Anchen and a group of loyal attendants set out to find Luo Qingyan. However, after an extensive search, they found nothing. 3 days passed in this manner, with Jun Anchen tirelessly seeking Luo Qingyan without success. As despair began to consume him, one of his attendants spoke up, "Your Highness, we have searched tirelessly for days, yet we have found no trace of the princess. Is it possible she has encountered some danger? Otherwise, she would not have remained unaccounted for so long." Jun Anchen was reluctant to acknowledge this possibility. Yet he could not deny the validity of the words before him. He was unwilling to accept that Luo Qingyan could be lost forever. It was his fault. Had he not acted impulsively, this predicament might never have arisen. In a fit of frustration, he glared at his attendants and shouted, "I do not care. We must find her today, come what may. It has been 3 days. If we cannot locate her now, then she must have escaped unharmed." Jun Anchen sought to reassure himself as they continued their search. Eventually, as dusk began to fall, he ordered them to halt. The absence of any discoveries left him feeling utterly defeated. Just then, the Empress Dowager arrived, her face etched with worry. "Have you found her? So many days have passed. Why is there still no news? Could something truly have happened to her?" Jun Anchen could hardly bear to admit the possibility. He refused to believe that Luo Qingyan could vanish from his life so easily. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiazi, upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, trembled with barely concealed excitement. If Luo Qingyan were truly gone, she would undoubtedly assume control of the Wangfu. The very thought sent her mind racing with anticipation of how she might command respect as the new mistress. Yet she knew she must conceal her emotions, fearing that any visible reaction might alter the unfolding circumstances. She could only watch Jun Anchen, waiting for his next move. "Your Highness, shall we continue our search or return?" Jun Anchen yearned to find Luo Qingyan more than anyone else. However, at this moment, he was utterly exhausted. Even if he wished to search further, he could only do so after he had rested. The Empress Dowager was in a state of great anxiety, having overheard the discussions. She was acutely aware that Luo Qingyan had yet to be located. Her worry was palpable. Why had they not found her yet? The area was not vast, yet she remained elusive. What if something unfortunate had befallen her? This concern weighed heavily on Jun Anchen as well. Nonetheless, he understood that he could not remain idle any longer. He must set out to search himself. "Rest assured, Your Grace, I will certainly bring her back. She is safe, and there is no need for you to fret." Chapter 41. The return of the princess consort. Despite his words, Jun Anchen lacked confidence in the situation. He believed that locating Luo Qingyan was of utmost importance. Without finding her, he was at a loss for what to do. His anxiety was palpable, yet he felt powerless. The individuals he had dispatched had returned without success. "Your Highness, we still cannot locate the princess consort. We have no idea where she could be. We searched diligently, but to no avail." Upon hearing these words, disappointment flickered in Jun Anchen's eyes. Even if they could not find her, they had to persist in their efforts. Regardless, she must be located. At that moment, Luo Qingyan lay in bed, unable to suppress her laughter upon hearing the words of those around her. "Your Highness, you cannot possibly imagine the turmoil over at the prince's residence. He has been waiting in the mountains for 3 days and nights, yet he still has not found you. He appears on the brink of collapse. Shall we not inform him that I am alive and well?" Luo Qingyan chuckled at the suggestion, glancing at those nearby. There was no need to disclose her condition. If he desired to search, let him continue. After all, she intended to return today, so there was no need for further discussion. Juana nodded in agreement, but could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, should we inform Lord John of our plans to return? We have stayed here for several days, and it is only right that we notify him." Luo Qingyan agreed that this matter should be communicated to him. However, since he had not visited recently, she was uncertain if summoning him would yield any results. "Perhaps we should send someone to call for him. If he does not come, we can go to him," Juana suggested. If he chose to come, there would be no need for them to make an additional trip. Luo Qingyan found this reasoning sound and gestured for her to proceed with the arrangements. Juana acted swiftly and soon returned with Jun Yeting. Upon arrival, he heard Luo Qingyan mention their intention to leave. "I am immensely grateful for your care during these past few days, Your Highness. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to send someone to inform me at the Chunwangfu." Jun Yeting, without much further ado, nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Since you have expressed it so, I shall not stand on ceremony. Rest assured, should I require your assistance, I will certainly send someone to seek you out. Allow me to escort you to your residence. Luo Qingyan, however, shook her head. Your Highness, there is no need for you to accompany me. I wish to keep my presence discreet. I have been residing at the Zhan Wangfu during this time, and I hope you will honor my request to keep this matter confidential. Jun Yeding was momentarily taken aback, unsure why she would make such a request. However, upon meeting her earnest gaze, he decided not to dwell on it. As long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. Thus, he nodded without hesitation. Very well. I shall escort you to the gates of the Wangfu. Upon her return to the Chen Wangfu, Luo Qingyan sensed a commotion. Your Highness, Your Highness. A servant rushed into Jun Anchen's study, urgency evident in his demeanor. His abrupt entrance indicated the depth of his anxiety. Jun Anchen, who had been engaged in serious discussions, was interrupted, his expression revealing his irritation. Xiao Song, what are you doing? Have you lost your senses? Why did you burst in here unannounced during such an important discussion? Do you understand the consequences? Xiao Anzi paused, realizing his error, though his haste was driven by concern. He took a deep breath to compose himself before addressing Jun Anchen. Your Highness, the princess consort has returned. She is back with us. Initially, Jun Anchen struggled to comprehend the news, but soon clarity washed over him. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. What did you just say? Repeat that. The princess consort has returned? Are you certain you are not mistaken? The servant nodded emphatically. Your Highness, it is true. The princess consort is back. I assure you, I am not mistaken. Should we not go and see her? This is a matter of great importance. Moreover, Jun Yeding was eager to discover where Luo Qingyan had been all this time and why she had not returned sooner. In a flurry of excitement, Jun Yeding dashed outside, desperate to confirm her return. Upon catching sight of Luo Qingyan, his heart raced with exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, arms outstretched to embrace her. Yet, to his dismay, she sidestepped him, clearly unwilling to engage. Chapter 42. The distance between two people. As Jun Anchen observed Luo Qingyan's reaction, an inexplicable discomfort settled within him. He felt as though this petite woman was growing increasingly distant from him. Yen, where have you been these past few days? Why have I been unable to find you? I have searched the mountains for 3 days and nights without success. I thought. Luo Qingyan cast a fleeting glance at him, but chose not to elaborate. She continued to move deeper into the woods, disregarding the incessant chatter of the man trailing her. Jun Anchen soon realized that at this moment, Luo Qingyan seemed entirely disinterested in him. If she wished to engage, her demeanor would surely reflect it. Thus, he silently followed her, pondering whether she might eventually have something to say. Yen, why this behavior? Is it because of that incident? I could explain it. You should understand that the situation was perilous. Jir was pregnant, and had I not rescued her, she would have faced grave danger. Yen, could you please not dwell on this? I know I was wrong. As long as you are safe now, I could not bear to live in guilt otherwise. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingyan could no longer contain her emotions and halted abruptly. She turned to face him, exclaiming, Your Highness, is her life more valuable than mine? Should I merely serve as a shield for her? She can feel fear and pain. Do you think I am immune? Do you understand that had no one come to my aid, I would not have emerged from that place alive? Seeing her agitation, Jun Anchen quickly sought to console her. Yen, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. Please do not remain angry with me. Now that you have returned, I promise to make amends. Tell me who rescued you, and I will express my gratitude. Luo Qingyan could not help but laugh at his response. Your Highness, do you not think your concern comes a bit late? There is no need for your assistance. I shall handle this matter myself. With that, she attempted to walk away. However, Jun Anchen was unwilling to let her go. He reached out to stop her. No, Yen, what does this mean? I am your husband. Your foremost duty is to rely on me. Are you intending to seek help from others? At this moment, Luo Qingyan was particularly disinclined to engage with him, yet his persistent presence made it impossible to dismiss him. Ultimately, she retreated to her dwelling, closing the door firmly behind her. She sought solitude from the outside world, locking herself away. Jun Anchen, left on the other side, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend how he found himself outside. After a considerable time, he knocked on the door, but his efforts elicited no response. With no other options, he called out, "Yan Yan, if you are unwilling to see me, I shall take my leave. Rest well, and should you require anything, have someone inform me." Inside, Luo Qingyan heard his pleas, but had no desire to emerge. The mere sight of Jun Anshin was vexatious to her. She wanted nothing more than to resolve their issues swiftly and depart from this place, free from these burdens. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaji, upon learning of Luo Qingyan's safe return, was incensed. How is it possible for her to return unscathed? This is utterly inconceivable. The situation was dire, and she could hardly outrun that massive bear. Her incredulity only deepened with each passing moment. Turning to her maid, she barked, "Go investigate what transpired over the past 3 days. How did she return unharmed? This is unacceptable." Zhang Jiaji's frustration was palpable as she commanded her servant, "Find out the truth and report back to me promptly." The maid nodded in agreement. "Do not worry, Miss Shi. I will uncover the details without delay." In her quarters, Luo Qingyan pondered her next steps, contemplating how to expedite Jun Anshin's arrangements with Zhang Jiaji. The sooner this was resolved, the sooner she could escape this oppressive environment. Looking at her maid, she instructed, "Huaner, remember this. No matter what happens, do not allow Prince Chen to enter our quarters. We shall part ways with him, and there is no need for further explanations or discussions." Huaner, harboring no fondness for Prince Chen, nodded without hesitation. "Rest assured, my lady, as long as I am here, not even a mosquito shall breach our sanctuary, let alone a man." Chapter 44. Those who pretend. Luo Qingyan and Huaner spent an entire day sequestered in her courtyard, the door firmly secured. As long as they wished to remain inside, no one could intrude. Jun Anshin, left waiting outside, hoped for Luo Qingyan's forgiveness, willing to wait indefinitely. However, his patience did not extend to Zhang Jiazi. Upon discovering that Jun Anshin had been loitering at Luo Qingyan's door, she felt a surge of displeasure. After a quick change of attire, she hurried to confront him. Seeing him standing there, she rushed to his side and draped her cloak over his shoulders. "Your Highness, it is freezing outside. Why subject yourself to such discomfort? I cannot bear to witness your suffering. Come back with me." The princess, in a moment of confusion, will eventually find clarity. "There is no need for you, my lord, to remain here in anticipation. The princess will soon come to terms with her feelings. Let us return for now. Witnessing your current state truly pains me." As Jun Anshin gazed at the compassionate figure before him, he felt a slight comfort within. In that moment, he could not help but glance at the tightly shut door, hesitating before ultimately agreeing to leave with Zhang Jiazi. However, he chose to leave someone behind to wait. "Xiao Songzi, remain here. Should the princess open the door, inform me immediately, understood?" After receiving confirmation, Jun Anshin departed with Zhang Jiaji. Upon their exit, Luo Qingyan swiftly received news. "Princess, that Miss Ji has come and taken the prince away." She never misses an opportunity to showcase herself before him. Hearing this news, Luo Qingyan felt a profound calm. Such matters no longer affected her as they once might have. In the past, this would have unsettled her, but now it merely elicited amusement. With a smile, she turned to her companion and spoke, "Huaner, there is truly no need for you to concern yourself with his affairs. I no longer hold any interest in them." Huaner, motivated by her own curiosity, had shared this information with the princess. Upon hearing that the princess was no longer interested, Huaner nodded fervently. "Rest assured, princess. Since you find it displeasing, I shall refrain from mentioning it again, for it indeed could affect your mood." Luo Qingyan agreed, acknowledging that she too felt some impact on her spirits. "Regardless, it will not be long before we can leave this place and pursue the life we desire. Although it may be a bit arduous, we will no longer live as we do now." Before Luo Qingyan could finish, Huaner interrupted, "Princess, why do you always speak in such a manner? I have long told you, I care not for the kind of life we lead, only that I can be with you. As long as we are together, nothing else matters." Hearing this, Luo Qingyan was at a loss for words. Just as she prepared to respond, a loud knocking echoed from outside, startling her.
Huaner grew irritated.
Recognizing the forceful knocking as an affront, "Princess, allow me to investigate who dares to knock so aggressively at our door." Upon stepping outside, Huaner found Xiao Anzi vigorously banging on the door. When the door finally opened, his eyes lit up with urgency.
"Huaner,
"Thank goodness, you've finally opened the door. Quickly, summon the princess. Someone from the palace has arrived and is waiting for her." Initially poised to chastise him, Huana refrained upon learning of the palace's arrival and rushed inside to fetch Luo Qingyan. The two hastened outside, only to find Zhang Jiaji already kneeling there. Having waited for quite some time. Our princess has finally decided to grace us with her presence. I thought perhaps you deemed the imperial edict unimportant and chose not to attend, she exclaimed, surprised yet pleased. Luo Qingyan, observing her demeanor, almost burst into laughter but restrained herself, realizing this was not the appropriate moment for levity. My intentions were never as you perceive, Miss Ji. Your posture is quite unrefined. Should you require guidance, I can summon someone to teach you the proper etiquette. Ignorance of decorum can indeed have dire consequences. Zhang Jiaji, startled by this statement, fervently shook her head. My lord, you know I am unaccustomed to such formalities. I did not speak with intent to offend. Please, for the sake of mercy, do not punish me. Moreover, I carry your heir, and I fear that learning etiquette might overexert the child. Hearing this, Jun Anchen hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. After a prolonged moment, he turned to Luo Qingyan and spoke softly. Yan, Miss Ji did not mean harm. She merely grew anxious seeing you delay. Could you find it in your heart to forgive her and not hold it against her? Luo Qingyan could not suppress her laughter, finding the situation amusing. She glanced at Jun Anchen, unable to contain her mirth any longer. Jun Anchen, puzzled by her sudden laughter, inquired, Yan, why do you laugh so? Do you find fault in my words? If so, please voice your concerns. Your laughter troubles me. Finally, Luo Qingyan knelt before the attendant ready to announce the imperial edict. I have arrived, and the empress summoned you to read the decree. The attendant, confirming her identity as the princess of Qin, proceeded to speak. The consort of the Qin king, in truth, the empress dowager has no imperial edict. She intentionally instructed her servants to convey such a message. The empress dowager mentioned that you are to enter the palace, as she likely has matters to discuss with you, consort. Please accompany this old servant into the palace. Upon hearing that the imperial court had sent someone to summon her, Luo Qingyan did not hesitate. She nodded affirmatively to the person before her and said, Let us proceed to the palace at once. I wonder what urgent matter the empress dowager has at this hour. Upon learning that the empress dowager sought Luo Qingyan, Jun Anchen did not hesitate either. He addressed Luo Qingyan, Yan, I shall accompany you into the palace to discern the reason for the empress dowager as summons. It would not do for you to be left unprotected. Luo Qingyan, noticing the unwavering gaze of the man before her, recognized that he had no intention of changing his mind. With certainty, she replied, My lord, why do you look at me so intently at this moment? Do you wish to accompany me to the palace? As soon as her words fell, Jun Anchen stepped forward. However, before he could respond, Zhang Jiaji clutched her abdomen and groaned in distress. My lord, I am in pain. Could you hold me for a moment? My stomach is quite uncomfortable. Seeing Zhang Jiaji in such a state, Jun Anchen had no choice but to approach her and embrace her. Are you alright? How do you feel? Should I summon the physician? Zhang Jiaji was merely feigning her condition and was reluctant to involve the physician, fearing that they might uncover her ruse. There is no need for a physician. Would you hold me instead? Let us rest for a while. I believe it is merely the child within me kicking. Upon hearing her words, Jun Anchen promptly lifted Zhang Jiaji into his arms. At that moment, he felt uncertain about how to face Luo Qingyan. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Luo Qingyan, discerning his expression, understood that he was about to say something. With a smile, she addressed him, My lord, if you have matters to attend to, it is unnecessary for you to accompany me to the palace. I can go alone. As soon as she uttered these words, she turned to leave. Jun Anchen, watching her retreating figure, nearly rushed after her, but ultimately restrained himself, mindful of the woman he was holding. Thus, he said nothing further and carried Zhang Jiaji back to the residence. Upon her arrival at the palace, the empress dowager summoned her immediately. Upon seeing Luo Qingyan unscathed, she could not help but grasp her hand, reassuringly patting it. It is a relief to see you safe. I was truly worried for your well-being. Where have you been these past few days? Why have you been absent from my sight? What brought you back? Were you not lost in the hunting grounds? As the empress dowager bombarded her with questions, Luo Qingyan felt an inexplicable reluctance to divulge the truth of her return or to reveal that she had been residing in the residence of the War King. She feared that the revelation would be difficult for the empress dowager to accept. After a moment of hesitation, she finally shook her head. Your Majesty, May I choose to remain silent on this matter? You may assume I have simply been at the residence. The Empress Dowager had initially summoned Luo Qingyan to inquire about her absence, but upon hearing her response, she found herself uncertain whether to press further. After contemplating, she nodded in acquiescence. Very well, since you prefer not to discuss it, I shall respect your wishes. However, I must convey that there is another significant matter for which I seek your forgiveness. My actions regarding the medication were truly a last resort, she confessed. Chapter 45. Can you forgive me? Luo Qingyan was momentarily taken aback by the Empress Dowager's admission of wrongdoing. She had not anticipated the Empress Dowager to acknowledge her mistake so openly. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. The Empress Dowager awaited her reply, but after a prolonged silence, Luo Qingyan remained unresponsive. Growing anxious, the Empress Dowager spoke hastily. Yan, I acted with your best interests at heart. You know how I have cared for you since childhood. I hope you can overlook this transgression. Considering my past kindness towards you.
Can you do that?
I realize this has caused you distress, but in the end, nothing untoward occurred between you two, did it? You remember how fiercely you resisted. Do you recall how it was resolved? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan felt her cheeks flush. Perhaps recalling moments that were best left unthought of. Memories of her time under the influence of the medicine and the actions of Jun Yeting flooded her mind. While they had not consummated their relationship, they had nonetheless crossed many boundaries. Initially, she had attempted to cool herself in cold water, but soon the chill proved ineffective against the growing heat within her. As discomfort escalated, she found herself unable to stifle her moans. Though she had tried to suppress her voice, she ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming sensation, crying out in desperation. Jun Yeting, having remained outside, rushed in upon hearing her cries. In her dazed state, she instinctively leaned into him, seeking comfort. Now, reflecting on those moments, she felt an intense warmth envelop her. She could hardly comprehend the audacity she had shown in provoking Jun Yeting, nor could she fathom that he had ultimately come to her aid, preventing her from succumbing entirely to the drug's effects. Observing Luo Qingyan's flushed face, the Empress Dowager mistakenly assumed she was unwell. She quickly gestured to those nearby. Madam, assist the consort of the Qin King to sit. She will feel better that way. After Luo Qingyan settled down, she endeavored to adjust her emotions. And after a considerable time, she finally composed herself. Yan, how do you feel? It seems that you were quite uncomfortable just now. Do you need me to call a physician to examine you? The Empress Dowager's concern arose from Luo Qingyan's apparent distress. However, since there was nothing amiss with her health, Luo Qingyan promptly shook her head in response. No need, Your Majesty. I assure you, I am perfectly fine, and there is no need for you to worry. Upon hearing the somewhat distant tone in Luo Qingyan's voice, the Empress Dowager felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. After contemplating for a while, she finally spoke. Yan, why do you seem so estranged from me now? Can you truly not forgive me for that incident? I have only ever acted with your best interests at heart. You and the Crown Prince are indeed a well-matched pair. Moreover, you once shared such a close bond. How can you so easily let go? Luo Qingyan shook her head, feeling no sense of loss whatsoever. After all, one cannot cling to what does not belong to them. Thus, upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, she felt no particular emotion. Your Majesty, I have made my decision, and it shall not be altered. However, I kindly request that you keep this matter secret for now, and not disclose it to anyone. Once I am ready, I will reveal the situation to the public. The Empress Dowager had a desire to inform Jun Onqing, hoping he could win Luo Qingyan back. Yet, observing Luo Qingyan's demeanor, she suddenly felt that such a possibility was slim. Yan, rest assured, since I have promised you, I will not speak of this to anyone. However, I do hope that, when the time comes, you will still remain in the palace to accompany me. I assure you, I will not meddle further. You are free to do as you wish. My intention that day was merely to bring you and the Crown Prince together. Never did I anticipate it would lead to this outcome. I regret my actions and acknowledge that I should not have intervened. Yan, I understand your anger. Yet I wish for your forgiveness. Luo Qingyan glanced at the Empress Dowager and replied, Your Majesty, this matter concerns me deeply, and I find it difficult to articulate my feelings. To forgive you at this moment may not be feasible. I need time. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding and invited Luo Qingyan to stay for lunch. However, Luo Qingyan was not inclined to linger in the palace any longer. Thus, upon hearing the Empress Dowager call her, her immediate reaction was to shake her head. Your Majesty, I have other matters to attend to and cannot stay. We shall discuss this later when I have time. The Empress Dowager glanced at her attendant, hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and ultimately watched as Luo Qingyan departed. Once outside, Luo Qingyan intended to return to the Wangfu, but before she could exit the palace, she was intercepted along the way.
Guania.
Startled by the sudden appearance of the individual blocking their path, exclaimed, "Who are you? Why are you obstructing us? What do you want?" The person before them remained silent, merely gazing at Luo Qingyan. While Huaner did not recognize him, Luo Qingyan did. This individual had always been by Jun Yiting's side, and his presence here indicated that something significant was afoot. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qingyan addressed the man, "Gong Gong Su, have you come here for a reason? If so, please speak openly." The man approached her and nodded, saying, "Wang Fei, the Wangye requests your presence." Since leaving the Zhan Wangfu, Luo Qingyan had deliberately avoided Jun Yiting, wishing not to encounter him. However, with him personally sending for her, she could not refuse. Thus, she nodded and followed the man, curious about what awaited her. Huaner, noticing Luo Qingyan's intent, was alarmed and instinctively reached out to stop her. "Wang Fei, do you know this person? Are we really going to follow him?
Who is he?
Is it safe?" Luo Qingyan, observing Huani's concern, quickly reassured her. "There is nothing to worry about. I know him. We can trust him." With Luo Qingyan's assurance, Huana, though still hesitant, ultimately decided to follow, fearing for her Wang Fei's safety. The man led them to a small pavilion and halted, gesturing for Luo Qingyan to proceed. Initially taken aback, Luo Qingyan paused but then moved forward. Upon looking ahead, she understood why the man had stopped. Someone was already waiting there. After a moment's hesitation, she approached and curtsied. "I greet the Wangya. May you be blessed with peace and longevity." Jun Yiting regarded her silently, his gaze fixed upon her. Luo Qingyan felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, unsure of his intentions. After a brief pause, she finally asked, "Wangya, why do you gaze at me so? Is there something you need to discuss? If so, please tell me directly. I will certainly comply with your wishes."
Jun Yiting remained silent, prompting Luo Qingyan to persist.
"Wangya, if there is no matter at hand, I shall take my leave. After all, we must maintain a proper distance. Otherwise, should anyone see us together, it will be difficult to explain." Jun Yiting was utterly indifferent to such matters. What truly concerned him was the demeanor of the petite woman before him. Thus, upon witnessing her anxious countenance, he found himself inexplicably unsettled. He cast a glance at Luo Qingyan and inquired, "What is this, Yan Yan? Do you intend to use me and then cast me aside? Why have you not sought me out during this time? Did I not express that you should visit whenever possible? Why have you not come even once? Moreover, it is apparent that you have been deliberately avoiding me. Do you truly wish to evade my presence? Pray, elucidate this matter. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, you need not leave." Luo Qingyan, upon hearing his words, found herself at a loss for a response. She struggled to confront him, particularly since she had indeed been purposefully evading the formidable war king. She believed their paths should not cross again. The incident that had transpired was unintentional, merely an accident, and she was striving to forget it. The most effective means of doing so was to avoid the individual involved, and she had managed quite well in this regard. Each time there was a gathering attended by Jun Yiting, she would discreetly inquire in advance and intentionally steer clear of the events. Now, faced with his forthright questioning, she found herself uncertain of how to respond, for he spoke the truth, leaving her without grounds for rebuttal. The two remained enveloped in silence for an extended period until Luo Qingyan finally broke it. "Your Highness, if there is nothing further, I must take my leave." She sensed the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar, and she yearned to escape. However, Jun Yiting was not inclined to let her depart so easily. As she made a move to leave, he swiftly grasped her arm, pulling her into his embrace. Luo Qingyan stumbled and found herself enveloped in his hold, unable to free herself. Chapter 47. Calling him uncle left him in disbelief at that moment. Luo Qingyan struggled, but her attempts were futile against Jun Yiting's strength. Once he felt the softness of her form, he found it difficult to release her, especially as she continued to squirm. After a prolonged struggle, when he finally loosened his grip just slightly, she seized the opportunity to slip away. "War uncle, Please do not do this. If you persist, I shall never dare to see you again. June Yeting could not help but chuckle at her words. Yen. Your statement implies you wish to see me often in the future. I had thought you were intent on avoiding my presence, otherwise, you would not have evaded me so diligently. At that moment, June Yeting's gaze remained fixed upon her, and he did not speak. Luo Qingyan felt increasingly uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny. She opened her mouth, wishing to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. Eventually, unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, she spoke up. War uncle, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have many matters to attend to. Upon hearing her words, June Yeting's expression darkened, causing her to freeze. The words she had nearly uttered were suddenly lost, and she hesitated to speak further, fearing his reaction. His countenance was so intimidating that it sent shivers down her spine. In an instinctive response, she took a few steps back, contemplating fleeing. Yet she knew that such a move could lead to dire consequences. Thus, she steeled herself and remained before him. When June Yeting heard her refer to him as uncle, he was filled with indignation, leaving him momentarily speechless. After regaining composure, he raised his head to gaze at Luo Qingyan and gradually leaned closer. Just as he approached her neck, he exhaled gently against her skin, prompting her to involuntarily flinch. A tremor coursed through her, leaving her bewildered by her own reaction. In a moment of desperation, she placed her hand against the man drawing near. Uncle, please refrain from this. I am the wife of your imperial nephew. Should he discover this, it would be untenable. June Yeting remained unfazed by her words. At that moment, he believed that even if June Anshin were present, he would still act without reservation. He scrutinized Luo Qingyan for a significant time before finally voicing his inquiry. I have received news that I wish to verify with you. Luo Qingyan nodded vigorously. Uncle, please feel free to ask whatever you wish. There is no need to encroach upon my space. It makes me quite uncomfortable. At her remark, June Yeting frowned and responded, Luo Qingyan, I do not wish to hear that name again. It displeases me. Although puzzled, she chose to refrain from further discussion. Then I shall address you as Your Highness. Your Highness, please inquire about any news you wish to discuss. Though he was not particularly fond of the title Your Highness, he understood the need for patience in their discourse. He nodded in agreement. Very well, since you have suggested it, I shall comply. My inquiry pertains to the information I received regarding your impending separation from Prince Chen. Is there truth to this? Luo Qingyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at his question, uncertain if she should divulge such matters. However, faced with the reality of their conversation, she felt compelled to respond. Ultimately, she nodded in affirmation, her nerves prompting her to touch her forehead as she stole a glance at him. She initially believed that the man before her would not pay her any attention. To her surprise, the moment she lifted her gaze, she found him fixedly staring at her. Startled, she quickly lowered her head, too timid to look up again. How did the prince come to know of this news? I recall that it has yet to be made public. How could you possibly be aware of it? Surely June Yeting had his methods. But those methods were not meant to be disclosed to a woman. Thus, he merely shook his head at Luo Qingyan and reached out to pull her closer. Suddenly, he produced a hairpin and swiftly inserted it into her hair. Although Luo Qingyan only caught a glimpse of the ornament, she could tell it was something she would adore. Once June Anshin secured it in place, she instinctively reached up to remove it. However, June Yeting's unwavering gaze held her back, leaving her no chance to do so. Yen, do not remove this. It is a gift from me. You shall wear it, and I assure you will come to cherish it. Every time you meet me, it must be adorned upon your head, understand? His demeanor was undeniably domineering, and despite her inclination to refuse, the intensity of his gaze quelled her objections. Chapter 48. What has transpired? June Yeting felt satisfaction as he observed Luo Qingyan's silence in response to his words. He adjusted the hairpin slightly, growing increasingly pleased with how it complemented her. It was indeed the right choice after much deliberation. It looks exquisite on you, enhancing your beauty. It was the first time Luo Qingyan had received such a candid compliment from a man, leaving her momentarily flustered and unsure of how to face him. Though she yearned to remove the ornament from her hair, his continuous scrutiny made her blush, compelling her to express her gratitude instead. Thank you, Your Highness, for this beautiful hairpin. I truly appreciate it. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. What do you think? Although June Yeting felt reluctant to let her go, he hesitated only briefly before nodding in acquiescence. Very well, if you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you. However, I hope that the matter of your divorce is arranged promptly. I do not wish to wait too long." Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process what he had just said. As she began to seek clarification, she suddenly noticed that the man who had stood before her had silently departed. With his absence, a sense of relief washed over her, particularly due to the unsettling intensity of his gaze. Now that he was gone, she felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. As she exited the palace and approached the gates, she spotted someone waiting outside. It was Junanchan. His unexpected presence puzzled her, as he typically showed little interest in such matters. Frowning slightly, she approached him and inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the manor with your consort? Why have you suddenly appeared here? Has something occurred? Your Highness, if something has indeed happened, your presence here is of little use. What is most important now is to seek alternative solutions rather than coming to see me. I am unaware of the reason for your sudden visit to the palace, so if there is nothing pressing, I intend to return." The moment she finished speaking, her instinct was to turn away, but he had already arrived at the palace gates. He would not allow her to leave so easily. Junanchan swiftly closed the distance and grasped her arm, addressing her directly. "Yan, why such a strong reaction upon seeing me? Are you involved in something clandestine? If not, why this response? Whatever it is you are planning, you must tell me at once. If it surprises me, I will assist you." Luo Qingyan gazed at him, contemplating whether the Empress Dowager had secretly revealed her intentions regarding the divorce. After careful observation, she concluded that since the Empress Dowager had agreed, she likely would not disclose this information. Thus, she simply shook her head and replied, "Your Highness, I have my reasons for entering the palace, which you will understand in due time."
Junanchan is excitement sorted a herwards.
Since bringing Zhang Jiaji back, he felt the bond between him and Luo Qingyan had grown increasingly distant. They had not shared a meal together in quite some time. Hearing her words led him to believe she was preparing a surprise for his upcoming birthday. "Yan, you need not wait to tell me. My anticipation is high." "You may reveal it now," he urged. However, Luo Qingyan shook her head firmly. "Your Highness, it is best if you remain uninformed for now. I will share it once everything is arranged." She understood that if Junanchan were to learn of her intention to divorce, he would undoubtedly oppose it. Thus, she chose not to divulge this matter, considering the implications for his dignity. With that, she merely shook her head and prepared to leave. Observing her reaction, Junanchan stepped forward, grasping her hand and exclaiming, "Luo Qingyan, what is the meaning of this? I have come here personally to fetch you, yet you respond in this manner." Luo Qingyan lifted her gaze to meet his, expressing her gratitude. "I am truly grateful for your visit, Your Highness, but I wish to return now. Your reaction suggests you are not inclined to leave, which is why Before she could finish, Junanchan moved closer, taking hold of her gently. Luo Qingyan wished to resist his pull, yet, before she could react, she found herself being drawn in. At that moment, she had no choice but to acquiesce to his grasp. She did not want to be too overt in her discomfort, as it would easily be perceived by the man before her. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she finally turned to face him and gently inquired, "Your Highness, might I ask what brings you here? If there is nothing pressing, shall we return? I have other matters that require my attention and must return to the estate." Upon hearing her words, Junanchan realized he could not refuse her request. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Yan," he began, "I have a significant question for you. Why have you been so distant lately? You were never like this before. Is it because of Jir? I have already explained to you that my relationship with her was a mere accident. Could you not be more magnanimous and cease this jealousy?" Chapter 49. It feels as though you are about to depart from me. Luo Qingyan found herself amused by his words, unable to suppress a laugh in front of Junanchan. "Your Highness, my distance from you is not due to your taking another woman. I remain who I am. It is merely your perception that has changed, leading you to believe I have altered." When Junanchan heard her speak thus, he could not help but reflect deeply. Though he struggled to comprehend the situation, he felt increasingly aware that the bond between him and this petite woman was growing more tenuous by the day, filling him with concern that she might one day suddenly leave him. He gazed intently at Luo Qingyan for a prolonged moment before drawing her close to face him. In that serious atmosphere, he earnestly asked, "Yan, after all these years of shared affection, you would not abandon me, would you? At times, I feel as if you are drifting away from me." He continued, the one I have always cherished is you. My involvement with her was merely an accident, yet she is carrying my child. I cannot simply disregard her. Rest assured, once she gives birth, I will ensure she resides in another estate, away from the palace. What do you think of this arrangement? Would it satisfy you? Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingyan shook her head in response. Your Highness, there is no need for such measures. Whether she resides in the palace or not is of no concern to me. I no longer care. She may remain for as long as she wishes. Jun Anshin was taken aback by her response, momentarily at a loss. The current Luo Qingyan's words instilled a sense of fear within him. He recalled how, at the outset, she had been deeply hurt and furious over this matter. Why, then, did she seem indifferent now? Observing her calm demeanor, an unsettling premonition surged within him. It felt as though she was gradually distancing herself from him. Yet, he found himself at a loss as to how to remedy the situation. In his helplessness, he embraced her tightly, pleading, Yan Yan, I implore you, do not leave me. We grew up together. Without you, I would find it unbearable to continue. Luo Qingyan, hearing his plea, offered no clear response. Unsure of how to articulate her feelings, she gently pushed him away and said, Your Highness, you have not been drinking, yet you seem intoxicated. Let us return swiftly. We ought not to engage in such displays here. Ultimately, Luo Qingyan accompanied Jun Anshin back in the same carriage. Upon their arrival at the palace gates, they were met by the sight of an individual waiting for them. The moment Luo Qingyan recognized the person, her eyebrows arched in surprise as she glanced at Jun Anshin, who appeared somewhat awkward, unsure of how to proceed. He opened his mouth to explain, but quickly realized that no amount of explanation would suffice at that moment. Thus, he gestured dismissively, instructing, Take her away. Do not let this interfere with my relationship with the princess. The servants, upon hearing his command, approached Zhang Jiaji to escort her away. However, she seemed agitated by the situation. Suddenly, she shouted, How is it possible? How could the prince allow me to leave? Do not speak nonsense. I must confront the princess about your fabrications. Do you look down upon me? Even if I have yet to pay my respects to the princess, my position as concubine is secured. Regardless of your thoughts, you cannot obstruct me. I must see the prince now. The child is growing, and he has hardly touched him. You had better let me pass, or if anything were to happen to my child, you would bear the consequences. This child is the prince's firstborn, whom he cherishes dearly. Should any misfortune befall him, you would all pay the price. The two servants exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their hesitation. Faced with a woman in such a condition, they were understandably cautious, fearing potential repercussions. As Zhang Jiaji observed Jun Anshin preparing to leave with Luo Qingyan, she felt a surge of urgency and abruptly pushed past the servant, rushing forward. Jun Anshin regarded the woman blocking their path with a frown. What brings you here? Why are you not resting in your quarters? With your condition, it would be wise to refrain from wandering about. Think of the child's safety. You should not act recklessly. If anything were to happen, you would be devastated. Zhang Jiaji could see that he was clearly not inclined to engage with her, yet she had longed to see him. Upon learning of his return, she had rushed over, only to find herself in such an unexpected situation. At that moment, she could hardly articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within her. Chapter 50. It's south unwise to drive someone away at this moment. She glanced at the person before her, opened her mouth, preparing to say something, but Jun Anshin was in no mood to listen. Enough, there is no need for further words. You should follow them now. I have no time. I will seek you out when I am free, so do not be in such a hurry. It will not be swift. Zhang Jiaji could hardly wait. She immediately shouted at Jun Anshin. My lord, you have not visited me for quite some time. The child within me has begun to move. Surely you must come and see. In that brief moment, Zhang Jiaji had already approached Jun Anshin, grasping his hand and placing it on her belly. At that moment, Jun Anshin truly felt something stirring within her womb. Having never experienced such a sensation before, he found it quite fascinating and could not help but touch a few more times. When he finally realized how many times he had done so, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, and he glanced toward Luo Qingyan, who had already stepped forward. Seeing Luo Qingyan moving away, he felt a surge of urgency and quickly chased after her, calling out, Qingyan, do not go. Come here. Let us see the child. It truly moves. It is simply marvelous. However, upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan showed no inclination to pause. Instead, she quickened her pace towards her chambers. Casting a glance back at the approaching figures, she could not help but frown. My lord, do you not see that the side consort is still gazing longingly at you? You should go and keep her company. I do not require your presence, so you may leave. At that moment, Zhang Jiaji rushed over, wrapping her arms around Jun Anchen's hand, proudly accentuating her belly. She then addressed Luo Qingyan, Sister Wang Fei, look at my belly. Do you believe I shall bear a son or a daughter? Observing Zhang Jiaji's smug demeanor, Luo Qingyan squinted and lowered her head to examine the woman's abdomen. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. What concern is this to me? You may give birth to whatever you wish. There is no need for you to flaunt it before me. I can assure you, your child does not affect me in the slightest. It would be best if you stopped parading your belly in front of me, lest you trip or bump into something. Do not blame me for it then. Luo Qingyan's tone was serious, instantly intimidating Zhang Jiaji. She instinctively cradled her belly and glared at Luo Qingyan. When she realized Luo Qingyan had no other reaction, she turned to Jun Anchen, exclaiming, My lord, what does your wife mean? Am I not allowed outside now that I am with child? Her words are truly frightening. She cannot be intending harm towards my baby. Luo Qingyan, hearing this, thought Zhang Jiaji was overreacting. Her words were simply a means to deter the woman from bothering her incessantly. Yet, the expression on Zhang Jiaji's face indicated she interpreted it entirely differently. Before Luo Qingyan could respond, Zhang Jiaji, in desperation, rushed to Jun Anchen's side, attempting to nestle herself into his embrace. Despite the size of her belly, Jun Anchen eventually wrapped his arms around her. Zhir, do not be so anxious. There must be some misunderstanding. The Wang Fei did not mean it that way, right, Qingyan? You did not intend that, did you? After asking, Jun Anchen turned to Luo Qingyan, his face full of expectation for her response. Unfortunately, she showed no sign of replying, leaving him feeling disappointed. With no other option, he urged, Qingyan, please explain to Zhir. Do not let her misconstrue your words. The sight of both women before her, flustered and nearly frantic, amused Luo Qingyan. She felt as though she were witnessing a grand performance, and she found it rather enjoyable. It turned out, letting go of someone was not as difficult as she had imagined. As she gradually released her feelings, she raised an eyebrow at Jun Anchen and suddenly spoke.
No.
My lord, what is there to explain? Am I not stating the truth? With her behaving like this, if she continues to run about, something unfortunate may occur, and you will regret it later. I merely expressed concern. Whether you heed it is your affair. Now, if there is nothing else, please leave. I require rest, and you should know what to do. Upon hearing this, Jun Anchen instinctively raised his gaze to Luo Qingyan. He could not fathom why he felt she was beginning to care less for him. This realization unsettled him deeply. Thus, he turned to Zhang Jiaji and said, Zhir, you should return for now. I have other matters to discuss with the Wang Fei. If you have nothing pressing, please depart. Seeing Jun Anchen's intent to stay, Luo Qingyan could not suppress a frown. She did not wish for him to linger, yet at that moment, she found it difficult to force him away. Chapter 52. Is this the reason you have yet to forgive me? Ultimately, Luo Qingyan had no choice but to step aside to allow Jun Anchen entry. However, just as he was about to enter, Zhang Jiazi, unwilling to let him pass, clutched her belly and called out, My lord, do not enter. I am unwell. Please come and assist me. At that moment, Jun Anchen's expression darkened as he looked towards Zhang Jiaji. Zhir, cease your pretense. You know exactly how you are. I have important matters to discuss with the Wang Fei. Please step aside, and do not cause a scene. Frustrated by the lack of the attention she desired, Zhang Jiaji stormed off in anger. As Luo Qingyan watched her depart alone, a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. After all, he did not take anyone away, which displeased her greatly. Jun Anchen glanced at Luo Qingyan before stepping inside. At that moment, despite her reluctance, Luo Qingyan had no choice but to follow him in. As soon as they entered, Jun Anchen suddenly drew closer and embraced her. In the past, this would have filled Luo Qingyan with joy, but now, all she felt was aversion towards the man before her. She could not comprehend why her feelings had shifted so drastically overnight. As Jun Anchen held her, he sensed her resistance, a reaction that the old Luo Qingyan would never have exhibited. Consequently, he tightened his grip. Qingyan, what are you doing? Why are you struggling? Since my return, we have yet to properly bond due to Zhir's matters. Today, we have the opportunity to cultivate our feelings. Luo Qingyan stared at the man who was inching closer, unable to control herself. She fought desperately, pushing and kicking at him. At that moment, she simply did not want to be touched by him, feeling inexplicably disgusted. Jun Anshin was taken aback by her fierce struggle. It almost made it impossible for him to hold her. Qingyan, why are you reacting this way? I am your husband. Is it so wrong to want a little intimacy? At this point, he had restrained her hands and was leaning in closer, almost ready to kiss her. Luo Qingyan, no longer willing to be polite, kicked at him with all her might, landing a blow to a particularly sensitive area. Jun Anshin could not help but shout in pain. That spot. Even a slight bump could result in lingering discomfort, let alone being struck with such force by Luo Qingyan. He felt as though he might be incapacitated. In desperation, he covered himself and looked at Luo Qingyan, exclaiming, Qingyan, why would you do this? Do you truly hate me so much? I have merely made a mistake that any man could make. Must you strike me down so mercilessly? Could you not grant me a chance? I have already assured you that the child born from her will be under your name. There is no need for you to concern yourself so much. Luo Qingyan adjusted her clothes, calmly regarding him. The words she spoke were almost infuriating. Your Highness, there is no need for the child with her to be under my name. I do not wish for it, nor do I require it. You may proceed as you see fit. I am indifferent. Upon hearing this, Jun Anshin's already grim expression darkened further. He scrutinized Luo Qingyan, searching for any sign of deceit in her expression. However, after a prolonged gaze, he could not discern any trace of untruthfulness. It became clear to him that she was genuinely unconcerned about the matter he had mentioned. Suddenly, he lunged towards her, enveloping her in his arms once more. Startled by his sudden movement, Luo Qingyan attempted to retreat, but it was too late. She was caught unawares and found herself in his embrace. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. He held her with an undeniable strength. Realizing that she could not match his power, Luo Qingyan decided that it was best not to confront him directly, lest the situation escalate. In the end, she softened her tone. Your Highness, are you certain you wish to treat me this way? You know well why I am acting like this. If you were to force me into something I do not desire, I could never forgive you. Hearing her words, Jun Anshin's grip on her stiffened. He hesitated for a long moment before finally addressing her. Qingyan, is it truly because of that incident that you refuse to forgive me? How long must I wait for your forgiveness? Please give me a clear time frame. Luo Qingyan rolled her eyes internally at his question, thinking to herself that forgiveness was utterly impossible. What mattered most was resolving the issue at hand, after which she would promptly leave this place. Chapter 53. What are you even worth? However, these thoughts were not something she could voice to him. She was uncertain how he might react. Thus, she feigned contemplation before responding to the man holding her. Your Highness, you must grant me some time. You cannot comprehend the sorrow I felt when I had to agree to let a concubine enter the household. It was for your sake that I complied. You may not understand, but the pain is real, and I am truly heartbroken. Do you no longer care for me? You would never have acted this way before. You always sought my opinion on your decisions. As she spoke, she lowered her head and began to softly sob, as if the matter weighed heavily on her heart. Jun Anshin was taken aback, unsure of how to console her. After a moment of uncertainty, he decided to embrace her, attempting to soothe her distress. However, as he reached out, she instinctively recoiled. Do not hold me. I am angry, and do not wish to be embraced by you. Leave. Jun Anshin found it difficult to part from her. It was the first time he had witnessed her acting so vulnerably, and he found it endearing. Qingyan, this situation is entirely my fault. I apologize. Please do not remain angry. Rest assured, I promise I will not act without your consent. Consider this. It is not uncommon for men to have multiple wives and concubines. I have already assured you that as long as it is just between us two, I will not pursue anyone else. You should simply get along with Xi'er. Luo Qingyan shook her head. Your Highness, there is no need for this. I have thought it through. If you wish to take more concubines, I have no objection. Whether it is one or two, it would be better to have several. They can bear you children. Don't you agree? However, Your Highness, you need not worry. This matter does not require your concern. I shall take care of it for you. My elder sister from my maternal family, whom I mentioned to you previously, has admired you for quite some time. I beseech you to consider, for my sake, allowing her to enter the residence. In doing so, she can accompany me and provide mutual support. What do you think, Your Highness? My sister is indeed a great beauty. as you have seen. At this moment, Jun Anshin recalled the image of that woman he had encountered previously. She appeared poised and graceful, and the thought made him hesitate to refuse. Thus, he found himself wavering. When Luo Qingyan observed his indecision, an inexplicable feeling of disgust washed over her. She could not help but question whether the Jun Anshin she had met before had been nothing but an act. Otherwise, how could this individual stand in stark contrast to the person she once knew? As she regarded him, she could not suppress a smile at his evident conflict. Your Highness, have you made your decision? For my sake, and to alleviate your solitude within the palace, please allow my sister to join us. Would that be agreeable? Confident that he would acquiesce, she maintained her gaze upon Jun Anshin. Indeed, he eventually nodded in agreement, albeit with the condition that it be left to the princess's discretion. Luo Qingyan's smile turned even more tender upon hearing this. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure everything is arranged clearly. During this period, let my sister frequently visit the palace, allowing you both to cultivate your feelings. After some time, she may enter as your concubine, as a favor to me. Would that be acceptable? Having made such a proposition, Jun Anshin found it difficult to refuse, ultimately nodding in consent. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Soon, Luo Jiaojiao arrived at the residence. Upon receiving the message from Luo Qingyan, she could scarcely believe the news. Yet, now that she was present, it felt undeniably real. She hurried to Luo Qingyan's quarters, bursting through the door, unimpeded by the guards. Luo Qingyan, is the news true? Has the prince truly decided to bestow upon me the title of concubine? You are not deceiving me, are you? Please tell me what the prince said. Observing her anxious demeanor, Luo Qingyan could not help but chuckle. Would I jest about such matters? I have already discussed this with the prince. You will enter alongside concubine Zhang. You have no objections, I trust? At this moment, Luo Jiaojiao was overwhelmed with excitement, her smile unwavering since she entered. She believed that if Luo Qingyan had brought her here and proposed her as the prince's concubine, it must indeed be the prince's will.
Consequently,
she felt a sense of invincibility. When Luo Qingyan attempted to speak, Luo Jiaojiao interrupted, asking, Where is the prince? Should I not go to him and let him know I have arrived? Luo Qingyan frowned at her brazen attitude. Luo Jiaojiao, do you not remember that I am the mistress of this residence? You dare issue commands to me? After uttering this, seeing that Luo Jiaojiao remained unfazed, she continued, Do you think this opportunity is yours by mere chance? It is I who have advocated for you. Should you continue this arrogance, I shall inform the prince to send you back. Luo Jiaojiao's eyes widened in shock at this declaration. She regarded Luo Qingyan with suspicion and asked, Are you certain that I can enter the prince's residence? This truly is your doing and not the prince's decision? Upon hearing her question, Luo Qingyan could not help but laugh derisively. The prince has long since forgotten you. How could he have brought this matter to light? You are merely deluding yourself. Just know that upon arriving here, you must heed my wishes, or I will not hesitate to send you back. Ultimately, the one who would be embarrassed is not I. Luo Jiaojiao, perceiving the logic in Luo Qingyan's words, hesitated before speaking up. Luo Qingyan, what exactly did you discuss with the prince that led to his agreement? When shall I enter the residence? Another concubine is already residing there, and I cannot allow myself to be overshadowed. Arrange for me to stay tonight. I refuse to return. Her boldness was astonishing, considering she had yet to establish any connection with Jun Anshin. Luo Qingyan regarded her in disbelief. You truly intend to remain here without any formal standing? Others will surely look down upon you. Think this through carefully. If you are resolute, I can arrange it for you. Luo Jiaojiao shot her a skeptical glance. Why are you being so accommodating? I sense something amiss with you lately. You never assisted me before. Why now, and to such an extent? Luo Qingyan lifted her gaze and replied, What? Are you displeased with my assistance? If you believe my intentions are insincere, you need not accept my help. Remember, concubine Zhang has already borne the prince's child. He will undoubtedly prioritize her. Consider your position wisely. After some contemplation, Luo Jiaojiao finally understood. She looked at Luo Qingyan and declared, Luo Qingyan, I have made up my mind. I will follow your arrangements. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall comply without resistance. Now, what must I do? Luo Qingyan glanced at her, delicately lifted her teacup, and took a sip. The prince is currently in his study dealing with state affairs, and is undoubtedly fatigued.
you should go and deliver something to him.
Remember, once you have delivered it, Leave immediately, and do not linger. If you wish to pique the prince's interest, you must heed my advice. Although Luo Jiaojiao harbored some dissatisfaction, she nodded in agreement at that moment. All right, since you insist, I shall follow your instructions. I will go now to deliver the items. But you must inform me of what they are. Once Luo Jiaojiao was prepared, she took the items that Luo Qingyan had arranged for her and made her way to the study. Initially, the guards at the door refused her entry. However, her wealth proved persuasive. She slipped several bags of silver to the guard, who finally relented and agreed to inform the prince of her arrival. Inside, Jun Anchen hesitated upon hearing that Luo Jiaojiao was sent by Luo Qingyan, but eventually nodded to the guard, permitting her entry. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaji, upon receiving a report from her servant, was consumed by anger. Zhang concubine, you must not act rashly. You need to remain calm, or chaos will ensue. Though her companions urged her to stay composed, Zhang Jiaji felt increasingly anxious, sensing that her possessions were on the verge of being snatched away. How can you expect me to remain calm in this situation? If I don't act soon, the prince might be taken from me. What has Luo Qingyan been thinking to suddenly orchestrate such matters? Was she not once opposed to the prince associating with other women? Why is she now taking the initiative? Observing Zhang Jiaji's inaction, a nearby maid grew anxious. Concubine, why do you remain idle at such a critical juncture? Should we not investigate the situation? We must hurry, otherwise the prince may very well engage with that woman. Zhang Jiaji finally snapped back to reality upon hearing this. She stood abruptly and extended her hand toward the maid. You make a valid point. Let us see what is transpiring over there. Assist me as I go. In her urgency, Zhang Jiaji longed to reach Jun Anchen's location swiftly. Yet her condition hindered her from moving quickly. Thus, she proceeded at a slow pace. Upon arriving at the study's entrance, she hesitated before hearing laughter from within, revealing that those inside were quite cheerful. After waiting for some time, she knocked on the door, but no one came to open it. Fearing that something irreversible might occur, she knocked frantically. Finally, the door swung open, revealing Jun Anchen with an unfavorable expression. As Zhang Jiaji prepared to speak, she noticed his displeasure and hesitated. Fearing the implications of her intrusion, Jun Anchen, already irritated by the disruption, addressed the guard at the door. What is your purpose here? If there is nothing pressing, you ought to refrain from intruding. You should be resting. At that moment, Zhang Jiaji misinterpreted his words, believing he was genuinely concerned for her well-being, and felt a surge of pride. She defiantly asked him, "Who are you, and what business do you have here?" Having recently secured the prince's acknowledgement, Luo Jiaojiao felt empowered, knowing that she would soon hold the title of concubine, and thus regarded Zhang Jiaji with indifference. Your Highness, do you not see how disruptive her presence is? Is she not hindering our opportunity to cultivate our relationship? Zhang Jiaji reacted strongly to this. Cultivate what relationship? Your Highness, why would you wish to foster any form of intimacy with her? She is the sister of the princess. What is there to cultivate? Frustration boiled within Zhang Jiazi as she gestured angrily towards Luo Jiaojiao. Your Highness, how could you act in such a manner? Did you not promise me that it would only be the two of us accompanying you, without anyone else? Why have you suddenly changed your mind? Do you even understand your actions? Jun Anchen despised being questioned, and thus, with a sharp glare, he retorted, What I choose to do is my affair. You would do well to refrain from further commentary. Your focus should be on your health and bearing our child. Everything else is of no concern to you. Despite his words, Zhang Jiazi found it difficult to accept the situation. He had once given her his word, but now seemed to waver. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Your Highness, what do you mean? Are you indeed considering admitting her into the prince's residence? Jun Anchen, while not providing a definitive answer, internally confirmed his intentions. Uncertain of how to convey this to her, he hesitated before responding. The prince had long advised you to refrain from meddling in his affairs, asserting that you possess no authority over them. At this moment, you ought to recognize what truly matters. Zhang Jiaji gently caressed her abdomen. Fully aware of the man before her, his words indicated a decision had been made. This revelation was indeed difficult for her to accept. Thus, she took a few steps forward, approaching Jun Anchen and Luo Jiaojiao. Before Luo Jiaojiao could comprehend the situation, a slap struck her face. Zhang Jiaji glanced at Luo Jiaojiao and exclaimed, How can you be so shameless? Do you not realize the relationship between you and this man? How dare you attempt to seduce him? He is the husband of your sister. By enticing him, do you honor your sister? Luo Jiaojiao covered her stinging cheek, eyes wide with disbelief. She had not anticipated being struck, thus momentarily stunned. However, once she regained her composure, she intended to push Zhang Jiazi away. Yet, before she could act, her man suddenly shoved her aside and embraced Zhang Jiazi, urgently inquiring, "Jir, are you alright? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? If you feel unwell, you must speak honestly. Do not conceal anything, understood? No matter what, the child within you is of utmost importance. Should anyone pose a threat to your child, you must inform me. I will not easily forgive such a person." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jiaji lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. As if she had suffered a great injustice, tears streamed down her face, rendering her a pitiful sight. Chapter 55. She will surely understand your kindness. Her demeanor was indeed difficult to behold, yet she remained oblivious to this, convinced that her appearance evoked sympathy. Surely, she thought, men would find her even more endearing, prompting her tears to flow more profusely. Unbeknownst to her, the man beside her regarded her with disdain. Lost in her own thoughts, she remained oblivious to his expression, simply continuing to weep, clutching her belly. Junanshan, concerned for the child within her, could only offer her solace. "Enough of the tears. You can share anything troubling you. We can find a solution together. Not every issue can be resolved through tears. We must discuss the reasons behind your distress." As he spoke, Zhang Jiaji gradually ceased her sobbing. She glared at Junanshan and inquired, "My lord, could you clarify what this situation entails? You have yet to explicitly tell me if you truly intend to take her into the royal residence." Junanshan cast a glance at the questioning woman before him, unable to suppress a frown, and replied, "This matter was determined by the princess. If you have inquiries, direct them to her. Whatever she decides is of no concern to me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji felt a surge of anger, yet found herself powerless against him. In her frustration, she approached Luo Jiaojiao and delivered another slap. Startled by this sudden action, Luo Jiaojiao momentarily failed to react. Once she did, she retaliated with a slap of her own. The two women engaged in a scuffle, and Junanshan, caught off guard, initially refrained from intervening. After a brief interval, he finally reacted. "What are you two doing? Cease this disgraceful behavior. Have you no regard for your image?" Despite his vocal protests, the two continued their altercation as if oblivious to his presence. Left with no choice, Junanshan stepped in to separate them. Luo Jiaojiao, unaware of his approach, instinctively elbowed him when she felt a pull. A pained cry escaped him. "Luo Jiaojiao, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? I warn you both to stop immediately, or do not blame me for my lack of mercy." His tone was stern, prompting both women to halt their actions. They exchanged glances, turning away from one another. Junanshan surveyed them, raising his voice once more. "You two must learn to coexist. Does this conflict reflect well on either of you? Zhang Jiaji, you are the root of this issue. My decisions regarding concubines are none of your concern. You have no right to meddle in my affairs." Zhang Jiaji was taken aback by Junanshan's words, momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated such a response from him, as he had previously conveyed a different sentiment. Why, she wondered, were his current words so contradictory to those of the past? He had once assured her that it would suffice for just the two of them. Yet now, he claimed that his decisions regarding concubines were beyond her jurisdiction. This was a bitter pill for her to swallow, but with his authoritative stance, she found herself unable to refute him. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally spoke. "But, my lord, you once told me that it was sufficient for just the two of us to accompany you. Why, then, have you changed your mind? What is your true intention, my lord? Why deceive me? If you cannot uphold your promises, you should never have made them." At this moment, Junanshan's countenance darkened in response to her inquiry. He detested being questioned about his actions, preferring to operate without scrutiny. Thus, her probing words incited his anger.
"Tia,
"It appears you have disregarded my previous statements. Otherwise, you would not pose such questions. You yourself acknowledged that those were past matters and the present is not the same. Moreover, the current situation is one that the princess has agreed to. Since she has consented, what right does a mere concubine have to disagree?" Zhang Jiaji, infuriated, felt her face flush with anger. She widened her eyes and parted her lips, struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet found herself momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure and nodded towards Junanshan. "All right, since you, my lord, have said so, I shall abide by your arrangements. My lord, you must know how fond I am of you, yet you treat me this way. Zhang Jiaji, overwhelmed by her emotions, could scarcely express herself. Realizing that further words would be futile, the man before her was resolute in his decision. Thus, she refrained from saying more, covering her face as she dashed outside. In that fleeting moment, Luo Jiaojiao watched her depart, excitement flickering in her eyes. With Zhang Jiaji gone, there was no one left to vie for the prince's attention, and her exhilaration was palpable. She promptly approached Jun Anchen, settling into his embrace, her arms encircling his neck as she spoke. My lord, do not be angry. Indeed, this matter was a misstep on my part. I have not yet formally become your concubine, and here I am seeking you. That does seem quite inappropriate. It would be prudent for me to return home. Upon hearing this, Jun Anchen, noticing her readiness to leave, swiftly grasped her arm. No need. Do not concern yourself with her. She cannot dictate my choices. Remain here with me. Enjoy your meal before returning. It would be nice to have your company. Luo Jiaojiao's heart leapt at his words, and she eagerly nodded in response. Very well, my lord. Since you insist, I shall stay and keep you company. Are you tired? Allow me to massage your shoulders. At that moment, she stood and moved behind Jun Anchen, beginning to knead his shoulders. As she continued, her hands inadvertently strayed toward his chest. Playfully teasing him, she could not resist provoking him further. Initially, Jun Anchen endeavored to endure her playful advances, but ultimately, he could withstand it no longer and pulled her into his embrace. Jiao Jiao, why do you persist in teasing me? Are you aware of the consequences your actions may bring? Luo Jiaojiao was unfazed. She had anticipated the repercussions of her playful demeanor. She reached out, her fingers gliding over his chest, and upon feeling the vibration of his heartbeat, she could not help but squeeze gently. Jun Anchen, unable to withstand her allure any longer, lowered his head and kissed her. The ensuing developments were inevitably beyond control. When they finally emerged, nearly half an hour had passed, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind as to what had transpired within. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Jiaji, enraged, shattered everything within her dwelling that could be smashed.
Why?
Why would the prince treat me this way? He had promised me. Why has he suddenly gone back on his word? This situation was unbearable for her. She could not comprehend the drastic change in his demeanor. Surely, it was all due to Luo Qingyan. Had she not been so indulgent, the prince would not have acted thus. It was all her fault. Did she not fear the prince? Would he utterly forsake her for another woman? The maidservant beside Luo Jiaojiao, upon hearing these words, shook her head vigorously. My lady, there is no need for concern. The prince's dalliance with that woman is but a fleeting whim. In due time, he will recognize your worth. Despite this reassurance, Zhang Jiaji struggled to accept the reality of Jun Anchen's involvement with another woman, an affront to her sensibilities. Her heart was heavy with denial, yet she had no choice. Jun Anchen had made his decision, and she could do nothing to change it. Turning to her maid, she inquired, is there a way to ensure she does not bear the prince's child? Regardless of her intentions to be with him, she must not conceive. The prince's child can only be born to me. No one else possesses that right. The maid, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. Rest assured, my lady, I will see to it that she never bears a child. Remember how we prevented the other concubines from conceiving back at home? The concoction worked wonders. And now we must procure it once more to achieve our desired outcome. Zhang Jiaji felt a surge of satisfaction at this plan, resolute in her determination to act swiftly. Delegate this task to you. Remember, it must be executed flawlessly, with no unforeseen complications. Do you understand? The maid nodded, replying, my lady, you need not worry. I know precisely what to do, and will ensure this matter is handled expediently. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan calculated that the time was drawing near for her preparations.
Juania.
Begin organizing our belongings. Arrange everything we need. You know how to sort through them. Discard what is unnecessary, and ensure the useful items are moved to our new residence. It dawned on her that she had yet to finalize arrangements for her new abode, and a multitude of tasks awaited her attention. Shall we venture out to explore potential living arrangements nearby? Once we decide on a suitable location, we can proceed with our plans. Huaner, taken aback, hesitated to respond. She had always assumed that upon leaving the palace, her lady would return to the Luo residence. However, it seemed that was not the case. Thus, she cautiously replied, my lady, are we not returning to the Luo residence? If the master were to see you returning, He would surely be very pleased.
Upon hearing this,
Luo Qingyan quickly shook her head.
return?
Do you really think I would be welcomed back after everything that has happened? In their eyes, it is only status that matters. Chapter 56. Preparing to find a place to live. When Erin heard this, she couldn't help but reflect on the truth of it. In the eyes of their master, status indeed seemed to reign supreme. Before their young lady became a princess, it appeared that their master had been quite indifferent towards her. Only after she ascended to that position did his attitude toward her gradually improve. So, princess, are you implying that once you leave the royal residence, you intend to establish your own household? Luo Qingyan genuinely contemplated this, uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead. If it were not too difficult, she would certainly proceed with her plans. Yet, if it proved to be overly challenging, she would still find a way. For she was resolute in her determination not to surrender. At this moment, Luo Qingyan spoke earnestly to Erin. We must go out now to search for a place to live. Otherwise, if we wait until the last minute, we may find ourselves in a rush. Upon hearing this, Erin nodded in agreement. Princess, since you say so, I will follow your lead. You can rest assured that I will adhere to your plans. I will just go inside to fetch a few things, and then we can set off. As they were about to leave, they encountered Junanshan, who was preparing to head out, accompanied by Luo Jiaojia. The two appeared quite affectionate, seemingly in a blissful state. In the past, such a sight would have caused her to react with fervor, but now, it evoked no strong feelings in her. Luo Qingyan observed the scene before her, and when she saw Junanshan extend his hand, which Luo Jiaojia grasped, she couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he took a step forward, assisting Junanshan by placing his hand back into Luo Jiaojia's embrace. He then addressed them. Sister, Prince, you need not shy away from my presence. Witnessing your affection brings me great joy. You two enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to. Junanshan, noticing Luo Qingyan's readiness to depart, couldn't he resist inquiring, Princess, what are your plans? Is there anything I can assist you with? If so, do not hesitate to let me know. I would be glad to help. Luo Qingyan immediately shook her head in response. There is nothing I require assistance with, Your Highness. I merely wish to take a stroll and will return shortly. Junanshan regarded her thoughtfully before replying, Very well, then. Please make haste and return quickly. I shall await your return. Luo Qingyan chose not to say anything further. She nodded at him and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Luo Jiaojia glanced at Luo Qingyan and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke up. Sister, what is it that you intend to do out there? Is there something of great importance? If not, perhaps you should refrain from going out. Luo Qingyan raised an eyebrow at her sister's interference. Must I consult you on my intentions? You are being rather intrusive. Luo Jiaojia was taken aback by this retort, momentarily at a loss for words. She could only retreat behind Junanshan, finally managing to say, Your Highness, why must my sister speak to me like that? I feel quite upset. Perhaps you could comfort her? Junanshan, charmed by the trust and dependence displayed by Luo Jiaojia, looked at Luo Qingyan and gently advised, Princess, she is your sister after all. It would be best to ease your demeanor toward her. You have acknowledged that this situation is unavoidable, for my sake. Please show her some leniency. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan nearly voiced a retort questioning his authority. However, she hesitated, took a deep breath, and shook her head. There is no need for further discussion on this matter. I will give her some consideration, for she is indeed my sister. But I have urgent business to attend to outside. Must I remain here in the residence at her behest? Junanshan recognized the absurdity of the situation and shook his head in response. No, Princess, you may make your own decisions regarding your affairs. There is no need to heed anyone else's words. Please attend to what you need to. As Junanshan watched Luo Qingyan depart, he found it difficult to articulate the emotions stirring within him. It was as if something significant was slipping away from him. Upon stepping outside, Luo Qingyan immediately began her search for a place to reside. However, without guidance or introductions, the two wandered aimlessly, finding it challenging to locate a suitable option.
Erin,
Perhaps we should seek someone to inquire about available properties for sale. Simply wandering like this is not a viable solution. Luo Qingyan shared this sentiment, but was uncertain about whom to ask for assistance. Just then, Juni Ting appeared behind her. Luo Qingyan, unaware of his presence due to her back being turned, did not notice him at first. Erin, however, saw him immediately, rising swiftly to bow in respect. Luo Qingyan was taken aback by Erin's sudden movement, momentarily disoriented. She turned to Aaron and asked, "What are you doing? Why the sudden bowing?" Chapter 57. Decisions should not be made hastily. Aaron was signaling to her mistress, hoping that Luo Qingyan would stand and offer her respects to the lord behind them. However, despite her efforts, Luo Qingyan remained unresponsive, having not yet realized the situation. With no other option, Aaron gently tugged at her arm, urging, "Your Highness, please stand. The Duke is behind you. You must greet him." At this moment, Luo Qingyan finally came to her senses. She stood up abruptly and turned to look behind her.
Indeed.
She saw a familiar figure standing there. Her initial instinct was to run away, not wanting to face this person. However, there was no escape as he approached her, reaching out to pull her closer. Startled by his sudden movement, Luo Qingyan took a step back, momentarily at a loss for words. "I heard that you were looking for a place to stay. Are you considering moving out of the palace?" At this point, hearing his words, Luo Qingyan glanced at him before speaking. "Your Highness, if you have something to say, please speak plainly instead of beating around the bush." Jun Yeting smiled at the small woman before him, appreciating her directness. "I happen to have a place that I believe would suit you perfectly. Would you care to accompany me to take a look? I assure you, you will love it." After hearing this, Luo Qingyan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately thought there was no harm in taking a look. If she didn't like it, she could always refuse.
So,
she nodded in agreement, preparing to follow Jun Yeting. "Since you insist, Your Highness, I shall accompany you to see this place. However, it need not be too large, as it will only be for me and Huaner. Managing a larger space would be too cumbersome." Jun Yeting nodded, contemplating the size of the place. It indeed seemed quite spacious, and he would need to arrange for a few people to assist her, ensuring she wouldn't tire herself with the chores. "You need not worry about the cleaning. I will arrange for someone to help you." Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingyan immediately shook her head. "Your Highness, there is no need for your assistance in that regard. The most important thing is that we like the place. If we like it, we will manage it ourselves. Living in a place that feels like home is the most comfortable," she added, glancing at Huana, who nodded in agreement. Jun Yeting, hearing their sentiments, did not refute their opinions and smiled, saying, "Very well, we shall go with your arrangements. Let's proceed to have a look. If you like it, we will settle. If not, we shall search elsewhere." For some reason, Luo Qingyan could sense that Jun Yeting was in high spirits at that moment. He led her to the place he had prepared, which was arranged according to her preferences. Jun Yeting was confident that she would love it. As they entered, Luo Qingyan immediately felt a sense of delight upon seeing the decor. Unable to contain herself, she turned to Jun Yeting and asked, "Your Highness, is this place truly for sale? It looks wonderful. How much silver does it cost? If it is too expensive, I fear I may not afford it." Jun Yeting chuckled at her concern. "You need not worry. Since I am negotiating on your behalf, it will surely be a satisfactory arrangement." The sellers, eager to depart, had not considered the price but merely sought someone who would care for the place and the plants left behind. They wished to offer the opportunity for a visit if they ever returned to the capital. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan nodded. "However, let us not make a hasty decision just yet. I would like to show you another courtyard. I am uncertain if you will like it, but it is quite spacious. If the furnishings do not suit your taste, you may always arrange them as you wish." Jun Yeting continued to guide them further inside. After examining the furnishings, Luo Qingyan felt as though the house had been tailor-made for her, as everything was to her liking. After thoroughly inspecting the place, her satisfaction was beyond mere words. She was utterly delighted. Jun Yeting glanced at her and inquired, "So, do you like it? If it does not suit you, there are other options, though they may be a bit further away. Would you like to see them?" Without hesitation, Luo Qingyan shook her head. She was thoroughly pleased with this place and had no desire to look elsewhere. Turning to Huaner, she asked, "Huaner, do you like this place? If you do,
we can settle on it."
Huaner looked around and nodded affirmatively. "I quite like this place, and it feels similar to where we previously lived. If the price is agreeable, we should confirm this location." Jun Yeting then met Luo Qingyan's eager gaze and, noting her expression, couldn't he bear to speak harshly. He simply held up 5 fingers. Chapter 58. Why must it be this way? Luo Qingyan stared at Jun Yeting as he held up 5 fingers, momentarily taken aback. Once she comprehended, she shook her head. 5,000 taels? That is beyond my means, despite how splendid this place is. Jun Yeting quickly shook his head in response. "No, not 5,000. It is 500. This place is not worth that much. 500 will suffice." Upon hearing that only 500 taels were required, Luo Qingyan's expression brightened considerably. Is it truly only 500? Your Highness, you are not deceiving me, are you? If it is indeed 500, I will take it.
Yun Yiting nodded der Herr in enthusiasm.
Very well. Since you have decided, I will make the necessary arrangements. You can move in once everything is set. There is no need to worry about anything else, as the place is well equipped. Luo Qingyan nodded, but she still needed to pack her belongings. Now that she had found a place to live, she planned to settle the payment and arrange for her things to be transported gradually, as they had quite a bit to move. Thus, she turned to Jun Yeting to discuss the logistics. My lord, if we hand over the silver here, does it mean we can arrange everything freely in this place? Jun Yeting nodded, affirming, indeed, as long as the silver is submitted and the transfer certificate is processed, this place will belong to you. At his words, Luo Qingyan felt a surge of excitement. She was finally about to possess a place that truly belonged to her. This day had been long anticipated, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. At that moment, Luo Qingyan signaled to her maid, Heir, who quickly grasped the meaning behind her mistress's gesture. They had come out prepared to find a residence, bringing along ample funds. Thus, they could readily produce the 500 taels required. Heir promptly retrieved the silver and presented it to Jun Yeting, saying, My lord, here are 500 taels.
Please verify.
After this statement, Luo Qingyan turned to him and inquired, My lord, is the owner of this place your friend? May I meet him? Jun Yeting was taken aback by her question and momentarily lost for words. The truth was, this place had been specifically prepared for her, with no one else involved. If she wished to meet the owner, it would imply she wanted to meet him. He was acutely aware that this was a matter that must remain confidential from her. Thus, he found himself deflecting. Did I not mention that the owner has just left for an urgent matter? If you wish to meet him, you will have to wait a while longer. We will see if he returns, and I can inform you then. For now, I will handle everything here and ensure the necessary documentation is prepared for you. How does that sound? With his assurance, Luo Qingyan readily agreed. Very well. I shall defer to your arrangements, my lord. I will gradually move my belongings over during this time, and for anything else, I shall trouble you. Jun Yeting felt no burden in this. On the contrary, he was eager to assist. After all, this was the person he had long wished to support, and now that he finally had the chance, he was determined to make a good impression. At that moment, he gently shook his head and, after a brief pause, reached out to affectionately pat her head. Though Luo Qingyan instinctively prepared to evade, she was unable to escape in time. Resigned, she allowed him the brief contact, which was mercifully light. Now that everything here is mostly settled, it will be up to you to decide your needs. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me. I can arrange for help. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan shook her head and replied, No need, my lord. Your help has already been more than sufficient. I can manage the remaining tasks myself, and if I encounter any difficulties, I will ask the household staff for assistance.
Please do not worry.
Hearing her insistence on independence, Jun Yeting felt a twinge of disappointment. Her self-sufficiency implied he would not have the opportunity to see her frequently. The thought unsettled him, yet he consoled himself with the prospect of living nearby, where he could catch glimpses of her regularly. Soon, this wish would come to fruition, and the very thought filled him with joy. He nodded at her, refrained from further words, and turned to leave. Heir, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but express her disbelief. My lady, did you not notice? The lord seems rather peculiar. Do you know him from before? Why else would he assist us so unconditionally? Luo Qingyan shook her head at Heir's inquiry. She had only met the lord a handful of times and had no idea why he was so invested in her affairs. My lady, do you think the lord might have feelings for you, which is why he is helping you so much? Otherwise, this situation is quite inexplicable. At this, Luo Qingyan shook her head again. That is impossible. You are overthinking it. Now, let us return. We have been out for quite some time. As they made their way back, Luo Qingyan spotted a figure standing at the entrance of the palace. Jun Yeting appeared to be lost in thought, his expression troubled. Upon seeing him, she frowned slightly and approached him. My lord, what are you doing here? Is there something amiss? You shouldn't be standing out in the cold. Upon hearing her words, Jun Yeting finally lifted his gaze to meet Luo Qingyan's. He then questioned her, So, you finally decided to come back? Where have you been? Why so late? Luo Qingyan felt discomfort by his tone and chose to remain silent as she looked at him. Jun Yeting, caught off guard by her response, felt uncertain under her gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Are you too afraid to speak? You have been absent from the palace all day. What were you doing? You used to inform me every time you left. Why is it different now? Do you not regard me at all? Having spent the day busy outside." Luo Qingyan was exhausted and had no desire to engage in a lengthy discussion. She simply glanced at him and replied, "My lord, I merely went out for a stroll. Do you truly need to oversee such trivial matters? Your primary focus should be preparing for your upcoming marriage to a secondary consort. There will be much for you to do, and you ought to be ready." June and Chen's mood, already sour, darkened further at her words. "What did you say, Luo Qingyan? Why does it seem like you are pleased about my marriage to a secondary consort?
What has happened to you?
You were never like this before." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan turned to him and smiled. "Your Highness, do you not prefer my current demeanor? In the past, I was reluctant and it displeased you, as you accused me of being jealous. Now that I am willing, you seem unwilling. My lord, you are indeed quite difficult to please, at times. I find myself at a loss as to how to satisfy you. I am weary, and if there are no pressing matters, I shall retire." As June Onchen observed the weariness etched upon her face, his curiosity about her whereabouts today was piqued. However, he understood that probing further would yield no revelation, so he refrained from asking. In the end, he could only watch as Luo Qingyan retreated inside. Just as he was about to follow her, she turned and gently pushed him away. "My lord, if you have no urgent matters, perhaps you should take your leave. I am fatigued and unable to attend to you at this moment. Should you require anything, seek another. Do not trouble me." Upon hearing her words, Jun Yeqing immediately shook his head in dismay and looked at her with urgency. "Qingyan, why do you say such things? Do you intend to push me away? Are you certain? If I leave now, do not expect me to return." Luo Qingyan, without a moment's hesitation, met his gaze and nodded affirmatively. "My lord, whatever you wish to do is agreeable to me. I am indeed unwell today, hence my request for your departure. Others would serve you far better, and your time is wasted here with me." June Onchen raised his eyes, perplexed by her insistence, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and departed. As he reached the doorway, he glanced back at Luo Qingyan, but she paid him no heed. Once he was gone, she stepped inside, truly exhausted and devoid of jest. June Onchen had anticipated her calling him back, but after waiting in vain for a considerable time, he was met with silence. Glancing back, he found the space empty, and a sense of desolation washed over him. With no other option, he sought out Luo Jiaojiao to vent his frustrations. "Why have I become this way? I was not like this before. Is it because of my confusion regarding my concubines that has angered her? Is it not normal for men to have multiple wives? Why can she not understand my situation? Everyone around me has multiple partners. My expectations are not excessive. Just 2 more, and yet she cannot accept it. I have assured her time and again that she would be the most cherished, yet why can she not comprehend this?" Hearing this, Luo Jiaojiao erupted into laughter and leaned into June Onchen's embrace, which he instinctively offered. Satisfied with his reaction, she spoke warmly, "My lord, this is quite understandable. The princess desires your undivided attention, disliking the division of your affections. She seeks your exclusive love. My lord, if the princess cannot accept this, I am willing to leave and will no longer impose myself upon you. It was wrong of me to cling to you, yet I cannot help my feelings. Upon seeing you, I lose control of my emotions, which led me to agree to her suggestion. Should she regret it now, I am truly prepared to depart." Luo Jiaojiao favored the strategy of retreating to advance. She believed that by saying this, the man before her would be compelled to keep her close. Her intuition proved correct. After her words, he embraced her tightly and asserted, "There is no need for you to leave, since I have already promised you, and you are now mine. Departing would be unwise. In a few days, we will conduct the ceremony for the secondary consort. Afterward, you may return to the Luo family, and I will send someone to escort you back to present tea to the princess. You have no objections, I presume?" Luo Jiaojiao had no objections. She yearned to enter the royal household and would cherish this rare opportunity. She nodded eagerly, "My lord, I have no objections. You may decide."
Jun Anken rief her.
"Do not worry. Since the princess has spoken thus, it signifies her consent. You need not let her behavior sway you. She will come to terms with it. If not, I shall counsel her. Luo Yan has prepared everything. The date approaches and all is arranged." At this moment, Luo Qingyan turned to Huaner and inquired, "Huaner, Have we attended to everything? It seems we have nothing left to take with us. Juana nodded. Rest assured, my lady. I have arranged all our belongings at the place we will reside. Once we finish here, we can move directly. Luo Qingyan was eager for the transition. When Jun Anshan arrived, he surveyed her dwelling, sensing something was amiss. After observing for a while, he still could not discern what was lacking. With no other recourse, he turned to her. Qingyan, why does this place feel strange? It seems many things are missing. Have you removed them? Why would you move them? Luo Qingyan would certainly not disclose to the person before her that she had moved all these items to her intended residence. She simply gazed at him and shook her head. Your Highness, you seldom visit me here, so there must be something you have misunderstood. Those items were moved some time ago, as they were rather obstructive. I had them arranged to be taken away. Is there something you require? Upon hearing her words, Jun Anshan immediately looked up at Luo Qingyan, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head in response. No need. Since you have already had those items taken away, there is no necessity to return them. I only inquired out of curiosity. Luo Qingyan nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further as she stepped inside. At that moment,
Jun Anshan suddenly addressed her.
Yen, have you been unable to accept my intent to take a concubine during this period? It has been quite some time. If you still cannot come to terms with it, I can delay the matter. He initially intended to suggest postponing the addition of a concubine, but ultimately found himself reluctant to do so. The reason he had once promised Luo Qingyan a lifetime of companionship was that he had not yet encountered other women. Their bond had been particularly profound, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts. However, upon meeting other women and experiencing their gentle affections, he began to feel that his household should indeed be livelier, prompting thoughts of marrying additional partners to bring excitement to his life. Yet, his greatest concern was Luo Qingyan's unwillingness. Despite this, he found it perplexing that when he saw Luo Qingyan proactively arranging for a concubine, he felt a sense of unease. Yen, do you genuinely wish to assist me in taking a concubine? I cannot shake the feeling that you are not entirely sincere and seem reluctant to help. If you have any grievances, please feel free to share them with me. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan immediately shook her head. Your Highness, you are overthinking. I am quite willing to assist you with these arrangements, so there is no need for concern. You should simply await your upcoming wedding with peace of mind. The time is approaching, and soon you will be a groom again. Are you not pleased? How could Jun Anshan not be pleased? At that moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. He glanced at Luo Qingyan, and seeing no signs of discontent, he felt reassured. Then I must trouble you with this matter, dear consort. It is truly my honor to have you by my side. Luo Qingyan regarded him earnestly, then smiled and shook her head. Your Highness, there is no need for such gratitude. I only hope that you will promise me one thing when the time comes, although it seems you need not promise anything, as this matter has already been arranged. At her words, Jun Anshan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of her meaning. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Yen.
What do you mean by that?
What is this matter? You may tell me now, and I shall consider it. If there are no issues, I will agree. Knowing that such matters could not be disclosed at present, Luo Qingyan shook her head. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. You will understand when the time comes. It is not suitable to discuss it now. When the moment arrives, I will naturally inform you. If you have no other matters to attend to,
you may leave for now.
Jun Anshan was momentarily stunned by her words, feeling a surge of frustration. He regarded Luo Qingyan with a peculiar gaze and asked, Luo Qingyan, why does it seem that every time I come, you hurry me to leave?
What do you mean by this?
Why have you changed so? Luo Qingyan looked at him, sensing that this was not the time to escalate tensions. Consequently, she smiled and replied, Your Highness, I harbor no such intentions. I simply feel unwell and wish to rest quickly. Otherwise, I would not hasten your departure. I would surely keep you company, would I not? Upon hearing this, Jun Anshan finally felt somewhat satisfied. Observing her pallor, he refrained from saying more and slowly began to walk outside. As he approached the door, he turned back to her. Yen, once you feel better, do let me know. I will certainly come to accompany you. After all, I owe you a wedding night. Luo Qingyan suppressed her discomfort and nodded. Your Highness, you may leave now. It was at this moment that Huanu arrived, her face flushed with indignation. Your Highness, how could the prince be so disgusting? No wonder you wish to distance yourself from him. The current prince is a stark contrast to the man he once was. He would never have acted this way before. Seeing Huaner in such a state, Luo Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. There is no need to let yourself be upset over someone unworthy. People do change, some for the better, others for the worse. We can only manage ourselves and not others. Therefore, you should focus on packing your belongings. Most things are already taken care of. Only your items remain. Once you finish, we can prepare to leave. Huaner nodded with a smile. Tomorrow is the day the prince officially takes a concubine, and it is also our opportunity to leave this place. I am genuinely thrilled, though I find it hard to express my feelings. Are you excited, my lady? Are you happy? How could Luo Qingyan not be excited? She was so overwhelmed that she struggled to articulate her emotions. However, she maintained her composure and gave Huaner a gentle push. Enough. Do not ask too many questions. Quickly finish your packing and rest afterward. We must rise early tomorrow, do you understand? Hurry and pack. Once Luo Qingyan had ushered Huaner out, she tidied up briefly before preparing to lie down and rest, knowing that tomorrow would be filled with busyness. Yet, just as she was about to sleep, she sensed movement at her window, as if something were attempting to pry it open, startling her greatly. She sprang to her feet at once, swiftly seeking out a tool she deemed suitable, and then hurried to conceal herself beside the window. She was eager to discover who would approach her at such an hour, intent on prying open her window. Though anxiety coursed through her, she made a concerted effort to maintain her composure. In that moment, Luo Qingyan dared not utter a sound, fearing that the intruder would realize she was hiding. Thus, she moved with utmost caution, apprehensive of being discovered. With a sudden click, the window outside creaked open. Terrified, Luo Qingyan brandished the stick in her hand, gripped by fear that she might be unable to confront the unexpected visitor. Her entire being was tensed, wary of any unforeseen mishap. Soon, she beheld someone vaulting through the window. In her state of agitation, she failed to discern who had entered. All she could do was scream and swing her stick wildly, a clear indication of her fright.
Who are you?
What do you seek here, in this princess's abode? I advise you to leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy. Chapter 60. There is no possibility between us. Jun Yetian found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing Luo Qingyan's adorable demeanor. At that moment, he reached out and firmly restrained her. When Luo Qingyan finally recognized the person before her, she let out a sigh of relief. After all, the individual who had come was someone she knew. Nothing untoward could possibly occur. Why have you come here? Is there something amiss? Lord of the battle, your actions seem somewhat unbecoming of your stature. Upon hearing her words, Jun Yetian turned his gaze to her and replied, Yan, I feared there might be unforeseen developments tomorrow. So, I came to check on you and see if you require my assistance. Just as Luo Qingyan was about to respond, she suddenly heard a loud knocking at the door, as though someone was eager to enter. Panic-stricken, she glanced at the man before her and instantly grabbed him, attempting to shove him into the cabinet. However, his towering stature rendered that impossible. In her desperation, Luo Qingyan searched frantically for another hiding place that could accommodate such a large man without arousing suspicion. Outside, the knocking persisted, urgent and insistent. Luo Qingyan could only shout, Please wait a moment, I shall change my attire. Do not rush. If you continue to linger outside, I assure you, I shall not be kind. Upon hearing her words, the commotion outside abruptly ceased. Finally, Luo Qingyan devised a suitable solution. She concealed him in a narrow gap beside the cabinet, a place where no one entering would be able to see him. Once she had arranged everything, she promptly called out to the people outside, You may enter now. The ones who entered were Jun Anshan and Huaner, their expressions betraying their deep concern. Huaner rushed toward her, grasping Luo Qingyan's hand, and urgently inquired, Princess, what has happened? Did something occur? I heard you shouting for quite a while. Has someone entered, or else you would not have raised your voice so? Luo Qingyan could not help but shake her head at Huanu's analysis. In a discreet manner, she gestured to her, conveying a silent message.
Huanu,
Having grown up by her side, instantly comprehended the meaning behind her glance. Realizing what her mistress wanted her to do, Huaner quickly sought out the crucial detail, cleverly diverting attention. To the assembled individuals, she spoke, My lord, there is no one here, nor any trouble. Perhaps the princess merely experienced a nightmare. Upon hearing this, Jun Anshan glanced at Luo Qingyan, and when he saw her nod, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he showed no intention of departing. He moved to sit beside her on the bed, taking her hand in his, and asked gently, Yan Yan, what troubles you? Why did you suddenly have a nightmare? Were you frightened by something?
How do you feel now?
Is there any discomfort? Luo Qingyan, upon hearing his inquiries, shook her head. What she desired most was for this man to leave. If he lingered, the one hiding would surely reach their limit. Thus, she recognized that it was paramount to divert the man outside. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke, My lord, I am quite well, merely startled from a nightmare. I feel exceedingly fatigued and wish to rest, as I have much to attend to tomorrow. If you have no other matters, perhaps you could. To her astonishment,
Yun Anken defied her expectations.
He looked at her and said, Yan Yan, it is late, and having had a nightmare, you must be frightened. Allow me to stay with you. This way, you shall not be afraid. Horrified by his words, Luo Qingyan immediately shook her head fervently. No need, my lord. I assure you, I feel much better now. If you have something to say, please do so. Despite her earnest attempts to persuade him to leave, Jun Anchen remained resolute. Left with no other choice, Luo Qingyan signaled Huaner to take action. Huaner promptly exited, and as soon as she was outside, she hurriedly ran off. Before long, someone from Zhang Jiaji's side arrived, exclaiming, my lord, there is trouble. Hurry, come quickly. Miss Shi is bleeding. You must see what has happened. Furious at this revelation, Jun Anchen felt a wave of frustration wash over him, yet he had no choice but to stand and address Luo Qingyan. Yan Yan, forgive me. You know she carries my child. I must see to her. After all, she is my first child, and I must ensure her well-being. Would you care to accompany me? My lord? Upon hearing this remark, Luo Qingyan immediately shook her head at the person before her. No, my lord, as you surely know, I have never been on good terms with your beloved Ji-girl. If you insist on sending me there at this moment, it is highly likely that her bleeding will worsen. Therefore, I believe it is best that I do not go. Otherwise, should anything happen, you would find it impossible to resolve. Jun Anchen paused momentarily at her words. Then, after careful consideration, he realized she had a point. Hesitating briefly, he ultimately turned to leave. As he departed, he looked back and instructed Luo Qingyan, Yan Yan, you should rest for now. I will resolve matters on that side, and then come to find you. Rest assured, I will return. Despite his assurances, Luo Qingyan was acutely aware of the reality. Once Jun Anchen attended to Zhang Jiaji, based on her character, she would certainly not allow him to return. This outcome was precisely what Luo Qingyan desired, so she merely nodded at Jun Anchen, urging him to depart swiftly. My lord, you must hurry. Do not tarry too long. It could become too late. Her situation is perilous, and I have Huaner here with me, so there is no need for your concern. Jun Anchen glanced at Huaner before instructing her. Huaner, take good care of your mistress. She was just frightened. Bring her something to eat, so she can recuperate. I shall take my leave now. If anything arises, seek me there. Huaner nodded vigorously, anxious that the person before her might linger and witness something inappropriate. Once Jun Anchen had left, Luo Qingyan kicked the bedside and called out, Why are you still inside? Do you wish to remain hidden? If you intend to stay, then your mistress, will. Before she could finish her sentence, the person inside suddenly emerged. Huaner was startled upon seeing Jun Yiting, and as she regained her composure, she promptly bowed. This servant pays her respects to General Zhang. May I inquire what brings you to our mistress's chamber at this late hour? Jun Yiting had no desire to engage in conversation with Huaner, and thus, he remained silent in response to her query. Frustrated by his dismissive attitude, Huaner found her courage and spoke boldly, My lord, if you have no urgent matters, please take your leave. It is rather inappropriate for you to be here at this hour. Should you have something of significance to discuss with our mistress, it would be more fitting to approach her openly rather than under the cover of night. Jun Yiting was well aware of this impropriety, yet having already arrived, retreat was not an option. He needed to resolve matters before departing. At this juncture, he turned to Luo Qingyan and requested, Yan Yan, may I ask your servant to step outside for a moment? I have matters to discuss with you. Hesitating briefly, Luo Qingyan eventually nodded and addressed Huaner. Huaner, you may step outside. If anything arises, I will call for you. Huaner hesitated, uncertain whether to comply. Primarily, she feared that the man before her would do something untoward to her mistress, and thus was reluctant to leave. After a moment, she glanced at Luo Qingyan and said, Mistress, if you have matters to discuss, I shall not listen to your conversation, but I would like to remain nearby, if that is acceptable. Understanding Huanu's concern, Luo Qingyan ultimately shook her head. Huaner, you need not worry. There is nothing to fear. You should step outside. Once Huaner had exited, Luo Qingyan turned to Jun Yiting and inquired, My lord, now that we are alone, please speak directly. After you finish, leave promptly. I cannot afford to be discovered. As no one would heed my explanations. Jun Yiting nodded in acknowledgement of her words and extended his hand toward her, intending to touch her head. However, upon seeing his approaching hand, Luo Qingyan swiftly turned away, evading his touch. Sensing her resistance, Jun Yiting immediately embraced her, affirming, Yan. Could you refrain from resisting me so vehemently? We have shared so much together. You must understand my intentions. In recent times, Luo Qingyan had indeed sensed his feelings. Yet, she found the prospect utterly unthinkable. She was no longer interested in entanglements with men. She looked at him firmly and stated, My lord, there is no possibility between us. Please do not broach this subject again. After what I have been through, I have no intention of considering such matters. I only wish to find a tranquil place to live with Huaner and nothing else. Despite her resolute words, Jun Yiting replied, Yan. I understand that you are not ready to consider this now, but I assure you, I am willing to wait. After all, I have already waited this long, and do not mind waiting a while longer. My purpose for coming today is of great importance. Please be cautious when you venture out. The outside world is rather unstable. It would be wise to take several people with you. Knowing that she would not agree to remain indoors, he added, I have arranged for several individuals to protect you discreetly. Should you go out, they will ensure your safety. Luo Qingyan was taken aback when she suddenly noticed 4 individuals kneeling before her. She was utterly bewildered, not understanding where they had come from. After scrutinizing them, she could not discern any clue as to their origins. Therefore, she turned to Jun Yiting and inquired, Your Highness, from where did they emerge? Why has it been so difficult to perceive their presence? Have they been tailing me all this time? If so, does that mean they witness my every action in this place? Upon contemplating this, Luo Qingyan's expression darkened significantly. She could not help but reflect on whether she had engaged in any indiscreet behavior during this period, for if she had, it would indeed be troublesome. Fortunately, after careful consideration, she reassured herself that she had not committed any impropriety, which brought her a modicum of relief. She lifted her gaze, intending to inquire further with Jun Yiting. However, to her surprise, he spoke first. You need not dwell on this matter any longer. Rest assured. Although they were summoned by me to protect you, they know their boundaries. Should you engage in any actions that warrant concern, they will vacate the premises without hesitation. You can be assured they will not witness anything inappropriate. With these words, Luo Qingyan felt considerably more at ease. Yet, she still harbored a distaste for having someone shadow her and sought to negotiate with the man before her to have them cease their following. She cast a glance at him and voiced her thoughts. Your Highness, I truly believe this is unnecessary. I have not offended anyone, and thus, there is no reason for such formidable individuals to guard me. Their presence is merely a waste of their time. I suggest you recall them to your side for your protection instead. Upon hearing her words, Jun Yiting firmly disagreed. To him, there was no one more important than this woman before him. His foremost desire was for her safety, and the presence of 4 individuals posed no inconvenience to him. Thus, he responded with certainty, Yan, worry not. They will find their own sustenance and manage their time wisely. You will not see them unnecessarily, and they will not impede you. I believe it is best for them to accompany you, as their exceptional skills will safeguard you during critical moments. Observing the earnestness in his demeanor, Luo Qingyan hesitated but ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement, knowing that her dissent would be futile at this juncture. She merely hoped that these individuals would not appear when she did not require their presence. Thus, she turned to the man before her and conceded, Since you have already arranged this, I shall abide by your decision, but I hope they will not appear without reason. If others were to see them, it would surely provoke unnecessary speculation. However, this matter was already settled in Jun Yiting's mind. Rest assured, they will not linger by your side for long. I merely deemed this time to be unsafe, which is why I stationed them with you. Nevertheless, they are all men and cannot remain by your side indefinitely. The female guards, who are currently en route, will soon arrive. Once they do, I will assign them as your maids for close protection. Luo Qingyan intended to refuse this arrangement, but upon seeing the man's serious expression knew that any further protest would be in vain. Thus, she chose to remain silent. The two sat in silence for a considerable time, until Luo Qingyan, unable to endure it any longer, finally spoke up. Your Highness, did you come solely to discuss this matter? Since you have addressed it, may I request your departure? It seems inappropriate for you to visit me at such an hour. And should someone happen to see you, it would lead to significant complications. Jun Yeding, despite his reluctance to leave, understood the impropriety of his presence here. Thus, he reluctantly donned a displeased expression and took his leave. Once he had truly departed, Luo Qingyan exhaled a sigh of relief. She promptly called out, Huaner, come in. Upon entering and listening to Luo Qingyan's account, Huaner curiously asked, My lady, what does the war prince mean by visiting you at such an hour and uttering these strange words? What could his intentions be? My lady, could it be that he has developed feelings for you? Luo Qingyan sensed that Jun Yeding's earlier demeanor hinted at such an inclination. However, she could not fathom when he might have developed such feelings, for he appeared to have no recollection of her. If he truly held affection for her, he would have known her long ago, yet in her memories, his presence was conspicuously absent. After pondering for a long while, she admitted, Huaner, I am equally perplexed. I cannot recall, yet it feels somewhat familiar. Huaner, observing Luo Qingyan's pensive state, shook her head and took her hand. My lady, there is no need to rush. If you cannot recall, then let it be. After all, you do not wish to be with the war prince, so it matters little whether you remember or not. Luo Qingyan considered Huaner's words and found them to hold merit. Very well, you are right. If I cannot remember, it is of little consequence. Once we depart from Junanshan, I shall cease to think of marriage altogether. We can focus on doing what we desire, unencumbered by anyone's oversight. We will have the freedom to pursue whatever we wish and go wherever we please. Luo Qingyan resolved that once the matters here were settled, she would visit her maternal family in the northwest, for it had been many years since her last return. Her mother had taken her back once when she was just a child, and since then, she had not returned. After her mother's passing, she was uncertain if her maternal relatives were aware of her existence. Luo Qingyan recalled the time she went back at the age of 7, and now, nearly a decade had passed. She wondered if they would still recognize her upon her return. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to visit, as it would be a disservice to her mother, who had once been the most cherished daughter of her maternal family. Although there was a period when her mother severed ties with her grandfather due to certain circumstances, she felt the need to return and check on her. At this moment, Luo Qingyan had already resolved the timing of her return. As soon as she settled matters here, she would depart without delay. She communicated her intentions to Huaner, whose expression was filled with excitement. After all, she was a few years older than Luo Qingyan and had once lived in Shibi, where her family resided. The prospect of going back thrilled her immensely. She struggled to articulate her feelings, taking quite some time to calm herself. Looking at Luo Qingyan, she asked, Princess, are you truly certain we will return to see them? I could finally reunite with my parents. I wonder how they are doing now.
It has been so many years since I last saw them.
Luo Qingyan nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, this is indeed happening. I have promised you, and I shall keep my word. We will return together. I recall you have a fiancé there, one who was betrothed to you in childhood, correct?
How did you two agree upon it?
Wasn't it that you would marry him once you reached the right age? Upon hearing this, Huaner felt a flush of embarrassment, her cheeks turning crimson. Princess, why do you say such things? I feel bashful. Although we had made arrangements long ago, I cannot predict how things will be when I return. Luo Qingyan considered this and acknowledged Huaner's point. After such a long time, the situation there was uncertain. They would have to wait and see. Suddenly, Luo Qingyan became curious about Huaner's circumstances and inquired, Huana, I have never asked you about this before. Would you share it with me now? Huaner hesitated, but eventually replied, Princess, it's nothing much. We have been writing to each other, sharing our lives and experiences. Recently, he wrote to me, mentioning that he had prepared something for me and asked if I could return. Hearing this, Luo Qingyan felt genuinely happy for Huaner. In that case, when we go there, we shall help you with your matters. What do you think? You can settle there and live your life happily.
Huaner shook her head vigorously.
Princess, what do you mean? Are you not planning to stay there? Do you intend for me to remain alone? If that is the case, I would rather not marry at all. Regardless, I will stay by your side. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Luo Qingyan found herself both amused and exasperated.
Huaner,
our mutual affection surely leads us to marriage. You cannot expect him to wait indefinitely. Huaner, while acknowledging the logic in Luo Qingyan's words, remained resolute. If marrying meant leaving her beloved princess behind, she would prefer to forego marriage altogether. Princess, please, let's discuss this when we arrive. There is no point in our deliberations now. There may be unforeseen events when we get there. Luo Qingyan agreed, realizing that excessive discussion was futile. Very well. Since you insist, we shall decide upon our arrival. Regardless, your marital affairs cannot be delayed, and if arrangements can be made, we shall do so promptly. Just as their animated discussion continued, a voice suddenly called from outside. It is late. Cease your discussions and rest. I have prepared your favorite food. Come and fetch it. Then retire quickly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan recognized the voice immediately. She was surprised that Jun Yeting had not yet departed. Glancing at Huaner, she gestured for her to retrieve the food. When Huaner returned with the offering, Luo Qingyan discovered that it was indeed her favorite dish. She marveled at how Jun Yeting had managed to procure it at such a late hour. Chapter 62. The Ceremony of the Concubine. Huanu, astonished, exclaimed, Princess, it seems the War King is quite attentive to you, preparing your favorite dishes at this hour. One wonders how much effort he has expended. Luo Qingyan shook her head. Huaner, there is no need for further discussion. There is no possibility between the War King and me. Have you forgotten? He is the uncle of the Crown Prince. Although I have received the decree of divorce from the Crown Prince, the world remains unaware. Thus, the War King is, in fact, my uncle. If we were to be together, it would be a scandal. Though Huaner believed there was no issue with their union, she refrained from saying more in light of her princess's strong reaction. Princess, will you eat this? If you do not wish to, I shall. But before she could finish, Luo Qingyan snatched the food from Huana's hands and began to eat eagerly. Huana was taken aback by her princess's sudden urgency. There is no need to rush. Take your time. Eating too hastily may lead to choking. After enjoying the meal, Luo Qingyan retired. Knowing she had important matters to attend to the following day and could not afford to stay up late. When morning arrived, she began preparations for the upcoming events, ensuring everything was arranged well in advance to avoid last-minute chaos. Upon returning from the morning court, Jun Anshin was greeted by the sight of the brightly decorated palace, bustling with activity. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the lively atmosphere only served to dampen his spirits. It seemed that Luo Qingyan had gone above and beyond in her preparations, a fact that he found difficult to accept. After some hesitation, he made his way to where Luo Qingyan was, eager to discover what she was up to during this time of upheaval. In times past, whenever he returned, Luo Qingyan would invariably stand at the door to greet him. However, since this latest return, she had ceased to come and welcome him. Thus, he harbored a desire to ascertain what Luo Qingyan was preoccupied with, pondering the reason behind her absence during this period. Upon arriving at her residence, he beheld her bustling about. Yes, use several. Affix the double happiness characters right here in this spot. Quite splendid, just like that, she instructed.
Yun Anke.
Witnessing Luo Qingyan transform her abode into a setting akin to a wedding hall, found himself momentarily taken aback. Upon entering, he curiously inquired of her, Yan, what are you preparing? Why does it seem so peculiar to me? Why have you adorned this place? Today marked the occasion of his taking a concubine, yet he sensed that her excitement surpassed his own. At that moment, Luo Qingyan was indeed exhilarated. She knew that once she witnessed Jun Anshin marry another, she could retreat from the battlefield gracefully. With a smile, she shook her head at him. My lord, you must be misunderstanding the situation. Guests are certainly arriving shortly. You should attend to them properly. Even though Jun Anshin was reluctant, he knew he must comply. After all, these guests were tied to his status, and thus he had no choice but to step outside to greet them. To his surprise, he found that the Empress Dowager had also come, as had his father, the Emperor. At that moment, an unsettling feeling washed over him. After all, such a large gathering seemed excessive for merely taking a concubine. Nevertheless, seeing his father present compelled him to approach and offer his greetings. Father, mother, what brings you here at this hour? I am merely taking a concubine. There is truly no need for such a grand display, he stated, but the Emperor's gaze remained fixed upon him, leaving Jun Anshin feeling somewhat self-conscious. Finally, he mustered the courage to ask, Father, why do you continue to look at me in such a manner? Your gaze is quite embarrassing. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor spoke, My son, I hope that the decision you make today will not lead to future regrets. Should you find yourself regretting it later, there will be no remedy. Jun Anshin, baffled by these words, replied, Father, why do you say such things? Is there something I am unaware of? If so, please inform me immediately. Otherwise, I will be left to speculate. The emperor had promised Luo Qingyan not to disclose any matters regarding the situation to Jun Anshin, leaving him to shake his head and respond, It is nothing. We merely came to see how well you have prepared. Are the arrangements for your concubine's arrival nearly complete? As Jun Anshin absorbed this statement, a sense of unease began to settle within him, though he could not pinpoint its source. He continued to observe the emperor, and after a significant pause, he spoke again, Father, if you have something to say, please do so plainly. Your demeanor frightens me. It seems you are concealing something of great importance. The emperor, indeed withholding certain truths from Jun Anshin, hesitated, torn between his duty as a father and his promise to Luo Qingyan. Ultimately, he decided against revealing anything, reasoning that the truth would eventually come to light in due time. Thus, he addressed Jun Anshin, There is nothing amiss. Right now, you should change your attire, as you are to welcome 2 concubines today. Though this was indeed the case, Jun Anshin found the emperor's straightforwardness peculiar. Unable to articulate why, he merely nodded in agreement. Yes, father, you are correct. I have indeed prepared for such an occasion. In that case, there is no need for separate ceremonies. Having both at once will simplify matters. The emperor regarded him for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. Since you believe it to be so, then so it shall be. I shall take my leave to seek the empress. Remain here. We will discuss matters later. Feeling a sense of disquiet, Jun Anshin could not fathom the reason behind it. Suddenly, he spotted Luo Qingyan approaching with the group. Upon reaching him, she exclaimed, My lord, why have you not yet departed to receive them? You must hurry, or you will miss the auspicious hour. Observing Luo Qingyan's face, devoid of concern as she spoke, intensified Jun Anshin's discomfort. He glanced at her before striding over and taking her hand. Yen, when you married into the family, I did not go to receive you. A mere concubine does not warrant such formality. Let the servants handle it. Luo Qingyan was taken aback by his response, as they had always been affectionate.
Why?
Now that they were on the brink of becoming a family, did he refuse to fetch her concubine? She found herself perplexed by his behavior. However, recognizing that he was the one to marry the concubine, she could not compel him to proceed. Since you insist, my lord, you may handle the arrangements as you see fit. I only hope your concubine arrives punctually, otherwise, with all the guests here, it would reflect poorly on you if she is late. Hearing this, Jun Anshin nodded. Very well, I shall send someone to fetch her promptly. I assure you it will not delay the auspicious hour. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Jiaji awaited anxiously at the Zhang residence in the capital. Jun Anshin had arranged for her to be recognized as the goddaughter of the Zhang family, marrying as their legitimate daughter. However, the family's original legitimate daughter remained resentful, casting a disapproving gaze at Zhang Jiaji as they waited for Jun Anshin to arrive and escort her. They had been waiting outside for quite some time without any sign of someone arriving. Logically, someone should have come to fetch them by now. What could be the reason? Did you not say that Prince Chun would definitely come to collect you personally? Why have they not even seen the wedding procession yet? Could it be that something is amiss? Perhaps you misremembered, and Prince Chun never intended to pick you up, but rather instructed us to take you directly. Upon hearing such remarks from those before her, Zhang Jiazi immediately shook her head in denial. That is impossible. You are merely envious that the prince is coming to fetch me, which is why you say such things. Our prince has clearly stated that he will personally come to collect me. Just wait a little longer. If you do not wish to accompany me, you may go inside. I can wait alone. The Zhang family would never allow her to wait alone, especially considering they had received favors from Prince Chen. Thus, they had no choice but to remain and wait alongside her. After a while, members of the prince's household finally arrived. However, as Zhang Jiaji looked around anxiously, she still did not see Jun Anshin's figure. Growing impatient, she called out loudly to those nearby, What is going on? Why have I not seen the prince? Where could he possibly be? Is he coming from behind, and we must wait a moment longer? Upon hearing her inquiry, the attendant promptly shook his head. No, concubine Zhang. Our prince is not coming. He sent us to fetch you instead. He has other matters to attend to, and cannot come himself. Please, follow us now, otherwise, if we delay, we may miss the auspicious time. Zhang Jiaji was infuriated upon learning that Jun Anshin would not be coming. At that moment, she could hardly care about any auspicious timings. Moreover, she noticed someone nearby watching her with a mocking expression, which only fueled her anger. Zhang Qiali glanced at Zhang Jiaji, struggling to contain her amusement. How ridiculous it was. Just moments ago, she had insisted that the prince would surely come to collect her. And now he was nowhere to be found. It was utterly laughable. Zhang Jiaji did not need to ponder long. She understood that Zhang Qiali was mocking her. This was intolerable, and in a fit of rage, she turned to glare at Zhang Qiali. Zhang Qiali, what nonsense are you spouting? If you continue to speak, do not blame me for tearing your mouth apart. Why do you take such delight in spreading falsehoods? Speak again, and I assure you, our prince must have been delayed by pressing matters. Zhang Jiaji took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and then shouted at the attendants before her. It is impossible. Something must have delayed the prince. Otherwise, he would surely be here to collect me. He promised he would come. You must hurry back and inform him that if he does not arrive today, then neither shall I go. The two attendants exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Their prince had instructed them to ensure she was brought over today, yet here she was, refusing to leave without him. They were at an impasse, uncertain if returning without the prince would result in their reprimand. Time was quickly running out, so they needed to devise a suitable solution. One of the attendants, more astute than the others, glanced at Zhang Jiaji and spoke urgently. Concubine, it is not that the prince does not wish to come. He is currently engaged with important matters alongside the emperor. If the emperor does not permit him to leave, he cannot do so. Please, do not make this difficult for us. Come with us now. The prince is waiting for you. Despite his words, Zhang Jiaji remained unmoved. In her heart, she believed that since Jun Anshin had promised her, he must keep his word. If he could not fulfill his promise, it would be better not to make it at all. Regardless, if she did not see the prince come for her, she would not leave this place. You may decide what to do next. With no other option, one attendant was sent back to inform the prince of the situation. Fortunately, the Zhang residence was not too far from the prince's palace. Otherwise, the back and forth would consume a considerable amount of time. Jun Anshin had been entertaining guests, engaging in pleasant conversation and sharing a meal. Suddenly, an attendant rushed towards him, appearing flustered as if something urgent had occurred.
Yunankin.
Seeing the attendant could not stop in time, had to grasp his arm to steady him. What is the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Did I not instruct you to go and fetch her? Speak plainly. Do not leave me to guess. The attendant took a deep breath, taking a moment to collect himself before reporting. My prince, concubine Zhang has declared that she will not come unless you personally go to collect her. If you do not go, she will not come no matter what. Jun Anshin furrowed his brow, frustration washing over him. Did she truly say that? How dare she speak such words? Do not concern yourself with her. The auspicious time is approaching. If she wishes to come, she will. If not, let her be. After all, there is another concubine who can oversee the matters. If she chooses not to come, so be it. For the first time, Jun Anshin felt disappointment in Zhang Jiaji. At this critical moment, it was not the time for her to cause a scene, yet she had chosen to do so. Are you implying we should disregard concubine Zhang? She is still waiting over there. What if we ignore her and she truly does not come?
Yun Ankin.
Genuinely disinterested in Zhang Jiaji, firmly replied, this matter does not require our attention. If she truly wishes to come, she will. The distance is not far. We can send a palanquin to fetch her. If she refuses, that is her own decision. Upon catching sight of the sedan chair, Luo Jiao promptly climbed aboard, fully aware of her circumstances. Although Prince Chun had been playfully flirting with her recently, he had never mentioned coming to fetch her. Thus, she dared not indulge in any fanciful hopes. As soon as the sedan arrived, she swiftly made her way inside. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaji had been waiting for an extended period, yet no one appeared to escort her. With time slipping away, her frustration manifested in an impatient stamp of her foot. What was happening? Why hadn't the prince arrived? What could he possibly be doing? The servant beside her, observing the side consort's fury, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, speechless in fear of provoking her wrath, for he was well aware of her temper. Your Highness, I am at a loss. Should I return to inquire? He stammered. At that moment, Zhang Qiaoli couldn't suppress her scorn.
She taunted, oh.
Your esteemed prince will surely come to retrieve you. Such delusions. Who gave you the audacity to voice such nonsense? Truly shameless. Zhang's parents, standing nearby, remained silent, but their expressions revealed their shared sentiments. They had initially opposed the prince's actions, as their sole desire was to provide the best for their daughter. However, they had been coerced into compliance by Prince Chen's threats. Zhang Jiaji glared at the servant before her, her voice dripping with venom. Regardless of circumstances, you must ensure the prince comes to escort me. Otherwise, you know well my status. I will not make it easy for you. The servant, startled by her words, felt his heart race. Though he wished for the prince to come, he was powerless to compel him. As he gathered his thoughts, a commotion erupted nearby. Side consort. Side consort. Bad news. The prince has confirmed he will not be coming for you. You must decide if you wish to go. You will need to be carried by the servants. Should you refuse, we will have to report back, and you will have to walk on your own. Zhang Jiaji paused, momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, despair washed over her.
This cannot be.
The prince had promised to fetch me. Why has he suddenly changed his mind? The two servants, sensing her disbelief, chose silence, knowing that no matter what they said, she would remain unconvinced. Your Highness, we speak only the truth. The prince is occupied with pressing matters and has instructed us to inform you that if you do not wish to go, it is entirely your choice. He has other consorts as well. The decision lies with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji scrutinized the servant's expression and, recognizing his seriousness, realized the gravity of the situation. Why is the prince so cruel? What does he intend? He promised me. I must confront him and demand an explanation for this betrayal. Take me there immediately. Zhang Xiaoli, witnessing her distress, could not help but laugh. What happened to your unwavering confidence? Now you find yourself forsaken. How amusing. You thought yourself favored, yet this is your reality. At this moment, Zhang Jiaji had no desire to engage further with her. She quickly adjusted her wedding gown and stepped into the sedan. Let us depart. I must discover what has transpired and why the prince has suddenly abandoned me. Upon arriving at her destination, she realized she had arrived too late. Jun and Chen was already engaged in a ceremony. Witnessing this scene, her heart seethed with rage.
Now,
Dear side consort, please present tea to the lady of the house. Once this tea is served, you will truly become one family. Luo Qingyan, upon receiving the cup, instinctively recoiled. She had no intention of partaking, for she was preparing to leave this place altogether. Drinking the tea would bind her to this situation. A consequence she refused to accept. Rising abruptly, she addressed those present. Now that the prince has wed a fair maiden, I have a pressing matter to discuss with him. Feeling an ominous premonition, Jun and Chen interjected before she could continue. No, whatever you wish to say today will not be entertained. There is no need for further discussion. I refuse to listen. Determined to resolve the matter, Luo Qingyan insisted on voicing her concerns, regardless of his refusal. This is of utmost importance to me, and with other guests present, including my father, mother, and the Empress Dowager, we can bear witness. Jun and Chen, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend her words. Witness? What do we need them to confirm? Luo Qingyan produced the divorce decree sanctioned by the Empress Dowager and extended it toward him.
Yun Entian recoiled.
Hastily pushing the document away.
No.
I do not wish to see this. It is of no concern to me. Despite his resistance, Luo Qingyan remained steadfast. Your Highness, this matter has been arranged and is beyond your discretion. It is an imperial decree from the Empress Dowager, and you must accept it. Hearing this, Jun and Chen opened his mouth, but words failed him. As Luo Qingyan placed the document before him, she urged, Your Highness, please take a look. If all is in order, simply affix your seal, and this matter shall be formally concluded. Jun Anchen had yet to open the document when Luo Jiaojiao took the initiative to do so. Upon discovering its contents, her eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, she glanced at Jun Anchen and broke into a smile. My lord, can you guess what is written in this imperial decree? If you knew, you would surely be overjoyed. 4. Before Luo Jiaojiao could finish her sentence, the document was snatched away by the newly arrived Zhang Jiaji. Upon quickly reading the words divorce, she was overwhelmed with excitement and immediately turned to address Jun Anchen. If the prince were to divorce, wouldn't that mean he could remarry? My lord, do you have anyone in mind? Chapter 65. The formal divorce. Jun Anchen was already in a foul mood, never anticipating that the petite woman would seek a divorce from him. Consequently, when he beheld the decree, he felt dizzy and devoid of joy. Deep down, He did not wish to part ways with Luo Qingyan, he was unwilling. At that moment, he looked earnestly at Luo Qingyan and spoke. Yen, you must be jesting. I know you do not want me to take a concubine, so you devised this plan, did you not? If you truly do not wish for this, you can simply tell me. There is no need for such stubbornness. Behaving this way will only invite ridicule from others. Luo Qingyan was indifferent to whether others would mock her. Her resolve was firm, and she was determined to see this matter through. She could no longer endure the current situation. Thus, she looked resolutely at Jun Anshin and declared, My lord, there is no need for doubt. I genuinely intend to divorce you. This decree was arranged with the Empress Dowager the day you brought someone back. Now, everyone is in agreement. All that remains is for you to sign the divorce papers. At that moment, Jun Anshin was bereft of any thoughts regarding taking a concubine. He could not fathom that his wife would leave him over such a matter. Had he known earlier, he would have never brought anyone back. He believed that by keeping her outside, Luo Qingyan would not discover the truth and would remain by his side. The mere thought of losing Luo Qingyan was unbearable, prompting him to stride forward and reach for her hand, only for her to withdraw it immediately. My lord, if there is something you have not clarified, please tell me directly. There is no need for physical contact. It makes me uncomfortable. Witnessing the distance between them, Jun Anshin felt a pang of sorrow. Yen, why do you resist my approach? You were never like this before. I do not want a concubine. I only wish for you to stay with me. Luo Qingyan had made her decision and would not waver. She looked at the man attempting to grasp her hand and withdrew from his grasp, shaking her head. My lord, there is no need for further discussion. I have made my choice, and nothing you say will change it. Once today's events conclude, I will move out and no longer reside in your palace. Rest assured, I will not hinder you. I wish you and your new princess a lifetime of happiness.
Now.
My lord, after everything is over, please hand over what I requested. The most pressing matter is to proceed with the ceremony for the concubine. Otherwise, we have so many guests gathered here, all because of your standing. You cannot let this situation devolve into embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Jun Anshin couldn't help but glance at the guests below, noticing their unwavering gazes directed toward them, causing him to frown. The matter had escalated to a point where he was unsure how to resolve it. He wanted the guests to leave, but it seemed unreasonable to send them away after they had arrived. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to continue with the ceremony. At that moment, the emperor spoke up. Prince Chun, this is your own decision. When you first contemplated this course of action, I warned you not to act impulsively, or you would regret it later. Yet, you refused to heed my counsel. Now, it is too late for regrets. I am aware of the divorce decree concerning the princess. Regardless of your consent, the divorce is already established. Jun Anshin truly did not want to agree, for he understood that if he consented today, he would permanently lose the woman before him. Therefore, he could not agree to this matter under any circumstances. No, father. You never consulted me regarding this decision, so it cannot be finalized. I do not acknowledge it. The emperor was furious upon hearing this. You disagree? Are you questioning my decision? Once I have made a decision, it is final, and you have no right to object. I declare this matter resolved. You lack the authority to contest it. Yen, have you prepared your belongings? Tonight, you shall accompany the Empress Dowager to the palace. I shall bestow upon you the title of a county princess. After all, the Empress Dowager favors you. Otherwise, you can remain in the palace with her. What do you think? Luo Qingyan firmly opposed this notion, for staying in the palace would mean losing her freedom. She preferred a life of independence. Therefore, she gathered her thoughts and looked up at the emperor, speaking. Your Majesty, I still wish to explore the world outside. My mother once told me to take the opportunity to appreciate our flourishing dynasty. Now that I have this freedom, I wish to venture out. I hope your Majesty will grant me this wish. The emperor gazed intently at Luo Qingyan for an extended period, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally nodded. Very well, since you have expressed your desire, I shall permit you to leave the palace, though your title as a county princess shall remain. Feel free to explore. Should you tire, the palace will always be a refuge for you. Chapter 66. Regardless of circumstances, upon hearing these words, Luo Qingyan was overwhelmed with elation. Her emotions difficult to articulate. Ultimately, she knelt in gratitude, thanking the emperor for his benevolence. Once all her affairs were resolved, Luo Qingyan felt it was time to prepare for Jun Anshin's matters. She glanced at the man before her and then called out, Your Highness, the auspicious hour has arrived. Should you not hasten to take your two concubines by the hand? One on your left and one on your right, perfectly balanced, neither too many nor too few. Jun Anchin had never anticipated that such a situation would be so awkward, yet now that it was unfolding before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He wished for Luo Qingyan to cease her remarks, but she was certainly not inclined to stop. Come now, your highness, do grasp their hands swiftly. What is this delay for a man of your stature? Be quick. If you continue to dawdle, you shall truly be out of time. The emperor and empress await. You cannot make them linger for your sake. With no recourse, Jun Anchin reluctantly acquiesced to the ritual. However, as he prepared to depart, his gaze remained fixed upon Luo Qingyan, which made her quite uncomfortable. She could not fathom why he was looking at her in such a manner. Your highness, might you refrain from regarding me so? Your gaze is rather peculiar. Please, complete this ceremony swiftly. Others await, and a prompt conclusion would be beneficial for us all. In the end, Jun Anchin did complete the ceremony of taking concubines, yet at that moment, he turned to Luo Qingyan and inquired, Yan, after all these years of growing up together, are you truly willing to part ways? Are you indeed preparing to leave? If you do so, where will you go? Your family certainly would not permit your return. After all, there are others there. If you were to go back, you would not find comfort in the palace. You must think this through. Returning may not lead to a pleasant life, and you could end up regretting it. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingyan immediately shook her head. No, I must leave this place. I have other important matters to attend to and cannot remain. Her declaration left him momentarily stunned, and before he could respond, others began to murmur about the surprising turn of events. They had not anticipated such a bold decision upon arriving here. Today's visit truly proved worthwhile. The princess had shown remarkable courage in choosing to sever ties. However, they wondered how she would fare in the days to come, as being alone would surely present its challenges. Luo Qingyan, having gathered her belongings, was prepared to depart. Just as she was about to leave, Jun Anchin grasped her arm and implored, Yan, have you truly made this decision? Are you really prepared to leave? Do you not feel even a hint of reluctance? Should you depart, do not harbor regrets. If you regret it, the opportunity for return may never present itself again. Even if I were to welcome you back, you would no longer be my princess. You must consider this carefully. If you do not, it may be too late for regret. Luo Qingyan had contemplated this decision for far too long to have second thoughts. Thus, she shook her head resolutely and replied, I apologize, your highness. But this decision is final and cannot be altered. Please allow me to leave. Your future will surely be filled with harmony and happiness. My presence here is inconsequential. Is it not? Jun Anchin wished to voice his thoughts, but the words caught in his throat, leaving him to watch helplessly as Luo Qingyan departed. After taking her leave, Luo Qingyan arrived at the designated location they had arranged. My lady, how wonderful! From this day forth, you can live the life you desire. Are you happy? Luo Qingyan, without hesitation, responded earnestly, Juana, please do not refer to me as princess any longer. Address me as you did before. I am no longer a princess and see no need for such titles. Juana recognized the appropriateness of this, and thus addressed her. Then, miss, may I call you that? Are you pleased, and what delightful treats would you like today? Share your favorites with me, and I shall arrange for them.
Luo Qingyan smiled af Juana Essigenes.
Just make the arrangements as you see fit. I have no particular desires. Everything you prepare will suffice.
Juan det ich hattet.
Hurried inside to make the arrangements. Meanwhile, Jun Anchin initially felt no particular sentiment as he observed Luo Qingyan's departure. However, a strange sensation welled up within him as he entered the quarters she once occupied. The emptiness struck him profoundly, for he recalled how she would chatter away, filling the space with her presence. Although he rarely engaged her in conversation, her lively spirit was unmistakable. Now, in her absence, he felt an unsettling void. As he contemplated spending the night in her quarters, a voice from outside broke his reverie. Your highness, are you within? Tonight is a momentous occasion. Both concubines await your presence. May I inquire which one you intend to visit, so we may inform them in advance? Jun Anchin felt no inclination toward either, yet found himself compelled to comply. He glanced at the attendant and shook his head, uncertain of how to proceed. This evening, let us visit Lady Luo. We shall assess the situation first. If there are no pressing matters, we may then proceed to see Lady Zhang. After all, With her condition at this stage of pregnancy, she is likely unable to do much. Thus, it would be prudent to pay her a visit. Upon hearing this, the individual before me nodded in agreement and spoke. Your Highness, since you have made this decision, we shall follow your arrangements. Can we proceed with this plan? We should head over there now, and not keep them waiting too long, considering it is their wedding night. It would be ill-mannered to make them wait excessively. After this statement, the person nodded again and rose to their feet. Very well. Since you have said so, let us depart promptly. We must not allow any delays. The residence of the princess must be kept tidy, and no outsiders should be allowed entry. Do you understand? Although the individual was unaware of the reasons behind the prince's instructions, they nodded nonetheless, recognizing the importance of the matter as it was a direct order from their prince. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall execute your commands without fail. Hearing this brought some relief to Jun Anchen, for otherwise he would have been quite troubled. Remember, no matter who it is, anyone wishing to enter this place must be stopped. Do you understand? The others nodded in agreement, albeit uncertain of their prince's motives. Your Highness, we understand. Shall we now proceed to Lady Luo? She must have been prepared well in advance. Upon hearing this, Jun Anchen nodded. Very well. Let us depart and ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, upon learning that Jun Anchen had gone to visit Luo Jiao, Zhang Jiaji was infuriated, trembling with rage. Why must he go to her? Why not come to me? Is there something amiss with my presence? What is he intending? Why treat me this way? Ordinarily, the prince would not act in such a manner. Why the change now? Was he doing this deliberately? His actions were truly unsatisfactory. We must confront the prince. Tonight is significant for us. Why has he not come? At this moment, those nearby wished to offer counsel, but Luo Qingyan was too distraught to listen. Your Highness, perhaps we should wait a while. This evening is equally important for them. If you go without warning, the prince will surely be displeased. Despite their attempts to reason, Zhang Jiaji remained resolute. I care not. He must spend the night here with us, regardless of the circumstances. This gesture signifies his regard for us. Do you not understand? The maid, lacking insight into the situation, simply nodded, acknowledging the reasoning of the side concubine. Shall we then proceed to confront him? We must ensure he returns to us. Zhang Jiaji nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must make him come here. Let us go at once. At this juncture, Jun Anchen was preparing to rest alongside Luo Jiao. With nothing else to occupy their time, they settled into slumber. They had reached a critical moment, and Luo Jiao appeared to be savoring the experience. Her eyes closed as she breathed softly. Yet, before she could fully comprehend the situation, the man had already lain beside her. In her moment of surprise, Luo Jiao glanced at him and inquired, Your Highness, is it over already? I have yet to grasp what has transpired. Jun Anchen, displeased by her words, raised his voice in response. What am I unsatisfactory? Should I seek someone else to please you? Perhaps then you would be more content. Hearing the prince's discontent, Luo Jiao hesitated before speaking. Your Highness, do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. I merely wondered how you have changed from before, why it feels so different. Jun Anchen detected the underlying implication in her words and felt a surge of irritation. If you find it unsatisfactory, then let it be. I have no obligation to meet your expectations. You would do well to serve me diligently and not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Do you understand? Otherwise, I shall not be lenient. Luo Jiao, left with no choice, nodded in compliance. Understood, Your Highness. I assure you, I will not intrude on matters beyond my purview. You can trust that I shall serve you well. Satisfied with her response, Jun Anchen declared, Very well. Now that you comprehend your role, lie down and rest. Do not speak of unnecessary things. As they prepared to rest, a sudden noise from outside interrupted them, as if someone had entered. Luo Jiao immediately stood and moved toward the door. Upon seeing the figures outside, she felt a wave of anxiety. This visitor seemed intent on encroaching upon her territory. Such a thing could not be tolerated. Lady Zhang, why have you come here with so many people? She demanded. Zhang Jiaji remained silent, simply gazing at her as she attempted to step inside. In that moment, Luo Jiao would not allow her to enter unimpeded. As Zhang approached, Luo Jiao swiftly blocked her path. What is the meaning of this? You cannot enter without my permission. This is my domain. Hearing this, Zhang Jiaji could not help but laugh. Do you not find your own words amusing? The prince has long granted me free access throughout the palace, including this place. I am going in, and you have no right to stop me. At this point, Luo Jiao wished to protest further, but Zhang had already pushed past her and entered. All she could do was watch helplessly as Zhang entered the room. At this moment, she glanced at the person before her and spoke up. Wait, you cannot simply enter. The prince is resting inside, and your presence will disturb him. Despite Luo Jiaojiao's fervent attempts to prevent this individual from entering, in the end, she found herself crossing the threshold. Upon entering, she beheld Jun Anshin lying there, eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. Your Highness, please wake up. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be with your concubine tonight? What are you doing here? At that moment, Zhang Jiaji was utterly overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate her feelings. She reached out, intending to shake the figure on the bed, yet Jun Anshin, lost in deep sleep, remained oblivious to her presence. After a considerable time of shaking, he finally stirred awake, appearing somewhat disoriented. He glanced at her and inquired, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be taking care of your pregnancy? If there is something to discuss, please say it and return. You should not be roaming about in your condition. Do you not fear for the safety of your child? This child is of great importance to me, and if you cannot ensure its safety, do not expect me to be lenient." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jiaji could not contain herself and shouted, "Your Highness, why do you speak this way? I came here specifically to find you. If I did not intend to see you, there would be no reason for my presence. You must come back with me tonight." Jun Anshin raised an eyebrow at her declaration, refraining from immediate agreement. He responded, "Jir, what you are doing is unwise. You know I cannot leave with you now that I am here. What would become of the situation if I did? Return home, and I shall visit you tomorrow." Zhang Jiaji's immediate reaction was to shake her head. "No, Your Highness, I will not return without you. If you refuse to accompany me, I shall remain here tonight." At this, Luo Jiaojiao could no longer contain her displeasure. She had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Approaching Zhang Jiazi, she scolded, "Concubine Zhang, your behavior is utterly shameless. Do you not realize how excessive this is? Leave this place at once. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not be gentle." Zhang Jiazi, upon hearing this, laughed and turned to the man lying on the bed. "Your Highness, do you not share this sentiment? Do you not think I should leave promptly? If you agree, then I shall depart immediately." At that moment, Zhang Jiazi appeared pitiable, and after a brief hesitation, the man shook his head. "No, you need not leave. Did you not wish for my company? Then stay." This unexpected response from Jun Anshin took many by surprise, including Luo Jiaojiao. As the words registered, they widened their eyes in disbelief. "Your Highness, did you just say that? Did you truly mean to suggest we should all remain together? Surely, I must have misheard. Am I to believe my ears are faulty? For how could such a preposterous notion arise?" Jun Anshin's expression remained impassive as he regarded them coolly. "Is this not what you desired? I am merely fulfilling your request. Why the sudden discontent? 3 of us would work splendidly. I could lie in the middle, with each of you on either side. It is quite fitting, would it not? In such a scenario, we could engage in discussion, and I believe it is rather agreeable." The proposal rendered them momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a lengthy silence, Zhang Jiaji dared not press for Jun Anshin to accompany her home. She feared his insistence on sharing a bed would be too cramped for her liking. With a resigned glance toward him, she finally spoke, "Your Highness, since you have stated it so, I shall take my leave." Yet, despite her words, upon seeing Luo Jiaojiao's smug expression, she could not suppress her emotions any longer. After a moment of contemplation, she devised a scheme. With a dramatic roll of her eyes, she collapsed to the ground. Those nearby were startled and rushed to her side. "Concubine, what has happened? Why have you fainted? Your Highness, please come quickly to see our concubine." They fretted over her condition, fearing for the child she carried.
Yunangan.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, hastened to her side, gently trying to rouse her. However, Zhang Jiaji, committed to her act, remained unresponsive. "What should we do now?" Someone cried out, panic evident in their voice. The suddenness of the situation left them all in shock, hesitant to approach further for fear of exacerbating matters. Jun Anshin carefully lifted her and laid her upon Luo Jiaojiao's bed. Though Luo Jiaojiao was filled with disdain, she held her tongue, knowing it was not the time for protest. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and summon the imperial physician." If anything happens to my concubine, I will not forgive any of you. Hearing this, the servants finally sprang into action, only to return hurriedly after a short while. Your Highness, the palace gates are closed, and we cannot access the medical quarters, so we are unable to summon a physician. When Jun Anshin heard those words, realization dawned upon him. It was already nightfall. At this hour, the palace gates would undoubtedly be closed, meaning that without a token, entry to summon the imperial physician was impossible. Even if he managed to enter the palace, locating the physician would inevitably consume valuable time. Jun Anshin was apprehensive that he might not have enough time, given the round trip involved. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to seek an external physician first, to assess the situation. Should the condition prove dire, then he would call for the imperial doctor. Without hesitation, Jun Anshin barked at the servants nearby, urging them, "Why are you still lingering? Hurry and fetch a physician from outside. What are you waiting for?" At this command, the servants finally sprang into action, dashing out with urgency. However, it wasn't long before they returned empty-handed. Fortunately, the individual lying on the bed was merely feigning illness. Otherwise, the delay in summoning a physician could have resulted in calamity. Seeing them return with nothing, Jun Anshin could no longer contain his frustration. He confronted them. "What on earth have you been doing? Why is there still no physician? Are you all so complacent that you do not feel the weight of your responsibility? I shall have you all punished for this negligence. I cannot fathom the purpose of retaining you if you cannot even procure a single doctor." Initially, the servants were too intimidated to respond, but after a while, one mustered the courage to speak. "Your Highness, it is not that we do not wish to summon a physician. We approached several. Yet they all claimed that the princess consort has designated specific physicians, and thus they did not come. We are unaware of who those appointed physicians are, leaving us at a loss." Jun Anshin surveyed the chaos within the Wangfu and couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had never experienced this sense of disorder while Luo Qingyan was present. Now, in her absence, the entire residence felt disarrayed, and he pondered why such a profound feeling of disarray had overtaken him in just one night. In that moment, Jun Anshin found it challenging to articulate his emotions. After a brief hesitation, he addressed the servants again. "I care not how you accomplish it, but you must summon a physician with utmost haste. If anything befalls the side consort, I will hold you accountable." Chapter 69. Without her, the entire Wangfu feels chaotic upon hearing this. Zhang Jiaji felt a wave of fear wash over her, instinctively shrinking her shoulders. She then spoke to Jun Anshin. "Your Highness, please do not be so angry. I was merely momentarily overwhelmed. I have since recovered, and there is no cause for concern. There is no need to summon a physician. I can leave now." Truly feeling fine. Hearing her voice, Jun Anshin turned to face her. Upon noticing her apparent recovery, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, it was imperative to have a physician assess her condition. The suddenness of her fainting spell warranted thorough examination to ascertain the underlying cause. He approached her gently, assisting her to lie down.
"Zir, how do you feel now?"
"Are you certain you are well? Even if you feel fine, it is prudent to have a physician examine you. Your sudden fainting is indeed concerning. I cannot rest easy without a thorough checkup." Zhang Jiaji was taken aback by his insistence on calling for a physician, fearing that her charade would be uncovered. She quickly raised her head and replied, "Your Highness, I believe this matter is unnecessary. I know my own body. I assure you there is nothing wrong. Please do not send anyone out at this late hour. It may be futile. We can wait until morning, and if I feel unwell then, I will gladly summon a physician." After contemplating her words, Jun Anshin finally nodded. "If that is your wish, I shall defer to you. However, should you feel any discomfort, you must inform me at once. Nothing is more important than the child you carry. My father is also deeply concerned about this child, so you must take utmost care." Zhang Jiaji understood the importance of safeguarding the child, for this was the royal family's first grandson. Regardless of the circumstances, she must ensure a safe delivery. Should the child be a boy, her status would undoubtedly elevate, potentially leading her to become the Wangfei. At that moment, Zhang Jiaji realized her visit that night had been somewhat foolish. With a child on the way, she knew that Jun Anshin would not dare to treat her coldly. Reflecting upon her rashness, she lamented that had she not acted so impulsively, none of this would have transpired. Suddenly, as if the weight of her earlier actions bore down upon her, she felt a wave of discomfort in her abdomen, accompanied by sharp pains. "Ah, how unpleasant. Your Highness, please summon a physician. I feel an unbearable ache in my belly, as if something is relentlessly kicking inside me. Upon hearing her distress, Jun Anchen's heart raced. In that case, I will arrange for a physician immediately. You remain here, I shall personally seek one. I refuse to believe I cannot find help. After a strenuous search, he finally managed to locate a physician, returning exhausted and drenched in sweat. Throughout his ordeal, his thoughts were consumed by Luo Qingyan, wishing she were present to manage the situation with clarity and composure. Yet, he understood that no matter how long he waited, she would not return.
Now,
He had to rely solely on himself, and the thought of her absence weighed heavily on him. However, at this moment, he found himself devoid of any viable solutions. All right, you need not dwell on it any further. It is best to take a moment to rest. If there's nothing pressing, I must take my leave as there are numerous important matters demanding my attention, and I cannot afford to linger here. After such an extended period, dawn has already arrived, and I must attend the morning court. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan, after a restful slumber in her own space, felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Being in her own environment was truly unparalleled. Miss, you have finally awakened. I have prepared a great deal of food for you. Please rise quickly and sample it. It is all freshly learned recipes. If any dish does not suit your palate, do let me know at once. Huaner excelled in the culinary arts, and whatever she set her mind to create was bound to be delightful. Luo Qingyan observed Huaner, who appeared hesitant to speak, and couldn't help but smile at her.
Guania.
When did you become so courteous? If something is on your mind, feel free to express it directly. There is no need for this roundabout manner. It complicates matters unnecessarily. Upon hearing this, Huaner seemed to recall something, her face suddenly flushing. She appeared quite embarrassed, but after a brief pause, she finally spoke up. Miss, when shall we return to the northwest? I am rather eager. Upon witnessing Huaner's excitement, Luo Qingyan could easily discern her thoughts.
Glancing or two on that?
She reached out to gently pinch her nose and said, Do not fret about this matter. It should be within the next 2 days. We will prepare everything we need and arrange for those who will accompany us, and then we shall set forth. Chapter 70. Are we not all women? Huaner felt a surge of enthusiasm upon hearing this, although a hint of confusion lingered. Thus, she turned to Luo Qingyan and inquired, Miss, what kind of arrangements do you mean for those accompanying us? Why must we have others with us? Can we not go alone? At times, Luo Qingyan found Huaner to be quite astute, yet on many occasions, she seemed rather naive, as if she were unaware of many matters. Given the circumstances, she felt compelled to explain, Huaner, are you being foolish? We are but 2 fragile women venturing to the far northwest. Relying solely on ourselves is simply not feasible. So, once we are ready, we shall gather a few individuals. If we hold their contracts, they will undoubtedly comply. Do you not agree? Upon hearing her mistress's words, Huaner nodded in agreement, realizing the soundness of the plan. Miss, you are truly brilliant. Let us eat quickly. Afterward, we shall immediately go to select suitable individuals to accompany us. Seeing Huaner's eagerness, Luo Qingyan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation.
Allrecht, Guania.
Please calm yourself. There is no need for such excitement. We have ample time ahead of us, so there is no rush. Huaner, despite her desires, had not returned home in nearly a decade, which explained her fervent anticipation. Miss, I do not wish to appear so overzealous, but I truly struggle to contain my emotions. Luo Qingyan, hearing her distress, could only shake her head in resigned amusement. Very well, since you insist, let us make this decision. Have you finished your meal? Once you are done, we shall pack our belongings and prepare to depart. Huaner nodded, and after a brief tidying up, they set off. Upon arriving at the market for slaves, they found an abundance of individuals, though many appeared malnourished. Luo Qingyan inspected several but found none to her liking. At that moment, someone approached them and blocked their path, addressing Luo Qingyan, my lady, are you in search of servants? If so, allow me to assist you in your search. You may convey your preferences to me, and I shall arrange it all. I have a variety of individuals available. Luo Qingyan and Huaner surveyed the person before them and ultimately nodded. Very well, I would like to see what you can provide. We require 4 individuals, 2 males and 2 females. The males should possess some combat skills, while the females will assist us with chores and cooking. They must be resilient, as life accompanying us will not be easy. The individual before them became animated. Since you have specified, I shall ensure to arrange suitable candidates for you.
Please follow me. My associates are nearby.
Luo Qingyan followed the person forward, and upon arriving at a dilapidated wooden hut, she was instructed, "Here we are. Please enter and select from within. Once you find suitable individuals, you may purchase them." Perhaps Luo Qingyan had grown too complacent. Upon entering, she was offered a cup of water. After a long journey, she was weary and accepted it, taking a sip. Huaner, too, shared her experience, but after drinking, they both lost consciousness. Luo Qingyan, in a daze, realized too late that she had let her guard down, falling into someone's trap. She struggled to regain her awareness, but the effects of the water left her unable to awaken, and she slowly succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware of what would transpire next. When Luo Qingyan regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar location, devoid of any recognizable features. Instinctively, she began searching for Huaner, but found no trace of her. Uncertain of Huaner's whereabouts, she felt helpless until a sound at the door caught her attention. As the wooden door creaked open, she understood that someone was entering. To avoid revealing her awakening, she quickly closed her eyes and feigned sleep. She sensed someone approach her side, giving her a gentle nudge, seemingly checking to see if she had truly regained consciousness. Strange. Why is there no response? By now, the effects of the drug should have worn off, and she ought to be awake, the person muttered. The individual next door has been awake for quite some time, incessantly shouting, which has become quite bothersome to me. Thus, I instructed someone to take her away to freshen up. However, this one here has yet to awaken. Could something be amiss? Upon hearing this remark, the person before me shot a glare at her companion and spoke. "Are you foolish? Do you not see the difference between this woman and the one over there?" The man, taken aback by the question, took a moment to respond. "What difference? They are both women, possessing a nose, a mouth, and a pair of eyes. There is hardly any distinction between them." His expression was one of genuine confusion. He truly could not discern any difference between the woman lying there and the one who had just awakened. "I see you are quite dense. It is evident that one is a mistress and the other a servant. The one over there is undoubtedly the servant, having to toil so much. Her skin has become toughened, thus the effects of the potion are less potent for her, allowing her to wake so swiftly. In contrast, the woman here is different. Have you not noticed her delicate skin? She stands in stark contrast to the one beside her. This young lady is certainly of the fragile sort, favored by the powerful. She will fetch a handsome price." Upon hearing this explanation, the man finally grasped the situation. "So that is how it is. I was worried about why this woman had not awakened, fearing something had befallen her. So, based on your assessment, there should be no significant issue with her?" The woman nodded, affirming, "Indeed, there is no problem. You should prepare for her awakening. Once she comes to, ensure she is adorned properly. A distinguished official is scheduled to visit today. We shall present this young lady for his approval. He will surely take a liking to her, as he typically favors those with delicate constitutions." The man nodded, understanding her intentions, yet he did not depart. He cast a glance at the woman before him. His intentions unmistakable. "May I take a preliminary look? She appears quite inexperienced. I could perhaps offer her some guidance." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately pushed him away. "Absolutely not. You must not entertain such thoughts. This woman is destined to be trained by the esteemed official, and she is beyond your reach. You should vacate this place quickly. Otherwise, if others see you here, there will surely be discontent. Depart swiftly, and I shall ensure the silver is sent to you tomorrow." Though the man felt reluctant, he recognized the futility of his desires. He understood that without the consent of the woman before him, his ambitions were unattainable. Thus, he conceded, taking the silver would be better than pursuing a lost cause. "Very well, as you insist, I shall not be insistent. I will abide by your decision. Just ensure you send the silver my way, and I will take my leave." Eventually, Luo Qingyan sensed the absence of noise around her and slowly opened her eyes. To her surprise, as soon as she did, she found herself face to face with the woman. "Ah, you're awake. I thought you would feign sleep indefinitely. I'm pleasantly surprised. You must have heard our earlier conversation. Now that you are in my grasp, it is in your best interest to comply. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Luo Qingyan had not anticipated that her pretense of sleep would be recognized by the person before her. However, since the woman was already aware, she saw no reason to continue hiding.
Who are you?
"Why have you brought me here? What are your intentions? Do you know who I am?" At this moment, the woman leaned closer to Luo Qingyan and replied, "Look around you. What does this place resemble? Would you care to join me in exploring? Of course. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. All here are my people, and if you attempt to flee, you will find it impossible. At this juncture, Luo Qingyan had no intention of escaping. She was fully aware that fleeing would be futile. Thus, she resolved to remain calm and assess the situation, waiting for an opportune moment to act. It is settled then. I shall accompany you to see what this place truly is. Upon following the woman outside, Luo Qingyan quickly discerned the nature of her surroundings. To her astonishment, she found herself in a brothel. She could not fathom who had orchestrated her arrival here. Was it that matron they encountered today? Had they lost consciousness after consuming her potion? Clearly, something was amiss with that concoction. Otherwise, they would not be in this predicament. Realizing this, Luo Qingyan turned to the woman beside her, her anger evident. It appears you are in cahoots. One deceives while the other ensnares, dividing the spoils between you. Is that not so? The woman laughed at this accusation and replied with a smile. Little girl, sometimes being overly clever can be detrimental. I advise you not to be too astute. You see, despite your intelligence, you still find yourself here with me. Luo Qingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. The woman's statement rang true. She had indeed been too trusting, and such naivete had led her to this very place. Looking at the woman, Luo Qingyan spoke again. State your demands. You may allow me to leave with my companions, and as long as your requests are reasonable, I will acquiesce. Luo Qingyan had expected that her proposal would lead to her release. However, to her dismay, as soon as she voiced her offer, the woman shook her head, indicating her refusal. I'm afraid, no matter the sum you offer, it pales in comparison to what my esteemed official can provide. Thus, let us put this matter to rest. I will not entertain your departure. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan's expression darkened. Do you know who I am? Bringing me here and refusing to let me leave, I am willing to offer you silver, which should be considered a favor. If you do not release me, I hope you will not regret it later. Upon hearing this, the woman merely laughed. No matter who you are, once you step into my intoxicated spring pavilion, leaving unscathed is certainly out of the question. Moreover, you are but a fledgling, hardly a figure of great significance. Regardless of your claims, I remain unconvinced, and there is no need for further discourse. Just wait for the high official to arrive tonight to escort you back to his residence. If you serve him well, you may find yourself living a life of comfort. As Luo Qingyan observed the obstinacy of the person before her, she found herself compelled to contemplate alternative strategies. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon her, especially since this individual had just declared that she would be taken away tonight. She feared that those sent to retrieve her would not be benevolent, making any future escape exceedingly difficult. Hence, she resolved to maintain her composure and think swiftly. Gazing at the person in front of her, she spoke. Since you assert that escape is impossible, I shall comply with your wishes. But I must first see my companion to ascertain her condition. If she is unharmed, I will agree to your terms. A mutually beneficial arrangement would surely be to your liking. Upon hearing Luo Qingyan's words, the woman hesitated, uncertain whether to acquiesce. Observing her expression, Luo Qingyan suddenly began to dance. Her movements were so enchanting that onlookers could hardly tear their eyes away. The crowd erupted in cheers, urging her to dance again, expressing their desire for more. The woman, captivated by Luo Qingyan's grace, quickly conceived a more lucrative idea. Very well. You merely wish to see your maid? I shall grant you that, but you must adhere to my instructions. If you are obedient, I can arrange for you to see her frequently. However, should you disobey, I will have no qualms about selling her. Luo Qingyan, still yet to meet her companion, knew she could not say much more. You need not say anything further. I understand what must be done. Now, please take me to my companion. The woman shook her head in response.
No.
You must complete your dance before I allow you to meet her. Otherwise, there will be no meeting. Unfazed by the threat, Luo Qingyan calmly replied, Only by seeing my companion can I cooperate fully with you. Besides, the dance I perform will require her participation, so I must meet her. If you refuse me this, then you may dance alone. Faced with Luo Qingyan's insistence, the brothel keeper had no choice but to concede. Fine, since you insist. I will take you to see your companion. Upon seeing Luo Qingyan, Huaner dashed towards her, filled with excitement. Miss, are you all right? Are you hurt? Did they do anything to you? Luo Qingyan shook her head. Do not worry, Huaner. I am fine. What about you? Have they harmed you?
Huana, they left. Betrothed. No, miss.
I am well. But who are these people, and why have they brought us here? Luo Qingyan glanced at the others and said, I need to discuss the choreography with my companion. Please, give us some privacy. The brothel keeper hesitated, but was met with Luo Qingyan's steady gaze.
What?
This is your domain. Do you fear we shall escape? Choreography demands great focus, and we require a tranquil setting to create our best performance. If you do not wish to accommodate us, we need not waste time. After a moment's deliberation, the brothel keeper nodded. Very well, I agree. We will leave you to your work, but ensure the dance is ready for tonight. If it captivates them, I may reconsider sending you away. Luo Qingyan acknowledged her agreement and followed Huaner inside. Once they were alone, Huaner anxiously inquired, Miss, what is happening? What should we do? What do you mean by choreography? Luo Qingyan explained the situation in detail, and after a lengthy discussion, Huaner grasped the plan. Miss, I understand what we must do.
For now,
we can only rely on ourselves. They began strategizing how to choreograph their escape from this place. Miss, are you certain this will work? It sounds perilous. If it fails, we cannot proceed as planned. We must devise a more foolproof solution. Above all, you must not be harmed. Luo Qingyan, eager to find a better plan, recognized the difficulty of such a task. For now, we have no other options but to try this approach. We must escape this place. Otherwise, we are doomed. Understanding the gravity of their predicament, Huaner nodded. Miss, rest assured. I am aware of our perilous situation and will follow your lead. As night fell, Luo Qingyan donned the garments provided by the brothel keeper, though she had no desire to wear them. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to necessity, while the brothel keeper's smile remained unwavering. Indeed, this attire suits you remarkably well. You are on the verge of performing, so remember to put forth your utmost effort. Otherwise, you may find yourselves taken away this evening. Your ability to remain here hinges entirely on your own actions. Originally, Luo Qingyan had settled in, realizing that she could not leave this place tonight. After all, it was filled with the old Madame S associates, and she needed to devise a plan to avoid being taken away and to preserve her dignity. The subsequent events would require further contemplation for alternative solutions. However, what she did not anticipate was the sight of a familiar face at that moment. Jun Yetian was present below, signaling to her, suggesting that she was no longer in peril. Luo Qingyan leaped up, prompting the crowd below to erupt in cheers. Some even tossed silver coins onto the stage, while the onlookers, particularly the old madame's entourage, trembled with excitement. So much silver. Truly splendid. Our fortunes are about to change. Yet, unexpectedly, Luo Qingyan jumped down from the stage. Alarmed, they realized this foolish girl intended to escape. She was a golden goose and must not be allowed to flee. Swiftly, they commanded their associates outside to seize her, ensuring she did not slip away. The man beside the old madam suddenly sensed something amiss. This was not right. It appeared she had no intention of escaping. She had leapt into the embrace of that man. Was this encounter prearranged? The confusion in the old madam's eyes indicated her ignorance of the situation. Perhaps at that moment, she still could not comprehend what was unfolding. I cannot fathom this development. It must have been orchestrated by her. However, since her arrival, she had not encountered any other men. Why was that man cooperating with her? This situation seemed highly suspicious. The man, pondering something, suddenly wore a grim expression. Unless that man was someone she already knew. It seemed he had come to take her away. When they attempted to intercept her, they needed to apprehend this man as well. Yet, why did he appear so familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before? At that moment, Luo Qingyan had already been embraced by Jun Yetian, and she promptly divulged the entire situation to him. Jun Yetian was already aware of the matter, and his anger was palpable. The others nearby, noticing Luo Qingyan had ceased her performance, grew anxious. Why have you stopped dancing? We are eagerly awaiting your performance. Hurry up. Embracing a man like that. How indecent. Get back up there. We still wish to reward you. Upon hearing this, Jun Yetian glared at the speaker and bellowed, Dare to utter another word, and you shall see whether I spare you.
Guards.
Surround this place immediately. Faced with such audacity, the old madam was taken aback by the sudden influx of officials encircling her establishment. It dawned upon her that she had provoked someone she should not have. Who is this woman? From where did you bring her? Observing the situation, it appeared they had unwittingly stirred a significant issue, one that might be insurmountable. She urgently sought a solution. With no other recourse, the old madam glanced at the man beside her, hoping he could devise a suitable plan. However, he was equally startled and could not conjure any ideas. You want me to think of a solution? I have no notion of what to do. You should be the one to propose a way out. In their mutual indecision, the old madam had no choice but to approach the officials, addressing them, "Esteemed sir, I sincerely apologize. May I inquire what the matter is? Why have you surrounded our establishment? I believe there has been some misunderstanding." Jun Yetian had no desire to entertain notions of misunderstanding. He resolutely declared, "You are guilty of imprisoning others. Thus, you must accompany us." Upon uttering this, the old madam was visibly shaken. "That cannot be. She was purchased by us. We have committed no offense. If you intend to take us away, we shall vehemently refuse." Despite her fear, she boldly countered Jun Yetian, aware that she could not allow herself to be taken. The presence of so many soldiers indicated he was a high-ranking official. Once taken, escaping would likely prove difficult. Jun Yetian disregarded her protests and commanded his subordinates, "You, come here. Take her away now. I wish to see who dares to lay hands on my people." The declaration sent a chill through those present, as they had never imagined that the woman they casually abducted was connected to a prince. Now, it was clear there was no escaping their fate. After a moment of hesitation, the old madam shouted, "Your Highness, you are indeed a prince, are you not? You seem to be the war prince. I assure you, it was not intentional. I had no knowledge she was your person. Please, let this matter be a mere oversight and spare us." At that juncture, Jun Yetian had no intention of letting either of them go. He waved his hand and ordered, "You all, take her away. They must pay the price for this incident." Ultimately, they were taken away, and at that moment, several women from the establishment rushed out, kneeling before Luo Qingyan and imploring, "Your Highness, please save us. We were all brought here against our will. If you take us back, we promise to serve you well. We have learned many skills and can perform for you." Upon hearing their pleas, Jun Yetian shook his head. "I have no need for you. Attend to your own affairs and leave this place at once. The intoxicated flower pavilion shall soon meet its demise at my command. It will leave no trace behind. You may venture wherever you wish. Should you find yourselves without a place to go, inform my subordinates, and they will make the necessary arrangements for you." Upon hearing these words, the women felt a surge of emotion and eventually nodded in agreement, relieved to be liberated from their plight. They hoped that departing from this place would usher in a brighter future. At this moment, Luo Qingyan remained by Jun Yetian's side, cautious not to utter a word. As she sensed the man's discontent, his demeanor was peculiar and his expression dark. Though she contemplated speaking, words eluded her. After a considerable time, once Jun Yetian had organized matters, he took her hand and led her away from the scene. Caught off guard, Luo Qingyan stumbled slightly as he pulled her along. Once outside, she turned to him, perplexed, and inquired, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Why have you suddenly brought me out? If you wish to take me with you, a word of warning would have sufficed. This is all rather bewildering." Upon hearing her words, Jun Yetian's gaze fell upon her, an intensity in his eyes that left Luo Qingyan momentarily flustered. "Your Highness, why do you regard me in such a manner? Is there something amiss?" Such a look is quite overwhelming. Despite her protest, Jun Yetian continued to observe her with that same peculiar gaze, causing her considerable discomfort. In desperation, she addressed him again. "Your Highness, if there is nothing pressing, I must take my leave. I have other important matters to attend to." Before she could finish, he swept her up into his arms, leaving her momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. It took her a moment to realize that he had no intention of setting her down, carrying her back to his royal residence without uttering a word. The silence was unbearable, compelling her to break it. "Your Highness, what is the matter? If there is nothing urgent, I truly must return. I am immensely grateful for your kindness. I shall prepare a token of appreciation upon my return." However, what Jun Yetian desired was not material gifts. He regarded her with earnestness, stating, "Qingyan, do you truly believe this is what I seek? You ought to know my intentions and needs are far beyond mere trifles. I will not force you if you are unwilling. I shall return you shortly, but there is an important matter for which I require your assistance. I have already dispatched someone to investigate the circumstances surrounding your initial visit to that place." Nodding in response, Luo Qingyan replied, "Your Highness, I am equally uncertain about the events. We merely intended to purchase a few servants to assist with our chores. Little did we expect to be deceived that day. The person who ensnared us had malicious intent from the start. We were prepared, yet fell victim to her drugging. When we awoke, we found ourselves in that dreadful place. Clearly, she must be a seasoned perpetrator. We must ensure she is apprehended to prevent further incidents. Such actions cannot go unpunished. Jun Yeding, keen to ascertain details, asked, Qingyan, if you were to encounter that individual now, would you recognize her? If so, we can immediately proceed to apprehend her and ensure she harms no one else. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan nodded affirmatively. Your Highness, I could easily identify her, provided she remains at that location. Delighted by her response, Jun Yeding declared, Very well. Let us depart at once to retrieve her. Upon their arrival at the bustling location, Luo Qingyan swiftly made her way to the spot they had previously visited, where she indeed spotted the woman who had drugged them. The woman stood outside, beckoning patrons.
Come.
Whatever servant you desire, we have it all. You must see for yourselves to be certain. If you do not find what you like, I can take you to another place of mine. The individuals before her, lulled by her persuasive words, seemed ready to follow her inside. Alarmed, Luo Qingyan called out, Do not enter. Once inside, you may never return. Wearing a veil. She was not immediately recognized, which only heightened the woman's ire.
Who are you to speak so?
Are you trying to sabotage my business? I could easily have my men take you down if I wished. Consider yourself fortunate that I am refraining for now. Do not spread falsehoods. We merely wish to view the servants. After venting her frustration, the woman quickly composed herself and smiled at the other two girls beside her. Ladies, come with me inside. Do not heed the ramblings of this madman. His words are nonsensical. You will find something to your liking within. After the incident, the two young women found themselves in a state of panic, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, they were filled with doubt regarding the situation, truly uncertain if they should follow the person before them. After exchanging a glance, they finally devised a mutually beneficial plan. One could enter while the other remained outside to wait. This way, if anything were to happen, the person outside would be the first to know. Upon hearing the suggestion, the woman in charge suddenly turned pale, as she had never anticipated that these two would take such an approach. It seemed that this deal was destined to fall through. If they were allowed to enter separately, they would surely uncover something amiss. Left with no other option, the woman reluctantly addressed them, apologizing, I'm afraid I just received urgent news, so I can no longer take you inside. Why don't you choose another place to explore? I'm afraid I can't assist you any further. Upon hearing this, the two women seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This meant they no longer had to follow the individual inside, which felt rather fortunate. Although curiosity lingered, their safety outweighed all else. Consequently, they chose to leave. Once they saw the two women depart, the woman in charge erupted in anger towards Luo Qingyan. What is the meaning of this? Why have you ruined my plans? Do you not realize that this area is filled with my people? You've disrupted my affairs, and I will not allow you to leave. Observing her outburst, Luo Qingyan could not help but chuckle. So, you possess such influence. What do you intend to do now? The woman clapped her hands, and several individuals appeared before her. You lot, seize her. Do not let her escape. No matter what, we must take one person back today. Otherwise, I will face consequences. However, it was peculiar that no one had arrived yet. Typically, at this time, assistance would have already come. It was rather late today. Yet, this delay gave her some time to prepare. Otherwise, she would have been forced to act hastily. Capture this woman and remove her veil. I wish to see her true appearance. Chapter 73. Revealing the woman's identity. As Luo Qingyan watched the group approach her, she raised her hand. Please refrain from manhandling me. I can manage on my own. However, I hope you do not regret it after seeing my face, though it matters little, as you only have a few days left. The woman before her paused, momentarily bewildered by her words. But soon, she realized the gravity of the situation, as so many people had suddenly appeared around her. Even a fool would sense something was amiss.
Who are you?
Why have you brought so many people here? What are your intentions? Luo Qingyan slowly removed the covering from her face and gazed at the woman. What? Have you forgotten me so soon? I was the one you deceived before. Now that you see my face, do you recognize me? The woman's eyes widened in terror. A person of such beauty was unforgettable, especially since those she had taken before never returned. Now, facing the very person who had escaped her grasp, she understood that the situation was dire. Thus, She forced a smile and spoke. My dear, this is all a misunderstanding. I was merely joking with you. There is no need to overthink it. You appear unharmed. After all, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. At this moment, Luo Qingyan refused to let the woman escape. As she attempted to slip away, Luo Qingyan raised her hand. Just then, those who had been observing stepped forward and restrained the woman. She struggled in vain, but it was futile. A man nearby sensed something was amiss and attempted to flee. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of the professionals. And before he could take more than a few steps, he was pulled back and held down. Miss Luo, we have captured everyone. Should we check inside to see if there are others? If so, we can bring them back as well. Luo Qingyan had indeed been contemplating this. And upon hearing the suggestion, she nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yes, we must eradicate the roots of this issue. Otherwise, it will resurface. As the group prepared to enter the small building for a search, the woman became agitated. No, there is no one else inside. You need not enter. I assure you, there are no others. Despite her protestations, Luo Qingyan and her companions did not believe her. You must check inside. There must be more people present. Otherwise, she would not be so anxious, she instructed her comrades. Upon hearing Luo Qingyan's words, the group surged forward, eager to enter and apprehend anyone who might still be inside. They moved swiftly, fearing they would be too late and allow anyone to escape. Fortunately, upon entering, they spotted a child attempting to climb out the window. Swiftly, Luo Qingyan's companions rushed over and pulled him down. In his frantic struggle, he attempted to bite anyone who approached, behaving as if he had lost his mind. Watching this, the onlookers were taken aback and instinctively recoiled. Luo Qingyan entered the room and, upon seeing the boy's bizarre behavior, felt a jolt of surprise. What was wrong with this child? He appeared almost rabid, drooling and with bloodshot eyes, truly terrifying. At that moment, Jun Yetian revealed himself from the shadows. He glanced at the boy and remarked to Luo Qingyan, it seems he has been bitten by a rabid dog, resulting in his current state. Just look at his bloodshot eyes. He is clearly in a frenzy. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan instinctively took a few steps back. This situation is indeed alarming, evoking a palpable sense of fear. Is it true that if one were to be bitten by him, they would transform into a person just like him?
Yun Yiting nodded.
Recognizing that the most pressing matter at hand was to neutralize this individual. If he were to escape, the ramifications could be dire. Thus, it was imperative that he not be allowed to flee. After a moment's hesitation, Jun Yeting addressed those nearby. You must come immediately to take him away and transport him to the Divine Healer Valley. Let that old man attend to him, ensuring he is treated well. After which we can conduct our research. Regardless, he must not be allowed to pose a threat to others. Inside the Divine Healer Valley, ensure that everyone remains vigilant. This person is exceedingly dangerous. As the man was led away, an anguished cry erupted from the mother outside. Please, do not take my son. He would never harm anyone. We have bound him tightly. There is no danger, I beg you. If you truly wish to take someone, take us instead. Do not take my son. He is still so young and in such a fragile state. He cannot endure this. Please pretend you did not see him. Do not take him away. We are the ones who have erred, and we should bear the consequences. This has nothing to do with the child. I implore you, spare him. Despite her desperate pleas, Jun Yeting remained resolute, unwilling to release the boy. He understood the gravity of the situation. The boy could very well pose a risk if set free, as he had witnessed the consequences of such afflictions before. Every individual bitten would eventually succumb to madness, frothing at the mouth and biting indiscriminately. Therefore, this boy could not be permitted to roam free. If he could not be cured, he would simply have to await his slow demise. The mother continued her frantic appeals. Please, do not take my son. He is merely in a poor mental state. If we bind him, everything will be fine. We are doing all of this for his sake. The divine healer has assured us that if we gather 500 taels of silver, he will heal our child. We were left with no choice but to act this way. As parents, our only desire is for our child to recover. We never wished to harm anyone, but we felt compelled to resort to such measures for our child's well-being. Yet, the mother appeared to be aware that her actions were wrong, yet she showed no signs of remorse. She glanced at Luo Qingyan and asserted, if given another chance, we would do it all over again. Nothing is more important than my son's well-being. Others do not matter to us. Her words reeked of selfishness. Her child's life held value. while that of others did not. Luo Qingyan, unable to contain her frustration, confronted the woman. Have you ever considered the families of those young girls? They've vanished without a trace after arriving here. How can you not feel guilt? What if they suffer unimaginable torment, or worse, take desperate measures because of their plight? Do you not fear that they might haunt you as restless spirits? Initially, the woman remained unfazed, but with each word from Luo Qingyan, her composure began to falter. She instinctively retorted, "You are talking nonsense. The people I sent were willingly seeking opportunities. Why should I not assist them? In that place, they would have their needs met. Merely sacrificing a little. Why would they refuse? Once they earn enough, they can redeem themselves. I made this decision for their benefit, and they should be grateful." Seeing the woman so obstinately steadfast in her misguided beliefs, Luo Qingyan shook her head in resignation. It is futile to continue this conversation. You are not in a mindset to comprehend. You shall ultimately face the consequences of your actions. At that moment, the woman began to struggle violently.
No.
I have done nothing wrong. Those girls, without my assistance, would lead a life of servitude. They rely on me for a better outcome. Luo Qingyan was prepared to respond, but Jun Yeding stepped forward, gently taking her arm and shaking his head. Yan, there is no need to continue. Have you noticed that she has not absorbed a single word you've said? It is a waste of breath. Luo Qingyan recognized the truth in his words, but still had one final inquiry. She pulled away from his grasp and, with a serious demeanor, questioned the woman. If you claim to act in their best interest, did you ever consult them beforehand? If you did not seek their consent, you are not helping them. You are harming them. They would never agree to such a fate. For a young girl, this is a matter of utmost importance. At this point, the woman fell silent, fully aware that she had not sought the girl's opinions. If they had objected, she would have proceeded regardless. Jun Yeding turned to his companions. Proceed to take him away now. Be cautious in your actions, or use something to elevate his head. Above all, do not allow him to bite you. The consequences could be dire, leading to a transformation akin to his. Suddenly, the woman lunged forward, grasping Luo Qingyan's arm tightly. Caught off guard, Luo Qingyan found herself unable to break free. What are you doing? Why are you holding on to me like this? If you have something to say, just say it directly. There is no need for this. The mother immediately directed her plea toward Luo Qingyan. I beseech you, do not take my son's life. You may confine him and merely provide him with some sustenance. Spare him from death. The divine physician has proclaimed that there is still hope for him. I cannot bear to relinquish him so easily. Once my funds are sufficient, he shall surely recover. Chapter 74. The truth of deception. At this moment, the woman remained steadfast in her belief that the esteemed healer she had encountered was indeed truthful. Little did she know that this so-called healer was merely a charlatan, intent on swindling her of her silver. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black robe appeared outside, brandishing a yellow flag and gesticulating fervently. He chanted incantations as he entered, addressing Luo Qingyan and her companions. What is amiss? No wonder I sense the presence of nobility today. It is you two esteemed individuals. Might I offer you a divination? I assure you, my skills are remarkable. Any inquiry you have, I can elucidate with clarity. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingyan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. However, after a brief pause, Jun Yiting swiftly intervened, halting the man. Hold on, if you have something to say, speak it directly. There is no need to venture further inside. Moreover, refrain from making any sudden movements, otherwise, you may find your hand in jeopardy. At this, the man was visibly startled. Why do you speak so? What I have said is but the truth. Furthermore, how else can I discern the issue without engaging physically? The woman had been observing the Taoist priest closely, feeling an unsettling familiarity with him. Unable to contain herself, she called out, Healer, is that you? Why are you dressed in such attire? You were once a healer, yet now you present yourself as a Taoist. You took so much of my silver, claiming you could heal my son. Is this true? Or have you been deceiving me all along? The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback, instinctively checking his attire, believing there was nothing amiss. Why had he been recognized? After regaining composure, he hastily retorted, That is impossible. You must be mistaken. I do not know you, nor am I the healer you speak of. I am merely an old Taoist. You are surely confusing me with someone else. As he spoke, the old man covered his face, revealing his guilt through his anxious demeanor. You cannot deny it. It is inconceivable. Your visage is unforgettable, particularly the large black mole on your forehead. It is glaringly obvious that you are the healer I have sought for so long, masquerading under a different identity to continue your deceit. Have you not swindled me? Why did the medicine you prescribed for my son yield no improvement, but rather exacerbated his condition? He was not even spitting uncontrollably until I administered your concoction. Are you truly a healer, or merely a fraud seeking silver? The Taoist, initially unwilling to reveal his true nature, found himself involuntarily confessing, "What is your son's condition to me? He remains unwell, due to his own frailty. Others recover swiftly, so why does he languish? I demand a reasonable explanation from you regarding this matter." In this retort, the Taoist inadvertently acknowledged his identity as the healer. The woman, now on the brink of despair, cried out, "Why is my son unable to recover? Is there something amiss with your practice? And why have you assumed the guise of a Taoist? Is your identity as a healer merely a fabrication?" At this moment, the old Taoist contemplated fleeing, aware that remaining would likely lead to dire consequences. "I do not comprehend your accusations. Please leave me be. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall depart from this place at once. If you do not require my assistance, I shall seek those who do." Unbeknownst to him, with Jun Yiting present, escape was futile. As a cadre of soldiers approached, panic overtook him, and he crouched to the ground. "Do not. What is the meaning of this? I am unacquainted with you. Do not apprehend me. I have committed no wrong against you, nor harmed you. Why pursue me?" Jun Yiting stepped forth, locking eyes with him. "I am familiar with the healer, yet I possess no recollection of your identity. In order to prevent you from deceiving others under the guise of a healer, I must confine you to prison, thus halting your schemes." Upon hearing this verdict, the old Taoist's face drained of color. "No, I refuse to be imprisoned. I merely lacked funds and deceived a few individuals. Not everyone sought me out as a healer. She approached me of her own volition. This is not my fault. You may inquire with her to confirm." At this moment, the woman, distraught upon hearing the Taoist's confession of deceit, felt her world unravel. Having invested so much silver, to discover she had been duped was unbearable. Why would you betray my trust? I have always believed in you, offering you my silver. Why lead me to hope when you cannot heal my son? After instilling such hope, you now claim this? Was it all deliberate? Do you not understand the sacrifices I have made for my son? How could you act without regard for others' feelings? Overwhelmed, the woman collapsed to the ground, writhing in despair. Ultimately, she was led away, and upon witnessing that the person had been taken down, Luo Qingyan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that this individual remained unresolved, potentially ensnaring others in his schemes. She lifted her gaze to the side, meeting the eyes of Jun Yiting, and spoke earnestly, "Your Highness, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in this matter. Without your timely intervention, I would have been at a loss regarding what to do. However, I am curious. How did you know we were in that particular location?" Jun Yiting cast a glance at Luo Qingyan and replied, "Have you forgotten? I had someone close to you some time ago. It was they who informed me. Upon receiving this news, I rushed over at once. Initially, I feared I might arrive too late, but fortunately, I made it just in time. Now that you are safe, I can breathe easy. What did you intend to do in that place? Did I not already advise you to communicate with me if you required assistance? Why did you venture there alone? Had my people not found you, do you comprehend the peril you would have faced tonight? Do you realize how dangerous your actions were?" Luo Qingyan was undeniably aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, when confronted by the fervent admonition from the man before her, she dared not retort. Instead, she simply nodded along, absorbing the reprimand. "Your Highness, I acknowledge my error in this matter and assure you that I will not repeat such a mistake in the future." As soon as she uttered those words, Jun Yiting's eyes widened in astonishment. "What do you mean by next time? Are you contemplating a repeat of this reckless endeavor? Do you not understand the severity of the situation? Should there be a next time, I may not be able to rescue you in time. If anything were to happen to you, how would you expect me to respond?" Faced with his intense reaction, Luo Qingyan found herself momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to speak. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. What I meant to convey was not as it sounded. I assure you, such an occurrence will not happen again." Jun Yiting inched closer to the petite woman before him, gently drawing her into his embrace. Caught off guard, Luo Qingyan stumbled into his arms, where she found herself enveloped in his hold. Jun Yeting appeared quite pleased, yet at that moment, Luo Qingyan felt exceedingly awkward. Unsure of what to say, her instinct was to break free, but Jun Yeting's strength was undeniable. After struggling unsuccessfully for some time, she finally ceased her attempts and turned her gaze toward him, saying, "Your Highness, could you please loosen your grip? It is quite uncomfortable. If you have something to discuss, I would prefer it if you spoke directly." Just as Jun Yeting opened his mouth to respond, an individual suddenly rushed into the room. Upon entering, he glanced at Jun Yeting, then at Luo Qingyan nestled in his embrace. It seemed he was about to speak but hesitated. Observing his demeanor, Jun Yeting promptly inquired, "What is it? If you have something to say, do so without delay. Do not come in here flustered and speechless. Speak up. What is the matter?" After taking a deep breath, the newcomer finally responded, "Your Highness, the Prince of Chun is here." His expression appears rather grim. Has something occurred? Should we allow him to enter? Without hesitation, Jun Yeting replied, "Of course, let him in. I am keen to discover why he has come at this hour." The servant did not immediately exit but looked at Luo Qingyan, hesitatingly asking, "But Your Highness, the Princess of Chun is still here. What if he enters and sees her? Could that lead to misunderstandings?" Jun Yeting, secretly hoping for such a misunderstanding, still turned to Luo Qingyan and inquired, "Yan, if he enters and sees you, would you mind?" While Luo Qingyan did not object, she was reluctant to encounter Chen at that moment. Thus, she raised her head to address Jun Yeting, saying, "Your Highness,
I would prefer not to meet him right now.
is there a way for me to exit without being seen? We can discuss matters later. I must leave this place immediately." After a moment's hesitation, Jun Yeting nodded in agreement. "Very well. If that is your wish, proceed to the back. There is a small door through which you may exit. I shall seek you out later tonight. Do not retire too early." Luo Qingyan complied. Chapter 75. Do you believe you can obtain what you desire from me? Upon hearing this statement, her instinct was to refuse. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to articulate her denial. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to follow the servant outside, fearing that lingering any longer might risk an encounter with those outside. Meanwhile, Chen Anchen stood anxiously at the door, his heart racing. He had received word that Luo Qingyan had arrived at his uncle's residence, which startled him. Initially, he dismissed the news as improbable, for his uncle had never shown much inclination towards women. However, as he waited outside for some time without anyone emerging to escort him in, his worry intensified. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally appeared. "What happened? Were you not instructed to report and return promptly? Why have you taken so long? Do you wish to provoke my wrath?" The servant, unable to offer any rebuttal, simply nodded and apologized profusely. "My lord, I apologize for the delay. It was my oversight in not reporting in a timely manner. You may enter now." Upon entering, Chen Anchen immediately began to survey the war prince's residence, which was unfamiliar territory for him. He found it increasingly challenging to locate someone in this place. Nevertheless, regardless of the difficulty, he was determined to find her, driven by an instinct that the young woman would surely appear here. Just then, Jun Yeting returned after escorting the young woman home, and, upon seeing Jun Anchen, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He addressed him in a rather brusque manner, "Prince Chen, what brings you to my residence at this hour? I rarely see you here, and today you appear quite anxious. Has something occurred?" Jun Anchen had thoroughly observed the surroundings earlier, but had not discovered the person he sought. Thus, he was left with no choice but to offer an awkward smile to the individual before him. After hesitating for a moment, he finally inquired, "Uncle, I have heard outside that my princess has come to your residence with you. Someone claimed to have seen her. May I ask where she is now?" Upon hearing this, Jun Yeting could not help but raise his gaze to scrutinize the man standing before him. "I believe the person who conveyed this information to you is deceiving you. There is no truth to it at all. You may inspect my residence or wander about. You will find no trace of your so-called princess here." Taken aback by these words, Jun Anchen began to search the premises. However, despite scouring every corner of the estate, he could not locate the person he sought, ultimately resigning himself to defeat. He felt certain that there was some matter he was unaware of, otherwise, the individual before him would not have spoken in such a manner. At this juncture, Jun Anchen suddenly turned to Jun Yeting and remarked, "Uncle, I feel as though it has been quite some time since we engaged in a heartfelt conversation to foster our bond. How about I stay at your residence for a while to cultivate our relationship? Jun Yeting recognized the underlying intention of the man before him, but maintained his composure. Upon hearing the proposal, he did not refuse and promptly nodded, "Very well. Since you have suggested it, I cannot possibly decline. You may stay as long as you wish. I have no objections. I will arrange accommodations for you immediately." Jun Anchuan, however, was not able to linger for long. He had only just arrived when individuals from his own estate began urging him to return. He realized that staying here was simply not feasible. Thus, he decided to leave early and promised to return when circumstances permitted. As he departed, he unexpectedly asked Jun Yeting, "By the way, uncle, I have yet to locate Yan Yan. I recall you are acquainted with her. Do you know where she might be at this time? Why have I been unable to find her?" Jun Yeting nearly burst into laughter at this inquiry. Knowing that the location he had arranged for Luo Qingyan was nearly impossible to discover, he felt quite satisfied with this arrangement. However, he looked at Jun Anchuan and slowly replied, "How could you possibly inquire about such matters? I am equally in the dark." Having received no answers to his questions, and having spent considerable time searching, Jun Anchuan could only return home, vowing to come back once he had news. That night, without hesitation, Jun Yeting completed his affairs and hurried to the place where Luo Qingyan resided. She, not having yet fallen asleep, having awaited his arrival, was determined not to miss him should he arrive while she was resting. After what felt like an eternity, she finally heard a noise at her window. Confused as to why he insisted on entering through the window instead of the front door, she rose to open it for him. "My lord, next time you visit, you could simply use the front entrance. There is no need for this." At her words, Jun Yeting turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting I should enter openly through the front door? Do you not fear the rumors that might circulate? If someone were to see, it would be quite difficult for you to explain." Luo Qingyan was momentarily taken aback by his response. However, she quickly regained her composure and confidently replied, "My lord, there is no need for you to concern yourself with such matters. If anyone were to see,
They're free to say what they wish.
I no longer care about my reputation. Let them talk." Furthermore, she reasoned, the likelihood of Jun Yeting visiting her every day was slim. If you do not come, there will be no one to witness and spread rumors. Jun Yeting found it impossible to comply with her request. After all, he needed to cultivate his relationship with the young woman. He was resolute in his intent to visit her frequently and declared, "I cannot agree to that. I will undoubtedly be coming to see you often. There is no way I can accept your request." Luo Qingyan was puzzled by his insistence.
What do you mean by that?
"Why do you plan to come here so frequently?" Jun Yeting, sensing her confusion, pressed further. "What? Do you not wish for my visits? Or do you object to my coming here?" Caught off guard by his question, Luo Qingyan struggled to find the right words. She could not admit to him that she wished him to stay away. In the end, she could only shake her head and say, "No, my lord. That is not my intention. I simply worry that your entering through the window might be dangerous. It would be better if you used the front door." At that moment, Jun Yeting reached into his garment and produced a luminous pearl, a rare treasure. Upon seeing it, Luo Qingyan was momentarily mesmerized, unable to look away. "Yan Yan, what do you think? Do you like this? It is a gift I prepared especially for you. Tell me, do you find it to your liking? If you desire, I possess another one that I shall deliver to you tomorrow. Should you find it unsatisfactory, I am more than willing to present you with something else that I assure you will delight you." Luo Qingyan gazed at the object before her, genuinely fond of it. However, she could not accept it. After all, it appeared to be exceedingly precious, and thus, she felt compelled to decline. In that moment, she pushed the item back towards Jun Yeting, stating, "Your Highness, this item is far too valuable for me to accept. Please take it back. I believe there are others more deserving of it." Upon hearing Luo Qingyan's words, Jun Yeting's expression soured slightly. He confidently replied, "But Yan Yan, I am certain this item is perfectly suited for you. You must accept it. If you have a fondness for it, you must take it. If you dislike it, I will not insist, but if you do like it, that changes everything." As Luo Qingyan prepared to respond, Jun Yeting abruptly placed the object down and departed. She was taken aback, unable to comprehend his sudden exit. His actions left her both amused and bewildered. Meanwhile, as Jun Yeting left, he sensed something amiss. It felt as though someone was trailing him, a sensation that irked him. He scanned his surroundings and soon spotted the figure pursuing him. Though the individual was well concealed, it posed no challenge for him. He turned abruptly to confront them, declaring, "Come forth. Why do you follow me? If you have business with me, state it plainly, and cease your shadowing. If you persist, I assure you, I will not be merciful. The hidden figure stepped into view, revealing not one but a group of individuals. As they encircled him, Jun Yetian chuckled. It appears you hold me in high regard. To send such a contingent to follow me, what is your true aim? Speak plainly. The leader of the cloaked figures spoke first, Lord of War. We seek to inquire about the location of the Qijia army's token. Is it in your possession? If so, present it now, and we can assure you, your life will be spared. Hand over what we desire, and you may return to your estate unscathed. Jun Yetian nearly laughed at this proclamation, stifling his amusement before responding. Do you truly believe you can obtain what you seek from me at this moment? The group was brimming with confidence, believing their numbers would easily overwhelm him. Lord of War, while we acknowledge your formidable skills, you must realize that you stand alone, without allies, while we are numerous. Thus, we advise you to comply and hand over what we seek to ensure your safety. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee what actions we may take.
Yun Yitian,
Unable to contain his mirth, glanced at those glaring at him and chuckled. Are you certain you can act against me? Do you truly possess the capability to subdue me? Do not presume that your numbers intimidate me. I assure you, I am unperturbed by your presence. If you are capable, approach me now. The group erupted in laughter at his words. You intend to challenge us single-handedly? How absurd. Lord of War, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Simply surrender the item for the benefit of all. At this juncture, Jun Yetian grew weary of their banter. He stepped forward, unhesitatingly advancing toward the group. Startled, they hesitated, unsure of how to react. The leader finally shouted, "What are you waiting for?
seize him.
Check if he possesses the item. If he does, retrieve it swiftly so we can report back." However, the group soon realized they could not even approach him. What is happening? Why can't you subdue him? They exclaimed, panic rising as they witnessed their comrades falling before Jun Yetian. In that moment, he was caught off guard as an assailant emerged from behind, sword drawn. The individual lunged at him with deadly intent, declaring, "Today, either you die or we do. We will obtain what we seek, regardless." Turning in response to the commotion, Jun Yetian was too late. The blade came for him, and he instinctively reached out to grasp it. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he witnessed an unexpected sight. They had seized Luo Qingyan. His heart raced in shock. He could not fathom how she had appeared here, especially after he had just departed. Luo Qingyan, too, felt a sense of helplessness in that moment. Initially, as she observed Jun Yiting departing, she intended to close the window and rest. However, just as she approached the window, an unexpected figure surged in from outside. This individual appeared so suddenly that she was utterly unprepared. Before she could even react, the person was upon her, pinning her down without granting her a moment to struggle. "Miss Luo, is it? Please accompany us," they commanded. At that moment, Luo Qingyan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend who this person was or why they sought to take her away. The assailant offered her no time to process. They simply restrained her and dragged her off. By the time she managed to regain her senses, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Listening to the threats whispered in her ear, she finally grasped the reason for her abduction. Overcome with emotion, she called out to the figure before her, "Your Highness, please remain calm. Do not heed their words. I am of no consequence. Your matters are far more important. Do not concern yourself with me." Jun Yiting could never disregard Luo Qingyan. Casting a glance at her, he addressed the group of cloaked figures, "Speak plainly about your desires. I am prepared to comply, provided you do not harm her. All other matters are negotiable. You seek the military token, correct? I can deliver it, but you must first return her safely." The cloaked figures, however, were unyielding. Upon hearing his words, one of them laughed derisively. "Do you think us fools? After we return her, what assurance do we have that you will deliver what you promised? She is in our possession now. You will comply with our demands. Deliver the token immediately, or do not blame us for our treatment of this woman." One of the assailants tightened their grip around Luo Qingyan's neck, eliciting a pang of anguish from Jun Yiting. "Very well," he relented. "I can provide the token, but you must not harm her. Otherwise, you shall never lay hands on it." Meanwhile, Mo Beiming anxiously rushed upstairs, desperate to ascertain if he had overlooked anything. "Yen, where are you, my dear? Where could you possibly be hiding?" At that moment, Luo Qingyan remained within the confines of the room. She could hear Mo Beiming's calls clearly. Yet she chose to remain silent, reflecting on the unsettling revelations she had just encountered and pondering her future. Unable to locate her, Mo Bei-ming resorted to reviewing the surveillance footage. After a brief search, he finally spotted her descending the stairs and heading towards the garden. His expression darkened. He suspected she had overheard something troubling, prompting her to hide. Watching her movements on the footage, he deduced that her time in the garden had not exceeded 5 minutes. Confirming his suspicions, determined to find her, he scrutinized the recordings to determine where she had vanished. After a thorough observation, he identified her hiding spot and swiftly made his way there, discovering her curled up in a small room within the garden. Gently, he lifted her into his arms. Luo Qingyan, caught in a half-sleep, stirred at his touch. Upon awakening and seeing Mo Bei-ming, she instinctively turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Recognizing her misunderstanding, he drew her closer and held her tightly. Yan, did you go to the garden below? Did you overhear our conversation? You only caught a snippet and then fled.
Didn't you?
Luo Qingyan remained unresponsive to his queries. Unable to break free, she buried her face deeper into his embrace, opting for silence. Mo Bei-ming found her reaction both amusing and exasperating. All right, Yan, please don't be like this. Allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding. I have no ties to that woman. My involvement with her stemmed purely from a game I lost, and it lasted only 3 days. During that time, I didn't even see her face. How could I possibly harbor feelings for her? It was all a fabrication of her imagination. I only agreed to meet her in the garden to clarify matters and prevent further misunderstandings. I never anticipated you would overhear and retreat in distress. Despite his earnest explanations, Luo Qingyan remained skeptical. Clinging to him, she finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Mo Bei-ming, spare me the excuses. She claimed you only kept me around because you couldn't let her go, that I am merely a substitute for her. His incredulity deepened at her words. Sometimes, he thought, she was too naive. Not every word spoken could be trusted. He held her even tighter and said, Yan, do you choose to believe her over me? I assure you, I have no connection to her. Everything she said is untrue, and you bear no resemblance to her. Why would you give credence to her words? Reflect on it. Which of her statements can you genuinely trust? You have misunderstood. I do not harbor any affection for her. Nor could I ever consider you a mere replacement. You are the only woman in my heart. I have never engaged with anyone else. Her claims were an unfortunate misunderstanding. She perhaps suffers from delusions. The reason she went abroad was to seek treatment for her mental state. She tends to amplify trivial matters into grand dramas, causing chaos. Such matters are indeed grave. I recall that it was precisely because she nearly caused someone's demise that her parents decided to take her abroad. Initially, I assumed she had returned home, believing her mental state must have improved. However, from our recent conversation, it became evident that she is still struggling. After all, her tendency to overthink indicates that she is not yet well. I will reach out to her parents shortly to inquire about the situation. At this moment, Mo Bei-ming, having explained so much, noticed that Luo Qingyan could no longer restrain herself from looking up at him. She then inquired, Mo Bei-ming, are your words truly sincere? You haven't deceived me, have you? If you are lying, I will be exceedingly angry, and I might just leave home with the 2 children I carry, ensuring you can never find me again. Mo Bei-ming was taken aback by her words, fearing her resolve. If she truly wished to hide, locating her would prove to be quite troublesome. My dear, rest assured, I could never deceive you. All I speak is the truth. Your paramount concern should be nurturing the children within you. Additionally, keep your distance from that woman. Her mental state is concerning. In a different scene, Jun Yetian turned to the individuals before him and posed a question. What do you intend to do? You have received what you sought. I assure you, my people will not act against you without my consent. Are you not yet prepared to release them? At that moment, the individuals before him could not help but chuckle. Your Highness, it is you who seeks our favor. Your primary obligation is to deliver what we desire, after which we may consider returning your people. Your commanding tone is quite discomforting to us, thus we have an additional demand. Allow all of your men to enter, and prepare 500 taels of silver. Once we secure the silver and ascertain our safety, we will release your people. With no choice left, Jun Yetian, recognizing that his allies were in their hands, acquiesced to their demands. He had never felt so powerless, his only hope being that the woman he cared for was safe. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan was diligently seeking an opportune moment, aware that this predicament could not persist. She needed to find the right moment to ensure that the man who held her captive would face consequences. Just then, a large chest of silver was brought out. Upon seeing the chest, the man who had been gripping Luo Qingyan's neck loosened his hold slightly. Recognizing her chance, she signaled to Jun Yetian, who, upon understanding her intention, shook his head in disapproval. He discerned the danger in her plan. Nevertheless, Luo Qingyan, resolute, nodded affirmatively and took action. As Jun Yetian observed her resolve, he was left with no alternative but to assist her. Seizing the moment when her captor was distracted, she charged at him with all her strength. The man stumbled back, losing his grip. Jun Yetian, having been observing closely, took a swift step forward and kicked the assailant, sending him crashing to the ground. The man struggled to rise, but his efforts proved futile, prompting him to pound the earth in frustration. Luo Qingyan was swiftly pulled into Jun Yetian's embrace, and feeling the warmth of his hold brought him a measure of relief. Yet, the danger before them remained unresolved. The man who had been kicked down, seething with anger.
Glaerte Jun Yetian.
You will pay for this. Gather your men and capture them all without hesitation. We will no longer show them any mercy. As he spoke, several cloaked figures scattered in different directions, having witnessed Jun Yetian's prowess. Their fear of sharing the fate of their fallen comrades compelled them to flee. Only the man who had been holding Luo Qingyan remained, and upon seeing his companions abandon him, panic ensued. He attempted to escape, but it was too late. Jun Yetian's men had already surrounded the area, and even those who had fled were captured. Fuming, the leader berated his subordinates. How could you be so useless? Had we all worked together, we might have escaped by now. Your cowardice has ruined everything we planned. The others, feeling guilty, lowered their heads, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan, nestled in Jun Yetian's arms, suddenly became aware of her intimate position, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She attempted to push away, wishing to free herself, but Jun Yetian held her firmly. Yan, how do you feel? Are you experiencing any discomfort? I shall take you for an examination. Leave this matter to the others. When Luo Qingyan heard the question posed by the person before her, she immediately shook her head. I assure you, my lord, there is nothing to worry about. Could you please let me go? It is quite uncomfortable to be held like this. After hearing her words, Jun Yetian hesitated for a moment before slowly releasing her. At that moment, Luo Qingyan truly felt a sense of discomfort from being embraced. Hence, she requested Jun Yetian to let her go. In truth, Jun Yetian was reluctant to release her, but he was reminded that their relationship was currently non-existent, and if he continued to hold her, it might anger her, which he wished to avoid. After a brief hesitation, he finally let her go. Yan, why have you come to this place? What is your purpose here? Luo Qingyan felt compelled to explain her intentions to him. My lord, I came here to find a few individuals who can accompany me to the northwest. Ideally, they should be strong and capable of assisting with labor and carrying burdens. Unexpectedly, events took a turn for the worse. Upon arriving, someone offered to help introduce them, only to later drug them and take them to an unknown location. Initially, they were completely unaware of their surroundings. By the time they regained their senses, they were already somewhere unfamiliar. Their initial plan was to escape amidst a crowd, but they never anticipated his sudden appearance to rescue them and whisk them away, along with those individuals. My lord, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. At this moment, Luo Qingyan did not notice the significant reaction from Jun Yetian upon hearing her words. After she finished speaking, he swiftly reached out and grasped her arm. Luo Qingyan, do you intend to leave this place for such a distant location, with no intention of returning? Indeed, she did have such a plan. If she found a suitable life there, it was possible she would not return. However, upon seeing the expression on his face, she realized such thoughts were best left unspoken, fearing he might try to dissuade her. Therefore, she looked at him and responded with certainty, My lord, how could that be? This is my home, and I will certainly return. I am merely going to the west to visit my grandfather and fulfill my mother's wishes. I will return without fail, so please do not worry. Hearing her words eased Jun Yetian's concern slightly. Very well. In that case, I shall assist you in arranging for the individuals you require. Just inform me of the number you need. Do not venture out alone. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan felt a bit embarrassed. As she realized he had already done so much for her, she felt guilty and slightly uncomfortable about imposing further. Therefore, Her first instinct was to shake her head and decline. My lord, I believe it is best if I handle this myself. I only need a few people, and it would be inconvenient for you to assist me further. I will seek help in arranging this. Upon hearing her refusal, Jun Yeting turned his gaze toward her and replied, there is no need for further discussion. You should understand that once I have made a decision, there is no room for negotiation. I will handle the arrangements for your individuals, so you may rest assured. At that moment, Luo Qingyan had intended to argue but found herself at a loss for words. Jun Yeting did not give her the opportunity to speak, as he was resolute in his decision. I can have everything arranged for you by tomorrow. Now, you must be quite shaken by today's events. Let me escort you home. After you have rested, I will send the individuals to you. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan could only nod in agreement. Very well, since you insist. I will defer to your arrangements. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Jun Yeting did not perceive it as a burden. He was more than willing to help, and thus did not feel any inconvenience in doing so. As Jun Yeting escorted Luo Qingyan home, they unexpectedly encountered someone they should not have. Just as they were nearing her residence, she spotted Jun Anchen ahead. At that moment, Jun Anchen also noticed her and rushed toward them, seizing Luo Qingyan's hand. Luo Qingyan, caught off guard, would not have allowed him to grasp her hand had she been prepared. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly shook off Jun Anchen's grip and inquired, Prince Chun, what brings you here at this time? Is there something you need? If so, please speak directly. There is no need for such familiarity. It makes me uncomfortable. So kindly let go. Upon hearing this, Jun Anchen was momentarily stunned, taken aback by her reaction. When he finally regained his composure, he was met with the sight of his hand rejected by Luo Qingyan. He was unable to believe that she would treat him this way. He reached out again to grasp her hand, but as soon as he did, Luo Qingyan stepped back. My lord, if you have something to say, please do so plainly. There is no need for such physical contact. It is inappropriate, considering our current status. Jun Anchen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected her to speak to him in such a manner. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Luo Qingyan took the initiative to break the silence. My lord, if there is nothing pressing, I must take my leave, as I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here with you. Your Highness, why do you speak in such a manner? The matter you reference is something I could never undertake. I genuinely have pressing affairs to attend to, which is why I have conveyed my thoughts to you in this way. If you have no further matters, may I take my leave? Jun Anchen has finally located the one he sought, and thus, the thought of allowing the woman before him to depart is utterly unacceptable. He glanced at Luo Qingyan and spoke earnestly. Yen, I apologize. I was mistaken to let you go. It is only after your departure that I realized the enormity of my error. I should never have allowed you to leave. Forgive me, Yen, please return. The position of my rightful consort will always be yours. As long as you require it, I shall always await your return. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingyan felt nothing but disgust. Any other emotions had long since dissipated. Your Highness, there is no need for further discourse. Our relationship has irrevocably changed. Your words bear no weight now. Jun Anchen, upon hearing her declaration, felt a pang of reluctance. He could not restrain himself from addressing her further. Yen, why do you express yourself in such a way? It is truly hard for me to accept. How can we possibly have no relationship? We shared such a deep bond for so long. How could you bear to sever it? Do you truly intend to abandon any hope of being with me again? At this, Luo Qingyan raised her gaze to meet his, speaking with unwavering certainty. Your Highness, you are well aware of my character. No circumstance could compel me to retrace my steps. Thus, there is no need for further persuasion. Regardless of what you say, my answer remains unchanged. Jun Yeting, witnessing her demeanor, felt the wave of discomfort wash over him. Yet, at that moment, he could do nothing but observe. Yen, why do you act this way? You once held affection for me. Why? Even when I extend an olive branch, do you refuse to accept it? Luo Qingyan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. In her confusion, she turned her gaze away. Just then, Jun Yeting approached and, upon hearing the exchange, swiftly pulled Luo Qingyan back. Jun Anchen froze for a moment, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Once he regained his composure, he seized Luo Qingyan's other hand. Uncle, what is the meaning of this? Why are you holding Yan's hand? Surely you know that propriety dictates a degree of distance between men and women. Release her at once. Your actions are most unsettling. Do so immediately. Jun Yeting showed no sign of compliance, maintaining his grip on Luo Qingyan's hand and pulling her closer to him. With conviction, he addressed Jun Anchen. Prince Chun, Miss Luo has severed ties with you. Thus, you must refrain from any further advances. Such behavior is unbecoming towards a lady. Speak your mind candidly, and once you are done, you may depart. The moment Jun Anchen saw Luo Qingyan's hand still clasped in Jun Yeting's grasp, his expression darkened considerably. Unable to contain himself any longer, he confronted the situation head-on. Uncle, what do you mean by this? Why is it permissible for you to hold Yan Yan's hand while I am not? What is the meaning of this predicament? Do you harbor any inappropriate thoughts regarding my former consort? Jun Yeting indeed had such thoughts, yet he deemed it unnecessary to engage in further dialogue with Jun Anchen. He cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "This matter is my own to handle. There is no need for you to meddle. If you have something to say, express it directly. Yan Yan has other matters to attend to, so do not prolong her stay." Hearing this, Jun Anchen felt a surge of frustration. It seemed as if these two were conspiring against him, excluding him entirely. He was the one who should be familiar with Luo Qingyan, so why was this man, his uncle, suddenly intruding? The realization was overwhelming, and he felt on the brink of collapse. In a moment of desperation, he charged forward, demanding answers. "Yan Yan, tell me, what is your relationship with him? Why do you appear so intimate with my uncle? When did you become entangled with him? What is your current status? Speak now. Have you no shame? You just severed ties with me, and now you are entangled with my uncle? What manner of shamelessness is this?" Luo Qingyan regarded him, surprised by his emotional outburst. After a brief pause, she replied, "Your Highness, you cannot generalize so hastily. I share nothing with the War King. Even if there were something, it is of no concern to you." Beside them, Jun Yeting chuckled at her response. "Indeed, Your Highness, Miss Luo is now my friend, which places her on equal footing with me. Henceforth, when you encounter her, treat her with the respect she deserves. Think before you speak. Unfounded accusations are wholly unacceptable." Jun Anchen stood stunned, unable to process the implications of Jun Yeting's words. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stammered, "Uncle, what do you mean by that? Are you truly considering a relationship with her? She was once my consort. How could you not find that repugnant?" At that moment, Jun Yeting's expression turned icy. "What did you just say? How dare you utter such words?" "Jun Anchen, let me be clear. In my heart, Yan Yan is unparalleled. If she wishes to be with me, it would be my honor. However, should she choose otherwise, I shall not force her. Yet I can assure you, the bond between you two has been irrevocably severed. You can no longer inflict harm upon her. Should you dare to do so again, I will not hesitate to retaliate." With that, Jun Yeting's demeanor grew cold as he reclaimed Luo Qingyan's hand from Jun Anchen's grasp. He fixed his gaze upon Jun Anchen for a long moment before speaking slowly. "Jun Anchen, the relationship between you two is finished. There is no need for you to persist in this pursuit. Leave now, and I shall treat this as if nothing ever transpired. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my actions." When Jun Anchen heard these words, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the person before him. "No, Your Highness, do you not find it somewhat peculiar that you uttered such a statement? Shouldn't this be something I, as the prince, should say? You have no connection with Yan Yan. What qualifies you to speak like this? Moreover, you are usurping your own nephew's fiancée. Do you not feel any shame in your actions?"
Jun Yeting remained imperturbable.
Believing that if one truly loves, one must be bold enough to bring that person into their life, transforming them into their own. He found nothing wrong with his sentiments. Seeing this, Jun Anchen instinctively reached out to pull Luo Qingyan closer. However, at that moment, Luo Qingyan was uncooperative, deliberately evading his grasp. "Yan Yan, why do you refuse to stay by my side? Have I not treated you well? Is it truly because of that one incident that you have decided to sever all ties with me?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Luo Qingyan stepped forward and responded, "Your Highness, we have long clarified this matter. Once we signed that divorce decree, we ceased to have any relationship. You should understand, we can never return to the past. No matter what you say now, we are truly no longer connected." Jun Anchen's expression darkened at her words. He lifted his head to meet her gaze, exclaiming, "Yan Yan, that is impossible. I refuse to accept this." The reason I agreed to this was because I believed you would come back. But now, seeing you like this, it seems you have no intention of returning. How can this be? Did you not love me? How could you bear to leave? I was merely giving you time to reflect, he continued, so that when you are ready to accept others in my household, I could welcome you back. But why are you like this now? Luo Qingyan almost lost control of her expression, stifling a laugh at his absurdity. After composing herself, she replied, Your Highness, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. My departure signifies a complete severance from our past. There is no possibility of a reunion. Please do not entertain the notion that I would accompany you back. That is utterly impossible. Once I have left, I will not return. Therefore, Your Highness, there is no need for further discussion. Upon hearing her declaration, Jun Anchin was left stunned. This situation was far removed from what he had envisioned. After a long silence, he finally spoke. No, that cannot be. Yen, you cannot treat me this way. Do you not remember the beautiful moments we shared? Luo Qingyan shook her head in response. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The past is the past, and now is now. I have nearly forgotten everything that once was. There is no need to bring up old matters. Regardless of what you say, I will not heed your words. What is most imperative now is for you to leave. Your presence complicates matters for me. Jun Anchin's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept that such words could come from Luo Qingyan. He vividly recalled how much she had once adored him. Having spent so much time together, he refused to believe she could so easily let him go. It had only been a short time since their separation. He was certain she had not truly moved on. Suddenly, he stepped closer, grasping her sleeve gently. Yen, I know you still hold feelings for me deep inside. You need not feel ashamed. Rest assured, I am willing to welcome you back. But I hope that once you return, you will not be jealous. Both you and the others I hold dear are important to me. If you continue to harbor jealousy, I will be burdened with managing those relationships, and that would exhaust me. Please understand. Luo Qingyan almost burst into laughter at his words, finding his earnestness quite amusing. She struggled to maintain her composure, aware that it would be rude to laugh in his presence. Your Highness, do you truly believe what you are saying? How could you utter such words? Do you not fear the absurdity of your own statements? Jun Anchin genuinely saw nothing wrong with his declarations. In his heart, he felt entirely justified. Yen, I am serious. I genuinely wish to win you back. Please come back with me. I assure you, being with my uncle will yield no favorable outcome. He typically refrains from engaging with women, yet suddenly shows kindness towards you. There must be an ulterior motive at play. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by him. At that moment, Jun Yeding could hardly contain himself and stepped forward, pulling Luo Qingyan back. Yen, if you wish to cease any further conversation with him, you are free to leave. I shall handle the ensuing matters. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingyan nodded without hesitation. Before she could respond, Jun Anchin interjected. No, Your Highness, how shameless can you be? Yen has not requested your assistance. Why do you intrude? Let me remind you. Do not presume your status, as my royal uncle grants you any superiority. Regardless of the circumstances, I will never yield Yen to you. She belongs to me. Moreover, given your presumptuous comments and her lack of response, do you truly believe she requires your help? At this point, Luo Qingyan lifted her head and gazed earnestly at Jun Yeding before speaking. Then, my lord, I entrust this matter to your discretion. I shall return. There are indeed those who rejoice and those who despair. Jun Yeding smiled upon hearing Luo Qingyan's response, while Jun Anchin, on the other hand, wore a sullen expression. Yen, why would you accept his help? Do you truly? Before he could finish, he noticed Luo Qingyan had already begun walking in another direction. Ignoring his words entirely, left with no choice, he halted his speech. At that moment, he could not help but glare at the person before him and shouted, No. Your Highness, do not tell me you are serious. I assure you, whether or not you are sincere, you stand no chance. The one Yen has always favored is me. No matter the circumstances, that person will never be you. The reason she does not wish to return with me now is that she is still upset. Once she calms down, she will undoubtedly follow me back.
Yun Yeting,
harbored concerns about this situation, yet he could not allow the person before him to continue speaking unchecked. Thus, he retorted, the future of this matter remains uncertain. Regardless, I will not concede. Let us see whose capabilities prevail. Jun Anchin held confidence in himself, remaining calm. Your Highness, I advise you not to delude yourself. That which does not belong to you can never be yours. The best course of action now is to keep your distance from Yan Yan. Do not linger by her side, or I assure you, I shall not be polite. Jun Yeding dismissed his words entirely, believing it sufficient to focus on his own conduct, leaving the rest to the whims of the individual before him. At this moment, Luo Qingyan had arrived at her residence. Huaner, quickly gather our belongings. We must prepare to leave at the earliest opportunity. Huana, initially taken aback by her words, stood still for a moment, unable to comprehend their meaning. Eventually she responded, Miss, do you mean to pack now and head back to the northwest? Why the sudden urgency? Did you not say you would wait a while longer before returning? Not long ago, Luo Qingyan had indeed planned to stay a bit longer before departing. However, she now felt an unsettling premonition, which intensified upon encountering Jun Anshin. Thus, she believed it prudent to vacate the premises as soon as possible. Should any complications arise later, she would address them then. For now, leaving seemed the safest choice. Yet, as she attempted to exit the city, she realized she had underestimated the situation. Without a token, she was unable to leave.
Consequently,
she had no option but to return with Huaner. What shall we do now that we cannot exit the city? Huaner asked, her face filled with concern. Luo Qingyan, seeing her distress, chuckled lightly.
How can that be?
If this method fails, we have other options. We can seek out the War King and borrow a token from him. Then we can leave. Upon hearing this, Huaner considered the suggestion and nodded. Yes, miss, that does seem reasonable. Shall we go find the prince and ask to borrow the token, promising to return it once we are done? Luo Qingyan promptly agreed.
Indeed.
Let us seek him out for the token. Now let us prepare and determine what we need to pack. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching, indicating that someone was coming. She quickly instructed Huaner, someone is approaching, see who it is. Huaner rushed outside and immediately recognized the figure approaching them. Her expression shifted dramatically, turning pale. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed back and swiftly shut the door, denying the person entry. Jun Anshin, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. He stood outside and called out, Huaner, what is this attitude? I am your master. Do you not fear punishment for such insolence? Huaner, undeterred by his words, responded earnestly, I apologize, your highness. But I am unaware of your intentions, and I am not afraid. After all, I no longer possess my slave contract. You cannot harm me without cause. Our mistress has instructed us not to allow strangers into this place, so I cannot let you in. Jun Anshin, hearing her words, attempted to clarify. I am not a stranger. Why do you say such things? If you open the door and allow me entry, I shall overlook this matter. Otherwise, I shall have someone come and force their way in. Huaner genuinely feared his threat of bringing others to force entry. This door was precious to her mistress, and she felt compelled to protect its integrity. Thus, she replied, Your Highness, if you insist, I shall go in and consult my mistress. If he agrees to let you in, then you may enter. Is that acceptable? At that moment, Jun Anshin, even if he were to disagree, had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, you should hasten your pace. Otherwise, when my men arrive, I shall have no choice but to let them take action. At this point, Luo Qingyan, upon discerning the identity of those outside, couldn't help but furrow her brow. She was rather unwilling to permit their entry. Yet fearing for her Dora's safety, she had no alternative but to nod in agreement. All right, Huaner, please go and open the door to see what he desires. In this place, he cannot harm us, so do let him in. Huana nodded and dashed outside. Meanwhile, Jun Anshin glanced at the person before him and spoke. Let us wait a little longer. If they do not open the door soon, we shall simply break it down and assess the situation inside. Fortunately, the door was finally opened. Very well, Your Highness. Did you not wish to enter? You may do so now. Our young lady awaits you outside. You can come in now and stay inside. The moment Jun Anshin laid eyes on Luo Qingyan, he felt a surge of excitement and swiftly approached her. Yan Yan, I knew you would not refuse to meet me. Come back with me. I assure you, upon your return, I shall treat you well. Hearing his words, Luo Qingyan couldn't suppress a laugh. Apologies, Your Highness, but I believe I made my position quite clear earlier. I cannot accompany you back. Once I leave, there is no turning back. You should focus on your life within the palace with your many beautiful concubines. As for me, regardless of the circumstances, I will not return with you. Jun Anshin was infuriated by her declaration. Yan Yan, why have you changed so drastically? You were never like this before. Chapter 80. Taken away and imprisoned. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingyan glanced up at him. Your Highness, you refer to the past. Back then? I only wished for a simple and pleasant life, hence the difference now. Could you please spare me, for I truly do not wish to return with you? You have plenty of lovely companions in your palace. You should be content. Jun Anchen shook his head, perplexed. Despite having 2 beautiful concubines in his palace, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Initially, he was fond of them, yet now they only served to irritate him. In an instant, he found himself devoid of desire for them, unsure of how long it had been since he had last engaged with them. Yen, I now realize my mistakes. If you truly wish to return with me, I can arrange for them to be sent away to a distant estate, ensuring they no longer trouble you in the palace. Would such an arrangement satisfy you? Would you then agree to return with me? Luo Qingyan recognized that he was still oblivious to the truth of her words. She genuinely did not want to accompany him back. Your Highness, have you always thought I was jesting? I assure you, I speak with utmost sincerity. Everything I have said during this time has been genuine. I will not return with you. There is no need for further discussion on this matter. My decision is resolute. Jun Anchen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her response. When he finally regained his composure, he shouted in disbelief. It cannot be. Yen, you cannot do this. We once loved deeply. If you suddenly leave me, I cannot bear it. I have given you time to adjust, and once you do, you will surely understand my feelings. Yet your current reaction suggests that you remain unyielding. Yen, this cannot be. You must think clearly. Upon returning with me, you will enjoy a life of comfort and security. But if you leave, your future will undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. I recall that when you departed the palace, you did not take any funds. How will you survive? Life outside will be arduous, and you cannot endure such a fate. Luo Qingyan chuckled. You need not concern yourself with my affairs, Your Highness. I have my own means to ensure a better life for myself. I simply hope you refrain from further interruptions. Jun Anchen, astonished that all his entreaties had fallen on deaf ears, felt his temper rise. He glared at her, exasperated. Luo Qingyan, you refuse to return with me.
Do you?
Is it because of that man, Jun Yeting? When did you two become involved? Were you entangled with him before our separation? How could you do this? Did you feel no guilt? Why choose him? Do you not know what kind of person he is? Have you already become physically involved with him? This cannot be. You are mine. We have been married for so long, and I have yet to touch you. I cannot allow you to be with another. I wish to see for myself whether you have truly been with Jun Yeting. As Huan had just left, Luo Qingyan was left alone. Her expression shifted dramatically. Your Highness, what do you intend? I advise you against rashness. Should you act impulsively, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Jun Anchen disregarded her warning, his gaze fixed upon her as he gradually closed the distance. As he neared, he reached out to embrace her. Fortunately, Luo Qingyan reacted swiftly, dodging his advance. Startled by his sudden movement, she managed to evade him just in time. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to respond. No. Your Highness, what do you intend? Do not come any closer, or I shall not hold back. Luo Qingyan grasped something from behind her, ready to throw it at him. Sensing something amiss in his demeanor, she feared he might truly attempt to harm her. At this moment, Jun Anchen continued to move forward, showing no intention of stopping. He soon reached Luo Qingyan's side. The previous failure to embrace her was merely due to distance, but now, with a simple extension of his hand, he could hold her close. Luo Qingyan found herself enveloped in his arms, unable to struggle free, primarily due to the man's considerable strength. Despite her desire to resist, she had no choice but to surrender to his embrace. Your Highness, what on earth do you intend to do? Why have you suddenly changed so dramatically? You were never like this before. Why have you become so outrageous? She questioned. If you have something to say, you need not resort to such physicality. Jun Anchen raised an eyebrow and looked at her with certainty, replying, Yen, what other demands could I possibly have? My only desire is for you to return to the palace with me. We can revert to our former relationship. Do you think that is feasible? At that moment, Luo Qingyan cast a glance at him and resolutely shook her head. Your Highness, you should understand that we can never return to the past. We will no longer have the chance to live together as we once did. We grew up side by side. You must know what kind of person I am. I will never retrace my steps. Therefore, there is no need for you to continue insisting that I return to the palace. This matter is non-negotiable. I cannot go back. No matter what. Hearing her words, Jun Anshin felt a mix of sadness and anger. Yen, why must you be this way? Can't you learn to be more generous like other women? Look at my friends. None of them have a single wife. Why must you make such a fuss over this issue? It has been so long. You should be content. I have been trying to appease you for days. If you remain ungrateful, then. He left his sentence hanging, but Luo Qingyan could surmise his intentions. She realized that he had never truly believed she would leave him. He thought her current demeanor was merely a tantrum and believed that one day she would forgive him. Your Highness, there is no need for further words. Step back immediately. Do not come any closer, or I shall throw this at you. Jun Anshin glanced at Luo Qingyan and, without giving her time to react, lunged forward to embrace her once more. Despite her vigorous struggles, she remained ensnared in his grasp. Yen, it seems what you said is true. I always thought you were simply unable to accept the situation, but now I see you genuinely wish to leave me. This matter requires no further discussion. I will not allow you to go. Come back with me at once. In the end, Luo Qingyan was taken away in his arms. Jun Anshin's destination was the palace, and he exited through the window, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, the waiting Huaner had no idea that her mistress had been abducted. It was only after a considerable time had passed, during which she heard no sounds from within, that she began to realize something was amiss. Terrified, she rushed to the door, flinging it open, but upon seeing the empty room, she nearly burst into tears. She had been standing guard outside, yet her mistress had vanished. At this moment, Huaner felt as frantic as an ant on a hot stove, anxiously pacing back and forth. Miss, where have you gone? Please come out. Don't hide. She desperately searched for Luo Qingyan, but was unable to locate her. It was only when she noticed the open window that the realization struck her. Luo Qingyan had been taken away. Otherwise, she would not have remained inside. Immediately, Huaner dashed outside and shouted, "Help! Someone! The miss has been taken! Quickly, find Lord John and ask him to come assist." Knowing that she alone could not rectify the situation, she called upon others for help. Hearing her desperate cries, the servants outside grew anxious. What is happening? How could this occur? We were just guarding the entrance and saw no one leave. Did the miss truly get taken away? Huaner, equally alarmed, nodded emphatically. Yes. Hurry to find Lord John. He must come to help. I know who took the miss, but we cannot retrieve her ourselves. We need Lord John's assistance. At that moment, chaos reigned in the residence where Luo Qingyan had been staying. Those inside were frantic, eager to rescue her, but unsure of how to proceed. Very well. We will go find Lord John at once and ask for his help. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan had been brought back to the palace by Jun Anshin, arriving at the very quarters she had once inhabited. Looking at him, she spoke. Your Highness, there is no need for such actions. Even if you have brought me here, what purpose does it serve? Our relationship has long since faded. If I do not wish to be here, I can report you. Jun Anshin, however, paid no heed to her protests. He believed that by bringing her back, he could prevent her from leaving him. Yen, rest assured. Although we have separated, we can remarry. I will ensure that everything is arranged for our new union. You need not worry. I will make you satisfied. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingyan instinctively shook her head. No, Your Highness, there is truly no need to waste any more time. Our fates are irreconcilable. You need not persist in this pursuit. Elsewhere, Zhang Jiaji learned of the news that Jun Anshin had returned with a woman, taking her to the quarters designated for the princess. Furious, she resolved to uncover the identity of this woman and understand the prince's intentions. I must see for myself why the prince has brought her here. After finally getting rid of Luo Qingyan, another has appeared. If the prince were to marry this one, what would become of me? This situation cannot be allowed to develop further. I must investigate. Chapter 81. Allow me to enter at this moment. Zhang Jiazi hurriedly arrived at the location where Luo Qingyan was situated. However, as she attempted to enter, the guards at the door forbade her passage. I'm sorry, sighed concubine, but the prince has instructed that no one is permitted to enter without his consent. If you wish to go inside, you must wait for his approval, otherwise, we cannot allow you entry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji was infuriated. She glared at the guard and retorted, Do you have any idea who I am? Are you truly unafraid of what I might do to you for obstructing my way? The guard, hearing her words, nodded and then shook his head. leaving Zhang Jiaji utterly confused about his intentions. In her exasperation, she demanded, "What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Just tell me plainly, will you allow me to enter or not? If you refuse, do not blame me for being impolite." The guard, maintaining his stance, replied, "It is not that we do not wish to let you in, but the prince does not allow it. We kindly ask that you do not make this difficult for us. If you truly wish to enter, you must wait until the prince returns and accompany him inside." Zhang Jiaji could not contain her derisive laughter. "Are you all out of your minds? If your prince were willing for me to enter, would I be standing here demanding you to step aside? If he had consented, I would have already been inside." With that, she reiterated her demand, "So, will you open the door, or not? If not, I shall find my own way in." At that moment, Luo Jiaojiao arrived with her entourage. She had gotten wind of the news that Jun Anqin had brought another woman here, prompting her swift arrival. For some time, she had been vying with Zhang Jiaji for the position of princess. Little did they expect someone else would emerge to contend for that title. As both women learned of Jun Anqin's return with another woman, they were visibly distressed. This urgency propelled them to rush to the scene. Given that Jun Anqin had been particularly fond of Luo Jiaojiao lately, the guards showed her considerable respect upon her arrival. "Lady Luo, what brings you here? If there is anything you need, please let us know, and we will assist you in any way we can." Luo Jiaojiao was quite pleased with the guard's deference. She responded graciously, "Your understanding is commendable. I shall surely speak favorably of you to the prince." The guards, thrilled by her words, expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Luo. Please don't mention it, just a brief mention will suffice. Is there anything else we can help you with?" Luo Jiaojiao nodded. "Yes. I will certainly relay your request to the prince. But now, will you please open the door to let me inside? Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. I merely wish to see who is within, and will leave promptly afterward. You need not fear any repercussions from the prince." Perhaps due to Luo Jiaojiao's persuasive manner, the guards hesitated momentarily before ultimately agreeing. "Very well, you may enter. However, please be quick about it, as the prince may return shortly after court. Do not linger inside upon his arrival. Otherwise, we shall be unable to explain." Luo Jiaojiao understood the gravity of the situation and assured them, "Do not worry, I will only take a moment to look around and will not delay." Seeing that Luo Jiaojiao was permitted entry, Zhang Jiaji felt a surge of impatience. She too wished to ascertain the identity of the person within who had captured the prince's attention so completely, leading him to keep her hidden away. Without hesitation, she followed closely behind Luo Jiaojiao, eager to enter. Yet mere steps in, she was intercepted. "I'm sorry, Lady Zhang, but it would be best for you not to enter. Too many people cannot go in at once, or it may raise suspicions." Despite the guard's warning, Zhang Jiaji was unwilling to relent. No matter what, she needed to see who was inside. In a fit of frustration, she exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? Why can she enter while I cannot? We are both side concubines. There should be no distinction. Is it merely because she has been favored lately that you treat her differently? Do not forget, I carry the prince's first child. Should anything happen to my baby, you will bear the consequences." The guard hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, fearing the repercussions of offending her, they conferred briefly before allowing both Zhang Jiaji and Luo Jiaojiao entry. Having two of them together would mitigate potential complications. Once inside, Zhang Jiaji and Luo Jiaojiao hurriedly pressed forward, eager to uncover the identity of the person who had so captivated Jun Anqin. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find a familiar face, one they had not expected to see here at all, someone who had supposedly departed. Zhang Jiaji was momentarily stunned at the sight of Luo Qingyan. Next to her, Luo Jiaojiao rubbed her eyes furiously, as if to verify that her vision was not deceiving her.
Why was someone who should not be here standing before them?
Finally, Luo Jiaojiao, regaining her composure, questioned, "Luo Qingyan, did you not leave with the prince? Why are you here now?" Luo Qingyan was genuinely delighted to see someone approach her at last. However, upon seeing the two individuals entering at this moment, she suddenly lost all hope. After all, she believed that these two would never allow her to leave. She could only attempt to provoke them, hoping it might yield some result. Thus, she turned to the individuals before her and spoke, "What do you think brought me here? What is my purpose for being in this place?" Caught off guard by her unexpected question, the two before her struggled to respond. After a considerable pause, one of them finally spoke, "Luo Qingyan, you can just tell us directly what you intend to do here. Surely, you are not planning to return as the princess." You two have already divorced. If you wish to return, it is simply impossible.
Do not even think about it.
Luo Qingyan was well aware of what mattered most to the two in front of her. So, she deliberately replied, in truth, it was your lord who personally informed me that he wanted me to return as your princess and oversee you. However, I am quite reluctant, which is why he has confined me here until I am amenable. If he continues to keep me here against my will, I would inevitably have to yield. If I could leave, I might very well escape this place, making it unnecessary for me to become a princess at all. Yet, at this moment, I find myself unable to leave. There are simply too many guards outside. I cannot even attempt to escape. So it seems I am destined to be a princess, once more. Just when I thought I might be free of that role, I suddenly find myself trapped again. It truly places me in a difficult position. The two beside her grew visibly agitated upon hearing her words.
Impossible.
How could the prince say such a thing to you? You have already divorced, so what is the situation now? Regardless, you cannot return, and we will not agree to it. Luo Qingyan laughed upon hearing this. What does your disagreement matter? As long as your lord consents, that is all that counts. What you should be considering now is how to serve me when I return. As soon as Luo Qingyan uttered the statement, the expressions of the two changed drastically, their faces paling. They seemed at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Jiazi finally spoke up, looking earnestly at Luo Qingyan. Princess, are you truly certain you wish to return? If you genuinely desired to come back, you would not have divorced in the first place. Speak up. What do you need us to do? As long as it is within our power, we will certainly do our utmost to assist you, provided you do not compete with us for the position of princess. Luo Jiaojiao, too, realized the implications of the situation. She glanced at Luo Qingyan and added, yes, Yan, Zhang Sifei makes a valid point. Whatever you wish to achieve, we will certainly help you, as long as you do not vie with us for the title of princess. We can arrange everything else for you. Finally, after waiting so long for the response she yearned to hear, Luo Qingyan raised her hand and declared, what I require from you is quite simple. You must facilitate my escape. If you let me go, all your concerns will be easily resolved, won't they? Upon hearing her words, the two in front of her suddenly brightened with realization. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. If you leave this place, the prince will surely stop contemplating what to do with you. Your suggestion is, without a doubt, an excellent one. I will arrange for your escape immediately. But once you leave, do not return, nor allow the prince to bring you back here. At that moment, Zhang Jiazi, observing the preparations to take Luo Qingyan outside, hesitated to speak up, but eventually found her voice.
Wait.
Are you foolish? Do you really think the guards outside will simply allow you to take her out like this? Are you out of your mind? Those guards are precisely here to prevent her from leaving. If you attempt to take her out openly, do you believe they will let you pass? Do not jeopardize my position. If you wish to assist her, you must devise a more clever plan. This one is clearly unworkable. Luo Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback by this statement. She had not considered those details earlier. Had she done so, she would not have suggested such a rash course of action. Chapter 82. We must not remain here. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Jiaojiao turned to Zhang Jiazi. Though reluctant, she inquired, what do you suggest we do now? We cannot simply escort her out, yet if we do not act now, it will be far more difficult once the prince returns. Zhang Jiazi pondered seriously for a while before responding. This situation cannot be resolved by our mere urgency. What is most crucial now is to devise a discreet method to send her away without the prince discovering it. Luo Jiaojiao certainly wished for such a solution, but at that moment, she could not conceive of any viable plans. All she could think of was to take her directly out, but that suggestion had already been dismissed, leaving her at a loss for further ideas. If that is your stance, I can only agree. However, we are at a standstill in terms of actionable solutions. What good is it to simply talk? Ultimately, Zhang Jiazi spoke to the group. In any case, we cannot take her out now. If we attempt to do so, we will all face dire consequences. Thus, we must endure until nightfall. I will have a plan then. When the night is deep and the guards are sparse, we can come back to escort you out. What do you think? Luo Qingyan had no objections to their arrangement. What she desired most was to escape and leave this place. She truly disliked being confined here. All she wanted was to exit as soon as possible, with no other demands. I am agreeable to whatever plans you devise, as long as you can facilitate my departure. I will comply with any requirements, for I simply do not wish to remain here. At that moment, Zhang Jiazi and the others wished to say more, but the voices of the guards outside interrupted them. The two concubines, the time has come for you to emerge. If you do not come out now, when the prince returns and discovers your absence, we shall be at a loss for words in our explanation. Although they wished to linger and deliberate over finer details, the persistent calls from outside compelled them to exit. Luo Qingyan, you stay here and wait. We shall certainly return to escort you tonight. At this moment, Luo Qingyan nodded in agreement, saying, very well. I shall await your return tonight. Do remember to be swift. Once Zhang Jiazi and the others stepped outside, the guard on duty appeared visibly anxious. Upon seeing them emerge, he exhaled in relief, exclaiming, ah, esteemed concubines, you have finally come forth. Had you delayed further, I would have had to enter and fetch you myself. Was it not merely a brief visit to check on the occupants inside? I have been waiting outside for quite some time, and had I not urged you, it is quite possible that the prince would have returned to find you still inside. You must depart swiftly. The prince is likely nearing his return, and when he does, he will undoubtedly come here first. You cannot afford to be discovered in this place. At this moment, the two women exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. It was the first time in their long acquaintance that they had reached such harmonious agreement. Their unified objective was to address external matters before attending to their own. Do you believe we can successfully escort her out tonight without the prince's knowledge? Zhang Jiazi nodded, assuring, as long as we act swiftly and cautiously, there should be no issues. Our primary concern is to secure her departure. Otherwise, should the prince elevate her to the position of princess, we would face considerable trouble. Luo Jiaojiao shared this sentiment, thus she nodded in agreement with Zhang Jiazi's suggestion. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall follow your lead. Arrange everything, and I will comply with your plans, as long as we can ensure her departure. After all, if she remains, our own status could be jeopardized. Since her return, the prince has scarcely acknowledged us, his focus entirely on your sister. Thus, it is imperative that we facilitate her exit. Luo Jiaojiao nodded in agreement, resolutely determined that she must not be allowed to stay. Let us bide our time. Tonight we shall act and escort her directly out of the city, ensuring she does not return. Meanwhile, Jun Anchen had concluded his morning court session and, upon returning to the palace, hurried to Luo Qingyan's location. He opened the door and approached her side. Yan, I have returned. Have you missed me? I came straight here after court. Surely this brings you joy. Rest assured. From this day forth, whenever I have the opportunity, I shall be here to keep you company. At this moment, Luo Qingyan gazed at him and spoke. Your Highness, I believe it is unnecessary. Our relationship has changed, and there is no need for you to make such efforts on my behalf. What I desire most is for you to release me from this place. I no longer wish to stay here. I have my own path to follow. Jun Anchen would never consent to releasing Luo Qingyan from his side. Upon hearing her words, his expression darkened. There is no need for further discussion. I cannot agree to this. Regardless, I wish for you to remain by my side and not leave. I assure you, from this moment forward, I will treat you well. I understand that your departure was spurred by my taking a concubine, but I promise you, once she bears her child, I shall bring the child to you to raise, and they shall be sent away to live elsewhere, far from the palace. Would that satisfy you? Would you consider remaining? Luo Qingyan had no intention of staying, for nothing he could offer held meaning for her any longer. She glanced at Jun Anchen and replied, Your Highness, it is not a matter of my willingness to stay. Rather, I wish to sever all ties with you. I believe my current state is quite satisfactory, thus I implore you to let me go.
Yun Anchen,
agitated by her persistent declarations of departure, stepped closer to her, grasped her firmly, and leaned down to kiss her. Luo Qingyan, taken aback by his actions, attempted to evade him, but his strength proved overwhelming. In the struggle, she ultimately succumbed to his advances. As soon as he released her, she pushed him away with haste, wiping her lips and exclaiming, What are you doing? Why would you act in such a manner? We no longer share any connection. Do you not realize how inappropriate this is? Jun Anchen saw nothing improper in his actions. Yan, despite your claims of our severed relationship, it is only your assertion. I have never acknowledged it. Know this. In my heart, you will always be my princess, and I will never permit you to leave. Observing the instability of his demeanor, Luo Qingyan resolved to tread carefully, fearing his impulsiveness might lead to unforeseen actions against her. Your Highness, let us speak frankly. What must I do to earn my release from here? June Anchin regarded her intently, replying with conviction. Yan Yan, there is no need for further inquiry. Regardless of circumstances, I will not allow you to return. You are destined to remain by my side for all eternity. Realizing that reason had failed her, Luo Qingyan chose silence, resigning to await the events of the night. She hoped that Luo Jiaojiao and Zhang Jiaji would devise a plan to liberate her from this confinement. It seems that her plans to head northwest must be advanced. Otherwise, it would be impossible. With just one person present, it is already enough to keep her occupied. Meanwhile, Huaner has arrived at the entrance of the War King's mansion at the swiftest speed. However, the guards at the entrance do not recognize her and are unwilling to deliver her message. Please, could you assist us in speaking to the War King? We truly have urgent matters to discuss, which is why we have come to seek his help. All you need to do is tell him, Luo Qingyan, he will certainly allow me entry. I implore you, lend us your assistance. Despite Huan Yu's desperate pleas, the guards show no inclination to help her. You are merely a little girl. How could you possibly know our lord? Our lord is the War King, not someone of your insignificant stature. I advise you to be sensible and leave this place. Do not linger at the entrance of our mansion, for we cannot guarantee your safety if you do not comply. Huaner felt utterly helpless, but with no other options, she continued to beseech them. I assure you, I speak the truth with no intent to deceive. You may inquire with your lord. We genuinely know him. Do you not realize that our young lady has been acquainted with your lord for a long time? If something were to happen to her now, and you prevent her from receiving the necessary help, the consequences would be dire. You must understand that your lord will not take kindly to this, and you will find yourselves unable to bear the repercussions. Upon hearing her words, the two guards exchanged glances, deliberating on whether to report her plea. However, Huaner could not wait any longer. Seizing the moment, she dashed forward and rushed inside the mansion. The guards, taken aback by her sudden movement, were momentarily stunned. By the time they recovered from their surprise, she had already gained some distance inside. Stop! You cannot remain here. We advise you to exit quickly, or else we shall not be responsible for what may happen to you. At that moment, Jun Yiting was in his study attending to matters. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he lifted his head and stepped out to investigate the source of the disturbance. As he emerged, he spotted Huana kneeling outside, struggling against the grip of those nearby. Kneeling here is futile. Our lord will not come out to see you. It would be best for you to leave, for if you disturb him, you will find it impossible to depart. At that instant, Huaner caught sight of Jun Yiting. Upon seeing him, her excitement surged. My lord! My lord! I beseech you, help us. Our young lady has been taken away. Please, assist us in rescuing her.
Jun Yiting, surprised by Huaner's presence,
grew anxious upon hearing her words. Release her at once. Let her explain what has transpired. Huaner, do not panic. Tell me what has happened to your young lady. Who has taken her? Once released, Huaner took a deep breath and addressed him. My lord, we were returning when the crown prince barged in. The young lady followed him into a room to speak, and I presumed nothing would occur. However, when I waited for a long time without seeing the crown prince emerge, I ventured inside, only to find it empty. I am certain that the crown prince has taken my lady away. I have no means to summon her back, so I must implore you for assistance. I truly have no one else to turn to, and if you are unwilling to help, I am at a loss.
Upon hearing her desperate plea, Jun Yiting nodded resolutely.
Very well, I shall accompany you to the crown prince's mansion to search for your young lady. However, Jun Yiting felt a twinge of regret, as it seemed that Jun and Chen was already prepared for their arrival. Upon seeing them, he displayed no fear. Uncle, what brings you here? If there is something you need, please, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to assist. Huaner, upon seeing Jun and Chen, rushed forward, brimming with urgency. My lord, where have you taken my young lady? Hand her over at once. If you do not comply, the War King will surely search your mansion. Should anything be discovered, you will undoubtedly regret it.
At this moment, Jun Yiting, deeply concerned,
did not wait for Jun and Chen's consent. He commanded the elite guards he brought along, proceed to search the premises immediately. Be thorough, leave no corner unchecked. The guards nodded and prepared to rush inside, but Jun and Chen interjected. Wait, uncle. While I permit you to search, allow my men to prepare first before you enter. Jun Yiting, unable to contain his urgency, disregarded Jun and Chen's words and pressed forward, determined to locate the missing young lady and resolve the matter swiftly. Search thoroughly for me. Do not overlook any corner. Today, we must locate the person no matter the cost. However, the outcome left Jun Yiting in a state of disbelief. His men had scoured the entire area, yet found no trace of the individual. This situation felt decidedly amiss. Your Highness, we have exhausted all options, but we cannot find the person, nor do we understand the circumstances. We have searched every possible location, yet to no avail. Jun Yiting stated as he stepped forward. Royal uncle, I have already asserted that I did not bring anyone back. Why do you persist in doubting me? Now that we have searched, can we not take our leave? Faced with the lack of results, Jun Yiting had no choice but to depart with his entourage. Huan Er, after such a prolonged search yielding only disappointment, could scarcely believe the outcome. It cannot be. If our young lady was not brought here, then where could she possibly be? One cannot simply vanish without a trace. This must indicate that she has been taken by someone, most likely Prince Chen. Yet, why could Prince Chen not find our young lady at this moment? It was indeed perplexing. Could it be that she had been hidden away? Upon hearing Huan Er's words, Jun Yiting too began to consider this possibility. After all, it was improbable for someone to simply disappear without reason. He turned to the individual before him, urgency in his voice. Are you truly certain you did not take her? If you did not, then why did she vanish during your absence? Moreover, there was no sign of you at that time. Were you not the one who slipped away with her through the window? All signs indicate that this matter is intricately linked to you. Now, will you disclose where you have taken her? At this juncture, Jun Yiting cast a glance at the person before him and replied, I apologize, royal uncle, but I have stated it clearly. I have not seen her. If you're searching for her with me, you will find nothing. There is no point in further inquiries. Jun Yiting, witnessing the absence of results despite his men's efforts, felt a rising desperation. He understood that time was of the essence. He needed to locate her swiftly, for the consequences of failure weighed heavily on him. Very well, he finally declared, since we cannot find her here, we shall seek her elsewhere. One cannot simply disappear without a trace. We will surely find her. Let us proceed. With that, Jun Yiting led his men away from the location, though in truth, they remained concealed around the vicinity of Prince Chen's estate. He was convinced that Luo Qingyan was somewhere nearby. Their failure to find her suggested something was amiss, prompting him to instruct his men to remain vigilant for any clues. Your Highness, one of his men queried, do you truly believe we can find the person you seek by staying here? Is it possible she is not even present? We have thoroughly searched the estate without discovering any trace. Perhaps our judgment is flawed. Jun Yiting was uncertain whether his assessment was indeed mistaken. Nonetheless, he felt they should remain and observe for any developments that might arise. Once Jun and Chen had seen the others depart, he promptly entered the inner chambers. He approached Luo Qingyan, irritation evident in his voice. Luo Qingyan, I am quite curious about how you came to be involved with my royal uncle. You did not know him before. Why is he now so invested in your affairs? He just visited me in search of you. But I informed him you were not here. Initially, he did not believe me, yet even after searching the estate extensively, he failed to find you. Had he the ability, he would have found you immediately. Alas, he did not, and thus you remain by my side. Luo Qingyan felt a surge of anger at his words. Yet she was powerless against him at this moment. She could only wait and see if an opportunity would arise that night. If you have nothing else to discuss, please leave this place. If you intend to keep me here, do not obstruct my view. I wish not to see you. Jun Yiting, unfazed by her words, stepped forward and embraced her. Yen, since you have spoken thus, I shall grant you some time. Ultimately, you will come to understand that you are meant to be with me for life. I assure you, I will not repeat my past transgressions. Consider your choice carefully. When you have reached a decision, inform me of your answer. Yen, I hope you deliberate wisely, for this decision will determine your happiness for a lifetime. Should you remain indecisive, you may regret it when the opportunity has passed. I will grant you the night to ponder, and you shall provide me with your answer by morning. If you choose to be with me, we will enter the palace to request the Emperor's blessing for our union. If the Emperor himself grants it, no one shall dare voice objections to our bond. Luo Qingyan felt a rush of emotion at his words, nearly losing her composure and wanting to strike him. However, recalling that she might soon have a chance to escape, she resolved to refrain from any rash actions. Your Highness, since you have offered me time to consider, should you not leave now to give me the space to think? Upon hearing this, Jun and Chen reluctantly exited the chamber. Chapter 84. Preparing to escape, Luo Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief once he finally left. Now, she awaited the night, for it would be her opportunity to flee. As evening descended, she remained vigilant, anticipating the arrival of Zhang Jiaji and her companions to assist her. She had waited for quite some time before finally hearing some commotion outside. At that moment, Luo Qingyan stepped outside, and, upon seeing the two individuals knocking at the door, she addressed them directly. So, have you two made the necessary arrangements? If everything is in place, we can set off now. We will need a token to exit the city gate. Without it, we cannot pass through. The individuals in front of her nodded in response to her inquiry. Rest assured. Gather your belongings, and we can depart immediately. We have prepared everything necessary to ensure your safe exit from this gate. However, we hope you will keep your word and not return after leaving this place. Luo Qingyan was already aware of this expectation without needing to be told. You need not worry. I have made my decision. Once I leave today, I will not return, so you can be assured of that. Upon hearing her words, the two individuals paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. We have everything ready for you. We can set off right away. The prince is asleep now. I just administered some medicine to him, and he will not awaken any time soon. Let us exit through the back door. It is safer that way. My servant has already distracted the guards, so it is relatively secure. When Luo Qingyan heard this, she felt a surge of impatience. Then let us hasten our departure. We must not linger and risk being discovered. As they reached the entrance, Luo Qingyan noticed that they had not gone far before realizing someone was following them. She turned to her companions and whispered, "Do you sense that someone has been trailing us?" Zhang Jiaji and Luo Jiaojiao shook their heads in unison. Not at all. I haven't felt anything. Perhaps you are just being overly sensitive? Luo Jiaojiao nodded in agreement. Yes, you must be imagining things. I have not felt anyone behind us. Regardless of whether we are being followed, our priority now is to leave this place. Once we are away, we can do as we please.
For now,
we must remain vigilant. At that moment, they passed through an area devoid of people, and Luo Qingyan distinctly felt the group that had been following them drawing closer. Yan. I refrained from revealing myself earlier because I feared you might be recognized by those two. If I had shown myself, they might have attempted something against you. Thankfully, you are unharmed, and that puts my mind at ease. Luo Qingyan, upon seeing the worried expression on his face, couldn't help but smile. Your Highness. Those two were merely escorting me out of the city. I convinced them that if they did not help me, their positions would be jeopardized. They had no choice but to assist me. As they reached this point, she sensed the presence of someone following them and initially dismissed it due to her companion's assurances. To her surprise, it turned out to be the prince. Your Highness, how did you know I was being taken away? Did Huaner inform you? Jun Yeting nodded in response to her question. Indeed, your maid came to inform me that you had been taken. As soon as I received the news, I rushed over. Are you unharmed? Did they do anything to you? Luo Qingyan shook her head reassuringly. No, Your Highness, I am perfectly fine. You need not worry. Jun Yeting scrutinized her for a moment, ensuring she was indeed unharmed before heaved a sigh of relief. He then spoke with a serious tone. Yan, I must leave for a while and will be away for at least 6 months. I had hoped you would be safe in the capital, but given recent events, I believe it is best for you to accompany me. What are your thoughts on this? Luo Qingyan realized that the destination he intended to travel to was not far from where she wished to go in the northwest. After careful consideration, she nodded in agreement. Your Highness, I will accompany you. When do you plan to depart? Jun Yeting was momentarily taken aback by her affirmative response. He had anticipated her refusal and had prepared a plan to take her with him by force if necessary. However, her unexpected agreement left him momentarily speechless. He turned to her, seeking confirmation. Yan, are you truly serious? You agree to leave with me for another place? You are not deceiving me, are you? If you do not wish to go, you are free to refuse. But I assure you, I will not permit you to stay here alone. It is far too perilous. Luo Qingyan nearly laughed at his earnestness. Your Highness, since you have already stated your intentions, why even ask? You have made the decision for me. Asking my opinion seems to be a mere jest.
Jun Yeting zirkelte her incredulous expression.
Yan, I worry for your safety, which is why I spoke as I did. However, rest assured, if you strongly oppose leaving with me, I will respect your wishes. I cannot force you against your will. If you choose to remain, I will send the same group of guards to protect you. Their skills are formidable, and having them by your side would ease my concerns. Luo Qingyan shook her head in response. Your Highness, there is no need for that. I will leave with you. I can always return to visit when the time permits. There is nothing here that binds me any longer. Junyao Ting found himself at a loss for words, as a surge of excitement coursed through his heart upon hearing the small woman express her willingness to leave with him. In that moment, he struggled to articulate his emotions. Thus, he turned to the petite figure before him and continued, Yan, since you have decided to accompany me, prepare yourself well. We shall depart from this place tomorrow. I had intended to leave yesterday, but this matter caused a delay. Now that I have found you, I can proceed with peace of mind. Our foremost priority is to leave here, for if I tarry, I may not reach my destination in time. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingyan nodded in agreement. Very well. Your Highness. I shall heed your words and prepare my belongings. Once I am ready, I will seek you out tomorrow. Meanwhile, Junanchan, upon awakening, sensed that something was amiss. He promptly made his way to the location where Luo Qingyan had been. Upon arrival and opening the door, he was met with an empty room. Panic surged within him, and he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. His heart raced uncontrollably, compelling him to rush inside, desperate to ascertain whether the small woman was still there. After searching in vain, hope quickly dissipated as he realized she was no longer present. The situation seemed strange. Despite having ordered his men to secure the area, how could she have escaped? At that moment, Luo Qingyan turned to her companions and inquired, Do you sense that someone has been following us? They are close behind, drawing nearer. The others paused, shaking their heads. No, we haven't felt anything. Perhaps you are being overly sensitive? Our priority is to ensure your safe passage. We must return the token to His Highness. If he awakens to find it missing, we shall surely face dire consequences. Although a nagging feeling persisted within Luo Qingyan, she began to doubt her instincts as her companions dismissed her concerns. Very well. If you assert there is no one, I shall trust your judgment. However, we must hasten our departure to avoid any unforeseen troubles. As they quickened their pace, the pursuers finally revealed themselves, swiftly blocking their path. The figures before them, clad in dark attire, instilled a sense of dread. Fear overcame the trio, prompting them to cry out, Who are you? What do you want? I warn you, do not dare to harm us, or we shall not hold back. Luo Qingyan regarded the individuals before her and asked, What are your intentions? There is no need to obstruct our way. The leader among the cloaked figures finally spoke. Our purpose is straightforward. It is you. If you accompany us willingly, we shall spare the others. However, you must understand, as 3 vulnerable women, you stand no chance against us. It would be prudent to sacrifice one to ensure the safety of the other 2. What do you think? Luo Jiaojiao exchanged glances with Zhang Jiaji, both silently agreeing on a course of action. Observing their reaction, Luo Qingyan understood the decision they had made, and despair washed over her. Just as she believed they had escaped, she found herself ensnared by another group. In that moment, she contemplated any opportunity to flee. Zhang Jiaji addressed the cloaked figures. We can surrender her to you, but you must guarantee her safety. Otherwise, we will not comply. The dark figure nodded. Very well. We shall proceed as you propose. You may leave now. She will remain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji and Luo Jiaojiao swiftly pushed Luo Qingyan forward, calling out, Luo Qingyan, forgive us. We did not wish for this, but for our own safety, you must understand. Luo Qingyan had no chance to refuse as she watched her companions flee. In that instant, she was seized by the cloaked figure. Struggling in vain against the formidable grip, she eventually ceased her resistance and turned to her captor. Who are you? Why must you keep me here? What do you desire from me? The figure, having removed his hood, revealed his identity. Yan, it is I. How do you feel? Why were you suddenly released? Were you not meant to be confined? I have been searching for you these past few days, hoping to find a way to locate you. Little did I expect to see you brought out today. As Luo Qingyan recognized him, her heart swelled with emotion. She had not anticipated Junyao Ting would come for her. Overwhelmed, she replied, Your Highness, I cannot explain everything right now. I shall do so upon our return. Their release came with conditions. Having said this, she noticed Junyao Ting had approached her, draping a cloak over her shoulders with great care, sensing the chill in the air. As a man, he felt the cold, and he was determined to ensure her safety. Chapter 84. At last, escaped thus, he summoned all those present to inquire into the unfolding events. You have remained here all this time, Yet the people inside have vanished without a trace. Are you not aware of this? The guards were momentarily taken aback by these words, struggling to process the situation. Once they regained their composure, panic ensued, and they shouted at June Yetting in unison. How could this be? Your Highness, we have been stationed at this very entrance, and no one has exited. That woman must still be inside. She could not have escaped. Hearing this, June Anshin's anger intensified. I have just been inside, and there was not a single soul present. Do you truly believe it is reasonable to assert that she remains there? Upon hearing this, the guards were frantic. Your Highness, is what you say true? There is truly no one inside? But we have been here the entire time and have seen no one leave. At that moment, the guard's face darkened as he seemed to recall something unsettling. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, fearing he had no evidence to support his claims and worried about the repercussions of speaking carelessly. Observing his indecision, June Anshin barked, What is the matter? Speak clearly about this situation. If we delay any longer, we may not be able to retrieve anyone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the guard hastened to reveal all he knew. Your Highness, I do know a bit about this matter. It is about concubine Zhang and concubine Luo. The person inside must have been taken by them. I have been stationed here for a long time, and apart from their arrival, no one else has entered. Upon hearing this, June Anshin's fury boiled over, and he kicked the guard in frustration. Did I not instruct you to prevent anyone from entering this place? Why did you allow someone in? You are truly despicable. If you cannot adhere to my orders, what use are you?
Guards.
Take him away and execute him. At this moment, the servant nearly lost control of himself in fear. However, he persevered, dropping to his knees. Your Highness, please, I was wrong. Do not treat me this way. I have been loyal to the prince's household for many years. If you truly intend to execute me, it will bring about dire consequences. Despite his desperate pleas, he was ultimately taken away. Your Highness, please. I was wrong. Unfortunately, no amount of pleading could change his fate. June Anshin understood that the most pressing matter was to search for the missing person. He had gone through great lengths to bring her back, and he could not allow her to slip away. Bring forth men to assist me in searching for the princess. We must find her, otherwise I will hold you accountable. June Anshin commanded as he scoured the vicinity of the estate aimlessly. After what felt like an eternity, still no sign of her appeared. Anxiety gripped him as he feared they might never find her. I believe our current search is futile. We should split up and search every nook and cranny nearby. She cannot have gone far. Also, ensure that the estate is monitored closely. If either concubine returns, I must be notified immediately. As despair settled in, he found himself without any leads, placing all his hopes on the two concubines. Your Highness, the two concubines have returned, but they appear to be in poor condition. Upon hearing this, June Anshin rushed over, his heart sinking as he beheld the state of the two women before him. They were disheveled and covered in dirt, leaving him questioning what had transpired. The moment they laid eyes on him, they burst into tears. Your Highness, we have finally returned to see you. You cannot imagine how worried we were. We thought we would never return. June Anshin was indifferent to their lamentations. His mind was solely preoccupied with the whereabouts of Luo Qingyan. He raised his voice. I am not interested in your tales. You must tell me where you have taken her. The two women exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how to respond to his inquiry. Your Highness, what are you saying? We do not understand. We have not taken anyone. Is there a misunderstanding here? June Anshin's anger swelled at their denials. Do not feign ignorance. You know full well whether she was taken by you. Now, tell me where she is, otherwise, I will not let either of you escape unscathed. Zhang Jiaji, incensed by his accusations, stepped forward defiantly. Your Highness, why do you treat me this way? I am not connected to this matter. Her demeanor portrayed her anguish, and she shouted at him in desperation. In the past, June Anshin might have felt compassion for her plight, but today, his focus remained on finding the missing woman. A nagging premonition haunted him. If he failed to locate her now, he might never find her again. His anxiety mounted, and he yearned to uncover her whereabouts. Yet the two women before him continued to be uncooperative. Let me make this clear. If you confess the truth, I may yet show you mercy. But if you remain obstinate, I will not be lenient. You are well aware of the instruments of punishment within our state. Zhang Jiaji, however, felt little fear. Knowing she carried a child, she believed that the man before her would not dare to inflict punishment, as it might harm her unborn child. Thus, he gambled that the man before me would not harm her. The one who ought to be concerned was indeed Luo Qingyan. Upon hearing Jun and Chen's words, genuine fear enveloped her. She harbored an intense dread of those instruments. If they were ever employed upon her, she believed she would surely succumb. In a moment of desperation, she knelt before him and spoke urgently. Your Highness, we truly cannot be blamed for this. We merely escorted her as instructed. Our intention was to take her to a safe place and release her. However, we did not foresee encountering a group of men in black. She was abducted by them. We intended to rescue her, but those men clearly stated that their target was her. Thus, to ensure our own safety, we had no choice but to flee the scene. Upon hearing this, Jun and Chen felt a wave of despair wash over him. So, the woman had indeed been taken by a group of men in black. Who were these men? They had no concrete leads. Consequently, finding her was utterly impossible, which was why Jun and Chen felt such desperation. I cannot fathom why you would take her away. Are you not aware of her significance to me? The individuals before him suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Your Highness, we are acutely aware of her importance to you. That is precisely why we acted as we did. You must understand that should she return, we would no longer hold any value in your eyes, would we? At that point, you might have no qualms about casting us aside. We could not allow that to happen, hence our drastic measures. We did not desire this, but you left us no choice. If we did not act, you would have surely turned against us. Jun and Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment at that moment. He indeed had orchestrated such a scenario. He understood that Luo Qingyan had left him because he had sought the company of other women. To keep her by his side, he needed to resolve matters concerning these other women. Yet, having spent time with them, he was reluctant to dismiss them entirely. The most prudent solution seemed to be placing them in a manner he had arranged, where he could occasionally visit discreetly. He believed this approach to be the optimal solution, the best of all alternatives. However, he never anticipated that circumstances would devolve into such chaos. With Luo Qingyan gone, these two individuals before him exhibited such defiance. At that moment, Jun and Chen glanced at them and spoke. You are both overthinking this. Having served me for so long, I would never willingly let you depart. Thus, you need not worry. I desire her return, yet I have no intention of casting you aside. However, you should never have let her go. Given the current situation, how do you expect me to locate her? Moreover, you assert that she was taken by men in black. We have no knowledge of their identities. We remain oblivious to her fate or how to proceed. Observing Jun and Chen's distress, Zhang Jiaji felt a pang of sympathy. She hesitated before finally speaking up. Your Highness, I apologize. This is entirely our fault. We acted on our own accord. If you truly wish to find her, we can take you to the place where she was taken. Perhaps you may uncover some clues and manage to bring her back. Upon hearing Zhang Jiaji's suggestion, Luo Jiao was incensed. She had not anticipated that Zhang Jiaji would utter such words. Her fury was beyond description. She yelled at the individuals before her. Are you foolish? Our objective was to send her away from here, to prevent her from disturbing us. Now you tell the prince where she was last seen? If he goes and finds her, what then? If he brings her back, we will be cast aside. Do you even think? This is not a matter to be trifled with. You are infuriating me. Do you even possess a brain? Upon hearing her words, Zhang Jiaji's complexion shifted dramatically. She looked at Luo Jiao and collapsed into Jun and Chen's embrace. I acted for the sake of your Highness. I could not bear to see you so sorrowful. Thus, I felt compelled to inform you. If my sister finds this inappropriate, I shall remain silent. Chapter 85. Leading you to find her. Jun and Chen was alarmed by her statement. He sought to leverage this information to locate the woman. If the individuals before him withheld this location, he feared it would become even more improbable. He urgently addressed them. Luo Qingyan, it would be prudent for you to remain silent. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Turning to Zhang Jiaji, he implored, will you lead me to the place you mentioned? Given his insistence, Zhang Jiaji could hardly refuse. She nodded affirmatively and said, very well, your Highness, since you insist. I shall take you to see. After all, we have indeed made a grave mistake, and as long as you do not hold it against me, I will comply. Jun and Chen, though anxious, had to maintain his composure to reassure the woman beside him. Rest assured, Jiaji, I do not blame you for this. However, you must lead me there. Zhang Jiaji nodded and prepared to depart with Jun and Chen. Witnessing this, Luo Jiao felt increasingly agitated. She reached out, intending to restrain Zhang Jiaji. Jun and Chen, noticing her actions, immediately commanded, "Bring Luo Sifei away. Do not allow her to obstruct us any further. Lock her up. Otherwise, I shall become vexed, as I have more pressing matters to attend to with Zhang Sifei." At that moment, the attendants moved toward Luo Jiao to restrain her. However, she deftly evaded their grasp.
No.
"Do not touch me. I warn you. Should you dare lay a hand on me, I will not be merciful." The attendants instinctively withdrew upon hearing her words, fearful of her potential retaliation. They had witnessed her formidable nature and were momentarily deterred from further action. Upon witnessing the scene, Jun Anshin was immediately filled with urgency. "What are you all standing there for? Did you not hear what I commanded? Quickly, take her away." At that moment, Luo Jiao approached Jun Anshin, reaching out to embrace him. However, Jun Anshin instinctively recoiled from her gesture. "What do you intend to do? I advise you not to act against me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Startled by his words, Luo Jiao froze in place. Jun Anshin then turned to the bystanders, exclaiming, "Why are you still dawdling? Move swiftly. Do you expect me to intervene personally?" Seizing the opportunity, the nearby individuals finally gathered the courage to restrain Luo Jiao. With her held captive, she could only watch helplessly as Zhang Jiaji and her companions departed. At that moment, she realized that Zhang Jiaji was undoubtedly heading to the location they had just visited. Anxiety gripped her heart, fearing that they would indeed find what they were looking for. Yet, she found herself powerless to intervene, as she was firmly held down. Unbeknownst to Luo Jiao, Zhang Jiaji had no intention of taking Jun Anshin to the place they had just left. She was acutely aware that if Luo Qingyan were to be retrieved, her own position would be jeopardized. Thus, she deliberately chose a different route. "We have arrived, Your Highness. Here, we shall observe as he is taken away. Perhaps you might discover some clue to lead us to her," she suggested, though she felt a twinge of doubt, recalling how they had scoured the vicinity before without success. "Perhaps she has truly been taken away. We searched for quite some time, yet found nothing. It was only when hope dwindled that we decided to return." Upon hearing this, Jun Anshin resolved to search once more, convinced that he had to try, regardless of the odds. He instructed his men to widen their search radius in that very spot. "Yes, here. Search thoroughly. We must find her, no matter what." After an extensive search, they still uncovered no trace. Jun Anshin, perplexed, turned to Zhang Jiaji. "Are you certain this is the correct location? You are not misleading me, are you? Why have I been unable to find anything after such a prolonged search? If she was indeed taken from here, there should be some evidence left behind. This situation strikes me as rather peculiar." Zhang Jiaji promptly defended herself. "Your Highness, this incident occurred precisely at this location. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, I am at a loss for what else to say." Jun Anshin scrutinized her for a long moment before replying, "Since you assert this, I shall give you the benefit of the doubt. Let us search again, and see if we can uncover anything. If we fail, we shall have to seek a different location." Zhang Jiaji remained by their side, watching them with hope. However, after another lengthy search, they found nothing. "Your Highness, we truly cannot find anything, no trace at all. Is there something amiss? Normally, even if we cannot find her, we should discover some other clue. Would you not agree? Yet, why have we found nothing at this moment?" Jun Anshin began to harbor doubts as well. He gazed intently at Zhang Jiaji and inquired, "I ask you, have you lied to me? If you have not, then this situation is indeed abnormal. Are you certain this is the right place? Why do I sense something is not quite right? Speak. If you remain silent, do not blame me for my harshness. I will return to inquire with Consort Luo about your so-called location. I hope you are not deceiving me." Zhang Jiaji, taken aback by his words, hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. "You may take your time to consider," Jun Anshin offered. "If you can lead me to her, I assure you, I shall not dismiss you lightly. However, if you are deceiving me and I discover the truth, you shall face dire consequences. I will not forgive you under any circumstances." Zhang Jiaji, unable to withstand his scrutiny, ultimately confessed after a prolonged silence. "Your Highness, I may have misremembered. It is not at this location. I will take you to the true place. I apologize, Your Highness. I did not wish to mislead you, but I feared someone might take you away. I beg for your forgiveness." At that moment, Jun Anchen's sole focus was on finding Luo Qingyan. He had no time to dwell on her words and eventually nodded in agreement. Enough talk. Our priority is to find her. Regrettably, fate seemed to conspire against them. For after much searching, they finally discovered a piece of jewelry, a hairpin worn by Luo Qingyan. Your Highness, come quickly. Is this not something our princess wears? It seems quite familiar. Upon hearing this, Jun Anchen rushed over. At the sight of the hairpin, he nodded decisively. Yes, this is it. It belongs to her, Yanyan's. Where did you find this? Were there any other items? The man shook his head. None, Your Highness. I only found this. Unwilling to relent, Jun Anchen examined the area closely once more. The following morning, Luo Qingyan had already packed her belongings, awaiting Jun Yeting's arrival to escort her from this place. Initially, she had intended to leave independently, but circumstances necessitated otherwise. She lacked the necessary credentials and tokens, rendering her dependent on Jun Yeting for her departure. Once they left, she would devise a means to separate from him. As Luo Qingyan prepared to leave, Jun Yeting arrived. Yan, are you fully prepared? If so, we shall set off. After all, the journey from this location to our destination requires time, and we must depart promptly. Have you gathered everything you need? Or is there anything left unprepared? If so, would you like me to assist you? Luo Qingyan nodded in response. Rest assured, Your Highness. I have packed everything. We can depart at a moment's notice. I will check on Huaner to see if she is ready as well. If she is, we can proceed. The two teams are not heavily laden, but their numbers mean that progress will not be swift. They would certainly leave early if it were possible. Well then, since we are ready, shall we prepare to depart? Yan, would you like to rest in the carriage? I have arranged for one to ensure your comfort during the journey. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated such thoughtful consideration from the man before her, all for her sake. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, rendering her momentarily at a loss for words. Your Highness, thank you. I hadn't even thought of these matters. However, since you will be riding, won't my use of the carriage impede your progress? Jun Yeting shook his head.
Not at all. You need not worry about that.
We have several carriages in our entourage, and the others are for the families of our men. You are now considered part of my household. Luo Qingyan felt a rush of warmth at his words, her face flushing crimson. Your Highness, please refrain from such talk. I no longer wish to converse with you. Where is the carriage? I would like to rest. She truly did not want to see him at the moment, feeling he was jesting at her expense. After observing Luo Qingyan's flustered demeanor, Jun Yeting felt a swell of joy. He could sense that she was gradually relaxing around him, no longer as tense as she had been initially. He believed that his dreams would soon come to fruition. The carriage is just behind us, but this journey will take approximately half a month. I have already laid down cushions for your comfort inside. You may enter and try it out. If it is not to your liking, do inform me, and I shall arrange for a replacement. Luo Qingyan did not pay much heed to such matters. She thought any place to rest would suffice. Your Highness, thank you. I am very satisfied, and do not feel any discomfort. Chapter 86. Someone has been waiting for you for a long time eventually. Luo Qingyan followed the man to where the troops were stationed. After a lengthy journey, she initially struggled with motion sickness, feeling nauseous each day.
Fortunately,
she eventually acclimated to the carriage, which alleviated her discomfort. Otherwise, she could scarcely imagine the consequences. During her bouts of sickness, Jun Yeting was undoubtedly worried. His soldiers, witnessing her condition, could not resist teasing him. Your Highness, it seems you truly care for Miss Luo. When we return, will arrangements need to be made? Upon hearing this, Jun Yeting contemplated the matter, albeit uncertain about the young woman's feelings. He sensed that she would likely not agree, given their lack of a closer relationship. This uncertainty was the source of his hesitation. Enough of such jokes. These matters can only be discussed in due time. At that moment, another individual, whose expression was less than favorable, interjected. Your Highness, do you fancy Miss Luo? Have you considered that Miss Jun has been waiting for you? She has been patient for so long. Why not agree to be with her instead of pursuing someone indifferent to you? Upon hearing this, Jun Yeting shook his head vehemently. After a moment, he replied, You should understand that such matters cannot be forced. If there were something genuine between us, we would have already united. My feelings for her have always been akin to that of a brother to a sister. I harbor no other intentions. Had I felt differently, I would have pursued her long ago, would I not? The bystander instinctively wanted to retort but hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately refraining from speaking. Observing the silence, another spoke up. This is a personal matter for the prince. Do not meddle. We believe Miss Luo is a suitable match for him. Others, while decent, do not compare. Miss June is lovely, but if the prince does not favor her, it matters not. Let's not dwell on this matter further. It is ultimately the prince's decision, and we shall respect his wishes. We will await his arrangements. Upon hearing this, the bystander became displeased. However, if he arranges things himself, I doubt he would choose Miss June. What then would become of her? Surely she would be heartbroken. Your Highness, could you not reconsider this matter? What faults does Miss June possess? Why do you not favor her? At this moment, Jun Yetian turned his gaze to the one speaking, responding sternly. There is nothing wrong with her. We simply are not compatible. I request that you cease discussing this matter, or you may find me at odds with you. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, aware of the prince's temper. My lord, I apologize. It was inappropriate of me to discuss your affairs. Please forgive me. As the vice commander had been close by, Jun Yetian chose not to elaborate further. Enough. Let us cease this discussion. We should be nearing our destination. Prepare yourselves. Jun Yetian approached the place where Luo Qingyan was currently situated. Since there were no inns available, they had to hastily construct a shelter. The temporary dwelling for Luo Qingyan had been assembled by Jun Yetian. Upon arrival, he called out, Yan Yan, I have arrived. May I enter? Upon hearing his voice, Luo Qingyan nodded eagerly. Of course, Your Highness. Please come in. Once he entered, Luo Qingyan looked at him curiously and inquired, Your Highness, what brings you here at such a late hour? Jun Yetian nodded. Yan Yan, we shall rise early to continue our journey. We should reach our destination by nightfall. Please tidy up your belongings. Once you arrive tomorrow, I will arrange a place for you to rest. The journey has indeed been arduous. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingyan felt a surge of excitement. She had anticipated a longer journey, but did not expect to arrive so soon. The travel had left her feeling quite fatigued, largely due to the prolonged hours spent in the carriage, with only brief intervals to stretch her legs. For someone unaccustomed to such extended travel, it was quite uncomfortable. Initially, she had even suffered from motion sickness, which made it all the more unbearable. Thus, at that moment, the news of their imminent arrival filled her with elation. Your Highness, is it true? Are we truly almost there? She exclaimed, unable to contain her anticipation. Early the next morning, Luo Qingyan was awakened by the clamor around her. At that moment, Juana rushed in and immediately addressed her. Miss, it is time to rise. We are ready to depart, and the others are prepared as well. We must hasten. Today, I shall simply style your hair, so please hurry. After I finish, you can change your garments. You overslept a bit. And I had intended to wake you sooner, but the prince insisted you rest longer, as a little extra time would not matter. Juana then added, Do you not sense that the prince treats you differently? I wonder if... Her words trailed off, but her expression hinted at the meaning behind them. Luo Qingyan quickly shook her head in response. Juana, such matters should not be spoken of lightly. Please refrain from voicing such thoughts in the future. Otherwise, if the prince were to take offense, I would not be able to protect you. Juana was taken aback by the gravity of her words and fell silent, realizing the potential consequences of her casual remarks. Do not worry, Mississippi. I shall not mention it again. Let us hurry and get going. As Luo Qingyan completed her preparations, she realized that quite some time had passed. Upon stepping outside, she was met by the figure waiting for her. The sight of him made her feel a rush of embarrassment. My apologies, Your Highness. I inadvertently overslept and have delayed your plans. Otherwise, she hesitated, contemplating suggesting they part ways, as they were now beyond the confines of the previous location, and a token was no longer required for the journey ahead. However, before she could voice her thoughts, the man turned and walked away. Yan Yan, since you are already out, let us board the carriage. We must reach our destination by tonight. As Jun Yetian had surmised, they indeed arrived at their stronghold that evening. The place was bustling with soldiers, and Luo Qingyan, in her first visit, found everything to be quite fascinating. She gazed around, curiosity etched on her face. Your Highness, is this where you usually reside? It appears rather impressive. Yet, given the crowd, is there sufficient space for everyone? This concern weighed on her mind, but Jun Yetian, standing beside her, smiled reassuringly. You need not worry about such matters. What you see is merely the surface. There is a vast area beyond. Once you have taken some time to rest, I shall show you around. Luo Qingyan shared his sentiment, deciding to stay for a while and then venture towards the northwest, as it was not far, and she could manage the journey with Huaner. Just as she was about to converse further with Jun Yeting, she noticed someone approaching from a distance. However, the figure was not immediately clear. After a moment, the person reached them and suddenly embraced Jun Yeting. Initially, he did not react, perhaps caught off guard. But once he regained his senses, he promptly pushed her away. "What are you doing, Jun? Have you lost your mind?" The girl, referred to as Jun, was taken aback by his harsh tone, her expression turning sour. "I've been waiting for your return, yet you greet me with shouts instead of words. Do you not realize how that hurts me?"
Jun Yeting remained unfazed.
"If you have something to say, you may do so directly. There is no need for such antics. I find them quite distasteful."
Yun put in response.
But her demeanor was not the endearing type, making the sight rather amusing. "Your Highness, how can you speak to me like that? I waited so long for your return. And this is how you treat me?" Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan observed the exchange with keen interest, intrigued by the dynamics unfolding before her. After all, it concerned Jun Yeting, and she had never witnessed such intimacy between him and another woman. "Perhaps you two should converse further. I shall excuse myself to tidy up," she suggested. Upon hearing this, Jun Yeting's expression shifted. He sensed that Luo Qingyan seemed indifferent to the situation. The thought that she did not care about his interactions with other women stirred an unfamiliar discomfort within him. So, as she prepared to leave, he reached out and pulled her back. "Yan, seeing someone clinging to me, should you not assist me in resolving this? Did you not say you had feelings for me? Should you not intervene when you see someone behaving this way towards me?" Luo Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing to herself in astonishment. "Your Highness, are you referring to me? How was I unaware of this?"
Jun Yeting, noticing her incredulity, grasped her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry, Yan.
I understand your reaction is due to shyness. You need not feel embarrassed. Take pride in your feelings." In that moment, Jun Yeting suddenly leaned closer to Luo Qingyan and softly whispered in her ear, Yan, please assist me in making her give up. She must stop pursuing me. I truly do not harbor any feelings for her, yet she persists in believing that I am interested. Regardless of what I say, she remains unconvinced. It is only because she is the child of my master that I hesitate to refuse her too harshly, fearing she may act rashly. Please help me, would you? Hearing this, Luo Qingyan found it difficult to refuse, so she turned to the person before her and spoke. Your Highness is correct. Since you have expressed your disinterest, she should cease her pursuits. Chapter 87. Patience is key. Upon hearing this, Jun became visibly agitated, shouting at the figure before her. I cannot accept this. Do not think I will give up easily. Your Highness, you must understand that I have only ever loved you since childhood. After all this time, do you truly expect me to let go? Why can you not accept me? What is it about me that is lacking? Why can you not even spare me a glance? Jun Yeting replied, Jun, you must not focus all your affections on me. You should realize that I have no interest in you. Look around. There are those who genuinely care for you. Perhaps there is someone among them who is a suitable match for you. The person before him appeared to be on the verge of collapse. But Your Highness, who else is there if not you? I cannot accept that. I want you to love me as I love you. You promised my parents you would take good care of me. You cannot just abandon me. Jun Yeting looked at her resolutely and stated, though I did promise to care for you, my understanding of care differs from yours. My care is akin to that of a brother towards a sister, while your expectations seem to extend far beyond that.
Alice, Yun fervently nodded.
Your Highness, I do not wish to be merely your sister. I desire to be your princess, to be with you. Why do you refuse? Jun Yeting recognized that, at this juncture, it was futile to attempt to change her mind. Thus, he decided that further words would only complicate matters. He took hold of Luo Qingyan and prepared to leave. Seeing Jun Yeting's response, Jun was filled with rage. She rushed forward, attempting to push Luo Qingyan's hand away, but Jun Yeting held her firmly, showing no signs of letting go. Yun, I must inform you that there is no possibility for us. Stop your relentless pursuit. If you have matters to discuss, you may speak to my deputy. He will assist you. There is nothing else to be said. Do not approach me again. I have someone I care for now, and your continued presence could lead to misunderstandings. With this declaration, Jun shot a furious glare at Luo Qingyan before storming off. Once she was gone, Luo Qingyan could not help but ask, "Your Highness, are you certain you do not wish to follow her? What if she does something drastic? She seems quite obsessive." Jun Yeding looked up at her, perplexed. "Yen, if I were to pursue her, would that not trouble you?" Luo Qingyan hesitated, caught between her feelings and the truth. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. "Your Highness, I harbor no feelings regarding this matter. It is your affair, and it does not concern me." Jun Yeding was taken aback by her response, momentarily at a loss for words. He decided it prudent to refrain from further discussion to avoid escalating his frustration. "Very well. Yen. If there is nothing else, please rest. Once you have recuperated, I shall take you out to explore."
Meanwhile, Yun hurriedly sought out Yun Yiting's deputy.
Upon her arrival, Deputy Zhang was visibly excited and rushed to greet her. "Miss Jun, what brings you here? You usually do not frequent this place. Is there something you need?" Jun glanced around, her eyes filled with disdain. However, aware that she needed something from him, she quickly suppressed her expression and replied, "Deputy Zhang, was it not your duty to keep an eye on the prince? To ensure he does not fall under the sway of other women? How could you allow him to return with another woman, especially one so close to him? If you could not fulfill this task, why did you agree to it in the first place? Do you understand how heartbroken I was to see him with someone else?" Hearing her words, Deputy Zhang found himself at a loss for how to respond. He knew she was blaming him, yet this was beyond his control. The prince was his own master. He could associate with whomever he chose. Thus, he looked at her and said, Jun, it's not that I am unwilling to help you, but you must understand. He is the prince. We cannot dictate his actions." Though this was indeed the truth, Jun was unwilling to accept it. She glared at him, raising her voice. "This is unacceptable. If you had been more vigilant and prevented the prince from interacting with other women, this situation would never have arisen. This is all your fault. What am I to do without him? I would rather die." Deputy Zhang, who harbored feelings for her, was taken aback by her words. Alarmed, he reached out to grasp her arm, exclaiming, Jun, do not be anxious, nor should you let such matters weigh heavily upon your heart. Please articulate how I might assist you. I am more than willing to help. Just remain calm, for in my observations, it is evident that he cannot be indifferent towards you. The prince undoubtedly harbors feelings for you. Trust me, wait for a more opportune moment, and then boldly express your sentiments to him. He is sure to acquiesce. Upon hearing these words, the woman before him became visibly agitated. Do not dismiss my concerns. I can discern his feelings towards me, and he does not care for me at all. At this juncture, Vice Commander Zhang gazed at her, hesitating before he spoke. Since you are aware that the prince does not return your affections, it would be prudent to abandon this pursuit. If you do not relinquish it, there are no further options available. The notion of letting Jun release Jun Yiting was utterly out of the question. She would never consent to that. Consequently, upon hearing his words, Jun, in a fit of anger, struck him. I do not wish to hear such things again, for I refuse to give up, no matter the circumstances. There is, however, a feasible solution to consummate our union. Should I engage in an intimate encounter with the prince, he would surely be compelled to marry me, as such circumstances would leave him no choice, would they not, Vice Commander Zhang? Zhang nodded and shook his head in response. Primarily, Jun, you cannot possibly engage in such relations with the prince. You are well aware of this fact. Jun, upon hearing this, became incensed. How can there be no way? There are always means, provided you are willing to assist me. I assure you, I will have an encounter with the prince. Please. Vice Commander, I know you harbor feelings for me. If you truly assist me, I would be more than willing to keep you company. What do you think? Uncertain. He hesitated as he scrutinized her. Are you truly certain about this? Would you genuinely accompany me if I help you? Jun regarded him with a hint of disdain. However, given her current predicament, she found it difficult to outright reject him. Thus, she nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I shall uphold my promises. I will ensure your satisfaction. Now, what say you? Can you acquiesce to my request? Fear not, I would not ask you to engage in any nefarious deeds. I merely wish for you to procure some medicine for me. You are aware that in my current state, I cannot venture out to obtain it myself. Upon hearing this, Zhang was momentarily taken aback, as he was unaware of what specific medicine she required. He gazed at her and inquired, What kind of medicine? Are you unwell, Jun? If there is something wrong, you must tell me immediately. I can take you to see a doctor, or we have military physicians who can examine you. Junjun, exasperated, responded. You need not worry about my condition. I feel perfectly fine. I simply require the medicine to feel even better. Zhang hesitated and then asked, What medicine are you referring to? Where should I go to procure it? If it is available, I can go immediately. Junjun, frustrated with his obliviousness, snapped. Why are you so dense? You do not even know what medicine I need you to buy? It is an aphrodisiac. Do you understand? If so, hurry and fetch it for me. Though he comprehended her request, he was reluctant to procure such an item. Junjun, what do you need such a thing for? You cannot possibly intend to give it to the prince. You must not engage in such actions. If discovered, you would undoubtedly be expelled from the military. Consider the immense effort you have put forth to arrive at this place. If you were to be caught, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, Junjun was incensed. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Simply agree to help me acquire this medicine. If you agree, I shall fulfill my promise to you without delay. In a sudden move, Junjun pulled down her clothing, revealing her delicate shoulder, and began to wink at Zhang. He hesitated, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Finally, he nodded. Very well, I shall assist you. Wait here. I will return swiftly. Remember to await my return. Junjun feigned shyness, nodding, and then quickly lifted her gaze to meet his. Chapter 88. Arrival at the destination. Her demeanor utterly captivated Vice Commander Zhang, rendering him almost spellbound. As he walked, he nearly stumbled. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. The woman he had admired for so long was soon to be his. The mere thought of it nearly made him leap with excitement. On his way, he encountered a close friend who, noticing his exuberance, inquired, Vice Commander Zhang, you appear rather elated. Has something transpired? Zhang, not one to reveal his inner thoughts, simply smiled and shook his head. It is nothing. I merely recalled a rather amusing incident. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. We shall converse later. Upon his departure, Zhang swiftly acquired the desired medicine. Yet, as he prepared to deliver it, he hesitated. Junjun, the outside world has warned that this medicine possesses potent properties. If misused, there may be no remedy. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Do you not fear the prince's wrath? At that moment, Junjun was unconcerned with any consequences. She gazed at him resolutely and stated, Once the deed is done, the prince will have no grounds to blame me. As long as you have brought the medicine, there is no need for you to concern yourself further with this matter. Do not inquire about the specifics of the medication, lest others overhear. Do you understand? Just refrain from asking indiscriminately. Otherwise, should complications arise, the responsibility lies with you. Deputy General Zhang hesitated for a moment, then ultimately nodded at the person before him. Very well. Just exercise caution while handling this matter. We cannot afford any missteps. The only assistance I can offer you is this. Everything else relies on your own efforts. Junjun nodded, assuring him, Rest assured, such matters require no additional instruction. I shall manage them adeptly. With that, she indicated that he should take his leave, as she needed time to ponder the proper usage of the medication. However, Deputy General Zhang was unwilling to let her depart so easily, for he had yet to receive his due reward. Thus, he stepped forward and suddenly pulled Junjun into his embrace. Startled by this abrupt action,
Junjun found herself momentarily speechless.
She had never anticipated that this individual would suddenly seize her like this. In a fit of frustration, she shouted, What are you doing?
Why did you suddenly grab me?
Do you realize that such behavior frightens me? Zhang, upon hearing her words, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He turned to her with a serious demeanor and stated, Junjun, what do you mean by that? Did you not promise that once I procured the medicine for you, you would grant me what I desire? Now that the medicine is in your possession, why have you not fulfilled your end of the bargain? At that moment, it seemed Junjun finally grasped the situation. She moved closer to him and reassured, Deputy General Zhang, do not worry. Since I have made a promise, I shall not deceive you. However, I am feeling unwell today. Could you bear with me for a few more days until I recover? Then I can accompany you. Hearing her words, Zhang found it difficult to press further. He merely nodded in agreement. All right, since you have said so, I shall place my trust in you once more. However, I sincerely hope you will not betray me, especially since I was the one who procured this medicine. If anything should happen to the prince, they will have no leads to follow. It is imperative that you uphold your word. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to confront the prince directly. Realizing that he was threatening her, Jun felt a surge of anger. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, and her fury would not alter it. She had no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. Fearing his potential words to the prince, she replied, "Rest assured, I will come by tomorrow. Please prepare accordingly. But do not speak of this indiscriminately in front of the prince." Upon hearing what he wanted, Zhang became somewhat exhilarated. He looked at her eagerly and exclaimed,
"Then he shall await your arrival tomorrow, Yun Junior."
"I am certain you will not keep me waiting."
Yun, feeling endnu desire to respond negatively, simply nodded.
"Yes, I will certainly come tomorrow." The medicine Zhang had procured for her had taken considerable time and effort, and he was eager to witness her reaction upon receiving it. On the other hand, Jun, upon hearing that the medicine had been found, was overwhelmed with excitement and rushed over immediately. With the medicine in her possession, she knew her desires were within reach. As she grasped the medicine, she began planning her next steps. Meanwhile, Jun Yiting strolled about with Luo Qingyan, showing her the scenic beauty of the area. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would take her out to explore. "Qingyan, what do you think of this place? Isn't it lovely? Would you be willing to live here permanently, even though it tends to be somewhat quiet?" After all, this location was not frequented by many. Yet the most significant aspect was the freedom it offered. Luo Qingyan could certainly sense the freedom in this place, and she found it quite appealing. However, the prospect of residing here indefinitely made her hesitant. When she didn't respond immediately, Jun Yiting felt a hint of disappointment. Yet, he understood that such matters required patience. He believed that one day, she would agree. "Qingyan, there is no rush to answer. Take your time to consider. Once you have made your decision, feel free to let me know." Luo Qingyan nodded, responding, "Your Highness, I will contemplate this matter carefully, and will inform you as soon as I have made my decision." Jun Yiting nodded in return. "All right, Qingyan, let us continue our exploration. I believe there is an event happening outside today. Shall we go and witness the festivities?" Luo Qingyan, unable to refuse the invitation, eagerly nodded. "Your Highness, really? Let us go see what the excitement is all about. I have yet to experience it." Seeing her enthusiasm, Jun Yiting smiled and nodded. "Very well, since you enjoy it, I will take you there. It is nearby, so we shall not be delayed." Luo Qingyan nodded and followed Jun Yiting to the venue. Having never witnessed such festivities before, she was enthralled upon arrival. "So many people. How lively! Your Highness, come quickly. Look at all the beautiful things." Perhaps it had been too long since she had allowed her true nature to flourish. At that moment, Luo Qingyan resembled an exuberant child. She was curious about everything and rushed to examine each spectacle. Unable to contain her excitement, she grabbed his hand and led him to explore another direction. "Your Highness, hurry. Let us see if there are more wonderful things over there." This place was bustling, as it hosted a market that gathered only once every few months, attracting a considerable crowd. Typically, people bought a multitude of goods to store at home. As she called him Your Highness, Jun Yiting gently pulled her back and said, "Qingyan, it would be better for you to call me by name. After all, this place is rather crowded and chaotic. We must avoid any potential mishaps." Upon hearing the words spoken by the person before her, Luo Qingyan found herself in agreement, nodding slightly in response. However, at that moment, as she attempted to call out his name for the first time, she felt a pang of hesitation. She was uncertain how to address him properly, leading to a prolonged moment of indecision before finally speaking up. "How about I call you Yiting? Does that sound acceptable?" Jun Yiting, though unsure if it was merely his imagination, felt that the way the little woman pronounced his name was exquisitely melodious. When others called him, he never experienced such a sensation. Yet, when she spoke his name, it resonated within him. Thus, he responded with a confident nod, "Of course. It is delightful to hear you call me that, Yan. From now on, you may address me as such. We have known each other for quite some time. There is no need for formality. Whether in private or public, you may call my name freely. I appreciate it." Observing the earnest expression on his face, Luo Qingyan ultimately nodded in agreement. Jun had already changed into her attire and prepared to arrive at Jun Yiting's location for their endeavor. However, she was taken aback upon discovering that he was nowhere to be found. "What is happening? Why is the prince not here at this hour? This is quite unusual. He is typically occupied with affairs at this time." Although the bystanders were aware of his whereabouts, they remained tight-lipped, respecting the prince's privacy. Regardless of her inquiries, they remained silent. "Are you all mute? Did you not hear my question? Where has the prince gone?" Why is he not present? If you do not provide me with answers, I will ensure he addresses you when he returns. You all know he listens to me." As Jun uttered these words, she fixed her gaze intently on them, causing the individuals before her to grow anxious under her scrutiny. "Do not speak recklessly in front of the prince. I have not wronged you. We are not privy to the prince's whereabouts. You might inquire with others who may know. If we were aware, we would certainly inform you." In the end, Jun shot them a glare, conceding, "Very well, if that is how you wish to proceed, do not blame me later. I will ensure you are treated accordingly." Perhaps it was her piercing gaze that unsettled them. After exchanging glances, they finally spoke up.
"Miss Yun,
We suddenly recalled that the prince mentioned there was an event outside today. He likely took Miss Luo to see it. I vaguely remember seeing them leave. Upon receiving this information, Jun felt a surge of anger. She could not fathom why Jun Yiting was so favorably inclined toward a woman. This situation felt deeply unsettling, leading her to suspect that he might have developed feelings for Luo Qingyan. If that were the case, she would be left with nothing. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to seek them out, determined to bring him back. Why should Luo Qingyan enjoy such fortune, being taken out by the prince, while she, who had been by his side for years, had never experienced such an invitation? The moment she learned that Jun Yiting was out with Luo Qingyan, a wild idea surged through her mind. She believed that this woman must be dealt with. Failure to do so could bring calamity. Thus, she devised a frantic plan, waiting all day for Luo Qingyan's return. When Luo Qingyan finally arrived, she approached them with excitement. "Prince, Sister Luo, are you back? How was your outing? Did you enjoy yourselves?" "Prince, how could you go out without taking Jun? It truly breaks my heart." Upon hearing her words, Jun Yiting furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why she continually appeared before him. Previously, he had not found her presence bothersome, but now it was becoming increasingly irritating. "Why are you always here? If you have nothing to do, find something else to occupy yourself with. I do not appreciate your lingering." Jun struggled to suppress her expression but quickly composed herself. "Prince, how can you say that? I have come to apologize for my past misdeeds. I have prepared food for you inside, as my gesture of contrition. Prince, Sister Luo, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. Please forgive my youthful folly. I assure you it will not happen again. If you choose to forgive me, please stay and share a meal. If not, you are free to leave." Seeing her earnest demeanor, Luo Qingyan glanced at her and eventually nodded in agreement. However, she turned to the prince, seeking his opinion. "Prince, what do you think?" "I will abide by your decision." Jun Yiting had no objections, so he nodded in acquiescence. "Very well. Since she has expressed her sincerity, I trust she will not cause any further trouble. After your lengthy outing, you must be hungry. Let us dine now." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan nodded, and the two took their seats to begin their meal. Before they could enjoy much, Jun initiated a toast. "I have always been grateful to the prince. Had it not been for your presence in my life, I might not have been here today.
So,
I raise this glass to you. My deepest thanks, Prince." With her words, Jun Yiting had no choice but to accept the toast and drink. At this moment, Jun showed no intention of stopping. After raising a toast, she promptly filled her glass once more and presented it before Luo Qingyan, speaking earnestly. "Sister Luo, since your arrival, I have constantly opposed you, and I sincerely apologize for that. Rest assured, I have come to terms with this matter and shall refrain from any further actions against you. If you could find it in your heart to forgive me, let us share a drink." Luo Qingyan glanced at the glass before her and immediately shook her head. "I appreciate the gesture, but I must decline. Alcohol is not something I indulge in, as I lack the ability to handle it. I can enjoy other beverages, but this wine is beyond my capacity. Besides, should I accidentally become intoxicated, it would lead to complications." Upon hearing this, Jun's demeanor shifted to one of discontent. She looked at Luo Qingyan with a smile and insisted, "In our circle, it is customary to drink during apologies. If one accepts the drink, it signifies that the apology is accepted. If you refuse, does it not imply that you are unwilling to forgive me? The alcohol is not particularly strong. A small sip will not harm you, and even if you were to become a bit tipsy, the prince is here and will ensure your safe return. There is nothing to worry about." Seeing the matter laid out so plainly, Luo Qingyan hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. However, before she could take a sip, someone beside her reached for the glass. "I shall drink for Yan. Since she cannot handle alcohol, it is better that I take her place." Junjun's goal was to have both of them drink, so when she heard Jun Yiting's intention to drink alone, she quickly interjected, "Your Highness, you cannot do that. I must disagree. Sister Luo has already stated she can drink, so please do not interfere." At that moment, Jun Yiting paused, about to voice a response, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and his surroundings became hazy. What is happening? Why do I feel so strange? He thought to himself, but did not voice it aloud. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely because he kept his thoughts to himself that the petite woman before him finished her drink. Perhaps due to her frail constitution, the instant Luo Qingyan downed the wine, a wave of heat enveloped her, leaving her bewildered. Initially, she attributed her flushed face to the alcohol, but as the warmth surged through her, she realized that this situation was far more complex than she had imagined.
Consequently,
she stood abruptly, intending to leave. "I just remembered, I have something urgent to attend to. I must return immediately, otherwise it will be too late." As she spoke, she stood up, but perhaps due to her unsteadiness or the effects of the drink, she stumbled and fell. Luo Qingyan locked eyes with Junjun and exclaimed, "What have you put in our food? Why are we in this state?" Junjun would not disclose the truth. Instead, she countered defensively, "Sister Luo, you must have misunderstood me. How could I possibly tamper with your food? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. You are simply feeling unwell from overeating." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan nearly struck Junjun, for her words were exceedingly irksome. However, her strength was waning. In her disoriented state, she glanced at the now unconscious Jun Yiting, panic rising within her. "What have you done to him? Why has he suddenly collapsed? What did you give him? Why do I feel so feverish?" Surely, the wine could not solely be responsible for this. At Junjun's laughter, she replied, "I merely added a little something to your drink. Given your reaction, it seems you cannot handle it. Fear not, I shall take you to a place I have prepared for you. You will soon feel better." Luo Qingyan attempted to resist, but her body felt weak and unresponsive. She struggled, but to no avail, ultimately compelled to follow Junjun. It felt as if something was consuming her senses. Her awareness began to fade, leaving her in a fog as she trailed behind Junjun. What Junjun failed to notice was that the man who had previously collapsed was now upright. Jun Yiting, witnessing the two women ahead, did not hesitate and followed closely. He soon found them arriving at Junjun's residence, where it was evident that others were present, as she knocked on the door. After a few raps, someone inside opened it. "Well, I have brought her here. Hurry up. The deed is done. She will undoubtedly be with you soon. I must return now, as something seems off with His Highness. I need to investigate." Upon hearing this, the man nodded and allowed Junjun to depart, taking it upon himself to assist Luo Qingyan inside. However, as he entered, he was startled by an unexpected presence, leaving him utterly bewildered. He was terrified, not knowing where this person had come from, as he had not seen them approach. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood he was doomed. This was none other than their prince, and he had brought the prince's woman here, intending something untoward. The prince would surely not spare him for this transgression. In a panic, he pushed the woman forward and dropped to his knees before Jun Yiting. "Your Highness, I apologize deeply. This matter is entirely my fault. I have erred, and I implore your forgiveness. I am acutely aware that my actions were misguided. Please, Your Highness, I shall deliver the individual before you at once." The person in question was originally brought here by Junjun. He is merely a stable hand, unremarkable in appearance, with his face marred by unsightly, discolored blemishes. The sheer number of these imperfections renders him rather repulsive. When Junjun approached him with the proposition of arranging a woman for him, he was genuinely moved. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this situation would culminate in such a dire outcome. Now, he is engulfed by fear, terrified of what the person before him might do. In this moment, his only recourse is to plead for mercy, hoping desperately that he might be spared. Regrettably, at this juncture, Jun Yiting has no intention of granting him leniency. "Pray tell, what did she say to you? What inducements did she offer that led you to consent to this arrangement?" The man before him, now thoroughly intimidated, realizes that clarifying the situation is of utmost importance. He is genuinely afraid for his life, apprehensive that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 90. Together at last, in her final struggle, Luo Qingyan mustered every ounce of strength to break free from Jun Yiting's grasp, leaning against his hand and gasping for breath. Her discomfort is evident in her demeanor. Observing her reaction, Jun Ting instinctively enveloped her in his embrace. Yan, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? At that moment, Luo Qingyan lifted her head to regard him and shot him a glare. Once she regained her composure, she spoke slowly. You are being excessively unreasonable. I've been struggling, desperately wishing for you to release me. I can scarcely endure it any longer. Why do you persist in holding me? Do you not realize that I nearly suffocated? Upon hearing her words, Jun Ting immediately reached out to pat her back, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. As Luo Qingyan, already feeling unwell, received his gentle touch, the heat within her body surged. Unable to contain herself, she returned his embrace, burying her head in his chest. Your Highness, I feel ill again. I beg you, assist me. Jun Ting, wary of Luo Qingyan mistaking him for someone else, paused before proceeding further. Yan, do you know who I am? Do you recognize this prince? Luo Qingyan, overwhelmed by her discomfort, found the ongoing inquiries to be rather vexing. I know who you are. You are the war prince, Jun Ting. Enough already. I am unwell, please help me. At that moment, Jun Ting could no longer restrain himself. Hearing her affirmation unleashed a torrent of conflicting emotions within him, causing his breaths to become erratic. In this instance, Luo Qingyan surrendered to his embrace, allowing him to act. Eventually, she sensed that the effects of the medicine had nearly worn off, and she felt she could manage without it. She attempted to tap Jun Ting, hoping he would release her, but he held her steadfastly. Yan, my dear. You are finally mine, he declared, his astonishment palpable as he processed the reality of her acceptance. Overcome with excitement, he could scarcely articulate his feelings, ultimately pulling her even closer. As for Luo Qingyan, she became hazy about the events that unfolded thereafter. When she awoke the following morning, she was utterly bewildered, having no recollection of what transpired. She intended to rise but was immediately beset by aches and pains, rendering it impossible to get up. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, struggling to find words to describe her tumultuous emotions. After much effort, she finally managed to rise. Just as she prepared to act, she noticed someone entering the room. It was heirs, who rushed to her side, exclaiming, Miss, how could you have? With the prince? What on earth happened? Did he force you? Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for you to engage in such relations with him. Hearing this, Luo Qingyan recalled that the events from last night seemed to have been initiated by her own volition. The realization filled her with acute embarrassment, as it was indeed her own initiative that led to the situation. Heirs, where is he? Is he not here now?
Heirs nodded.
Yes, miss. The prince left early this morning. He saw you still asleep and instructed me not to awaken you, allowing you to rest. Luo Qingyan felt a surge of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed heirs. We must prepare to leave at once. Given what has transpired, I am uncertain how to face the prince. We cannot remain here any longer. Upon hearing this, heirs hesitated before looking at Luo Qingyan. Miss, isn't it quite pleasant to stay here? Did you not express a desire to remain for a while before returning? Why the sudden change of heart? Must we truly depart immediately? Luo Qingyan, observing the incredulity etched on heirs' face, nodded firmly. Yes, we must leave. We cannot linger here any longer. Please gather our belongings so we can vacate this place without delay.
Seeing her resolve, heirs conceded.
Very well, Mississippi. I shall promptly pack our things so we can leave. Though the notion of departure seemed simple, Luo Qingyan had not anticipated that before they could escape, someone would pursue them. As she faced the furious figure before her, she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Your Highness, why do you appear here now? If you have matters to attend to, please tend to them. We can manage here at our own pace. As Jun Ting advanced towards her, Luo Qingyan instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Your Highness, please do not regard me with such intensity. It is quite unsettling. At that moment, Jun Ting suddenly let out a cold laugh. How terrifying. Is it truly frightening to you after having consumed everything and then fled? Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingyan felt increasingly embarrassed, primarily because the individual before her spoke a harsh truth. She had indeed taken everything and then sneaked away without a word of explanation. At that moment, Jun Ting continued to gaze intently at Luo Qingyan, causing her to feel a profound sense of discomfort. Your Highness, might you refrain from staring at me in such a manner? If you have something to say, please do so directly. Your gaze leaves me utterly at a loss on how to face you, she implored.
Observing her flusterede miner, Yun Yiting finally approached Luo Qingyan.
Taking her hand in his, with a serious expression, he inquired, "Can you tell me why you suddenly chose to leave this place? Was it due to what transpired last night that prompted your departure? You have left me in such a state. Do you not feel any responsibility towards me? You are the only woman I have ever known, and you have tarnished my innocence. You cannot simply abandon me like this." Listening to his shameless words, Luo Qingyan opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for a suitable response. She suddenly realized that there was a kernel of truth in his words. Last night, it was she who had initiated the encounter and pulled down his garments. If anyone were to bear the responsibility, it indeed fell upon her. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, "Your Highness, allow me to explain this matter. There has been a misunderstanding. The situation last night was unforeseen, and I implore you to consider it as though nothing had occurred. I assure you that I will leave this place and will not appear before you again. In doing so, you will surely forget this incident quickly." Upon hearing her words, Jun Yiting's expression darkened further. He had no desire to engage in further conversation with the woman before him. He swiftly moved beside Luo Qingyan, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and turning back in the direction they had come from. Luo Qingyan struggled fiercely, unwilling to return with him. But her strength was no match for his. Just as she prepared to resist again, she felt him deliver several light taps to her backside, igniting her embarrassment. Jun Yiting looked at her and said, "At this moment, you must return with me. Should you refuse, I cannot guarantee what might happen next. We have come with many people, and taking you back will be a simple task. Thus, it would be wise for you to accompany us now. Otherwise, I cannot assure you of your safety." Though Luo Qingyan wished to resist, the intensity of his gaze made it clear that returning with him was unavoidable. With no other option, she nodded and replied, "Your Highness, since you insist, I shall return with you. However, I hope that upon our return, you will consider this matter as if nothing has transpired. Let us pretend everything is as it was before. If not, I kindly request to be released." Yun Yiting, without hesitation, responded, "You need not dwell on that. I will not allow you to leave. You must remain by my side. Rest assured. I will ensure that you are treated as my princess and will not be wronged." Luo Qingyan felt trapped, unable to refuse him. Ultimately, she could only nod in agreement. "Very well, Your Highness. Since you have stated it thus, let us return. However, we shall discuss the matter of being a princess later." Upon arriving at their destination, before she could fully grasp the situation, Jun Yiting lifted her effortlessly and carried her into the inner chambers. He placed her gently onto the bed, and feeling the strangeness of his actions, she instinctively began to struggle. "Your Highness, what are you doing? Please do not act this way. If you persist, I will truly become upset. What occurred last night was merely an accident. I was under the influence of a drug, which led to that situation. I hope you can forget about it, and we can pretend as though nothing happened."
Hearing her plea, Yun Yiting coldly scoffed.
"How could I forget such an event after it has transpired? Yen, do you truly have no interest in me? Is that why you are unwilling to become my princess?" Caught off guard by his sudden shift, Luo Qingyan found herself at a loss for words. Unsure of her own feelings towards him, it was a sensation she struggled to articulate, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she finally replied, "Your Highness, I am uncertain about my feelings for you. If I were to say I like you, perhaps that is true, considering how well you treat me. However, we cannot be together. You must understand." Before she could finish, he interrupted, "Your past is your own affair and bears no relation to me. I do not mind. What matters is that I desire you for who you are, regardless of your past.
Now,
I ask you plainly, will you accept my proposal to be my princess? I genuinely care for you, and should you agree, I will take care of everything that follows." Luo Qingyan knew she could not agree, so she sought to buy time. "Your Highness, please grant me some time to consider. I will inform you once I have made up my mind." Jun Yiting fixed his gaze upon her, studying her intently for a long moment. "Very well. If you require time, I shall grant you 3 days to consider. Once you have made your decision, we can proceed with arrangements." Luo Qingyan nodded, preparing to depart. But at that moment, Jun Yiting slowly leaned in closer, wrapping his arms around her and placing a warm kiss upon her forehead. After feeling it, Luo Qingyan's face turned crimson, enveloped in a wave of embarrassment that left her momentarily at a loss for how to react. It took her a considerable amount of time to regain her senses, after which she swiftly pushed the person before her away and fled outside. At that moment, her entire face felt ablaze, overwhelmed by heat. Once she escaped, Jun Yeding stood behind, staring blankly at the retreating figure of the petite woman. He yearned for the success of his desires. Otherwise, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Upon returning to her residence, she found Huaner waiting anxiously. The moment she laid eyes on Luo Qingyan, Huaner rushed over and embraced her tightly. After scrutinizing her carefully and ensuring she was unharmed, Huaner finally felt a sense of relief. "Miss, how do you feel? Did Wang Yan do anything to you? Given the current situation, what should we do next? Do we still leave here? Will we head to the northwest?" Luo Qingyan, upon hearing Huanyi's questions, nodded affirmatively. "We must return. However, it will take time. We need to plan meticulously to find a suitable way back. Otherwise, considering our current predicament, returning seems impossible. We must devise a better strategy to ensure that the prince's men do not track us down. Ideally, we should find a bustling place. That way, if we leave, it will be difficult for them to locate us." At Huaner's words, she nodded in agreement and pondered the complexity of finding assistance. Meanwhile, Jun was lost in a dream, envisioning her marriage to Jun Yeding. However, for reasons unknown, she suddenly awoke with a start, gasping in fright. In a swift motion, she kicked out at him, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you here? What have you done to me? Aren't you supposed to be with Luo Qingyan? What have you done?" Faced with this situation, Jun was on the brink of a breakdown, unable to articulate her overwhelming feelings. In sheer desperation, she kicked the man before her, knocking him to the ground, and began shouting, "Get out! Leave this place at once. If you remain here, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Depart immediately, or I will ensure your feet are broken, rendering you incapable of such vile actions. It is because of you that my virtue is compromised. How can I ever be worthy of the prince?" The man chuckled at her declaration.
"Miss Yun, listen carefully.
"Wasn't it you who was clinging to me? Had you not approached me, I would not have acted against you. This matter is not my fault. It is your own doing." Jun, unable to accept this reasoning, protested vehemently, "No. This is undeniably your fault. You have wronged me, and you must pay with your life. I will report this to the prince. You will not survive the repercussions." The man, unperturbed, replied, "You think I am unaware of my actions? You should know exactly what you have done. It was because the prince discovered your deeds that we are in this predicament. Now, you must face his wrath. If you believe he will aid you, you are sorely mistaken."
Junes was crumbled at these words.
"No, it cannot be true. The prince cannot possibly know of my actions. It is impossible." She shook her head vigorously, terrified of the potential consequences. "You know well that the prince will seek you out. You must prepare yourself. I must depart this place because of you. Otherwise, I would not need to leave my position as a stableman."
Hearing this, Yun felt no remorse.
She retorted, "You agreed to this arrangement from the start. And you owe me money. You cannot blame me for your predicament. I have been sullied by you. Should I feel grateful? Do you not wish to leave this place? Now is your chance. Otherwise, I cannot predict what I might do." Chapter 92. The goal achieved. After hearing her words, the man hesitated but ultimately left. Deep down, he realized that failing to depart promptly would lead to dire consequences when the prince returned. Indeed, Jun Yeding recalled this matter and summoned Jun before him. At that moment, she could hardly face him. Jun Yeding, observing her distress, inquired, "I ask you, why did you resort to such actions? Had it not been for you, I would not be in this awkward position. Tell me, what is it you truly desire?"
Looking at Jun Yeding, Junes spoke with admiration.
"Your Highness,
do you not know why I acted thus?
I have long harbored feelings for you, yet you have never even glanced my way. I resorted to this desperate measure because I felt there was no other option." Jun Yeding gazed at her, responding, "I have made my feelings clear. I have never held any affection for you, yet you remain obstinately deluded." Upon hearing this, Jun suddenly burst into laughter. The affection that the lady held for the prince was nothing but a delusion, a realization that left her in fits of laughter. Alas! Her sincere feelings had always been inconsequential in the eyes of the prince. At that moment, Jun Yeding found no desire to engage further with the individual before him. Casting a glance at the person, he addressed those beside him, commanding, "Take her away. For her misdeeds, she must face the consequences. I can no longer extend my mercy." Upon hearing these words, Jun crumbled.
Why?
Why must the prince treat me this way? My feelings stemmed solely from my affection for him, yet he refuses to acknowledge my devotion. Is that woman truly so admirable that she warrants such treatment? Why can't he spare a fraction of the words he bestows upon her for me? Jun Yeting regarded the individual before him with unwavering resolve, stating, I shall never acquiesce to such matters. Remove her at once. Her presence can no longer impede these proceedings. If she remains, we cannot continue. Soon, the Lantern Festival arrived, and Luo Qingyan had commenced her preparations early that day. Once she completed her adornment, she made her way to where Jun Yeting was. He was engaged in discussions, leaving her to wait outside. After an extended period, someone finally informed him, Your Highness, Miss Luo has been waiting for quite some time. Would you like her to come in? Jun Yeting, upon hearing this, sprang to his feet, glaring at the messenger. She has been here for so long, and you did not inform me sooner? Why let her wait outside? The attendant, witnessing the prince's fury, hastened to explain, Your Highness, I saw you engrossed in conversation and deemed it best not to disturb you. Miss Luo herself indicated she would wait for you. Jun Yeting's irritation surged further. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and invite her in. Luo Qingyan had never proactively sought him out, and in that moment, Jun Yeting felt a surge of anticipation. He was oblivious to the reason behind her visit. Upon her entrance, she instantly captivated him. Her meticulous preparation rendered her utterly enchanting. At that moment, Jun Yeting rose and approached her, reaching out as if to embrace her. However, Luo Qingyan instinctively recoiled at his outstretched hand. Observing her retreat, he inquired, Yan, what brings you here? Have you pondered the matter I proposed? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyan shook her head. Your Highness, we have yet to truly understand one another. How can we ascertain compatibility without meaningful interaction? Jun Yeting, fully attentive to her words, nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. How shall we get to know one another better? Slowly, Luo Qingyan stepped closer and suggested, Your Highness, I've heard there is a lantern festival. Would you accompany me to see it? We could better understand each other in the process. Although Jun Yeting typically shunned crowded places, he reflected on her invitation and ultimately consented. Since you have expressed such a desire, I shall accompany you to witness it. What say you? With her aim achieved, Luo Qingyan beamed at him. Very well, Your Highness. Do you need to prepare anything? Once you are ready, we can depart. Jun Yeting, finding no preparations necessary, replied, I need not prepare anything. I am ready to accompany you. You may want to check if you need to bring anything. Luo Qingyan only required her attendant, so she briefly instructed her before returning to fetch her. Upon seeing her attendant, she promptly conveyed, You are aware of the plan, correct? We shall disperse at the west gate and regroup at the south gate. Once everything is arranged, we can depart. Remember to act swiftly and change into our prepared attire. This will facilitate our arrangements. You will wait for me there, and I will arrive as quickly as possible. The attendant nodded, assuring her, Do not worry, Mississippi. I have committed everything to memory. We will surely leave this place. Luo Qingyan agreed, eager to escape, for she dreaded facing Jun Yeting again. The thought of marrying him seemed ludicrous. Thus, the best course was to depart. Jun Yeting himself felt an inexplicable restlessness since the day began, which eased somewhat with Luo Qingyan's arrival. Observing her retreating figure, he promptly chased after her. Meanwhile, in the capital, Jun Anchen had been searching for Luo Qingyan for quite some time, yet he could not locate her. He had taken Zhang Jiaji and Luo Yanyan captive, hoping to extract information about Luo Qingyan's whereabouts. However, they remained resolute in their silence. Frustration consumed him as he realized the depth of his regret. He had taken Luo Qingyan for granted when she was by his side, and now, having lost her, he yearned for her presence. With no means to find her, he unleashed his pent-up frustration on Zhang Jiaji and Luo Yanyan, venting his anger upon them. It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, she certainly would not have left me. Luo Jiaojiao and her companions have been subjected to relentless beatings during this period, and now, they feel utterly numb. They understand that at this moment, regardless of how they struggle, this individual before them will not relent. Although Zhang Jiaji has not been physically harmed, she has endured her own torment during this time. Regret washes over her. Had she known she would face such circumstances upon her return, she would never have followed this man back. Suddenly, she clutches her abdomen and cries out, Your Highness, I am in pain. Please allow me to see the physician. If not, the child within me may not survive. Upon hearing her plea, Jun Anshin hesitates, then gazes at her. Noticing her pallor, he slowly responds, "Very well. If you are unwell, I shall summon the physician at once." At that moment, an unsettling premonition surges within Zhang Jiaji as she senses something trickling down her legs. Fear grips her. She cannot bear the thought of her child being harmed. This child is her only hope, and should anything happen, she knows that Jun Anshin would not spare her. Thus, she cries out desperately, "Your Highness, please hurry and call the physician. This child is your firstborn. If anything happens, it will surely cause you great sorrow." Jun Anshin notices the blood seeping between Zhang Jiaji's legs, and he is taken aback, realizing the severity of the situation. Panic ensues, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with uncertainty. Luo Jiaojiao, too, is rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the gravity of this unprecedented event. After a while, as the blood continues to flow, Jun Anshin finally reacts, rushing outside while shouting for the physician to come and assess the situation. When the physician arrives, Zhang Jiaji has collapsed and cannot rise. The physician, observing the scene, senses something is amiss. What has transpired? Why is this happening? You all knew that the position of Zhang Concubine's child was precarious. What have you done to her? Or what have you allowed her to do? Otherwise, she would not be in this condition. Jun Anshin, frustrated by the physician's ramblings, demands, "Enough of your chatter. Tell me directly, what is her condition? Is the child still alive? Can we save it? Please, do not waste time with irrelevant details. The outcome is grim. Zhang Jiaji's child cannot be saved. Your Highness, I am sorry. The child within her is no longer moving. It appears there is no hope. The best course of action is to expel the child to mitigate any harm to the concubine's health." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji's eyes widen in disbelief. "That cannot be. You, physician, must be mistaken. My child is perfectly well inside me. This is the first child of the prince. It cannot possibly be lost." As she weeps uncontrollably, Jun Anshin remains unmoved. Ever since Luo Qingyan departed, his life has been a dismal affair. He believes that it was this very child that soured their relationship. Upon hearing of the child's demise, an unexpected relief washes over him.
Zhang Jiaji klotses Jun Anken.
Crying out, "Your Highness, why has our child been taken from us?" Initially, he attempts to console her, but as her cries persist, his patience wanes. "The loss of the child is your own fault. You were careless. Whom can you blame? I advise you to focus on your recovery. There may be opportunities for more children in the future." Zhang Jiaji had resolved to seek comfort from Jun Anshin during this time, but the following day, she awakens to the news that he has left the residence, taking numerous belongings with him for an extended absence. Furious, she inquires about his destination, but the maid hesitates, unsure if she should disclose the information. Noticing the maid's reluctance only fuels Zhang Jiaji's anger.
"Speak.
If you withhold information, I will find others to inquire, and I will hold you accountable for your deceit." Upon hearing those words, the maid in front of her grew anxious. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke to the person before her. "Your Highness, it appears that the prince has located the princess, and he wishes to seek her out." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaji was infuriated, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan had already taken Huanu and discreetly departed from that place. Amidst the bustling activity, it was easy for her to slip away unnoticed, and Jun Yetian could only assume she had been lost in the crowd. What he did not realize was that she had already left with Huaner. By the time he reacted and sought her out, it was too late, as finding her would prove impossible. Eventually, one of the attendants serving Luo Qingyan spoke up, "Your Highness, please do not worry. I might know where Miss Luo has gone. I overheard her mentioning something about going to the northwest, but I refrained from asking further for fear of raising her suspicions." Upon hearing this, Jun Yetian was quite pleased. "Very well. If I can truly find her, you shall be amply rewarded." The northwest was indeed a great distance away, and not long after setting off, Luo Qingyan began to feel unwell. Initially, she brushed it off, but as time passed, her nausea became unbearable. Ultimately, Huaner sought assistance to check on her condition. The moment they received the diagnosis, Luo Qingyan was taken aback. "Am I pregnant? How could this be? Why was I unaware of this? What on earth is happening?" Though she initially contemplated terminating the pregnancy, Huaner persuaded her otherwise. "Miss, let us consider this as gaining another family member. What harm could it bring? Since the child is already on the way, we should embrace their presence. Rest assured, I will care for them diligently. Hearing these words, Luo Qingyan hesitated but ultimately agreed to keep the child. The two spent nearly 2 months traveling to the northwest. Upon their arrival, Luo Qingyan felt momentarily lost as to where to go. Fortunately, Huaner had lived in that area during her childhood, and together they managed to find their way. After several days of searching, they finally returned. Master, mistress, we have returned. Do you still remember this young lady? The old master and mistress, who had only one daughter, had intended for her to remain with them for companionship. They never anticipated she would venture so far away, nor did they expect to lose contact with her entirely after her departure. This reality weighed heavily on them, but as time passed, they gradually came to terms with it. The old master had already accepted that his daughter was lost. At that moment, he gazed at Luo Qingyan, unsure of what to say. He embraced her gently, patting her back, and spoke softly, "It is sufficient that you have returned. We are all happy to have you back. How long can you stay with us? Must you return?" Upon seeing the eager expressions on her grandparents' faces, Luo Qingyan smiled brightly. "Grandfather, grandmother, I will not be leaving again. I will stay here with you." The two elders' eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? You will remain here and not leave again?" Luo Qingyan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I will never leave again. I will always be here with you." This revelation filled them with joy. The old master was so overcome that tears welled up in his eyes, which he discreetly wiped away. "Excellent. Then stay, and I shall have you prepare your mother's old room. You may reside there. It retains all the original furnishings. What do you think?" Luo Qingyan had no objections and nodded in agreement. During dinner, the old mistress continuously urged Luo Qingyan to eat more. "Yan, you are too thin. You must eat more. Hurry and finish this meat to gain some weight." However, the moment Luo Qingyan caught a whiff of the meat, she could not hold back and rushed to the side to vomit.
Ugh.
The old master, witnessing this, assumed it was merely a case of her adjusting to the new environment. He reassured her, "Yan, it seems you are experiencing some discomfort from the change in surroundings. Do not worry, you will adapt after some time." However, the old mistress sensed something unusual. After a moment's hesitation, she questioned Luo Qingyan, "Yan, you do not appear well. Are you pregnant?" The old master immediately retorted, "How could that be, my dear? Our Yan is not yet married. It is impossible for her to be with child." The old mistress remained silent, fixating her gaze on Luo Qingyan until she finally nodded. "Grandmother, I am indeed expecting a child, but I prefer not to discuss the circumstances. Is that acceptable? I wish to keep the child and consider them a new family member. If you disapprove, I can stay for a few days to keep you company before leaving with the child, ensuring no gossip reaches you." Upon hearing this, the old mistress embraced her tightly and exclaimed, "Yan, we do not care about such matters. The fact that you wish to stay with us brings us great joy. How could we let you leave? Although we are unsure of the situation, it is evident that you cherish this child. If you wish to keep them, we shall raise them together." Luo Qingyan gazed at her supportive family, nearly moved to tears. Fortunately, the old mistress was there to comfort her, gently patting her back. "It will be all right, Yan. We will manage, and the child will be well taken care of." Life continued in a steady rhythm. Initially, no one raised any concerns, but eventually, whispers began to circulate. The Song family remained unfazed, yet Huanu's childhood companion was not as indifferent. "Huaner, there is something I have not disclosed. Given your lengthy absence, I was uncertain of your return, so shortly after you left, my mother arranged for my marriage. I know you must still have feelings for me, but you can no longer be my rightful wife. If you are willing to be my concubine, I shall immediately arrange the rights for it. What do you think? Given your affection for me, surely you would agree, wouldn't you?" Upon hearing these words, Huaner could not help but burst into laughter. Those lacking wealth found it peculiar to witness such an unexpected display of mirth. "What is the matter? Why are you laughing so? Your laughter is quite terrifying. What is the reason behind it? Do you agree to my proposition? Rest assured, I shall treat you well." Huaner, unable to contain her laughter, retorted, "I am afraid I cannot acquiesce to any of your requests. This matter is non-negotiable, and furthermore, I have severed ties with you. I hope you will refrain from seeking me out in the future. I have no desire to see you again. You should focus on living a good life with your wife and abandon any other fanciful thoughts. I will not be with you again." Upon hearing these words, The man before her grew anxious. But you are of a considerable age. If you do not choose to be with me, who would want you? Chapter 96. The end of his children. At that moment, Juana was infuriated by the man's words, yet she felt powerless to act. Beside her, Luo Qingyan, who had been listening intently, also felt a surge of anger. She stood up and shouted at the man. Do you think you are so remarkable? Why must Juana marry you? Let me tell you, many admire her, and you are not worthy of her at all. You had better not come here again. If you persist, do not blame me for being unkind. The man, unfazed by Luo Qingyan's words, replied, You think you can intimidate me? Your family holds no power here. Do you believe you can contend with me?
You are simply deluding yourselves.
If I truly wished to marry her, you would be powerless to stop me. Juana, just wait. With my current capabilities, marrying a mere servant like you is a trivial matter. Just wait and see. I will ensure you have no choice but to comply and become my concubine. Especially you, the woman rumored to be with child and who secretly returned. Is that not so? Do not worry. Considering your beauty, I shall not mind your having a child with another man. You may enter the household. And once the child is born, you can send it away and live with me. Rest assured, with your beauty, I shall never mistreat you. Juana could no longer listen. She looked at the man before her and slapped him. Zhang Tianyu, how shameless can you be? How could you utter such words? Did you not feel any shame in saying this? Zhang Tianyu showed no remorse as he looked at the two women before him, imagining the happiness of taking them home. Yet, after being struck, he felt disgruntled, never expecting anyone would dare to hit him. Juana, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me? Do you not understand the consequences of your actions? Juana glanced at Luo Qingyan and then at her slightly protruding belly. She thought it best to avoid further conflict. So she turned to the man and said, Zhang Tianyu, my hitting you was a mistake, and I apologize. However, it is time for us to return. We cannot linger here listening to your words. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Zhang Tianyu did not object. He would have his chance to act soon enough. The following morning, Luo Qingyan was awakened by the commotion outside. She wondered why it was so noisy at that hour. Juana, who usually shared a room with her, had already risen. Juana, what is happening outside? Why is it suddenly so lively? It seems as though many people have come here. Juana, just awake herself, was also unaware. Miss, I do not know. Perhaps I could assist you in getting ready. And then we can go outside to see what is happening. What do you think? Luo Qingyan had no objections. After a brief preparation, the two stepped outside, only to be met with the sight of Zhang Tianyu, which incensed them. Juana rushed forward and shouted, Zhang Tianyu, what are you doing here? Have you no shame? We have expressed our disinterest. Why do you persist? Zhang Tianyu produced a token he had received from Juana during her childhood, holding it up for the crowd to see. He declared, Look, this is the token of affection she gave me when she left. Now that she has returned, I wish to honor my promise. But it seems she does not consent. If she does not agree, why did she make such a promise? Is she toying with me? Upon hearing this, the crowd urged Juana, Miss, he is so sincere. Why do you refuse? We all support your union. You can trust us. He will treat you well. Juana would not agree. Firmly, she replied, I am sorry, but I do not harbor any feelings for you. Our prior discussions were mere childhood fantasies and should not be taken seriously. Moreover, you are married. What more do you want? How can you be so shameless? You should understand that the disparity between us is vast. You seek to marry me, yet you are not worthy. Zhang Tianyu was furious upon hearing this. How am I not worthy? Am I unworthy of you? Given your current situation, no one would wish to marry you. I am willing to marry you, and you should be grateful for that. I will ask you one last time. Do you truly not wish to marry me? If you do not, I will not force you, but do not regret your decision. Juana regarded him and nodded firmly. What is there to regret? I have no connection with you and no feelings. I would never marry you. Juana could not fathom how someone she once knew so well had changed behind her back. The man before her was now a stranger, yet she reasoned that after years apart, it was natural for one to change. She simply did not expect such a drastic transformation in him. Very well, return the token you hold. We shall have no further connection. Uncertain of the reason, Zhang Tianyu felt an inexplicable discomfort wash over him upon hearing those words. It was as if he was on the verge of losing something precious, though he could not immediately discern what it was. After a brief moment of hesitation, he extended the item in his hand to the person in front of him.
All right.
This is your decision. From this day forth, we shall sever all ties and have nothing further to do with one another. If you ever find yourself in need and wish to seek me out, I assure you I will not respond.
Juana nodded in affirmation,
declaring that such a scenario would never unfold, as she would not permit it. Henceforth, their lives would be entirely separate, indifferent to each other's affairs. In truth, Zhang Tianyu had regretted his words since returning home the previous day, wishing he had not uttered such sentiments. Yet, once spoken, words cannot be retracted, and there was no remedy for his remorse. Thus, he arrived early today, only to discover that it was too late to amend the situation. When Zhang Tianyu departed, Juana was elated, rushing to embrace Luo Qingyan. My lady, let us live well together from now on, caring for the young master as he grows. Soon, the day of Luo Qingyan's delivery arrived. As they anxiously watched basin after basin of blood being brought out, Juana and old Madame Song grew increasingly frantic. What is taking so long? Why has the child not yet been born? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until at last, the cries of a newborn echoed from within. Just then, the sound of hooves resonated outside. Jun Yeting had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he burst in, scanning for Juana. Where is your lady? Why have you left? Hurry and bring her out. I have searched for you all for so long. Juana was startled by his presence, momentarily at a loss for words. When she regained her composure, she rushed towards him, exclaiming, Your Highness, why are you here? The young lady. Juana was so overwhelmed with anxiety that her words stumbled. As Jun Yeting observed her distress, he noticed the closed door behind her. Instinctively, he moved to force it open, but before he could reach it, he was seized by an elderly man with white hair. Attempting to shake him off, Jun Yeting halted at Huanu's urgent warning. Your Highness, this man is Our Lady's grandfather. Please do not harm him, or the young lady will surely not forgive you once she emerges. Come with me, and I shall recount everything that has transpired during this time, Juana urged. Soon, Jun Yeting was informed of all that had occurred. He felt a surge of excitement. So, I arrived just in time to witness the birth of your lady's child, and that child is mine, correct?
Juana nodded in confirmation,
while Jun Yeting found it hard to articulate his elation, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Your Highness, please calm yourself. The young lady has just given birth and is likely in a great deal of discomfort. You must not disturb her. When Luo Qingyan awoke, she was taken aback to find him seated at her bedside. Why are you here? I thought you were elsewhere. How did you track me down? Do you know about the child? Are you here to take him from me? I warn you, he is mine alone. If you dare to take him, I will not hold back. Jun Yeting chuckled at her fervor, shaking his head with a smile. He leaned closer and assured her, Yan, the child is undeniably yours. I would never seek to take him from you. However, he is also a part of me, and I wish for us to care for him together. Moreover, you must understand, I have been searching for you for quite some time. Now that I have finally found you, will you not grant me a chance? Luo Qingyan felt a mixture of embarrassment and surprise at his directness. She had been eager to leave upon learning this news, particularly given the awkwardness of their previous encounter. Yet, faced with the hopeful gaze of the man before her, she hesitated momentarily before ultimately nodding in agreement. A year after Luo Qingyan's child's birth, Jun Anshan arrived at the location. Upon seeing Luo Qingyan standing outside, he rushed towards her, exclaiming, Yan, I have finally found you. How did you end up here? Had it not been for someone informing me that you might be here, I would never have located you. Please come with me. I promise to send everyone else away and sever all ties with them. Furthermore, with Shear's child gone, no one will hinder you again. I assure you, I will treat you well from now on. Luo Qingyan was startled by his sudden appearance and looked up at him in surprise. How did you find me here? Before he could answer, a nurse emerged, cradling the crying child. Miss, the baby is crying and keeps asking for his father. I've tried to soothe him, but since his father isn't here, I had no choice but to bring him to you. Luo Qingyan's heart ached at the sight of her distressed child, and she reached out with tender care. My baby, why are you crying? Your father must be busy with something, but he will return soon. Please do not cry. At that moment, Jun Anshan was taken aback. He knew all too well that he had never been intimate with Luo Qingyan, so it was impossible for her to have a child. Overwhelmed by confusion, he trembled as he questioned her again. Yan, where did this child come from? Do not tell me that this child is yours. Luo Qingyan met his gaze firmly and responded with unwavering certainty. Indeed, this child is mine, my own flesh and blood. Pray tell, your highness, do you harbor any objections to this matter? At that moment, the child in Luo Qingyan's arms clung to her and, in a tender voice, exclaimed, Mother, shall we go find father? I miss him. Luo Qingyan could never refuse her own offspring, so she lifted the child and nodded. Very well. Your father should be in his office ahead. Let us go find him together. Upon hearing this, Jun Anshin dashed forward. Yan, you must be jesting. How could this child possibly be related to you? Just then, a commotion arose outside, as if someone had entered. The child in Luo Qingyan's embrace perked up, exclaiming, Father. Father has returned. Jun Anshin looked up at the person before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Royal uncle, why are you here? Weren't you training soldiers in the north? Why are you here now? Are you the father of this child? Does that mean you are Yanyan's husband? When did you two become entangled and have a child?
Why?
Why have you betrayed me? Luo Qingyan was momentarily taken aback by the questions posed to her. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to respond with a smile.
No.
Your Highness, it seems there is a misunderstanding regarding our relationship. We have long since parted ways. My choice of companionship is none of your concern, is it? You appear to have no authority over my affairs. Jun Anshin was at a loss, unable to fathom how matters had escalated to this point. He realized that regretting the situation now would serve no purpose. As he watched the person before him prepare to leave, he could not help but pursue her. Yan, is there truly no hope left for us? Did you not once hold great affection for me? Luo Qingyan chose not to respond to his words. Instead, she turned to the person beside her, smiling as she spoke. Husband, the child has been longing to play lately. How about we find some time to explore together? Jun Yiting affectionately ruffled Luo Qingyan's hair and replied, My dear, I happen to share that sentiment. There is no need to remain here any longer. Let us venture forth and enjoy the scenery together. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with affection, and in that moment, time felt truly beautiful. Yes. Father, mother. Let us all go and play. The end.